The FUT Champions Cup pre-show is presented by PS4. Last season, the world witnessed an incredible journey. The competitors in the FIFA Global Series did battle in dozens of tournaments all over the globe with only one goal on their minds: the FIFA E-World Cup.
Tex took the field by storm, and at times during the campaign, the young Englishman seemed unplayable.
MS Dasari mounted a gallant defence of his FIFA E-World Cup crown and was a great rival to his counterpart from Britain.
The young Argentine Nicholas, with ice in his veins, dominated his side of the competition.
After a long and gruelling season, 16 PS4 players and 16 Xbox players qualified for the main event, the FIFA E-World Cup.
A new king was ready to be crowned. For Tex, it wasn't to be, as he was eliminated in the group stage.
MS Dasari challenged to defend his crown until the very end, but came up agonisingly short.
The German Mo Alba surprised many with his dramatic run through the tournament, defeating the cream of the crop, including Nicholas and MS Dasari, on his way to claiming the FIFA E World Cup crown.
Now, from Bucharest, Romania, a new FIFA Global Series begins for 2020. The first major tournament of the year is upon us, FUT Champions Cup Stage 1. The familiar faces are back to fight it out for prestige, honour and prize money.
Everybody is ready. Let the games begin.
Welcome, Kaka. Access granted. Please proceed.
Personnel report to control room for ratings testing. Jesse Lingard standing by.
I'm so bossy, get off me. It's a different jingle when you hear these car keys. Ballers, I put numbers on the boards.
Pace test recalibrated.
Whether rapping or I'm rapping, some rap or might reach back and relapse to wrapping up the raw. Givenchy fitting like his gym clothes. 88 Jordan leaping from the free throw.
7 seconds. Exercise reboot in T minus 5 seconds. Exercise reboot in
T minus 3 seconds.
commencing exercise.
25 smooth work like short. Hit Delaware twice, needed 25 more. I see flaw, cracks in your diamond. CB4, Woo Rhyme, Simple Simon. The sticker in the window, case you wonder what it costs.
Hello and welcome to the FUT
20 Champions Cup Stage 1 here from beautiful Bucharest. My name's Spencer. This is the PS4 pre-show. I'm delighted to be bringing you the first competitive event of the year. Of course, I'm not alone. Got some wonderfully talented people alongside me. We've got Rachel String, we've got Brandon Smith. Guys, welcome back. We go again. FIFA 20 is among us.
Oh, it's so exciting to be back, isn't it? I mean, you had the World Cup in August now. That seems so long ago, kind of summer holiday-esque feel to it. And now it's November, and it's lovely and warm in Bucharest, which doesn't usually happen.
I know.
So it feels like it's hot outside, and it's going to be some hot action, I'm sure, just over there where the players are all getting ready for their first round of Swiss.
Definitely, it's heating up. Brandon, you've done so many events now. You ready to go again for another year of competitive calendar action?
To be honest, the 2 months had off, it felt like a year. You know, we're always at FIFA events, aren't we? It was Bucharest, it was LQEs last year, Champions League, and for me, it's an honour to be back in Bucharest for another FIFA 20 season.
And what are we expecting from this year? Obviously, we've got some of the old faces back again. A new world champion, obviously last year with Mo Alba. So some new faces coming through as well. We expect it to be as competitive as ever.
Yeah, most definitely. I think what EA have been able to do as well, they put more money into the FUT Champions Cups. They've made it more about the FUT Champions Cups now this year, which is massive. More Global Series points as well. But as you said, Spencer, we've got the likes of Dito back in the mix here in Bucharest. We've got the players that we kind of didn't see last year back in FIFA 18, now back in the mix, and you never know what a FUT Champions Cup can bring.
Yeah, I love that it's the first one, though. No one knows at all what's going to happen this season. You know, there's some new players, obviously some people that have kind of done good things in the past, could step up this time around. But yeah, I love the fact that it's new game. Everyone's got a new style. Let's see what the action's going to have today.
Of course, that's one of the interesting things about FIFA is it's a new game every year. But one thing that's a new addition, but actually means something carries over from the previous game, is this new thing called the Global Series Masters, which I actually think is a great addition. We're going to see it play its part throughout the whole year. We have top 4 players coming in from last year. So at the FIFA 19 World Cup, these are the top 4 players we saw on Xbox here. And we've got Rafsu, we've got Goal Machine, we've got Enrasic, we've got Dasari, and we've got 4 players from PlayStation as well. These guys basically automatically qualified for this event as a result of their ranking at the last tournament, and that's going to carry on throughout the year, right?
It does, and I think the interesting thing about it is that there's people at home that we know who they could make the next FUT Champions Cup if one of those players goes and re-performs here, gets a top 4 spot. So there's a lot kind of waiting on it for a lot of people at home, but also I know we'll come on to it a little bit later. Like 3 new signings for those 4 players as well. Like it's really exciting at the moment for FIFA Esports to see all these new signings and Dasari going to a new team. It's just amazing to see.
But I think what that does as well, it kind of just takes the pressure off, I'm sure, a little bit for those guys there. Obviously, they did such great things last year at the World Cup, FIFA 19, and for them kind of, I guess, to be rewarded as well for what they did in the World Cup, just to kind of get a bye. Yeah. To this round, and then again, obviously, whoever qualifies or wins, top 4 in each Xbox and PS4 goes through there. So does it take the pressure off? I don't know. Does it allow them not to have to even go through the qualifiers, which I know some of the players talk about being super stressful. So it's a massive perk for them. Yeah,
of course, there's 4 names on the PlayStation 4 as well. These are the guys. We've got Vitality Maestro, Mo Alba, the world champion, of course, Nicholas, and Uston. So these guys had a great year last year, but it's always something we look at every single year. Can they do it again? Can they continue? And that's where someone like an MS Dasari has really set his stall out over the last 3-4 years by winning majors. I believe he can be maybe the first person ever to actually run a major for 4 years in a row if he was to win this tournament here in Bucharest. Yeah. But there's a lot of people standing in his way.
It's a real challenge because, as we know, people can say, "Oh, FIFA's the same every single year," but it's those small kind of intricacies that change every single year. Whether last year it was all about those time shots. We saw Mo Alba just smashing them in all the way back right at the beginning of last year. It was the goalkeeper movement. This year, we've seen the meta change again, and to me, I don't really know what is the best thing to do right now, and I'm looking forward to seeing who will be the champion this weekend to understand what do people need to do right, because as we know, the game changes throughout the year and throughout the season. So I've always said this, if you're going to put money into a player like Dasari, Maestro, it's money well spent because these players will perform no matter what FIFA is.
Exactly.
Just going back to the Masters though and having Mo Alba here, obviously he was world champion. For him, I think it benefits him as well because he probably had loads of distractions in the off-season. We saw him going to all these world-class events, meeting all these footballers, maybe not having as much time to practice the new FIFA 20. So for him, it was probably a blessing in disguise. He was like, yeah, I'm in without having to do too much. So it'd be kind of interesting to see how he gets on in like the Swiss and this tournament as a whole, because we haven't really seen as much of what he's about so far.
Yeah, can he do it again? No one's won back-to-back, of course. And as much as this is a massive event in itself, this is the first step on a ladder to trying to qualify for the E-World Cup final again. Should we take a look at the actual ecosystem this year and how it can be done and how people can qualify? Obviously, we know Global Series ranking points are super important. There's a load up for grabs here, but it is all about trying to get to the E-World Cup. So these are the different ways you can pick up points throughout the year. Obviously, you've got FUT Champions Cup at the top there. That's today, the first one, kicking off. We've got licensed qualifying events. We've got the official league partners, such as the EPL, the EMLS, etc. PlayStation 4 country tournaments, and of course, the FUT Champs Weekend League, which I play, Brandon plays. I know a lot of you guys at home are playing regularly. Ultimately, you have 64 players on each console that are going to get through to the playoffs, same as last year. And then from then, you want to get top 16 into the E-World Cup. How hard is that actually to do, though? Put it in perspective for us, Brandon.
It really is tough. I think we had the kind of this guessing game, didn't we, last year? Like how many points would be enough for the playoffs? How many points would be enough for the grand finals? I don't think any of us really got it right, because it also goes and shows Weekend League is so important as well. If you are a FUT verified player and you're watching this at home and you, obviously you're not at this cup, play your Weekend League. 27 wins gets you, 30 points, I think, over the weekend. You place well at one FUT Champions Cup, you win a FUT Champions Cup. That's enough for a grand final. I'm going to go out and say now, surely it is 2,000 points. It's enough for a grand final.
I think it was around that, wasn't it, last year? And it kind of came down to those little points, those fine margins of about 30 points as well, which just goes back to you. Weekend League probably was the defining point, that if they'd played more or put more time and effort into them, they could have been at the grand final.
Yeah, and the man that was at the grand final and ultimately won the grand final, of course, was Mo Alba. Let's find out a bit more about him now.
Changed normally because the game changed. You have to play more defensive. I played in the World Cup final also really defensive. I start to try because I play always like I win like 7-5 or like this. Try, but it's not easy. So more tactical, you have to stay calm. Sometimes the opponent have like 20 minutes the ball, you have to wait. But you need a lot of concentration, but it's okay. I think Hullet is the best icon in the game because he's like the balance between offensive and defensive. He's one of the best in both, and he looks great also with his hair, what I have not. So really great icon. My favorite player is Lionel Messi. He was like the last 10 years he was not that good in FIFA. No one play him in tournaments, but this year he's amazing. Quick turns, nice shot. He's better than Ronaldo. It's a surprise, but we like it. It's not easy to say who's the favorite because it's the first tournament of the year. I think the most people who was quite good last year, they will be also good this year, like Dostry, Tex, Nicolas, I hope me. It's like I always surprise, but I think Dostry and Tex will go far. I don't listen to music when I play FIFA. I listen to the crowd. I like it more because when you listen to music, when you hear fast music, you play fast. So it's not easy to balance it. I think when you won a tournament like the World Championship, you won the biggest goal you have. So I have to motivate myself now for every tournament. I think it was really hard to qualify for these events. I think people don't understand how hard it is to be here. First, we don't get invited or like this. We have to play like a whole weekend against the best players. No, we are here, all good players. So you can't say, I want to win this tournament, because you have to see who's good, who's not good, how your potential is, because it's a new game, you know. But I think in my head I'm really good, really confident. Also, when I play like 60 minutes not good in the game, I feel confident that I win the game, and that's big advantage for me between the other new guys, for example. I let it surprise myself. The PS4 will come like in end of the year, and I don't know if it's changed for FIFA. I think there are many new games maybe, or better quality. But my head is only about FIFA, so I don't know if it's like a new game or not. I hope. I play a lot of PlayStation because I think because all my friends play PlayStation. It depends on like what your family and friends do. But PlayStation also give big support on FIFA players. It's not only around. So they give us many events, many like gifts and like this. It's really nice from PlayStation. So I like it.
There you go, hearing from the world champ himself, Mo Alba, probably one of the most popular world champions we've ever had. So popular in the scene, always got a smile on his face, but can he do it again? It's going to be a mammoth task. And the only way you can qualify for the E-World Cup final, of course, and get those points is to pick up points throughout the season at various events. We've talked about the events already, but should we take a look at the actual points available at said events? Because that's the most important thing. You know, what events are you going to prioritise? Where are you going to find your best performances? Let's take a look. So FIFA Majors, for example, E-Nations is a great example. Club World Cup, 2,000 points if you win one of them. 2,000 points for a FUT Champions Cup. Again, that's what we're doing here in Bucharest. So someone will get 2,000 points. Licensed qualifying events get you 850, as do official league partners, depending on the type of league. You've got 850, 450 or 200. 200 points for a PlayStation 4 country tournament, and then 30 points, as we mentioned, for every single weekend league. You've got to pick up those points. Points win prizes.
They do indeed.
Or win a place in the playoffs and win a place in the World Cup. Essentially.
Yeah, which is a sort of prize.
Kind of.
Definitely a prize. And obviously we know there's cash along
Grand
the way.
prize, yeah.
No one's getting to the E-World Cup without picking up a pretty penny on the way through, right? So yeah, you've got to get yourself some points, and you can do it anywhere from weekend league all the way up. It's pretty similar to last year in that regard.
Yeah, it is indeed. And as you said, the main difference is that EA have put more into these FUT Champions Cup. So there's more points up for grabs at them, and the E-Nations Cup, the E-Club World Cup, which means it's so much more important to make those major events. You make one major event and you place into the knockouts, could be enough for playoffs with weekend league on top of that, and maybe a league as well, or just a bit of participation in a league. So make a FUT Champions Cup and it could really kind of change your season.
Yeah, because obviously it was 1,500 points last year for a win at one of these events, and now it's gone up to 2,000. So, you know, many more points on the table for people to obviously take home after this weekend. So yeah, it's good.
Yeah, so the ecosystem in that regard is pretty similar. One thing that's new, though, I want to talk to you guys about is the PS4 Challenger Series. This is a nice way to definitely practice at a decent level and pick up prizes, potentially cash as well as things like FIFA points in the game. So this is something you can do on PS4, on your console, from the events tab. You can sign up. There's 2 links I need to give you. If you're in the US, it's compete.playstation.com. If you're in the rest of the world, it's playstation.com/tournaments. So if you go to those URLs and you sign up, you can start to take part in these events. You can find people to play against. There's 3 stages. So you start in stage 1, get yourself some rewards, play in that way. If you can make it through, the prizes increase. If you get to stage 3, that's where you can actually compete for the title of champion.
I mean,
you coming for that, Brandon?
I mean,
we're going to see you.
I need all the practice I can get because weekend league isn't really improving at the moment.
Well, where are you right now? Yeah, come on. You need to everyone.
To be honest, I'm on a Road to Glory account, but the best I've got is Gold 3 at the moment. So
whoa, not even as good as last year.
We've downgraded a little bit from Gold 2 last year, but that looks like a very exciting opportunity.
Yeah.
I would love to get involved in. PlayStation obviously doing a great job of a lot of our tournaments and helping out. So get involved, and you never know, that's the kind of path you should take to become a professional FIFA player. Definitely.
It's important to stress as well, the level you play at isn't necessarily... You could be an average player and still get a good exposure and a good experience there. Start off at stage 1, see how you progress.
Free prizes as well.
Yeah.
Could be like, headsets, could be like a little bug like I'm rocking right now. It could be cash.
But you can also get FIFA points. That's important to stress as well. You can get FIFA points and you can obviously improve your team in-game through playing at it. So I'm definitely going to get involved. So yeah, that's the Challenger Series. Check it out. Brand new feature for this year. Now, we've talked about points distribution at the different events. Let's take a look at the points distribution at this event. We know we get 2,000 points is the top echelon. But what other sort of points are there available? What's the minimum you can get? Another thing actually that's been added this year is the online qualifiers. You get more points just for getting out the Swiss format before you even get to this event, which is a nice addition, right?
It's important. It's really important because there's a lot of players that we did not see on the pro circuit last year. Like, for example, I'm just putting out one Zalonia. So he got to a penalty shootout time and time again to get to an event. And the fact that we don't even see those guys is heartbreaking for a lot of these guys. So to make sure they get those points on top of weekend league, it's all going to help at the end of the day. But you can see the breakdown there. Even making this event, and if you have a poor Swiss run-in, it's 150 Global Series points there, which is so many weeks of weekend league.
Yeah, it's a lot. And obviously 2,000 is not just going to go to the grand final or console champion, it's also going to go to the runner-ups. If you win your console, Xbox or PS4, you get 2,000 points. And we've already mentioned, pretty much gets you a spot at the E-World Cup Grand Final, which is massive. You can get it done early doors. I'm thinking about Joxan last year.
Yeah.
Joxan came in, smashed a few tournaments, took 6 months off.
Yeah, but it didn't go to plan, did it? Really?
Risky strategy.
But for Tex, he kind of did similar. I'm going to say early doors. He was pretty good.
Consistent.
Pretty good all the way until he had a little bit of a downward spiral. Are we going to say? Am I allowed to say that? Sorry, Tex, if you're watching at the World Cup. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. It's either be consistent all the way. What do you think's better? Actually,
Well, I think
what do you think's better?
I think that
going all out for it in the first couple of majors, and then kind of taking a bit of downtime and just kind of practicing your game away from everybody else watching, or trying to be a bit more consistent.
I would say look at Mo Alba, because Mo
Yeah.
Alba was at every event, pretty much. He might not have won a FUT Champions Cup, but he made knockouts. He got through Swiss every single time. We're talking PS4 Continental Cup, October last year, and then come and wins the World Cup final. People were saying, oh, that's a fluke. You know, he was consistent all year long. He was in the top 5 players all year long on the
we were always
FIFA.gg
talking about him,
rankings.
weren't we?
Yeah,
He was never like off the radar.
So to be honest, I would say if you can be consistent, it's very difficult to make all those FUT Champions Cups. You know, we even saw Tex last year pull out of a few of them, the LQEs, because it was just a lot of travelling for him. So I would just say if you can be consistent, in the ideal world, that's the best way to do it.
Yeah, there's lots of debate to be had there. I'm sure we'll get into it more throughout the weekend, but there is a prize pool up for grabs here as well as the points, of course. Cash money is available. Let's find out how much and who's going to get what. So the grand champion, that is the person that wins the console final, will get $50,000. Lovely jubbly. Runner-up gets $30,000. You can see it kind of goes down from there, $15,000 to third and fourth place. If you get here alone, you're getting $500, but you want to be aiming for more than that, don't you?
Yeah, most definitely indeed, and it's great to see that, as we said, that they've put more money into that top prize this year, 50k across 6 different events. On top of that, we've got E-Champions League as well happening again. What's that, $100,000 for the winner? I think over the year, last year it was like 3 million in prize pool, so there's money to be made.
Yeah,
50k for the winner is pretty nice. Someone's going to go home pretty happy this weekend.
That's why it's so interesting for me and how big this kind of ecosystem is now, that we talk about Mo Alba as the world champion, that's the one you want to win, but you know, it kind of gets overshadowed how many things Tex won throughout the year, and he was a freak of nature last year in that how many he won. But if you just win one, like a Dull and Mike, for example, still a very good amount of money, and it sorts your year out.
We've also got the story of as well that Tex, the last 2 years won the first major of the year,
Yes.
didn't he? Barcelona, Bucharest. We're back in Bucharest, people. Is
Third
it
time
time?
lucky?
Is it third time lucky?
Can he do it again? It's a turkey, isn't it? They call that in bowling. 3 strikes in a row.
I have no idea, but he
I do
seems
remember.
he seems really confident. I love his new haircut, or his new hair colour, I should say. He's gone blonde now.
Yeah, he
I think he
has.
seems more confident this year. We're going to talk about him, I think, a bit in a more detail.
Yeah,
in a bit,
he's got a new haircut, he's got a new team, it's all changed for Tex. Will the result be the same? We've talked about a few players. Let's have a look at exactly who is going to be playing here at this event, starting off with the PlayStation 4 players. This is some of the guys. I mean, there's some recognisable faces here, Brandon.
Yeah, most definitely. You've got the likes of Tuga. We know Tuga. We saw him compete at the E-World Cup finals. Obviously, Mo Alba, we've been speaking about him for a while. And then you've got a lot of players that made playoffs last year that are here. We know Lost in the Waves. We saw him at the playoffs. Obviously, moving on from that. We've got Yago, picked up a move to West Ham. For Fils is back again. Maestro, Mentz, obviously the brother of Rafsu. Lots of interesting names there.
Hashtag Harry with the Canada badge as well. Changed for him, change of nation.
I love that there's so many players there. You didn't even mention Nicholas, who was like stand-up last year. There's so many people.
Oh, it's just there's so
in
many.
that
There's
PS4.
64 players there.
These are the Xbox players, Rachel.
I'm going to firstly go for the first one. I spoke about him yesterday, N8 Dylan. New guy, never even made one of these tournaments before. I went to speak to him. He said he's really nervous and really tired. He's come all the way from Australia. So had a long way to get here, but you know, he's got Megabit first.
Oh.
And he said actually that's quite good because he's starting really high level. So whatever he does there, he knows he's going to be doing quite well. Obviously, Dylan Mike won in Bucharest, not at this event. I think it was the 3rd major of last year. He's there. Sakul. You've got so many people. Megabit, as I just mentioned, and FUTWiz Lyrics. Like so many names in PS4 and Xbox. I mean, I can't pick one just yet.
It's hard, isn't it? We are going to get into the predictions game later on.
Don't
though.
ask me. Actually, you can.
Not yet. We're going to do some predictions later. It's not just these guys joining me today. We've also got other casters that we're going to see throughout the day. But of course, just literally to my right, with the Telestrator segment, we're going to be joined by the one, the only, Mike LaBelle. Mike, how are you?
Woo!
I'm doing wonderful. It's the breakdown board, though. I want to be very clear.
Sorry,
Not the
sorry.
Telestrator. We have rebranded everything that's happening here, and we're talking about the top 5 formations that we're going to see used from competitive players. We have a new game, new formations. Some of these are very much so staples, formations that we've seen commonly used throughout the years. Other ones maybe is going to be a surprise for you. So the first formation, and if you played any weekend league, 4-4-2, very balanced both defensively, offensively. You have a lot of spacing options. You have the striker to striker, 1-2s, through balls in behind, all of the above. This is going to be your main mainstream formation. A lot of players are using this. And if they're not playing the 4-4-2, I've also seen many players go into the 4-4-1-1. Very similar, just gives you a bit of a defensive shift, a little more defensive actually. If you wanted to bring back that center forward, you can clog the middle. And some players are preferring this formation. Just depends how confident you are with your attack or with your defense, wherever you feel that you're doing a better job, and some of your pressure play. And if you're not seeing either of those formations, then we're just going down the line. Another classic formation that I've used many, many years in a row, the 4-2-3-1. And I've always recommend this formation as a great starter formation because it gives you a certain amount of balance if you don't know necessarily what you're good at. It's a great learning formation. You have the 2 holding midfielders, and then it's able to squeeze out the middle of the pitch, and it forces people to go out wide. It forces them to make additional passes, and it keeps games low scoring, which is important if you're learning a title. So I always recommend this if you're maybe a beginner or an intermediate player. Start with the 4-2-3-1 and build from there. And if you're not seeing any of those 3 formations, then we're going to be seeing a lot of the 4-2-2-2 as we're coming back in here. We're going to see the 4-2-2-2, which is another option. Maybe if you're going to go a little more attacking, you can make the 4-2-2-2 look similar to a 4-2-4, which you're seeing here, which is a little bit different than the 4-4-2 or even the 4-2-3-1. You still have those holding mids to support you, but then you have that full force, that full counterattack. And last but not least, we have another staple. And for the guys that love a narrow formation, then you appreciate that it's still on the list. The 4-1-2-1-2, and I know a couple players, including Dole and Mike, love this formation, swear by it. It's for the tiki-taka, the fast build-up, the aggressive player, all of that. You want to disrupt somebody. You want to go with a lot of pace. You want to move the ball around. The 4-1-2-1-2 is going to do that. But I'm actually going to take a seat. This couch looks wonderful over here.
You going to join us?
Yeah, I'm going to join you. If I can squeeze in there, we'll see if we can do that. If y'all will have me.
There's room.
We're so close. So close. This is the closest I've ever been to you.
We need some purple on the couch. That's all I'm saying.
Mike, can I just ask you a question on those? Firstly, which one would you go with if you were playing?
This year I've been playing mostly the 4-4-2 and also the 4-2-3-1. So I start in the 4-4-2. If I were to go up 2 goals, then I swap into the 4-2-3-1, a little more defensive support.
So you said Dylan Mike was using 4-1-2-1-2. What other players are using which? Do you know yet?
Like I said, I think primarily we're going to see 4-4-2 as a starting formation, and then people will make adjustments based on how they're playing. I feel with the 4-4-2, because you have kind of a flat midfield, what can happen is if you're not clicking defensively, people can break through that midfield and they're going to be able to create opportunities. So if people are struggling on the defensive end, you might see that swap into a 4-2-3-1 or even a 4-2-2-2 because you have 2 dedicated holding mids.
Brandon, what are you playing at the moment?
I don't know, I need all the help I can get, to be honest, Mike. 4-2-3-1 I rock because I do love the 2 CDMs. Bundesliga team at the moment. I think we've got the duo of Delaney in there. I don't know if Goretzka's doing a job for me in there at the moment. I'm not
You
too sure.
know who's rolling with you on the weekend.
There's been a lot of
Brandon.
changes. There's been a lot of changes.
Good player doesn't blame his tools, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I need all the help I can get, Mike. Hopefully I can over the weekend from you.
Get some coaching. So we have a look at the format for today's event, or the kicking off today. Obviously going to go over the next 3 days. This is what these guys have got to go through in order to get that $50,000, 2,000 Global Series points as well, of course. So, as we know, 3-day tournament, 64 players, 32 per console. Going to begin today with the Swiss format. We know all about the Swiss format by now. It's been going for a while. 5 rounds, crucially, means you need to get 3 wins. You always play someone with the same record as you. So if you lose your first game, you play someone else that lost their first game, so on, so on. A 3-2 record or better gets you through. Once you get 3 wins, if you've got games left, you can play more for seeding. Obviously, if you lose 3 games, you're going home. If you get through to day 2, it's where the knockouts begin. We've got the round of 16, the quarterfinals for each console. We're going to start to see people fall by the wayside. And day 3 is the Championship Sunday, as it is, and we'll have a console winner for each side, and we'll have a grand final. So that's where we're going to find out who's getting the 2,000 points, who's getting the $50,000, who's getting the kudos. Is Tex going to do a 3-peat? Is Tasari going to win? Is it a 4-peat for a 4th year in a row? A major tournament. Lots of storylines to look at, lots of things to get excited about. We love the Swiss format. We're still happy with that. We're glad that's carried on, aren't we?
I think it's the best format for the FIFA competitive scene, without a doubt. There's no excuses. You can't say you got an unlucky draw. You keep winning. You keep playing other people that are winning. You keep losing. You keep playing other guys that are struggling on the day, and so forth and so on. Very straightforward, and I'm really happy that that was introduced, I guess, a couple years ago in the competitive scene.
I think it's great, the fact, as you said, that it gives people no opportunity to make an excuse, but also, if you do have a bad start and you lose your first 2 games, we've seen some of the stories of people that have bounced back and gone 3-2 and through to the knockouts. also it makes round 5 so exciting.
Yeah.
Round 5 on each console is like probably my favourite bit about a lot of these FUT Champions Cups, because anything can happen and you see some amazing emotion from the guys.
It's great that it goes all the way as well, that you actually have to play all 5 for seeding, because otherwise you just kind of drop out and you can not get as much gameplay in. And at this stage in the whole competition, the whole tournament, the whole season even, gameplay is what everyone needs, surely.
Well, in the past, we've seen that be a disadvantage. We've seen people secure their progression early, get cold because they're not playing games, and people that squeeze their way through end up doing better. So it's fascinating to see how it all works out. Of course, we're getting close to the action now, so this is where it gets juicy. We need to find out who's playing who in the first round. So we can take a look at our first round fixtures now. And let me tell you, there is some big matches coming up. It just jumps straight into the action, no messing about. We're going to start off with PlayStation 4 games, and we're going to get the fixtures up in a second. There's one game that jumps off the page. The game that we're going to be watching is going to be between the world champion, Mo Alba, against a kind of a world champion in himself, because he was the E-Nations champ along with Dax, Maestro.
Top
You
4
built
players.
that up so well. I love that as well.
Look
How
at
you were
this.
just
These are the fixtures. Yeah, I
Where
think
is
I
it?
did a good job.
Yeah, you did.
promoting them.
Suspense there.
So these are the PlayStation 4 fixtures you can see. So yeah, you've got Mo Alba, Maestro is going to be the game we're going to watch on stream, I believe. But I've got something else to tell you guys in a minute about how you can watch other games, which I think is an amazing addition. But any other games jumping out? Are you there, Mike?
I'm actually looking at the, I guess, the North American affair. We have Duelsta versus Villamore to see if Duelsta is going to be able to break the curse. He's never been able to get out of the Swiss stage at an international event, and I'd like to see that happen for him. I kind of root for him deep down. I want to see him represent NA and be able to get out of Swiss and make a run for it.
Rachel, we know Mo Alba, Maestro is huge, but any other fixtures you like?
Well, I guess that you're looking for the West Ham one over there. West Ham Yargo. Owens. No, sorry. Yeah, or hashtag Harry Walterfielder maybe.
Yeah.
Big one as well. So yeah, always some nice ones to start the Swiss.
Yeah, it's a massive game. So what I'm loving, and I know you guys are super excited about this as well, is a new feature this year, which allows you, if you're watching at home, of course, we hope you watch the mainstream, and in between games you come back to us, and there's a lot of reasons why you should do that in terms of prizes, which we'll also get onto. But for the first time ever, this year you can actually be in control of your own kind of broadcast and pick what game you watch. This is an amazing feature. It includes every single match. Unbelievable.
It's crazy, because I think a lot of big tournaments last year, a lot of people were saying, for example, like, can I watch this player? I'm an Italian FIFA fan. I want to go and watch, for example, I don't know, in the past Principe or something like that. How can I go and watch them? Now you can watch whichever game you want to watch. So it just opens up that kind of flexibility of just bouncing between games.
Yeah, you guys are in control. Where you saw it on the screen there a second ago, but it's watchfifaglobalseries.com. I can't stress that enough. That is the URL you need. Watchfifaglobalseries.com. My advice: have another tab open. You know, depending on how you're watching it, go between this and that. But when you want to watch a game maybe that's not on the mainstream for whatever reason, you've got a team you support, player you support, get over to watchfifaglobalseries.com and put yourself in control. Amazing addition.
But keep coming back, of course.
Yeah, keep coming back. Come on, guys.
Come back and see us.
So that's obviously one way you can watch. But if you're watching the mainstream, and I've got to stress this now, in order to benefit from some of the other things you can pick up along the weekend, which include these prizes on Twitch, you need to be watching this main broadcast as well. Now, there's a Twitch extension which you need to get involved in order to sort of give yourself a better chance of picking up these prizes. There's some great drops which we'll give you more details about over the next few days. But as always, some unbelievable stuff you can pick up to improve your ultimate team. In order to get them, you've got to obviously link your EA and Twitch account. We know that hopefully by now. Make sure it's linked. Just keep it linked. But also get involved in the Twitch extension. That's a way you can take part in little quizzes and surveys and polls and predictions, things like that. So you want to be doing it anyway. But make sure you do that to increase your chance of winning. So, we all know that information now. Let's talk about the first game. It's going to be Mo Alba versus Maestro. What are we thinking?
I'll be bold. I think
Go on.
Maestro is favorited in this, even though Mo Alba's the champ. If you talk to a lot of pro players, nobody wants to see Maestro right now. They said that he loves the game. It fits his gameplay style really well. He's creative with the attack, and he's being really patient on both ends of the virtual pitch.
I think I was very lucky to be able to see both of these guys play at the Draft Story Cup.
Yep.
Obviously, it's not EA, it's not Esports Edition, so you can't use every icon you want. But it was a tournament where players were put in kind of positions where they weren't comfortable, and Maestro made the final there. It was Danny that won it, but up into the final, Maestro looked unbelievable. As you said, Mike, he's just enjoying the game at the moment. Mo Alba crashed out in the groups. I know obviously it's on foot. It's a foot draft thing. It's completely different. Yes, Mo obviously qualified for the next FUT Champions Cup, but just out of the two, Maestro just seems so much more calm and just better at the moment.
Yeah, and the pressure's on Mo Alba, like we were just saying a bit earlier. Obviously, he's coming in here as world champion. How much do you want it? That's always the question I think you have to ask as well. You've just won biggest accolade that you could do in the FIFA scene. Where does that motivation come from? He went to the Best Awards and Jurgen Klopp knew his name, for example, you know, and Jurgen Klopp was introducing Mo Albert to Van Dijk. Like, all these things happened to him in the off-season is just crazy. And I guess how much does he reset and how much does he want this now going into this series?
I think it's a really good point. I think all the time off, like you were saying earlier, with all the media appearances that he's done, that he hasn't been maybe able to grind the game the same way. We'll see. I don't want to downplay Mo Albert. He just had a wonderful year, but I definitely don't. I know that Maestro's playing at this top tier, even at the professional level, and he's got to be one of the favorites at this event, not only to go far, but potentially to win this event.
Yeah, but equally, it's a marathon, not a sprint. This is the first game of the first tournament. Lose it in the Swiss format means you can bounce back from that. So, yeah, maybe Mo Albert's got a little bit more pressure on him, but it's almost like that the movie narrative. You know, man comes good, wins event or whatever, gets success, and then does it? I'm not going to say this is Mo Albert, but does it go to his head? Does he take his foot off the gas and not be the same? Is that Mo Albert? Is he going to be distracted like that? He's been around a long time.
Yeah. What movie are we watching, Spen?
Well, it's like every movie. That is the plot of every movie.
Is he still smiling? That's always the key as well. We know him as like Mr. Smiler. I haven't even really seen. Does he seem more stressed? Like, have you guys seen him a lot so
He's
far?
got a lot to smile about right now.
Oh yeah, of course.
I think it's all about mentality at the end of the day. Look at MS Dasari. He's a world champion, but he's still as hungry as ever to win FUT Champions Cups, to win any major, to win any trophy. Mo Albert has got that mentality deep down that he wants to go and win trophies. Although he's an E-World Cup champion, that won't affect how much he wants to win big trophies this year.
It's time for me to put you guys on the line, though. I need predictions. I've got a feeling I know where Mike's going to go, so we'll start with you, Mike. Who do you think is going to win this matchup?
I got Maestro.
Maestro, you're confident about that, aren't you?
I just really rate Maestro's game at the moment. Everything that I've seen online, results, talking to pros, I like the way that he's playing, and it looks like he enjoys the title a lot. And it kind of gives you that extra edge when you are looking forward to the grind. You wake up at 8 a.m., you're like, I'm ready to go. FIFA all day, I'm not stopping at anything, and I'm making adjustments. I'm taking notes, I'm reviewing gameplay. And that's what I feel when I look at Maestro right now. He's like, I got new celebrations, I'm going to unleash them on stream. I'm like, cool, I want to see.
He just goes with Mbappe celebrations because he's gone from that, he's gone to the crying one now.
I hope he doesn't bust out the crying
He's
one.
on the background of our set here. You guys can't see it in shot right now, but just over there, you got Maestro doing the crying. Any change for you in predictions, Brandon?
I think for me, I'm going to back Maestro to make the cross-console final as well this week.
I didn't even ask for that.
But I'm going to give it to you.
Generous.
I just feel like he looks very, very good. There you go. You can see the celebration in the background there. I hope the Mbappe original doesn't disappear because that was my favourite celebration for Maestro. But yeah, looks great at the moment. Looks really just confident on FIFA 20. He's going to get my vote.
The question is Maestro copying Mbappe or is Mbappe copying Maestro? We don't know who's doing them first. Rachel, who's going to win the game?
Well, I'm going to have to just go the other side because I felt I was maybe a little bit harsh on Mo Albert there. He's world champion. We've seen that he's been the underdog before and he's come and taken the title. Let's see how much he's improved from the Draft Story Cup that you've just said. That was a couple of weeks ago. He can now kind of have an unlimited team. He can go with as many icons as he wants. Will that favour him? Let's see. I don't know. I'm going to pick Mo Albert.
It's a crazy world when going with the world champ also is like the underdog.
I know, but I'm going to back him.
Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating match. On me, I probably am going to go Maestro as well, but I think it's going to be a closer game than we maybe think. But I'm looking forward to seeing what happens.
How good is it as well that this is round 1 of Swiss, and we've got this matchup, a top 4 matchup. Both players obviously got entered into the tournament, the first FUT Champions Cup, and this is our first game. I spoke to Mo Albert, who's like, who's in control of this? why am I playing against Maestro?
Why not?
Sorry,
just kick it off nice with some fun. Two guys I want to hear also with some predictions are our casters for the game. So Dan and Mark, who I think can join us now. What are you saying for this matchup? Who is going to get the W?
That's a very interesting question, isn't it, Spencer? I think I'm quite surprised with some of the predictions I've heard from you guys, to be honest with you. I mean, you're backing, the so-called underdog Maestro against the world champion. I'm going with Maestro as well, to be honest.
I'm surprised, but I agree.
He has an interesting record against Mo Albert. Apart from the World Cup last year, he beat him all the way through the season, 3 different separate occasions. So Maestro seems to have Mo Albert's number, apart from that one pretty big asterisk in the E-World Cup final.
I'm going to go with the same as last season and just predict against Mark at all times. So I think Mo Albert's going to take this one.
Interesting. I think it might be slightly favouring Maestro, obviously, but there's only one way to find out who's going to win. I'll hand it over to you guys for the game. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much, Spencer. And yes, welcome along, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for our first match of the FIFA 20 competitive season to get underway. Dan, pleasure to have you back, mate. It's good to be back in the booth.
It is an honour, as always, to be alongside you, Mark. Very much looking forward to it. And I mean, the first game of the competitive season, Mo Albert versus Maestro. I mean, the guys have already alluded it to on the desk. World champion against Maestro, got to the semi-finals in the World Cup. They did play each other. It was a 5-1 victory for Mo Alba over Maestro, which, as you said, like from the season's records, that was quite a surprise to us. We weren't really expecting such a result, but what a season it was for Mo Alba, the FIFA 19 champion. But if we go off of previous tournaments and previous seasons, I remember right at the start of FIFA 19, we had MS Dasari invited to a tournament. It was the Continental Cup. It was on PlayStation, but he really struggled. Have we seen Mo Alba put enough practice in at the start of FIFA 20, or is he just going to still be riding that wave?
I think you can probably tell by the amount that he's been streaming, the amount that he's been grinding this game, that we have two players here who have taken the start of the FIFA 20 season extremely seriously. Yeah. I think they both have that drive, they have that determination, and they have the excitement for the new title as well, to get into those games, get the practice in, and come out with some results as well. Maestro's still looking for that elusive major win on his own. He won the E-Nations Cup last year alongside Dax as part of the France team, but it's a standalone title for me, FIFA. You know, you're playing as an individual. You want that individual success, and I think Maestro's hungry for that this year.
And he was able to, of course, win PlayStation side of things, but he wasn't able to get that cross-console final victory, which is what he was so desperately searching for.
Well, here we go, ladies and gents. It is time to officially kick off our FIFA 20 season. You can see both of the players are ready. Mo Aubameyang going to be taking on Vitality's Maestro. Mo Alba, of course, now moved from Werder Bremen over to Focus Clan, so a little bit of a transfer there. Let's see if the luck stays with him. The world champ is going up against the Frenchman.
Maestro's still part of Vitality, and you saw, probably I'm sure on Twitter, all the esports kits are going to be added to the game sooner rather than later. It doesn't look like it's quite ready for Maestro to use, or maybe there's a kit clash situation, so we might see him in the second leg if they have been put in. Speaking of players being put in, Carlos Alberto at right back. I was pretty sure he was going to be used quite a lot. A lot of the players haven't been able to test some of these icons, but that's an early mistake from Mo Alba there.
Yeah, a little mistake, but unfortunately couldn't capitalise on it. And Maestro kind of gets away with it. Mo Alba wasn't able to find that pass past Laurent Blanc there in the centre-back position. You can see a slightly heavy touch there from Johan Cruyff on that right-hand side for Vitality. Maestro means he'll give the ball away, and it's going to be interesting as well, Dan. We always talk about the start of a title and some of those new players that we're going to see, and one player who's returning to action, who is still a staple of everyone's team, is Ruud Gullit, as the first chance of the game falls to Mo Alba, but unfortunately he can't take it. Back in now to Gullit, just wide of the upright.
And you'd expect Gullit to be able to bury it from there, just driving it across goal, but unfortunately maybe just a little bit off balance. But a great start from Mo Alba, very attacking, very much getting in the face of Maestro. And something I noticed from the Draft Story Cup, and yeah, okay, it was more of a fun tournament. They weren't playing with the big players, it was drafting players. Maestro was very slow, very methodical, and he would wait for his opponent to make mistakes, and then he would capitalize on them. But at the moment, it's him that's making the wayward passes. He's the one who's giving Mo Alba the chances.
Yeah, a little bit sloppy in possession in the midfield, and you can see here another chance of Patrick Vieira. Interesting, we were talking about new players that we're going to be seeing potentially this year, but the first two chances of the game actually fall into the feet of Ruud Gullit and Patrick Vieira, and it seems, even now, Dan, after all these years, we're still seeing that familiar duo in the centre of the pitch.
I think at the start of a season, we're always going to see Gullit, Vieira, because we haven't had the team of the year yet. We haven't had those normal goal players get a massive boost at team of the year. I think as soon as that comes, we might see the likes of maybe Kante come into things again, and how that changed throughout FIFA 19. But a lot of these players, some of them haven't been able to use them during tournaments because we had the qualifier restrictions. So a lot of people have been saying, well, why would I use Vieira when I'm not going to be able to use him in my qualifier? So instead, I'm going to try other people. I'm going to try the likes of De Jong, for example. But now we've got no restrictions. We're on the esports accounts. They can use any player they want. So it's now our chance to test everything at this tournament for the remainder of the season.
And of course, with a new title, different players and their abilities will be used depending on how the game is. And not seeing a lot of Cristiano Ronaldo at the start of FIFA 20. It's more those agile, nippy players with those 5-star weak foots we're going to see in those attacking areas. And here is one of those players now, R9 Ronaldo, who finds the ball into Vieira, Eusebio. Now into Pele, lovely little fake shot, and he finds the first goal of the tournament, of the FIFA 20 competitive season. And it's Pele, the icon himself, the Brazilian, scores the first goal for the Frenchman.
First chance, first goal, and that's what Maestro does, and that's what's the scary factor against when you're going up against him. He's so clinical, he's so dangerous. Every time he has the ball, you're just in fear. And unfortunately for Mo Alba, couldn't quite tackle that fake shot. And it meant that Maestro now will take the lead, and Mo Alba is naturally going to have to press on a little bit, which will open the game up. I think that can only be a good thing because these are two mammoth players who are very good at going forward, and we could have a bit of a goal fest if we start to get kind of a back and forth situation where they're both attacking, defending, rather than just one player trying to dominate possession.
Yeah, and that's going to be a little bit of a wake-up call here for our world champion, of course, Mo Alba. He had 2 chances at the start of this game, but couldn't convert, and as you say, so deadly in front of goal. Maestro there, his first chance was converted. Now the German trying to come forward, but Patrick Vieira will step in and comfortably win back possession now for Maestro.
You can see just the patient build-up from Maestro at the moment, just passing it around the back 4. Quite a lot of pressure from Mo Alba by his strikers. There is plenty of space on this left wing for Pele.
Yeah, that was a great little through ball as well. And Pele, the goal scorer now, will recycle possession to Jordi Alba. Vieira now into R9, dropping deep in that cam roll. Now Carlos Alberto in that full-back position, one of the new icons we've seen added to FIFA 20. Is he going to have an impact on this season? Virgil van Dijk, one player who had a huge impact on Liverpool's successes last year, steps in and wins the ball back here for Mo Alba.
Fun fact, Carlos Alberto managed Azerbaijan in 2005. I think that's great when you see these players transition into managers.
Maybe not the most successful managerial run, however, there is a successful run here from Carlos Alberto! And it's Eusebio who just gets enough of it. Just got a piece of it to force it over the line. Goalkeeper could not do enough to get there. And Carlos Alberto, we were talking about him. He gets down that right-hand side. He finds a ball across. And that is the equaliser there, Eusebio on the score sheet.
What was that song as a kid? If you can't go over him, you got to go under him. Something like that. That's what you got to do against the goalkeeper.
I've never heard that song in my life.
No, it's like, if you can't go over them, you got to go under them.
Never heard
can't
it in
go
my
under them, you got to go around them. No, just
we had
me.
very different childhoods. I played a lot of FIFA.
Apparently so. I just went to band camp and sang around campfires, it would seem. But when the keeper dives like that, yep, it's just a little bit fortunate that he was able to bundle the ball underneath them with Eusebio. Mo Alba is going to be at least happy just to get back into the game, though, even though he did have a little shake of the head. You're always going to take a little bit of fortune when it's given to you.
So that equaliser now has sprung Mo Alba into life, and there's another player springing down this left-hand side, and both of the fullbacks getting forward at the moment and causing some problems for Maestro. Obviously, we saw the assist for that first goal coming from Carlos Alberto, and Roberto Carlos now in that fullback position. A foot item we didn't see a lot of last year, Dan, but obviously with heading not being anywhere near as effective this year as it was, you are seeing those little nippy, agile players being used more in those not only offensive areas, but defensively as well, as we now see R9 pick up the ball.
Yeah, it's opened up a lot more players to be used, and it means that we get to try and test out these different icons.
The ball tried to be played through there by Hullet, but was intercepted.
I mean, for example, last year we had centre-backs playing as full-backs because we were in that position where headers were so strong that we didn't really get to see any full-backs used until they introduced maybe, Dumfries, for example, because he was tall enough, he could actually manage those headers at the back post, and he could also do a job at fullback. But I think fullbacks are so important in FIFA 20 for going forward to give you that extra option on the wing. So that's where we're seeing the likes of Carlos and Alberto.
Well, here's Eusebio, goes for that near post finesse shot, so deadly. In FIFA 20, you'll see a lot of that as these games go on. Neymar now, short corner into Patrick Vieira, recycles out to Ruud Hullet. Pressure here from Mo Alba, but who steps in? It is that man, Patrick Vieira. He's been in everyone's team for so many years now, and you can still see why. R9 now trying to find the run of Eusebio, but Maldini will deal with that.
Yeah, well tracked by Mo Alba. He's got to make sure when you are in a 2-on-2 situation like that, you have to track the run, you have to watch the man. If you switch off or if you try and press the passer, then you're going to be in a bad situation. Just the one shot for Vitality's Maestro. But that's all he needs. That's what he's going to do this season, I feel. If you give him a chance, he is going to take that chance. He is going to punish you. But promising signs for Mo Alba going forward. It was a fortunate goal in terms of how the finish went in, but the actual creation of the chance, you could say it was somewhat deserved that he'd got into that scenario. He seems to be pressing a lot with his fullbacks. He's making it difficult for Maestro to get outside of his own half.
It was a very commanding performance as far as chance creation was concerned, as you can see on the halftime stats there between the two players from Mo Alba. Just taking those chances, the difference really as far as the two players are concerned. Maestro with the one chance managed to put it away. Now we're seeing Maestro with possession here in the second half, but Ruud Gullit steps in. Those long legs, so familiar to so many players. As he releases R9 now, the Brazilian. Trying to get round Patrick Vieira, but the Frenchman steps in. It will be possession here for the throw-in for the German.
It's already that kind of guessing game of which skill move you're going to use when you're running down the wing. Very popular, the fake stop shot at the moment. It's quite easy to pass a man. If they keep running, if they keep tracking, then you can turn back and play that to the edge of the box. But Mo Alba just got a little bit lost, didn't really know what he wanted to do. And I feel like if you're indecisive with your skill moves and you just start kind of turning aimlessly on the ball, it's very easy for your opponent to tackle you.
And Carlos Alberto with a reeking ball over the top there, almost finds the run, and Van der Sar comes out and does enough, wins the ball, takes out the player on his way as well, and now we're seeing another through ball, releasing Patrick Vieira of all players here for Mo Alba, striding forward. Goes back here to Neymar, with those players switching positions, room here for Ruud Gullit to try and work his way around Patrick Vieira, but it's a long, long way round. As Pelé now finds the ball. Eusebio, beautiful turn here from the Portuguese icon. Little bit of space here for Gullit. Another little bit of space here. Opens up maybe for Eusebio. Pelé inside the box. Goalkeeper comes out and Ruud Gullit will clean up.
It's just everything but the finish. Honestly, I was expecting him to shoot with Eusebio, but then he saw the little pass to Pelé, and that's one thing pro players do. They always try and raise their percentages for the chance of scoring. They always want the best possibility, and he thought that Pelé was going to do it.
Here's Maestro now on the counter-attack. Huge chance for Maestro, and he takes it. Eusebio now with 2 goals to his name, and he's just been deadly in front of goal.
Maestro does it again. He just needs that one chance, that one mistake, and you could argue maybe not a mistake from Mo Alba, but just the opportunity of a counter-attack. Mo Alba coming so close, playing it so intricately inside of the box, but unfortunately just not getting the job done, and it meant that Maestro able to capitalize yet again.
So from one end to the other, it has been a game of taking those chances. Mo Alba coming so close to finding that opportunity to strike at goal. The goalkeeper was scrambling, but he couldn't get that finish, couldn't convert that chance. And Maestro goes straight up the other end, and once again, now it's Pelé down this left-hand side, but he's tracked by his namesake there. And Mo Alba will win the ball back. I think Mo Alba, at the end of this game, if it finishes this score down, will feel a little bit hard done by.
I think this is FIFA 20 summed up for some people, though. You can attack, you can have chance, but if your opposition catches you on the counter-attack, if they take advantage, if they're clinical in front of goal, they can win games, and then they can hold the possession and they can frustrate you. Mo Alba just needs to stay focused. It's 2 legs, it's not just the 1 leg. He's only a goal behind at this point. He's been creating good chances. He can quite easily get back into this game.
Well, Maestro's starting to grow into this game a little bit here himself, and Patrick Vieira will receive the ball back in this central area. Gullit now spreads the play out to Carlos Alberto. Eusebio. You can see the player cam here, the focus from these 2 players, and Maldini has to step in here, but just gets away with it. A little bit of a lax touch there, and Mo Alba, you didn't see too much of a flicker from him, but I'll tell you what, I'm sure his heart rate just increased ever so slightly there.
Well, some of these players, some of the in-game players, a lot of these real-life players wouldn't have been able to use. The likes of Maldini, they wouldn't have touched him, so you won't necessarily be familiar with how he feels on the ball necessarily. So there's going to be a lot of learning, a lot of testing in these opening games. Of course, they had practice games this morning and probably yesterday as well, where they would have had a chance to feel them out a little bit. But it's why we're also seeing in some pro players' teams a lot of familiar faces. Items that they've used throughout the qualifiers, Semedo, for example, Mendy at fullback as well. They know how they work. They know the positions they're going to be in. They can trust them because they are tried and tested players.
A little bit of a shake of the head there in the player cam from Mo Alba. A little bit disappointed. Maybe just predicted his opponent quite well there, Maestro, and winning the ball back and just saying, you've got to do better than that to get past me. But now you're going to see Maestro with the ball again. Jordi Alba goes inside. R9 dropping deep, but that's a great little ball into the feet of Eusebio, who can now attack the defenders. Neymar falls to the ground there with a slide tackle to win the ball back, but now we're seeing a little bit of sloppy play in midfield here from Mo Alba.
Just 10 minutes left, but as we say
give it away.
It's not very often you get a pass just given away by the likes of Gullit, but now it means that Mo Alba can go forward.
Here's Eusebio, then Blanc has to step in, and he does so. Ronaldo picks the ball up, And again, here is where Mo Alba needs to be careful on the counter-attack to Maestro. Eusebio with a little step over. Takes the ball with a heavy touch. Pass one, Carlos Alberto has to tuck back in. And Van der Sar just about finds a pass. Will Hullet win that ball? Yes, he will.
And now you march forward with Vieira. You try and take this man advantage whilst you can, because there were so many players going forward for Maestro. This is a real chance for Mo Alba. Has to take his time though. Doesn't have to rush it. Tries to force it out wide. And that's well tracked back by Maestro.
84 minutes on the clock here in the first leg then. It stays like this. Maestro will take that 1-goal advantage into the second leg. Interesting to see a couple of mechanical executions in that little opportunity that was almost created for Maestro. That little double step over, you get a little speed boost on the exit. So such an effective way to attack a defender in a one-on-one situation. Of course, that heavy touch, allowing those players to accelerate past as well. A couple little things that you will be seeing these FIFA 20 pros using a lot, I think, as you'll see this tournament goes on.
Yeah, anything that gets you away from the player. I mean, even if it's not a speed boost on exit, even if it's just a ball roll to make sure that you're not easily tackled, that's how you're really going to find your best chances of going forward.
Well, Mo Alba needs to make this chance count. Into stoppage time here. Hullet steps in. Will be a free kick here. I'd be interested to see if he takes this short or if Mo Alba has mastered the new free kick system and he's going to go direct.
Might be a little bit too close. There are a couple of options you can go for. You can go for the FIFA 19 route of just playing it short and trying to smash it in from the edge of the area. But the substitution from Mo Alba maybe means that you might be bringing on someone he's comfortable with taking a couple of free kicks with.
I think Cristiano Ronaldo was the player that's coming on. Johan Cruyff as well. I'm not sure if there might be time to strike a goal. It's Leo Messi. It looks like he might be looking for that knuckleball technique. Starting it above. Goes up. Can he get it down? Oh! It hits the crossbar. But the crossbar isn't good enough. Messi. Oh, Jordi Alba gets a touch on that. We're over the allotted stoppage time here. This will be the last chance of the game here for Mo Alba. Has he overhit that? Yes, he has. And unfortunately, so close, but not close enough. And Maestro, the man on your screen, will take a goal advantage into the second leg.
A lot of respect for going direct, though, from the free kick. With the amount of times last season we just saw the layoff constantly, I think that we are getting close now for free kicks being so dangerous. And Mo Alba just so close to making that work. A little bit lower, and that was probably going in. We actually see him hit the bar quite a lot with those knuckleballs. I mean, me personally, I try the same thing. I stick it above the goal, try and drive it down. Amount of times I've seen it collide with the woodwork. So frustrating.
I'm a simple man. I take it short still. I keep it simple. I keep it simple. I like to get that ball onto the opportunity of a little finesse shot from the edge of the box. But yeah, let's break that game down a little bit down, because Mo Alba, I think he's got to keep his head up here. You know, halfway through at the end of that first leg, you know, he created chances. He had a lot of chances. That quite comfortably could have been a 2-3 goal lead for Mo Alba. But it's just a great example of how dangerous Maestro is. He got those chances and he took them. It was as simple as that, and that's shown in the result, 2-1.
It's on the counter-attack where Maestro is looking pretty scary, and Mo Alba is unable at the moment to track those fullback runs because he's already tracking the runs of the midfielders, and then suddenly when you've got Roberto Carlos and Alberto on the other side, steaming forward, you're trying to track two different runs. And if Maestro is tapping the L1 button correctly, he's going to be able to send those players through, play that through ball, and then Mo Alba's not going to do anything about it. And if he doesn't make that initial tackle on the wing, then it's just an easy walk in.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because you're talking about, you know, we look at one of Maestro's goals there. Mo Alba's goal, created by Carlos Alberto on the overlap, getting into the box. But Maestro, you could say his best opportunities have come because those fullbacks are pushing forward. So it's kind of the double-edged sword, isn't it? If you have the ball and you're going forward, your fullback, you have to make it count. You can't lose the ball in those dangerous areas.
I think a lot of FIFA 19, we had fullbacks on stay back whilst defending, and very much they were cut out of the game until you were losing by a couple of goals, and then players would encourage them to go forward so you could spread the width. But now we're seeing a lot of players actually encouraging those fullbacks to go forward from the start, because it's difficult to break people down in FIFA 20 at the moment. It's a very defensive game. People do play very low depth. People have been playing drop back. And you need those extra bodies, otherwise you just stand in front of a brick wall. But you can see, if you've got those fullbacks flying forward, you have the chance, you can then cut in from the inside, simple pass across, and then you've got an opportunity to goal.
I do feel as well that this second leg is going to be maybe a little bit higher quality than the first one, because of course that's the first game of the FIFA 20 competitive season here. You know, the first game on stream, everyone's getting back into that rhythm, that feel of the game here. You know, we're not online here, we're on LAN, you know, it's all very different. It's all getting back into it. Now that these two players have kind of found their feet in that first leg, I'm expecting some slightly higher quality, but saying that, it looks like Maestro gave the ball away almost immediately, and Mo Alba is striding forward.
Yeah, we've not seen much flair from either player. Like, we haven't seen many skill moves being busted out, but these aren't the players who typically bring out the skill moves. These aren't your techs. This isn't your lost in the waves, your attacking kind of force with skill moves. These are just very well-rounded FIFA players that have been successful because they have a little bit of everything, defensively, offensively.
And it's interesting that you say that, because a lot of in FIFA, you know, the majority of FIFA 19's lifespan, we were talking about Mo Alba and how he scored a lot of goals, but he was struggling defensively. But we were all so impressed at the E-World Cup final how good he was defensively. And now he's going to have to show that again as Maestro is coming forward. R9 almost with the tackle there. Almost managed to burst through the defences. Mo Alba will win the ball back, and what a ball that is. Eusebio in the foot race there against Carlos Alberto. Goalkeeper will have to come out, and Van der Sar does so.
And the over-top through balls are very powerful in FIFA 20. If you can spread that out to the wing and you can get one of those wide players just instantly darting towards it, or if you play a 1-2 from your left midfielder to your left back, and then suddenly he's absolutely through on goal. But you've got to be careful about just aimlessly hitting it over the back four, because usually the defenders are stronger than the strikers.
Johan Cruyff trying to find the ball through to the striker there. And interesting to see as well, going back to player choices, down the amount of players with that 5-star weak foot, which in my opinion is one of the most valuable things, especially here on FIFA 20, where you have a lot of the ball being played on the ground inside the box. You know, the opportunity to turn onto that weaker foot and know that you're still going to have those incredible statistics with that weak foot just gives you so many more options and causes defenders so many more problems. Pele, one of those players here with that 5-star weak foot, stepping inside the box. And look at this, Ruud Gullit, another player with a 5-star weak foot.
It just means it's very hard to predict. It makes it so much more difficult. Just like right now, Ronaldo twisting and turning on the edge. You don't know if he's going to go left or right, but that's a leap from Patrick Vieira. And that's what Vieira does in the central midfield as well. Both Vieira and Gullit, their legs just seem to get in places that other midfielders can't. Kante, for example, a lot shorter, doesn't really have the leg stretching.
Well, here's Mo Alba being caught out again in that full-back position. You can see Maestro trying to cut the ball back inside. Just couldn't execute on that final pass here. And now on the counter-attack at the other end of the pitch, it's R9 who's going to beat Van Dijk. The Brazilian inside the box, but Van Dijk puts a solid tackle in. It will be a corner here.
A little bit lackluster from Mo Alba, just going down the route of hoping if I do nothing, maybe Maestro will think I'm going to do something and I'll be able to easily just dribble past him without using any skill moves. But you saw the weakness of Van Dijk there. Van Dijk being, what, the only gold item we're actually seeing.
Ooh.
And he has his weaknesses. He isn't as quick as some other defenders. You can play a through ball past him. If he can block and if he can get in the way, Van Dijk is obviously a wall, one of the best defenders in the game. But he does lack that little bit of speed in places, even with a shadow.
Well, here comes Mo Alba, then tries to fire that ball through to the strikers. Unfortunately, though, a perfect example of what you just said there, Dan. The height of both Gullit and Vieira means they can cover so much ground, and you can see Maestro now looking for that ball inside the box. Van der Sar has to come, and he collects.
Maybe running out of ideas when you're going for those balls. It's almost like if you have a footballing brain, you see that player making the run, you see the over-the-top through ball is available, and you think, oh, I can play this ball, there's a chance I can score, but realistically, you know, the chances are quite low of you actually pulling away with it, because quite often the keeper will come and get it, or the defender's going to head it away, but it's still very hard to get yourself out of that practice of trusting your brain sometimes. You have to go against your brain.
I think Mo Alba looked very surprised with that through ball not being as effective as he wanted. He saw the run on the overlap and played that ball, and it was just so hugely under-hit. And now Maestro, he didn't under-hit that one. Cruyff will win the ball there against Roberto Carlos, and with Carlos on the ground, Cruyff is going to try and take advantage of that space, and Carlos is forced to put the ball behind here for a corner.
And there's a little glimpse of the formations that are available for these players. Of course, they can just change them in-game depending on how they want to approach it. Seems like 4-2-3-1 is the base. 4-4-2 is there as an option. I saw a 4-2-2-2 there as a full-on attacking option as well. It just means you've got a formation for every scenario. And at the moment, 4-4-2 has been very popular, as it was towards the end of FIFA 19 as well, because in this kind of meta where it is very defensive and the players come back. It makes it so difficult when you've got that left and right midfielder coming back and joining the defense as well as the two strikers. It's almost like you're going through several different walls rather than just the single defensive line.
The Maestro takes this corner short. Van Dijk on the edge of the box. Pele tries to fire it into Eusebio. Calmly defended there by Mo Alba. And with 10 minutes or so till the half-time whistle in our second leg. Still the one goal separating the two players.
Not really many chances to scream about in this game. Both players have tightened up defensively. They seem to have worked out how their opponent is going to be attacking. They've been marking the right areas, tracking the runs as well. And there's always the situation when you're going forward where you just try and play those passes as quickly as possible so that your opponent struggles to keep up with it and then inevitably makes a mistake or they turn the wrong way. But both of these players haven't really been making those mistakes defensively in this game.
Yeah, that was great reading of the game there from Mo Alba. Just saw the idea that Maestro have. Maybe a little bit lazy there from Maestro as well, that pass. Fairly choreographed and easy to read at this level. And now it's given them a chance to Mo Alba to come and attack himself. Alberto will continue his run. Look at the space here for Eusebio. Hullet comes out to show him some attention. R9 will get a little bit fortunate here to have the ball come through to him. And again, that deep line here from Maestro proving effective. And now he's off on the counter-attack once again.
Thankfully, this time Mo Alba was able to track back a bit quicker, not punished by it. But look at Eusebio just doing that work defensively. That's what a lot of these strikers are making a big difference in this current meta, is those ones who are strong, those ones who have those work rates where they do come back, where they do join the defense, and they can win balls like that. If you didn't have them coming back, they're not going to be winning the ball in those areas, and then suddenly you're under pressure from your opposition. So it's very important that you've got those players on the pitch, and that's the beauty of being at an esports tournament. You get to choose any player in the game.
Half-time whistle goes then. Second leg is still with just the one goal separating the two players. You can see no chances to write home about from either player. That was a little bit of a stalemate, to be honest with you. Still at 2-1, of course, from our first leg. One goal the difference. Essentially, we are at 1-0. And it is going to be up to Mo Alba here to change things up, Dan.
And there's two reasons for that. First reason, you've got Maldini, you've got Van Dijk, you've got Vieira, you've got Hullet. You have four of the best defensive players in the game on your team. And it's also the first tournament where a lot of these players were playing with all four of those players, or against all four of those players. You're not used to having that technique of knowing how to break them down. So we knew that this first match was going to be a case of, all right, how am I actually going to get past these players? And the second reason, we know, FIFA 20, low depth. It's very difficult to get past walls. You have these stalemates. You have to wait to capitalize on a mistake. You have to try and force a mistake. But at the moment, neither player are going down the route of, right, I'm going to try and force the mistake out of my opponent. They're just playing it safe. And I think that's because we're in the first round of Swiss.
Mo Alba wings the ball back then. And only has to score one here to tie up the game. Tries to find that ball down the line again. Not having too much success with those balls into the channels, though. And now you're going to see Maestro come away again. And what a feather in the cap this would be, even though it's the first round of Swiss, of course. For Maestro to take down the world champion really would set a precedent here. And you saw the little hill to hill there. Trying to burst past Van Dijk, but he's given the ball away here. Mo Alba, Cruyff, into R9, across to Eusebio. And unfortunately, I think the linesman's flag might have gone up.
It did. That's why Mo Alba just sat back with a little sigh of relief. That final pass from Maestro was just offside. You did see the little bit of goalkeeper movement from Mo Alba, though, predicting it. Goalkeeper movement not as strong in FIFA 20 as 19, but the subtle difference can make or break sometimes. Although I have found, in certain scenarios when you do move the goalkeeper, it can be easier to score. Sometimes the goalkeeper just doesn't react as quickly as they would if you just let them do their job as a goalkeeper. So I think if you over-move the keeper, you are punished in FIFA 20. So it has to be a very subtle amount.
It's an interesting conversation as well. Obviously, you know, we've talked... You see a lot of the pros talking about how good ter Stegen is on this game and, you know, how it's their favourite goalkeeper. But because of having the availability of these icons, etc., difficult to get him in if you want to play Van Dijk, because he's going to be playing on 8 Chem. So you can see a lot of Van der Sar so far. I'll be interested to see if anyone does take that risk to play a slightly off Chem ter Stegen. in this tournament. Messi now trying to get inside the box, and Messi will get a piece of that. And
Well,
Maestro will bring it away.
There are some people just not playing Van Dijk and playing ter Stegen with Maldini and Blanc, for example, which I think, in my opinion, is better. But that's because I've tried Blanc and I've tried Van Dijk, and I'm just more comfortable with my defensive style. It's all about your style and how you defend and how you want to get in your opponent's face. Or are you going to sit back and hope that your Van Dijk can just be a brick wall? Or do you want a faster defender just in case you make mistakes? There's all these different things you have to think about when you're building your team.
30 minutes left for Mo Alba to find a chance to create the first chance of this game. And unfortunately for him there, the heel-to-heel is just going to let that ball run harmlessly out of play. And for Maestro, that's exactly what you want, just being gifted possession back.
And something that Maestro has been doing well, or we saw him do well at the Draft Story Cup, certainly is keeping possession, is frustrating his opponent. He's not the same player we saw at the start of FIFA 19, where he was quite rash, he would make mistakes, he would go for the goals. Instead, and I've said it before, I think he learnt a lot from teaming up with Dax in the E-Nations during FIFA 19. He learnt a lot about himself, he's matured not only as a player, but as a person. And now it's about whether he can see this game out, because that's what you've got to think about. You're a goal up, there's 24 minutes remaining. I should see this game out now.
Here's Hullet then, tries to find that reverse ball here to Johan Cruyff. Into the box, Eusebio strikes a goal. Maldini got in the way though. And Mo Alba, a little bit of a worrying moment there. Alarm bell certainly going off. That could have been the game if he had taken that chance. Maestro now comes forward again. Mo Alba needs to be so careful in these last few minutes. Referee will pull that bomb back for a free kick. Patrick Vieira is the culprit.
And Mo Alba is lunging in quite a lot. And actually it worked out for him with Maldini there. The lunge was enough to get his leg across to make the interception. And Maldini's just so good as a centre-back. But if you can then add those extra little bits by knowing when to lunge in, then you're going to be in a better situation defensively. As now we are going to see Mo Alba going gung-ho. He's going to be throwing everything forward at this point and really just trying to grab that equaliser to try and send this first Swiss round to extra time. And for Maestro, he's going to have a little chat with his coach of, all right, let's stay calm. I have the lead. Let's keep hold of the ball. Let's reduce Mo Alba's chances. And if he presents me with an opportunity, then I'll take it. And that's something that he's been doing throughout the entire tie.
So it looks like it is going to be the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow formation employed here by Mo Alba. Such a good attacking formation with that cam and those two strikers up top. And obviously the instructions will be adjusted to see some of those midfielders getting forward. You saw Kylian Mbappe going to be playing as that right central midfielder as well. So he'll be certainly getting involved in the action. But for the time being, he needs to win the ball back here from Maestro. And if Maestro could make the most of this opportunity, there might not be enough time for Mo Alba to even get back in this game. Here's Neymar, gets a little bit fortunate. Van Dijk steps in though. And now Mo Alba can come forward. And it's Cristiano Ronaldo here on this left-hand side.
Yeah, we've seen the super subs being introduced. Neymar, Mbappe, Cristiano Ronaldo, all with the fresh legs now. And can that be the difference maker for either of these? As Mbappe, unfortunately, can't get past
Gets it back, though. And now the ball inside to Neymar. Heel to heel here from Maestro. But Mo Alba will win the ball back.
There's just something scary about Neymar and Mbappe attacking your defenders. You're so used to seeing it in your weekend leagues, and now you're seeing it at this tournament as well. As Messi, also on this right-hand side, finds Mbappe.
Here's R9, here is Mbappe, the inform! And the super sub has an almost immediate impact here for Mo Alba.
It's not often you see Mbappe scoring with his left foot. But it is a 4-star, does have that ability. It just snuck under the boot of Van Dijk, so close to blocking it. With the keeper, unfortunately, not able to stop it. Mbappe's shooting statistics aren't the best, but as he got that upgrade with the inform, he's slowly improving. He's slowly becoming that item we saw in FIFA 19. Team of the Year Mbappe, remember that? Nightmares every time I even see Mbappe's name.
Well, that's what Mo Alba needed. That was the first real chance of this game, to be honest with you. And from distance, Kylian Mbappe from that right central midfield position in that 4-1-2-1-2. Managed to take it. Little flip-flap's going to fall back to R9! And Maestro strikes back.
And that is the cruel game of FIFA. He's been working all the time. 80-odd minutes to get back into it. And as soon as he gets a glimmer of hope, Maestro snatches it back. R9 deadly in front of goal. If he's able to bundle his way through and he gets into a one-on-one situation, you know full well it's going in. If you are of the lucky few who has tried R9, he is ridiculous.
I think Mo Alba's going to feel hard done by again. But the German, he's a world champ for a reason, and here's R9! Look at his strike back immediately, 85 minutes on the clock. Mo Alba, Van der Sar has to come and deal with this. Messi will collect the pieces. Ruud Gullit can't quite get there. And a chance here for Maestro just to breathe for a second. R9 trying to beat Carlos Alberto to the ball. And now you have to wonder, does he have enough time to win this ball back?
You can see there's a lot of black shirts pressing the red here. But if Maestro has the experience that we've seen throughout the seasons, he'll know how to just hold on to the ball, how to keep this ball away. Keeper comes out. Van der Sar making a massive challenge there. He's been in the wars, actually, hasn't he, this game?
FIFA 19 flashbacks there of Cristiano Ronaldo rising at the back post, but it was Edwin van der Sar. And I think this will be, if managed properly, the first game of the FIFA 20 competitive season. Going to the hands of Vitality's Maestro, taking down the world champion Mo Alba. What a statement this is, and there is the final whistle. And that is the result, and there is a familiar celebration from Maestro. He wins on aggregate 3-2. What a game that was.
We've seen it before. A world champion goes to his first tournament after winning said championship and loses the first game. I mean, Mo Alba was close, but unfortunately just couldn't make enough chances, and Maestro was capitalizing off a couple of mistakes. It was just one of those games. I feel like it really could have gone either way.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, to be honest with you. I think Mo Alba will look back on that game and, as I say, feel a little bit aggrieved, especially maybe with that winning goal as well, having worked so hard to create the first real chance, you know, of the game he managed to take, and then almost immediately from the kickoff, he has the little ricochet come back off of Van Dijk. It just didn't go his way. It's unfortunate.
Sometimes it happens, and we'll talk a little bit more about it later, but now we've got Julian from Bundled going up against Dito. Of course, Dito, former champion as well, a German player who struggled throughout FIFA 19 season. They are currently tying 0-0 in the second leg, 70th minute, so very much a game where two players struggling to break one another down at the moment. And you know what? I'm not really that surprised. Dito has always been a very defensive player, and I knew that people were going to struggle to score against him in FIFA 20.
Yeah, we'll have to see how the season goes for Dito. I think he's probably happy to see a new title coming along after, by his own standards, a lackluster showing in FIFA 19. Just wasn't his particular title, but we know the qualities that he does have. We know his achievements in the past. And for Julian, a name that we didn't see too much last year in FIFA 19. It's always interesting to keep an eye, especially on these first events, Dan, those players who are coming through qualification, surprising a few people, and maybe making a name for themselves here in FIFA 20.
Dito, one of, I think there's like 13 German players at this tournament. Incredible, really, that how Germany is just able to breed these FIFA players that seem to qualify tournament in, tournament out, and seem to be dominating the scene. And quite fitting that Mo Alba was able to become the world champion, the first ever German world champion, considering how many top players they have. But can we see someone else rise up? Are we going to see Dito rise from the ashes like a phoenix after he kind of burned down a little bit last season?
Well, here's the patient build-up here from Julian. You can see the player switching frantic here from Dito, trying to close down that space. Pull it into Zidane. Of course, a new icon added to the game. What a player he is. Pull it to Zidane. I'm sure any manager would absolutely kill to have those two in their central midfield areas. Here's Johan Cruyff, but Dito finally wins the ball back there. Great patience from the German.
And obviously we've joined this late, but you can already see the frustration from players where you're playing that 1-2 between your two central defensive midfielders, Zidane and Hullet, just playing it back and forth until one of the strikers shows up and shows for the ball. But as soon as they do, they're just bombarded by all those red shirts. And it is a very frustrating experience when you are sat and you're trying to grab that goal, and then you get into the final few minutes and you start to worry, well, what if I give away this chance? What if I throw away this 180 minutes of grinding all for nothing?
We're seeing another player selection in at fullback here, left back. We've got Zambrotta playing, the Italian icon for Dito. We've seen the likes of Carlos Alberto, speaking of which, just wins the ball back here comfortably for Bundles Julian. Roberto Carlos, another player we didn't see too much last year, of course, was in the game. And now we're seeing Zambrotta in at that fullback position, but at the end of regulation time here, Dan, in the second leg, no goals to report.
Another fun fact, Zambrotta also transitioned into management. 2016, he was the manager of the Delhi Dynamos. Not his finest moment, but he then moved on. He's assistant manager now, I think. A different club. But he was at the Delhi Dynamos.
These are weird facts. I don't know where you're getting them from.
The internet.
The internet.
Funnily enough.
They're weird.
It's great, though.
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, but they are weird.
Imagine being like one of the best players in the world, playing at Italy, and then going and managing the Delhi Dynamos.
Good team.
It's a great team.
Great team.
Great
Anyway,
team
we're seeing some changes coming in here. You can see Kylian Mbappe, who did make the difference, going to be going on that right-hand side. Neymar, it's that central cam role there for Julian. Dito looking around, looks a little bit lost, Dan. Maybe because
is he wondering?
It's good to be back at a tournament.
Is it a draw? How do these tournaments work? It goes to extra time. You're going to be all right, Dito. I mean, to be fair, after 180 minutes of 0-0, I'd be looking around a bit lost as well.
I like how you said you're going to be all right, Dito, as well. And he just shook his head right on time. He's
no,
like, I don't think I am.
I just want a goal. We saw this, so at the Draft Story Cup, we saw a couple of games. Well, actually, we saw one game that was 240 minutes without, because it went to extra time both times, without a goal. And then it went to penalties. Because the players just couldn't break each other down. When you get this match of two good players who know how to defend, but maybe don't have much flair going forward, they don't have the ability to use skill moves, it just becomes this clash of nothingness going forward. And it's just about who's going to make that mistake. So players who are very good at holding onto the ball, who are very good at defending, they need to work on their attacking skills. They need to find ways to break down. And I'm not saying it's easy, because I know it isn't. But there are ways. And I think we're going to see that at this tournament. We're going to see certain players who find it easier than others to break down their opponents.
Well, here's Dito coming forward. Patrick Vieira with a supporting run outside of him. I think the fullbacks getting forward might be something that is going to unlock some defences here, as Carlos Alberto with a little drag back there. But just a second of time, and the offside flag will stay down here as Pele, just for a moment, managed to escape the deepest line. Dito now. Hullet turns back inside. Being absolutely shadowed, though. And the man with the big hair on the other side of things, Julian, and he wins the ball back there. Ruud Hullet. He's usually, we know he's a special player. We've been saying it for years now, but on FIFA 20, we've had a lot of pros saying he is quite simply the best player on the game. It's not even his prime.
He's ridiculous. I mean, I used R9 for a weekend league, you know. I committed all those coins to using him. I feel like Hullet is a better investment of coins than R9 is. Even though R9 is amazing, I just think Hullet is more of an all-round player that will improve your team if you're going to invest heavily
in every single area.
Exactly. It just seems like wherever you are on the pitch, Hullet is there. He's waiting. He's like lurking underneath your bed like a scary monster.
Well, here is Ruud Hullet then for Julian. Gets the ball back here. Zidane now on the edge of the box. Can Zizou unlock the defence? Eusebio trying to pull the ball back. Carlos Alberto won't be able to find the pass there. And Eusebio will win the ball back. Zidane strikes a goal, and Ter Stegen turns it behind.
Ter Stegen, also a rock, and that's also Vieira at centre-back. So I've seen a couple of players going for this. I think it was Lyrics I saw first on Twitter, and I did ask him, I said, so talk me through this. Why are you playing Zidane? Why are you playing Vieira at centre-back? And he said, to be honest, I think Zidane is better in the middle than Vieira this year. I mean, the 94 in comparison to an 88, the statistical difference is already huge. And then he was like, well, Vieira, why wouldn't he be one of the best centre-backs? You look at his stats, and he's got the defensive ability, he's got the pace, he's got the height, he's got the physicality. Let's play him at centre-back.
He's going to be slightly off cam there, but with the statistics that he does have defensively, I think, it's not going to affect him too much. So interesting to see players thinking outside the box a little bit. I always like to see that from these top-level players, but now it's going to be Zidane stood over the corner, switches to Neymar. And will it be a set piece here that can break the deadlock between these two? Ball whipped in, Neymar. Ronaldo tries to flick it round the corner. Mbappe will collect here. Vieira into Zidane. Ball round the corner. Oh, it couldn't turn away from Maldini. And the Italian clears the ball away as we go into the last opportunity for one of these players to score before we go to the penalty spot.
Keyword, opportunity. It'd be nice if one of these players could create said opportunity. Only one shot on goal throughout 115 minutes between these two at the moment. A clear clash in play styles. Neither of them able to show anything going forward, and at this rate, it's very likely we're going to be going to penalties in the first round of Swiss for these two guys, and that is going to be a very long and grueling Swiss phase if they're going to be playing games like this, if they're not able to find these goals, if they are just going to be grinding out these draws. So I'd say for both of them, they need to look at their attacking options and they need to try and find ways, but it's very much easy for me to say this in a commentary position. I know that it's not something you can just add to your game throughout a day.
Of course, if you're watching for the first time here in the Swiss format, you're looking for 3 wins to send you through to those knockout rounds. Doesn't matter how you get there, as long as you get those 3 wins on the board. Of course, seeding will come into play from your record. But here comes Tito then. Chance to go forward as we enter the last 8 minutes of this game.
And now something we saw in FIFA 19 was when, in this scenario, you would keep the ball until you had the last attack because you ensure either you score the winning goal or you go to penalties and take the 50-50. And it's quite a horrible thing to do, but players did it because it made sense, right? They didn't want to give their opponent the opportunity to score. They wanted to give themselves the best chance to win. And in a competitive environment, you are going to do anything that gives you an edge over your opponent.
Well, here's Zambrotta, and he's managed to find Eusebio. Tito has worked his way forward, 117 minutes on the clock, and here's a chance. R9 trying to get away from the attention to Maldini! He did so, but the finesse shot didn't have enough venom in it there to beat the German in goal. Ter Stegen comfortably plucked that one out of the air.
Ever since the latest patch, that finesse shot on the twist turn, it doesn't work as well as it did prior. A little bit of frustration for Tito because he felt like he worked himself into a really good position, but he's going to get one more chance before we go to penalties.
And he has to go forward, and he has to be aggressive, and here is Neymar doing just that. Drives the ball into the box, and Patrick Vieira there in that centre-back position, showing exactly why players are favouring it. So we go to the spot, and it'll be Tito up first with Messi. Steps up. And that's not one that you're going to want to see again.
And penalties are going to be very different for a lot of these players. You can see the cursor is turned off. That's part of the tournament rules, so it's going to make it a lot harder for them to try and be precise with these penalties. You don't have the cursor you'd usually have at home, as now Tito steps up as both early penalties missed. Neymar chance. He's got a long runner, but that one's buried into the bottom right-hand corner.
Yeah, it's a great penalty there from Tito, and now Julian has to answer back. A lot of this going to be dependent on muscle memory. Neymar goes down the middle and converts.
Middle is the safest option. You've also got to be very aware of where that head movement is going, as it's also another one driven down the middle for Tito.
Mbappe versus Ter Stegen then. Julian misses. Saved there by Tito.
Can he hold his nerve? Now he has the lead, Tito. It's been a tough road, and he's managing to go 3-1 up, and it's must score for Julian.
Julian needs to score, as you say, Dan. R9 steps up and misses, and Tito grinds out a win in the first round of the Swiss. We didn't see him much last year. But it looks like the German might have just found form here in FIFA 20.
Well, I mean, but grind is the correct word. I mean, we jumped into it late. However, when you get to that point where it's a penalty shootout and there was no goals, almost no chances, if he carries on playing that way, he is going to be a very, very tired boy when it comes to tomorrow if he gets out of Swiss.
So we've had our first 2 games of the day. Welcome to the FIFA 20 competitive scene. It's going to do it all from the caster's desk for now. I'll send it back to the guys and the girl on the couches.
Thank you, guys. And the action's kicked off straight away, hasn't it? I mean, you've had a great game between 2 of the biggest names in the scene, followed up with a penalty shootout. I actually think penalties, as a spectator, are very fun this year because you've got no idea where it's going to go.
They got more tricky, haven't they, if you're actually playing it, because you don't know where they're going to go either. As you could just see there, Dito, first penalty there, absolutely skied it, didn't he?
I always remember, I read this book once, it talked about who was the statistically best penalty taker in the world, and this time, this book's called Soccernomics, it said Frank Ribery was the best, because statistically, he didn't know where he was going to put it himself, so how could anyone predict him? When I take penalties in this game now, I do the same thing. I just close my eyes and just hope for the best.
Brandon, surely that's not going to work. Close your eyes and hope for the best.
I mean, for me, it's just down the middle. Just a little fake head, the movement to left or right. Keep it in the middle, keep it simple. But other than that, I think I've had 1 penalty that I've hit the top corner in. Other than that, it's just over, into the crowd, rose heads. It's not easy, is it, this year?
It's a hard art to perfect for sure. One game that didn't go to penalties was the big one between the current world champ, Mo Alba, and Maestro, of course. And it didn't fail to deliver, did it? Great game.
Kind of went against me. Obviously, I said that Mo Alba was going to win, but it was close, actually. It was closer than we expected it to be, I guess. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, most definitely indeed. What was the score in the end? 3-2.
Yeah.
It was a last-minute winner in the second leg. As we know, every single game here played over 2 legs, an aggregate scoreline. But Mo obviously showing what he's all about as well. Bounced back not once, but twice across the 2 legs. That's a goal that just found its way in there from Eusebio. A little deflection as well, and under the goalkeeper. But it was an end-to-end game, Spencer.
It was, yeah. Maestro did keep taking the initiative, though, didn't he? He's coming out as the more kind of commanding player, looked in control of the game. Not necessarily in terms of the scoreline, but in terms of the performance, it was decent from the Frenchman. Going to see another goal here for Maestro. Great extra pass, and that's what we always say at these tournaments is often the difference. It's that extra pass that the player at home might not see or might not have the composure to do, but that's something that Maestro certainly has in bundles. And Mo Alba looking a little bit, we talk about him as the happiest man, always smiling, but you do see a few grimaces every now and then as well, don't you?
There are those moments, aren't there, when every player just feels a little bit frustrated. We're going to see another goal from Maestro now to make it 2-2. I don't know what's happened here with Van Dijk. He actually got quite angry at this one, Mo Alba, I remember rightly. Little fake shot, scoop turn. Johan Cruyff still about on it. There's the extra pass you're talking about, Spencer, and he even tricked the goalkeeper as well.
Eusebio seems to be doing things at each end for each player as well. Obviously, he seems to be one of the icons that everyone's going to have in their team again this year.
And also Messi. You heard Mo Alba speak about Messi, how important he is. He was involved in this attack that did get him that equaliser. Lovely little pass around the corner. Finesse into the top corner as well. That Mbappe making it 2-2. And there was just 13 minutes left in this game. And there was another goal.
We thought it was going to go extra time. It's got to hurt Maestro even more to concede a goal to Mbappe as well, his favourite player. But now look at this 82nd minute. Maestro coming forward, comes up clutch when he needs to, gets a little bit of luck off Van Dijk there in the bounce, but you make your own luck. He's in the right areas, finishes it Ronaldo. Too late for Mo Alba to come back. And it is an important win for Maestro, isn't it?
It's nice. A player like that, you'd be looking to play against in the knockouts, wouldn't you? Let's be realistic. He still might play against him, and he still might even play against him again, at some point in the tournament. So that as your first game, to go 1-0 in Swiss, to get you, 2 wins away now from going into the knockouts. As we know, 3 is the magic number. There's the full-time result, 3-2 in the end, 5 goals in that huge game. Both were top 4 players, as we know. And there's Maestro. That's exactly what he loves doing, doesn't he? The Mbappe celebration's out. But 1-0 for Maestro. Mo Alba, 0-1.
Yeah, Mo Alba, plenty of time to come back. That's the beauty of this format, is 1 loss. It's not the end of the world. 2 losses, not the end of the world. It's the 3rd loss you can't afford to get. You're still confident we're going to see Mo Alba progress?
Well, a loss will still hurt him, won't it? Regardless, is the first game of the season for him. That loss isn't going to do much for you up here. But we saw him; he looked a little bit stressed when he was playing there. But I'm sure we've seen what he can do. He's gonna bounce back. I'm confident of him. Yeah. I'm going to give him all the love here today on the sofa.
It's a hard first round game. But one thing about Mo Alba is, as much as we didn't always see him win events throughout the year in the lead up to the grand final, we did see him get out of Swiss formats pretty consistently.
Yeah, and we saw a number of different Swiss performances from last year. We saw 5-0s back in Bucharest last year. We saw obviously more trickier runs, a 3-2. We probably saw a 4-1. At the end of the day, he's only lost one game, and that game that he's lost could be a wake-up call. But he also needs to remember he's played against one of the best PlayStation players in the world. It's never going to be easy, is it?
You're saying one of the best in the world. Where are we ranking Maestro right now? I know it's early doors, and we've only seen the Draft Story Cup that you were at, of course, and this is one game. But can he go the distance?
You think he can, can't you?
I've
You're
said,
backing him.
We did like a commentator's picks before the tournament. I went for Diogo, SCP Diogo from Sporting Club de Portugal, and I said Maestro. So that's like the cross-console final prediction. Okay. I just feel like Maestro is just loving FIFA right now.
Yeah.
Why do you think he's loving it? What kind of, I guess, in FIFA 20 is playing in his favour?
I think obviously, as we know, it's a lot more slower this game this year. And one thing that Maestro never used to really have was patience. He was quite a player that was he would let his emotions get the better of him sometimes. He's learnt from it though, and I think this just slow tempo game is just really suiting his play style at the moment.
And that's the cup.
That is the cup.
That you think he might even be able to take home this weekend.
Yeah, it would be great to see a French player do it. The first ever French player to pick up a FUT Champions Cup. As we know, I think we've got UK, Saudi Arabian, German. That's it at the moment on the FUT Champions Cup. So there's potentially 6 more names that could go on it this year.
Well, the next game we're going to see is equally as interesting for a number of reasons, in my opinion. The next matchup on stream is going to be an Xbox game, and it's going to be between the recently signed for Fnatic Techs going up against Roma Goal Machine. Obviously, Fnatic and Roma were one team last year. They've sort of separated now. It's an instant derby, and both new signings as well. Goal Machine, obviously, with Rogue last year, has made the switch. So, loads to talk about here, Brandon.
Yeah, there's loads to talk about. I think I've got the joy of being able to commentate on this one as well, which I'm really looking forward to. The first look at Techs as well this year. As we said, Spencer, if he goes and wins this major, it'll be 3 years in a row. He's won the first major of the year. But again, it just caught me off guard. I didn't expect this move at all for him to go and join Fnatic, a huge esports organisation, obviously across a number of different titles, and they picked up, undoubtedly, if you look at the year that Rogue had last year, Team Rogue, they had Dasari, Rajek, and obviously Goal Machine dropped out of FIFA esports, and they had, and still they've got free agents. These players, as I always say, a good money well spent, because they're going to make it play well. And I am really excited to see this game because, as you said, you've got 2 players that would never match in qualifiers. It's only at events like these.
Fantastic stuff. We're going to have a quick break now. When we come back, that is the game you guys can see. So make sure you tune in. That is Fnatic Techs going up against Roma Goal Machine. We'll be back very soon. Looking forward to that game.
Guys do whatever it takes to deal with shave irritation. So we reimagined the razor with the new Gillette Skin Guard. It has a unique guard between the blades that's designed to reduce irritation during the shave. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
The FUT Champions Cup is presented by PS4.
Sound, the most important thing you'll ever hear. It doesn't matter if you've dropped in thousands of times. Are you still using the headset that came with the system? You need to upgrade to Turtle Beach, the Stealth 600, the #1 wireless gaming headset. With superhuman hearing, you'll become a Battle Royale demon. Now that's what I call an upgrade.
Here we go to the final day of the first major of the season. We only have 8 players left.
And now we're here in the cross-console final here in Bucharest. And it's going to be Joxan from Epsilon up against F2 Tex. He's saved on that right-hand side. Oh my days!
What a header from Ronaldo.
F2 Tex, another huge win at the first EA Major. You're one of the best FIFA players in the world at the moment.
Xbox Grand Finals. F2 Tech taking on MS Dasari. Pulling whips this one in. Oh, Eusebio would have won it! Can you believe it? MS Dasari dethrones F2 Techs.
Here we go, this is your grand final.
MS Dasari from Saudi Arabia against Nicholas from Argentina.
Oh, lovely fake shot. Oh, and a lovely goal as well for the man on the away console. MS Dasari once again. Congratulations to the Saudi Arabian.
Welcome to Bucharest. It is day 3, the final day of the third major of the FUT Champions Cup.
I'm going to make a brave prediction here, if I may, but I don't think a German's going to win.
He is playing at the top of his game. Well, here's Neymar then. Oh, that's just beautiful. That is beautiful.
2 German players in a cross-console final.
Will it be Dolomite or will it be Hasu?
To Vieira, to R9, one more goal and finish this!
The main man, the man of the moment, Dolomite, the first ever German player.
Our youngest ever FUT Cup champion.
Here we go, we're live in Atlanta, Georgia, the Peach State. It's the FUT 19 Champions Cup, and it's Tex, and it's Tuga. Some of the greatest players in the world of football do this move, but to see him do this 4 times.
Oh my goodness, I've honestly never seen a goal like that in competitive FIFA.
That man on your screen, he is the special one. F2 Tex does it again. Look at the pace of Mbappe there towards the back post. It's 3, just like that. Blink and you'll miss it.
I really mind what Dasari says. I'm by far the best player in the world. I beat him twice this year. He's beat me once, so I know best.
To Pele, back to Pele again to score and to deliver. He calls himself the king of the jungle and he could be the king of the Xbox here in London.
Using those 2 CDMs to try and find the ball in behind it. Eusebio has found that ball in behind. The shrug of the shoulders there from Maestro because he's realising he's up against the king of the jungle, and that is MS Dasari.
3-time FUT Champions Cup winner, the reigning world champion, and maybe, just maybe, the best to ever play the game. The Saudi Prince, it's Rogue MS Dasari.
The flow, I get high. More than I drop is the more I get low. The music is lifting me up against soul. Show me a tune I can nod to. Bro, I'm twisting the rules. For the fire and the fuel.
Es ist das Derby im deutschen Fußball.
Yes, guys, F2 here. You know what time of year it is. It's FIFA race.
That's right, we're here with EA Sports and we've sent our cameras over to Liverpool's training ground to do some spot checks.
Now, in this free kick challenge, each player gets 5 attempts to see how many times they can hit the target.
Let's see how they get on.
I think there's a few of my attributes that could be improved and assessed. And if people demand it, they don't always give them, so I won't do that. What will be, will be.
Joe Gomez, come on, Joe, what you got?
Joe Gomez, central defender, right foot whip.
Oh my God, you delivered! Oh my God.
Another ball, please.
Look at the standard.
That was the left, that was the top right, now I'll go top left.
Put a bit more whip on it, man.
Oh, FIFA ratings from 90 to 20 now, eh?
It's ticking the boxes. That's that, lads. What's next? What? The lads are clapping, but they're not happy about it.
I'm just setting the tone, you know.
One more?
One more. I've hit all the targets, though. Now in the middle.
Nick can't believe it.
He's clapping, but...
E minha técnica é concentrar bastante. Sempre procurar ficar calmo, tirar o foco total.
Oh, it's unlucky. He's got it up and over.
First time for warm-up.
Oh! Sniper. He's going for the proper whip, though. See the whip? He's going up and over.
It's tight.
Tight, yeah, tight. Muscles cold.
Oh! Need one more.
Si, senor.
Let's give him the song. And he delivered. That's what he needed at the start. Give him the song.
Obviously, when you're looking down on the ball and it leaves your foot, you know if you've hit it sweet and if you haven't.
I'm intrigued for this one, Trent. He's got ultimate techers, this guy.
Gomez has put everyone under pressure, though. He's kind of thrown a spanner in the work.
No pressure, bro. You are a free kick taker, innit?
Yeah.
I am. All the best. Oh my days.
That's Joe. I blame Joe for that. He's got it in his head there. Look at Shaqiri, he's loving it every time they miss.
0 goals from 2.
Oh, don't remind him.
Yours aren't going in the game.
Oh, sorry. He's got a headache.
Concussion.
I think we need to reassess his stats. Please revive this.
Oh, no, the big man's come over getting involved now. Oh! Yeah, there we go. The ball didn't go in every time. Put a keeper in goal, hit that ball on target, keeper's got no chance.
Just one.
Look at Virgil.
Oh, why are you coming, Virgil? Why are you coming doing that?
One more, yeah.
Don't give him another go.
Yeah, one more.
Last one.
Run back on! Get out of here! Go home!
Trent, go over him.
Oh my days, man. Not getting no respect. We have also a lot of competition in our team. We have a few free kick takers, but if you look closer, I think Trent is a good one, and then I will say me.
Hey, Shaqiri's been giving it a bit, you know. He wants to produce.
Okay, ref?
I think Shaqiri secretly wants this the most, you know.
That was how mine was. No, not went. That was hard from yours.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. And I'll say he's got the short straw because it's the other side. The technique across the body, loved it.
See, that was just like mine.
That's our free kick taker.
That was just like mine.
That's our free kick taker.
That was just like mine.
Just like yours.
You scored one.
That was unbelievable to see the players on the pitch producing their techers. Don't forget to check out their ratings. Also, big news, the FIFA 20 demo is out now.
That's right, check out the details on the website to find out how you can get an early taste of the game. There's loads of new features as well, so make sure you get involved.
Until next time, love, peace and techers.
Welcome back, guys. We've already had some fantastic FIFA 20 action. We've got more coming up. New face on the sofa along with Rachel Stringer. We have Mark on set. Hatcher, how you doing?
Mate. Yeah, very well, very well. Very good to finally get the season rolling. I think that's been the exciting thing. We've all been kind of waiting expectation and looking to see what's going to happen, but now we're actually underway. Now we're starting to see some games flowing and interesting results in the first few games as well. You know, we see Dito kind of returning, first win for him, and of course our world champ. Knocked down a little bit of a peg, reminded that, you know, you've got to be world champ again, you've got to do the work. Yeah, definitely, and you had the joy of going through that game for us and casting it, but there was obviously lots of other games going on. Reminder, guys, you can watch whatever game you want at the website, watchfifaglobalseries.com. You can be in control of the streams. So these are some of the results. Anything jumping out at you, Rachel?
Ooh, I'm going to go with a couple of ones I looked at. So you got #Harry there, lost 5-2 to Wolves for Filza. A little bit surprising. And then the All-American matchup on the other side of the table, Dulster, Villa Moor, 5-6, really tight. Is that kind of like that because they know each other quite well? I'm not sure.
I mean, one thing that jumps out to me, just to jump in here, is Tuga just lost 5-0 to Lucas Rep 98. I mean, not a player that I know too much about, I have to be completely honest with you. And Tuga, who was one of the most defensively sound players we had last year, he kind of built his entire reputation, his game, his success on that. Losing 5-0 in the first round of Swiss it's got to be worrying times.
Nicholas just lost there, I saw as well, quickly, 2-3, which is maybe surprising as well. Quite a few surprises.
Some big results. I've heard Tuga struggling since the new patch, which is something that we'll see as the year goes by. You know, new patches, new versions of the game. You're not always going to be as good as you were in the last one. Everyone has to adapt. It's the same for everyone, ultimately. One thing we've got to announce, guys, which I'm very excited to say is coming back, and we've got some big announcements for it throughout the stream today, is the UEFA Champions League road to the final, also for the Europa League as well. So this is an exclusive announcement, and with one name already being announced, because it's on this graphic right here, Jadon Sancho is getting an item.
Go on, Jadon.
And reminder, this was obviously around last year. How it works is you already get an upgrade, slight upgrade with the kind of launch of this feature. So that's an upgraded 86 rated Sancho right there. The further Dortmund go in the tournament, the better that item will become. So it's dynamic. If you get him in, and they're going to be in packs from today, 6 PM UK time. You obviously, if Dortmund do better, he's going to improve. So it's almost like what team do you think is going to do well? You've got to back them. There's a few things to talk about that are different to last year. There's going to be 2 lots of players released, 2 teams if you like. The first lot are being released today for a week, and then from Friday to the Monday after that, you're going to have the second batch of players. We're only going to be announcing the first batch today, and it's going to be later on in the stream. All the players will be announced. I can also reveal, if you stick around and watch the stream, you not only see what players are going to be in packs and what players are going to be part of that kind of promotion, you're also going to find out who we're going to be able to get in squad building challenges and season objectives. So lots to look forward to there, Mark.
That's awesome. I mean, last season, Serge Aurier was in it right back for me for most of the year. He just kept getting better and better, and by the end of the season, he was an absolute animal with Tottenham. You know, as an Arsenal fan, it kind of hurt every time they got through a round, but at the same time, you had that kind of duel like, yeah, but Aurier's getting a little bit better for my team. And I think that's the weird thing, isn't it? Like, it adds a little bit more when you're watching the Champions League as well, when you're kind of thinking, you know, I don't really want Spurs to go through, but it would be nice to have him get a little bit of a boost on his stats. So, yeah, definitely exciting. Sancho, 86 rated already. I mean, that little boost for him. I think there's a few things maybe that his base card was missing. Maybe that little boost there is going to make him, you know, something to fear in the weekend league.
Yeah, and Rachel, there's a few things to think about here, because as Mark's touched on there, Aurier's got better because Tottenham got to the final. Let's use our football prediction hats right now. We already know 3 teams that are definitely getting out the Champions League group stage because they've already got enough points. I think that's PSG, Bayern Munich and Juventus.
Yeah, exactly. And then, yeah, I mean, you just saw there, Dortmund, Liverpool, I mean, you don't know, Spurs, like anyone to pick. But I guess it's just great that it aligns well with obviously what's happening outside of the gaming community, I'm going to say. And 17 players are going to get released tonight. I think it's at 6 PM.
Yep.
But yeah, you're just more excited to see who goes through. I'm a Nottingham Forest fan, so I never have to take sides here. So I'm
an Arsenal fan,
I just get really excited.
you know.
But we should talk about that because Europa League is part of this feature as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That is very true. I mean,
that wasn't a dig, by the way.
It was
just,
100%.
It's just the fact that they're in the Europa League.
You know, I walked into that myself by just reminding everyone that the Champions League items for me, you know, they're great, but Arsenal aren't going to be in there.
Last year, Arsenal got to the final when they had a Mkhitaryan item.
Mkhitaryan was really good. He was a decent. You could play him anywhere in midfield, to be honest with you, because he had some fairly decent defensive stats on him towards the end of the year. But it just shows, like, if you're smart about things and you can kind of, if you get that prediction right, that you can really end up with a special player for, you know, very good value at the end game.
Okay, so stay tuned for that, guys. We are going to be announcing those players on this stream later on. Get ready for the impacts tonight from 6 p.m. Can't wait for that. Let's take a look at the Swiss format rounds coming up for the Xbox side now, because we've got some great matches, as we know. We're going to have that #1 game there, Roma Goal Machine versus Fnatic Tex on stream. But just a reminder, you are in control of the stream, guys. If you go to watch FIFAGlobalSeries.com, you can choose any of the other games. Mark, if you weren't going to watch Goal Machine Roma versus Fnatic Tex, what other game would you watch?
I'm looking at Lyrics versus Joey. I think that's a really exciting game. You've got Lyrics, who has got a lot of hype about him coming to this tournament. I think a lot of pros have been speaking very well of him and his performances online and how he's been playing and adapting to FIFA 20. And I also think, you know, he came off the end of last season where he wasn't able to play and he had a little bit of a ban. So I think he's got something extra to prove here at this tournament, which is exciting for him. I think he's going to be a player to certainly watch going through the tournament. And Joey, we saw what he did as well last year. He's a special player in himself. So.
Definitely. These are the two opponents that are going to go head-to-head straight away. We've already touched upon why this is a big game. It's the new boy at Fnatic, the new boy at Roma, the two teams that were working together. Now not so much. Let's get down to it, Rachel. What we're expecting?
Well, Goal Machine as well. He's obviously one of the Masters players, so kind of had an easier route to get here. So again, do we really know what he's about just yet? He obviously finished top 4 at the FEWC, so knew he was on great form last year. Can he replicate this coming into this year? But then Tex, as we've all been saying, I just think he looks like a completely different person this year. Okay, not just that he's got blonde hair. I can see that. But I just think he's more confident. I think he's at an age now where he doesn't even need to have his mum, who was kind of his lucky charm last year, I'm going to say. She was around at every single tournament. I haven't seen her yet.
Here. I've seen
is she
her.
here? Okay,
She's
so
here.
Lucky Tournament is still here. Tex's mum, hi if you're watching. So she's here as well, but I don't know if it's just me, but I think he seems like a more confident person. He used to last season dumb everything down and say, no, I'm not going to.
He's still doing that.
I'm not going to win.
Don't worry, he's still doing that. He's
I don't feel like he does as much, maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see the further he gets to the tournament.
It's new team, new year, new Tex, perhaps. You know, he's obviously just announced yesterday or 2 days ago he's joined Fnatic, so it's completely fresh news for the scene, but a massive move. And there's no reason why he shouldn't go from strength to strength. This new Masters feature, it seems crazy that he actually had to qualify the hard way, despite the year he had.
It's crazy.
I mean, still doing
you look back on the E-World Cup and what a disappointment that was for Tex and Tex's fans. And I think maybe that's the kind of thing you'd say how he's changed a little bit and his approach to this tournament. Mate, it's a humbling experience because you can't help but get into that headspace yourself when you're winning tournament after tournament. You expect to go far in tournaments, and when you get to that big moment and you fail, there's two ways to react, right? It's you come back stronger, you kind of focus up and you look for that revenge, or it breaks you. And Tex is back. You know, he's going to be coming into this tournament with a point to prove, which is a crazy thing to say after the year that he had. But new season, new game, new Tex. Are we going to see a new result at the end of the year?
This is his tournament, ultimately. It's the one he's won last 2 years in a row. But we're not maybe talking about Goal Machine enough. It's time to put some predictions down. Rachel, I'll start with you. Who do you fancy for this one?
I'm going to go the way I think everyone else will go this time, because I went the opposite way last time and lost out, so I'm going to go Tex.
Okay. For the reason that it's I mean, because Goal Machine's a great player.
I think what Mark said was probably the point there. Like, he had such a bad end in kind of how he would have said it. I think his form throughout the year, so his year with the FEWC, that I think he got the hunger back, he got the fire, and he wants to be back up there. I remember the interviews that you did with him. He wanted to be the best in the world.
Okay, Mark, quickly.
I'm going to go with Tex purely because I feel FIFA 20, you need some offensive. That's one thing that Tex certainly has. I also think we're going to see some tricks that maybe we're not going to see from other players, just because Tex loves to exploit those new mechanics.
Yep.
So I'm going with Tex.
I think it's a lot of Tex predictions right now. Let's join our casters, see what they think for this game coming up. So, Richard and Brandon, who have you got for this one?
We love a prediction. We did it all last year. Richard normally goes against me. I feel like he might go with me on this one. I'm going to go for Tex as well. You know, he's in Bucharest again, first major of the year. Has he got that feeling to maybe, I know we're only in day one of the competition, but to go the full way maybe in 2 days' time? I'm still going to go for Tex on this one.
I went for Goal Machine.
Wow.
There you go.
Of course he is. Of course he is.
You know what? You can always tell because he sits like this.
I'm going to go.
You guys building up to something. It's like...
comes.
Here it comes.
I feel as though Goal Machine, I just think it's a good opportunity. I think a lot of people said that it got here on a technicality through last year's Grand Finals. He didn't have to qualify for this event. I think he's got a point to prove. I think Goal Machine's going to take it.
Very interesting. Well, last time we saw someone that automatically qualified against someone that had to qualify, and we know what happened there. So, listen, best of luck to the game, boys. Enjoy it, and we'll see what happens in the match. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Spencer. And yeah, we're back, Richard. It's the FIFA 20 Global Series, back for another year. As you can tell, we didn't get the memo. We missed the text this morning on the shirts we're wearing, but we're here, Richard. We're back in Bucharest again. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great, to be honest, here in Bucharest. Who's going to be top of the leaderboard after the 3 days? Everyone watching at home, you know what time it is. There's a Twitch drop happening right now throughout the stream. You make sure you link your Twitch account and your EA account, and you have a chance to win that very saucy 87 rated icon Sol Campbell over the course of the 3 days.
I know you've had a little dabble with him last year.
I did, yeah.
This year, is he anywhere near your team, or...?
I've not invested yet into a team. However, Sol Campbell he'd be on the short list. I'm not sure if he would make it into the final 11, but he'd definitely be in the discussion to make it into the Buckley's boys for the FIFA 20 season.
Well, here we go then. The first match when it comes to the Xbox side of things for the competitive year. It's going to be Fnatic Techs up against AS Roma Goal Machine. If you do go on Twitter and you do follow these guys, you would have seen in the last, 48 hours it was, Richard, there's been a lot of movements around the world in competitive FIFA. We saw Goal Machine yesterday announcing his move, of course, over to AS Roma, and it was just before this tournament did get underway as well that Tex announced that he would be part of Fnatic for the season ahead, as the first chance comes in now from Goal Machine, and it's a fantastic block from Virgil van Dijk.
You might be wondering what we're talking about with Goal Machine and Fnatic. They were always a partner organisation together. They've now split the two separate entities. Fnatic picked up Tex as their first official signing. What a statement, signing arguably the biggest personality, the most successful player for last season. And I'm jumping straight into the team here. Garincha on that right-hand side for Tex. Very icon-heavy team. Neymar and Van Dijk, I think the only two non-icons in the 10 outfield players for him. Vieira and Hullet in that centre of the pitch, and R9 and Eusebio up top together.
And it has kind of been a talking point, hasn't it, Rich, when we saw people building their teams yesterday on the practice/media day, on the warm-up day. We were seeing it teams that had a good 8, 9, 10 icons in it. You said it there perfectly, Richard. He has got 9 icons as part of that team. I saw Zambrotta in left back for him as well. And I think just because of the new icons that have been added this year, Richard, there's been fullbacks added as well. Good fullbacks as well that are usable.
Usable icons at fullback, yeah. Carlos Alberto and Zambrotta being two of the real big standouts. Roberto Carlos as well. Now with heading not being as effective anywhere near as it was last year, and jumping irrelevant. Roberto Carlos does feature in teams.
Is it just onside there?
Surely he's off.
He's going to be offside there. I suppose that would have been 1-0 to Goal Machine just early on. If you have just joined us, this is obviously Stage 1 FUT Champions Cup Stage 1. There's 6 stages over the whole competitive season. That's an awful pass there from Tex. Just needs to wake up after the offside call and just giving possession away straight again. If you missed it as well last year, Goal Machine had a fantastic year with Team Rogue. There was 3 players that you probably would have said, Richard, one of the best esports organisations of the year last year.
The best in terms of FIFA, you'd have to say. 3 of their 4 players making the top 4 at the grand final on the Xbox. And Goal Machine, first 18, 17 minutes, starting strong here. Direct free kicks. This is something new for this year. We're actually going to see shots.
Oh my God, we're actually going to see a direct free kick from R9. Just come in and sting the hands of Allison. Nothing more, though, from it. Interesting, though, as we know, penalties a lot harder to score this year. Free kicks completely different as well in the configuration of buttons you need to press, the ways you can try and score them with the kind of cursor as well on that.
We saw how he aimed above the goal, and then you use the knuckleball to dip it down back into the goal. Something that I first saw Boras and a number of other YouTubers as well sort of playing with the idea that you aim above the goal, actually off target, and then knuckleball it down, and that seems to be the most effective way of scoring. Either that or you just play it short. Very simple, what we used to see in previous FIFAs. But I like the team variety as well. With the new icons, you're not going to be playing Sergio Ramos at right back. You're not going to be playing Varane at right back. Also, we're so early into the year as well that there's not high-level gold items in the game that are better than icons yet. We don't have a 96 Ronaldo. We don't have a 97 Messi. That's why CR7, Messi, Mbappe, all these players, even if they are featured, 95% of the time are coming off the bench because icons are so strong this early in FIFA.
And again, we haven't even hit Team of the Year, have we? Or even followed this new Champions League Road to the Final campaign where we're going to see loads of special items kind of pop up and be involved in future tournaments, potentially depending on which clubs go the full way. Last year, obviously Liverpool went the full way and we saw how good Van Dijk was. Team of the Year, Team of the Season, so many special items throughout the year as his first chance really does come in from Tex. Once again though, superb defending by, I believe it was Paolo Maldini there, just to jockey his man, and there is a pause cued by Tex this early on because we haven't really seen him attack.
You saw that little body shift as well, a new skill move brought back for FIFA 20. Very effective if you can do it in the right area, maybe chain it to a roulette as well. Just that little shift of your body can open up a nice bit of room. I'm really looking forward to seeing how Garrincha plays because I know Dylan Mike is a huge fan of him. A few pros were saying he's just not it. Messi, it's just better using Messi, but with Tex using Garrincha, I feel as though it could have a knock-on effect. I feel as though people could look at him using him, and then other pro players, other verified players could go, you know what? This is got potential.
My. Keeper's on the floor. Surely an open chance for Tex. Tried to drag it back inside. Is there a rebound there? Superb defended. Off the line somehow from Goal Machine.
I don't know what I just saw. I saw the goalkeeper coming out like he's on total wipeout, getting absolutely smashed, and then some heroic defending on the line from Goal Machine.
It's one thing that I've definitely been talking about. I know you've talked about it as well this year, Richard. You know how goalkeepers are moving at times. Some of the saves are like their natural parries.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes they're not out of danger, are they? They're always back into danger, back to your striker's feet. And next thing you know, you're 1-0 down.
The amount of times you'll be playing weekend league, you're playing rivals, and your goalkeeper will save it, and it just seems to always fall back to the attacking player. I know that was something that actually did get patched in one of the latest patches as well. The goalkeeper save animation. But you saw there, 40 minutes in, Goal Machine having all the chances, both players playing 4-4-2 as well. And you talk about the bench there. Adama Traore, I imagine that's the Scream version of his item. We have, just looking at the squads there, Van der Sar and Alisson, the two goalkeepers in use for both of these two. Have you found a particular goalkeeper yet that you're enjoying using? I know Ter Stegen is pretty much the fan favourite for a lot of the community.
I think if we take icons out of the situation or any informed, we haven't really seen too many informed goalkeepers as of yet. Ter Stegen is winning that vote, isn't he? As, an out-and-out normal FUT item, normal goal FUT item. We saw him at the Draft Story Cup get backed a number of times, Richard, and he was that standout player that so many people like to use. He was incredible as well. Courtois was used a few times, but still, it is Ter Stegen that just pinches that vote for me. I've been able to use him a few times on draft this year. But into the second half now. In a few seconds, we're just waiting for added time to be played. Or has Tex got one more chance in his locker before we get there? Just blazed over the bar from R9. That's a warning shot fired at Goal Machine to say, yep, I'm still in this game.
And in previous FIFAs, that shot right there, you'd have seen it timed. Time finishing, you'd say a relic of the past, almost. It's sort of been put into the back burner a little bit with how sort of catastrophic it can be if you time it wrong. Even sometimes you time it green, chances will still go over the bar, they'll still fly wide.
You can just see there in the background, I'm sure you know, Zelonius, ex-FUT Wiz, now obviously with AS Roma, more as a kind of player coach. He's been called up this weekend, obviously, to work alongside Goal Machine, and especially when you just saw him getting a little bit agitated there, Goal Machine. If you want anyone that's more calm and collective, Zelonius is probably that guy who can just calm you down straight away. I'm sure a lot of the pros know him on the scene. He will just be sitting behind him, I believe. Obviously, Tex is there. Yeah, that chance just after that half-time whistle. R9 with it. Going to get another chance of R9 now. One-on-one, tried just to pull it back off the feet of Virgil van Dijk. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do that, though. One thing about Goal Machine, though, is very versatile in a number of ways. He can change the way he plays a lot of the time. Remember the E-World Cup final? If he wanted to keep possession, he kept possession. And I mean properly kept possession.
I remember that game against Tass, where he held the ball, grinded out the result.
I think he's one of them. He's a player that can adapt,
like a chameleon.
Whatever formation you throw at him, whatever play style you throw at him. If it's Dito, who we know keeps possession a lot of the time, we just saw like literally over 180 minutes of 0-0 action. There's a drag back there. Here's Tex, surely into R9. There's the shot. And we said about goalkeeper saves sometimes. Unfortunately, on that occasion, Van der Sar could not get enough power behind.
I'm not sure if he got a deflection on the way through.
He
did, yeah, that's
double
what.
Deflection. I'll take it back, Van der Sar.
Yeah, it looks like a save that he should have been making, and then you saw quite a big deflection off Van Dijk, and then the second deflection as well off the other defender, but Tex with the lead in the second half here.
I don't know if it's something that you've noticed already, Richard. We're just 2 games in. Obviously, we're still in round 1 of Swiss. PlayStation's done. We're on Xbox now. We're not seeing any pros really take a risk on the edge of the box at the moment. Everything is in and around that 6-yard box. Whether it's a little finesse, whether it's just toying with the goalkeeper, making the goalkeeper move, then you have an open goal. We haven't really seen any players take a risk from outside the edge of the box yet.
Well, there's just no space to open up on the edge of the box as well, with a number of players playing quite low depth, some players playing drop back. It means that the space that you get is pretty much 4 or 5 yards out. That's where, if you can get past that defence, that is where the space is. In front of the back 4, you've got usually 4 midfielders or 2 CDMs that are just there, statues on the edge of the box.
He just tried to find that through ball there. You say they're trying to link up with R9. Obviously, 2 names that we were very familiar with last year in the competitive FIFA scene, especially from the word go as well in November in our first FUT Champions Cup last year, which Tex did go and win. Here's R9, chance for Goal Machine to equalise. He will. Just like that, all he needed was 1 chance, and he's straight back in this game.
Really smart finish as well from Goal Machine. That's one of the real big selling points of R9. He can go left or he can go right. And Van Dijk, but you've got to say, it's what Goal Machine's deserved in this game.
Chance for Tex now straight away. That's all it took. 1 chance straight down the other end. Shimmy to go inside. Went the other way on that right foot. We know that R9's got a 5-star weak foot, so he can shoot on whichever foot that he wants. And just like that, Tex will bounce back in front. 2-1 and a pause as being cued by Goal Machine.
Yeah, simple as that. Hitting him straight from kick-off right there, Tex. Coming down the other end, inside the box. When you get inside the box with R9, he's dangerous. We've seen it time and time again, and the subs here being introduced as well for Goal Machine. I know that Zalonius is a massive fan of Adama Traore, the inform Adama Traore at right back. This is the scream Adama Traore coming on. 98 pace.
It's incredible, isn't it?
This man has. I was fortunate enough to pack him like 5-6 minutes after he came out in packs.
I did see that.
Unbelievable. He's got quite a hefty price tag on the transfer market right now, but if you're looking for a super sub to get in behind a fatigued fullback or a fatigued defender, he is the man.
I think you hit the nail on the head there with that word, Richard. Fatigue. We're, 69 minutes into this game now. There's 21 minutes left. Substitutions at this stage in the game are so crucial, so important as well, and depending on who you choose. You can just see Traore on the right-hand side of your screen, right at the back, in which I'm sure he will be trying to make an impact within these last 18 minutes.
And to be honest, substitutions aren't something that the pros have really had to deal for and against. Because of the restrictions to teams, a lot of people were just stacking out the squads and then having the 75 rated on the bench to get the best possible starting 11. So you've not had to face a Messi coming off the bench or a Cristiano Ronaldo coming off the bench, for example, and then Mbappe coming off of the bench. These aren't dangers that you've had to play against. So, in my opinion, I feel like substitutions this event, when it's still quite fresh, could be a massive factor.
Of course, it's a great point. As we know, squad restrictions came in for this year. Online qualifiers only, obviously not at events. Events you play on the esports edition of the game in which you can use any player up to a certain date, including obviously promos, team of the weeks, any icon that you want. And just 10 minutes left. Tex is leading this game, 2-1. It is Swiss though, 2 legs as always, every single match. So we'll move into the second leg with a 2-1 scoreline, or could he get himself a third? Shot comes in, just blocked away there by Maldini.
Yeah, that was beautiful as well, down this near side, a little stand on the ball fake shot, and then the elastico.
Look at Traore, there you go, you can see him trying to just burst away from, I think it is Zambrotta. With that accelerated fake shot, tried to get around him, unfortunately. Zambrotta still got enough left in his engine though, just to get back, and just to get back possession as well.
They're literally just looking to burn past him with the right stick. Knock it and go.
And there's Van Dijk for you.
Iteration this year in FIFA as well, which not a lot of people actually know about. If you have got a pacey player, you can double tap the sprint button and you'll perform a sprint boost. It's a little bit like taking a touch with a flick of the right stick. However,
I think I just prefer it this year.
Keeps it a little bit more under control, in my opinion. But yeah, definitely, if you're playing Weekend League this week and you're trying to get a high finish, you've brought someone off of the bench who is quite pacey, be sure to utilise that double tap R2 sprint boost.
It definitely can help you just gain those extra few yards away from your man, especially for a player like Traore, which you can probably see Goal Machine looking for now. He's right on that right-hand side. He's waiting for the ball, just trying to hug the touchline. You can see the run that Cristiano Ronaldo's trying to make as well. Van Dijk just getting a foot in the way to say no, thank you.
Cristiano Ronaldo as well. Imagine Ronaldo coming off the bench in the 87th minute.
Fresh.
Yeah.
We know how good of a finisher he is.
And Eusebio as well.
When it comes to FIFA Ultimate Team.
Professional right here from Tex, just trying to see this game out. Pressing this year, not one of the strongest points for players in FIFA 20. You don't really have all the tools to be able to press how you want to and be able to win the ball back. So it means that people can keep hold of the ball unless you sort of go like constant pressure team press, in which it will really, really fatigue your players, and sometimes you'll not even be able to win the ball back in certain areas.
Well, there you go, Rich. Obviously, game 1 is concluded. There is still a second leg there. Goal Machine not happy about it. Obviously, he's come out of the receiving end of that game. He's obviously a goal down. But the first half saw quite a positive performance from him. He was controlling the game. He was looking after possession. And now it's obviously down to Coach Alonius to try and get his head back into the game now and to really get him going for the second leg.
I think he'll also be quite sort of hard done by the goals that he conceded. The first goal, especially the double deflection, I think he'll really feel as though I didn't deserve to walk away with a loss from that game. I feel as though 1-1, then going into the second leg would have been a fairer scoreline. That's what he'll be thinking. I think I saw him just mouth the words "how" as soon as the game finished. Like, how have I lost that game? But I suppose that's what you say the best do. You don't play well, Tex, in that first game, and you still walk away with a 2-1 win going into the second leg.
And of course, whilst we're waiting for the second game to go underway, just your opinion on, a few changes to the competitive structure this year, because we don't always get to talk about it when it comes to on live events. Obviously, we've got points now for qualifiers at home, so if you make it into certain knockout stages, you will get 25 points, I believe. And also the squad restrictions. We spoke about it before. I'm a big fan of it. I know it's been changed a little bit as well, but there's no bronze benching, 2 icons maximum. What have you made of the whole kind of changes for this year?
I'm a big fan of the squad restrictions. I feel as though it offers a more balanced play style. If anything, in my opinion, I'd probably lowered it a little bit more. Maybe even like a 183 with 1 icon, and then gone up to the 184 with 2 icons. But now we're at a 186 with 3 icons, so we're getting further into the game. Icon swaps also coming out. It enables you to maybe bring in a Rio Ferdinand. It's a free icon that you get to use in your squad. You're also looking for the qualifiers themselves as well. We got into, obviously, the qualifiers, very long, sort of tough processes, you'd say, for the qualifiers. I'm sure the players and the organisers will sort of perfect the qualifiers, you've got to say. It's very, very early days still, but positive steps. In my opinion, the qualifiers that we've got right now, much better than Weekend League qualification.
It has to be, because
much better.
On Weekend League qualification, you had that kind of sense of randomness.
Yep.
People were going on a mad one some weekends, and other people were just not playing as well.
We don't get into a situation where we're going into the playoffs and we've got 19 players who qualify for the last chance weekend.
Yeah, that's true.
We're not in a situation like that anymore. Everybody who is at the grand final, that top 16, that top 32 players, they have earned it. They've qualified for events. They've made long runs in events, consistency, or they've won in a tournament. There's no freebies.
There's no freebies given out at all on your journey to the E-World Cup final. That journey has got underway today. Day 1 of 3 for our first of 6 FUT Champions Cups. Obviously, our major tournaments brought to you by EA Sports. Of course, we're in Bucharest for Cup number 1, and we are only round 1 of round 5 in today's action. Obviously, we are waiting to jump into our second leg. You can see the man on your screen who is leading this game, Fnatic Tex, obviously ex-F2 Tex. You would have remembered him as his last year. I think I lost count of how many trophies this man won last year. He was winning EPL, he was winning FUT Champions Cups, LQEs, Richards. He won obviously E-Club World Cup as well, represented England, his country, at the E-Nations Cup. Overall, it was a great year for him, and it was just a shame of how he did end that E-World Cup, because to himself, he wanted to, obviously, everyone that makes the E-World Cup final wants to win the E-World Cup final, but it was that group. That group process was just moving around, and it was really tough for him.
I mean, massively underperformed. It's just the sort of the facts. In reality, it was so good throughout the year. Maybe a little bit of pressure. His first ever E-World Cup as well. Even though it's another FIFA tournament, it just feels bigger. I don't know if other people who have attended the grand final will provide that same sentiment, but everything just feels like there's more pressure. Everyone's out to watch the event as well. It certainly is the final. There's a reason that it's got the most prize money, that you are the one who goes to the best awards. You are the one that makes all the headlines.
Well, speaking of that, man, he's 2-1 up going into our second leg now. This is round 1 of Swiss for the Xbox side. PlayStation obviously have concluded their round 1. We saw some big results in there, which included Tuga losing 5-0 against Lucas Rett. We saw Maestro pick up his first win of the tournament, 3-2. And we're waiting to see on Xbox who can really kick off their tournament, Richard, and can really get things going.
Yeah. Tex here 2-1 up. If you look through some of the other scores from round 1 of PlayStation, Maestro we saw beat Mo Alba. Lucas Rett 5-0 up against my pick was Tuga. And then Clash Crazy beat Nicholas 3-2 as Goal Machine straight from the get-go here in this second leg. But you'd say the favourites, in quotation marks, all falling. Tuga 5-0, Mo Albert 3-2, and Nicholas 3-2 as well. We could have a 0-1 matchup of Mo Albert versus Nicholas.
That's my reaction. Just speechless of what, a huge game. We're not even in knockouts as well, Richard.
Could. It's all hypothetical.
Yeah.
I'm saying we could have that, okay?
It's not confirmed yet, but we're just looking across the board and thinking, these games could happen, these games couldn't happen. Speaking of this game, we have an equaliser just 6 minutes in via Ruud Gullit. Right place, right side. But Richard, it's no surprise that Ruud Gullit has not moved anywhere. We're into another year. He started off as a legend, now he's an icon for the last 3 years, and he's still in everyone's competitive FIFA team.
It's not even the prime Gullit either. It's only the middle version of Ruud Gullit, the 90. Some would argue that better than the prime, a little bit more pace. But crazy icon. Same with Vieira as well. The 88 Vieira, a little bit more pace than the prime, but just so just iconic, you'd say, in FIFA esports.
Just what
Vieira,
he's been able to do.
They're just staples of teams.
And
R9 as well.
It's the fact of the matter as well, Richard, that they've played in all of the tournaments. E-World Cup finals. If they could play in the E-Champions League, they played in the E-Champions League. FUT Champions Cup, LQEs, licensed league partners. They played everywhere for literally everyone who was making these events. Because if you don't use them, you're at a disadvantage. It's as simple as that. You just saw just a kind of change of play style there from Goal Machine for about 5 minutes, in which obviously he's back in the game now. He's going to try and control possession and see if Tex can come out and make a mistake. Tex is experienced enough probably not to do that.
Well, if anything, it's a very similar story to the first leg, first 30 minutes. However, this time when Goal Machine's had the chances, he's taken them. He were on top for that first 30-35 minutes before Tex cued the pause in the first leg. He just couldn't get the goal.
You just saw as well how key it is with Vieira and Hullet to try and link up. Because that's where the space is right now. You can just see how defensive both players are. Everyone's kind of sitting around the edge of the box, which will naturally open up more space to the likes of Vieira and Hullet, who probably won't be shooting from about 35 yards plus outside of the box. Little jacks there. Probably not meant from Goal Machine. You can see the reaction from him there. Possession changes hands once again, and the ball will be thrown into Carlos Alberto. Happy to link in with Paolo Maldini.
Yeah, it's Carlos Alberto, Van Dijk, Maldini, and Zambrotta, I think, as a back four for Tex.
Speaking of Tex, here he comes forward now. Look for that cut back inside. Eusebio dinks it all the way across. It was read well enough by Van Dijk, who got something on it. Then he put it back into danger. Luckily, the ball fell back to Goal Machine, and he was able to recover off it as he comes forward with another counter-attack for himself now. Hullet, the only goal scorer in this second leg so far. Will get dispossessed, try to force that ball through to Eusebio, and it's a little bit similar to last year, Richard, in regards to the teams that we were seeing. I'd say the only difference is this year, they're a lot more icon-heavy teams that we're seeing in the first FUT Champions Cup. Last year we saw Eusebio, we saw R9, we saw Hullet, and we saw, you know, the Ronaldos, the big players. Can you just get that ball? No.
Well, some of the sort of defenders, fullbacks, even midfielders just simply weren't usable because of how the meta was. CR7 had to be in teams. Messi was nowhere near teams. Neymar, until he got the Team of the Year, wasn't really near teams.
Kyle Walker was near teams. You know, those were the types of players that were in at right back.
Strong, physical defenders who can jump, who can head the ball. They were in the squads last year.
Because crosses were a thing.
Yeah, it was probably the number one easiest way of scoring last year. Whereas now, you need quick fullbacks. You need agile fullbacks. Weak foot, very, very important as well. Zambrotta, 5-star weak foot, over at left back.
Let me tell you this because you'll rarely see a cross come into the box over this weekend, unless obviously it's from a corner where you kind of have to. Even from a corner, to be honest,
short.
you're seeing people play short because, you know, we saw at the Draft Story Cup kind of like an invitational teaser tournament coming into the first real FUT Champions Cup this year. You're going to see people play in the middle. They're going to hold it with these two CDMs you can see on your screen with the likes of Vieira and Hullet. You're going to see people come in from wide, ball rolls. There's your prime example for it. A fake shot, then a stop on the ball. No one will be crossing it into the box because it just doesn't work. It's not an effective way of scoring so far this year.
Yeah, sometimes, yes. When you're playing at home, you feel as though you get the ball out wide. I've got nothing else to do. I'll just cross it in. Pros, you don't get that many chances in good areas. You don't squander chances.
Here's a chance now, Eusebio. Oh, what a ball that is back inside, and what a finish it is as well. Always saying about that one more pass for any professional FIFA player out there. To find that extra pass that we always talk about, Richard, percentages in front of goal. From what, a 70% chance of scoring, 75% chance of scoring, putting it into like 95% chance. An open goal, if it was timed right, past the goalkeeper, and Tex is back in front.
Yeah, I didn't even see the pass, in all honesty.
I didn't see it
I would have probably
either.
shot then when I opened up the space inside the box. But a little cutback, very, very simple. Slotted past the goalkeeper, and Tex, after holding possession for the majority of this first half, reclaims his lead in this matchup.
And one more point that we should add this weekend is that if you are following a certain player that might not be on the stream, there's a handful of players that will be streaming their games on their own Twitch channels. Obviously over the weekend. Obviously this is the main stream you want to stay tuned out for. Potential exciting things that will be popping up over the next few days, including that Road to the Final campaign that we've already teased for you earlier today, looking at Jadon Sancho. It's fantastic now, Richard, that you can literally watch every single matchup. Any player you want to go and watch, you can watch them live.
Yeah, any single player that you have a vested interest in, you might be the biggest Lucas Rep fan in the world. You can watch his game. He has the ability to host the stream on his own channel and publish his own videos on his Twitch channel. So you can just watch his gameplay. That's a lovely switch of play.
Tex now. You see 3-2 up. Referee, there we go. Half-time whistle blown in this second leg. There you go. Look at that. One shot each, Richard. But that's how clinical a pro player is. One shot each. They've both scored that only chance that they've created, because these are the pros. This is what they do to the best level. They'll, go into those certain areas where they know they're definitely going to score a goal. They're not going to waste possession. However, as you said, Richard, it is kind of the same scenario we were in last game. Goal Machine starts the first 30 minutes really well, scores a goal, gets himself back into the game, and leaves half-time actually a goal down, 3-2.
Yeah, the big deciding factor was that possession. 57%, I think I saw, for Tex in that first half. Goal Machine, you saw him bump up the corners, free kicks. Oh, they're giving the ball away straight from kickoff and letting Tex do exactly what he did in that first half. Hold the ball, frustrate Goal Machine.
Not just that as well, Richard. Pulled out Maldini and two players. I think Vieira had to drop back just for the moment, just to ensure there was at least 4 defenders back for him. Pressure again. Tex will come forward. Neymar happy to pick up the ball. Interchange with Hullet very comfortably as well. Half drag back there from R9.
You saw how aggressive he was as well with Tex, with Zambrotta then flying him up the pitch.
You've got to be, when you do that though, you have to win the ball.
You have to be so confident in your own defensive ability as well that you're going to win it.
Because if not,
gaps.
There's a huge gap that, Goal Machine will be able to exploit. And if it gets to the latter stages in the game and we got Adama Traore on the field in that exact area, you are going to get punished. We're going back for a free kick. Looked like quite a harsh one, in fact. It was a heavy touch from Neymar just to try and get round Carlos Alberto. Just a little dink up there. It's not going to come to anything, though. Anything just to get back in possession, to move it round. There's the through ball out to Neymar. Can he keep it in, though? Let's go out of play, but we'll win a corner as well. As expected, not crossed into the box, played short. It's going to be worked around the box until they finally find a way through. Eusebio fakes to go one way, will go the other on his left-hand side, where R9 will make that run. Eusebio is teeing just with the goalkeeper, went for the finesse as well. Right place, right time there for Carlos Alberto on the line just to get rid of that one.
Yeah, pulled him back onto the line, and as the goalkeeper came out, did the job that he needed to do. The Brazilian fullback.
Look at that, Van Dijk into Eusebio. Van Dijk though on the receiving end.
And that right there, perfect example of why you don't have to cross the ball in from a corner to create a chance.
Because you can still make one. As we're going to see here now, ball across the box. Surely it's a goal. It's a guaranteed finish.
That's a fantastic...
There's a little bit of breathing space as well.
Fantastic piece of play right there to create the opportunity to square it back across goal. And you see right here in the custom tactics, Goal Machine has to do this. He has to throw all his players on stay forward. He has to attack the game right now. Depth up to, I think, what, 1 notch off the top. He's either going to try and... He's either going to, basically, he's going to get back into this game, or he's going to concede another 2-3 goals.
I think on top of that, as you said, Richard, it was the ability for him to... That was such a fast-moving counter-attack. It was back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. To have the ability to then slow it back down, to square that pass, is something that not many FIFA players are capable of doing.
When you look at this game as well, between Tex and Goal Machine, their careers last season in FIFA, even FIFA 18, to get this matchup at 0-0, you could say is a little bit of a blessing in disguise, because you know you're not going to play him for the remainder of the Swiss.
It's like Mo Alba Maestro.
If both of these players go 2-2 after Swiss, you know that that 5th game, you're not going to be matched against each other, which could potentially work out for you.
As we said, Richard, top 4 players. There was Tex last year. Sorry, not Tex last year. Obviously, he had to re-qualify for this event and qualify for the second FUT Champions Cup as well, going by a very interesting game tag of something celery. I saw some players obviously trying to go undercover in the online qualifiers. And picked himself up that mood to Fnatic just 48 hours ago or a little bit longer, and then it was just yesterday. Goal Machine announced that he would be playing for AS Roma for the season. Fake shot coming in. Neymar trying to drive forward. Once again, I know he's been the man of the moment, but Carlos Alberto seems to be a very strong and good choice at right back.
I think he probably will be the right back for the year of 2019, at least until we get the team of the year, where potentially you might see maybe a Trent team of the year, potentially.
But again, you're looking at more pace. You need a little bit more pace in him.
Yeah, but a team of the year, Trent.
Oh, of course.
It'll be 1991 pace, so.
A big upgrade, yeah. Plus, again, we'll offer you that Liverpool link as well that you can fall upon, because I'm going to guess
Van Dijk will be a team of the year.
Van Dijk will be a team of the year, and he'll continue to continue dominating as well. You know, if they can keep up in Europe and in the Premier League, it'll be massive for them. See both players back on the screen there. Just under 15 minutes left in this match. We saw the change of custom tactics from Goal Machine. We know he has to come out and be a lot more attacking because he is trailing by 2 goals currently.
I think from this free kick, Tex is going to move his goalkeeper. That's what he did last time when Goal Machine shot. I think you can either risk it and go to the goalkeeper's side, or you've just got to play short. You see the players in the box, the corners, the free kicks, all getting shoved way up to the top right now. I wouldn't be surprised to see Vieira come off for an attacking player. See Eusebio there as potentially an outside centre mid. Maybe Zidane could be introduced. You've got Cruyff, you've got Messi as well. So it's going to be CR7 up top. R9 coming off for Eusebio. And Mbappe coming off for Adama Traore. There is 3 changes. No, Messi instead of Traore. So a straight attacking 3 change. The 4-3-2-1, something that in FIFA 18, Goal Machine sort of made popular, you'd have to say, with the subs that he brought on as well. I'll never forget in Manchester, the famous Chris Trout line, Gorillas panicking, as Goal Machine won the game.
He was using those players, like the Alessandrini,
Lozano. So you see that goalkeeper movement just to the left. Can he squeeze that in, the goalkeeper's side, on the right of him?
Well, you said it perfectly, Rich. You kind of aim just above the crossbar, then we use the knuckleball effect. There you go. You're going to see it again now, potentially. He's moved the goalkeeper a little bit, though, as Tex, to try and avoid that. Messi now will take it to try and just add a little bit more confusion of where it's going to go. He's going to go for that knuckleball again, it looks like. Try and bend it into that top corner, and a great save needed by Alisson.
Just moving the goalkeeper to the middle of the goal meant that he could reach it. If you don't move him, that goes in. Simple. If he didn't move the goalkeeper, it would time green, that's top corner all day long.
Well, clearly on Weekend League, that's working for you time and time again, because 9 times out of 10 a player is not going to be moving their goalkeeper to try and match it up from a free kick. Tex looking for a 5th. Is he going to get one? Eusebio, heel to heel, is he going to look for that cut back? Went for the drag back inside to try and open up any space. Unfortunately, ran into Maldini. And Goal Machine will come straight back at Tex again.
I think you were onside. Just dispossessed there. Again by Tex. This game being very, very solid defensively. And if he does see this game out, it'll be 2 individual scores of 2 goals to 1.
Oh no. Van der Sar, please. Don't keep us guessing.
Sending shivers down my spine, Van der Sar.
Good to see the Goal Machine has made those changes though, Rich, not once but twice. Knows that he still wanted to go for this game. Even though he's at 2 goals down, you're thinking it's not a massive scoreline you're trailing by. But when you're up against a player like Tex's ability, it's always going to be difficult, especially when he can look to see out a game and control a game in the way he can. He's a prime example of it, just using the wings to his ability. He can go back and forth between Carlos Alberto.
Been really nice. Just another mistake there from Goal Machine. Could be made to pay. Van Dijk.
Everywhere, isn't he, around that box?
I think that will conclude us though, Brandon. It looks like everyone but me got the prediction correct.
Someone had to back Goal Machine though, because as you said, anything can really happen in Swiss format. Added time of 2 minutes, and it looks as if Tex will get his season rolling in the right way. With an important win, it'll be 1-0 on Swiss format. You know that you have to get 3 wins. It's 3's that magic number. 3 losses, you go home. 3 wins, you will go through to the knockout stages and day 2 of the competition. And it will be Tex, one of the big tournament favourites. ensuring that he starts off his FIFA 20 season, Richard, in a winning way.
The best way possible right there for Tex. Fist bump there with Enzo, who they built that connection last year throughout the season. He's with him now with this tournament in Bucharest. I am hearing that we are going to be going to Lyrics versus Ajax Joey. FUT Lyrics versus Ajax Joey. And I believe that it was 3-0 down and he's turned it around to 3 apiece. That is the information. It was 3-0 down and he's turned it around to 4-3 for Lyrics.
Wow. If that is true, and we're coming into this game now, we're currently on the pause screens. Obviously, someone's made some changes. We will be in the second leg of this game. This is obviously Joey from Ajax FC. Obviously, the American FIFA player played really well at the beginning of the year, ensured he qualified. And another man as well that is currently just dominating the FIFA scene regarding the online qualification, Richard, and just socials and just streaming and trying to, really push himself forward as a FIFA player this year is Lyrics. Obviously, he's back this year competing, and it really did hurt him, obviously missing out last year, obviously down to other reasons. It was his own fault. But I spoke to him on the plane, had a great, 2-hour flight after the Draft Story Cup with him, Richard, and it just said about how are you approaching this year, what are you thinking about this year? And he said, I'm not messing about this year. Don't sleep on me. That was his words.
You also spent about, 12 hours travelling with him when your plane got diverted. Well, that's another story for a different day. One thing that I want to also point out, you talked about Lyrics there. I think this is a redemption for him. After being banned last year, this is a chance for him to say, yes, I've accepted that. I'm now a different person. I'm moving on. I've got a club, I've got an esports organisation with people around me who want to see me succeed, who want to see me at the top. And he has said, in his own words, that he feels he's good enough and he feels motivated to be a world champion.
Currently, Rich, he's potentially made one of the most incredible comebacks. He's 4-1 up. We are in extra time, by the way. We knew we were in the second leg, but this is second leg extra time, in which Lyrics is leading 4-3. We had a taster of how he could play out in the Draft Story Cup, Rich. Obviously on the draft format where players were put into a number of difficult situations with formations they weren't used to, or only certain icons like Dalglish was a time and time again. We saw Zanetti kind of called upon for a number of pros. Joey, though, still has just over 5 minutes to try and bounce back into this game, but is currently trailing by a goal.
You see how high that press is as well for Joey. That's a mistake. Ooh,
nearly fell to the feet of Neymar as well, Richard. De Stegen off his line, able to collect that one up and expect some game management now. This is still round one of Swiss. A long goal kick there, just cleared as far as he can on the right-hand side. Paolo Maldini.
Look how high the red and white Ajax jerseys are right now for Joey. When Lyrics, if he was to get the ball back, he's pressed so high up the pitch. I imagine max depth and team press and constant pressure all applied for
That's
Joey.
the risk of it, though, Richard. That is the risk of it. Johan Cruyff has got acres in front of him to drive into. He's absolutely knackered, though. You can just see the maturity there. Any other player would go forward there and try and get a goal. Instead, for Lyrics, wants to just keep the ball and recycle it and do not go into a very dangerous area. And just like that, Lyrics will pick up that all-important win, Richard Buckley. He's clutched up there unbelievably from being in a losing position to turn it around, to go into extra time. And I just tried to speak about it then, but he could have easily went into the box of Johan Cruyff. Instead, fate one way, went back into the corner and ensured that he got himself 1-0 in Swiss.
Yeah, showed a good level of maturity there, Lyrics. Lyrics and Tex both 1-0 after round one on the Xbox.
They are indeed, and of course there's many more results to take a look at, so we're going to throw it back over to the couch now with Spencer and the guys.
Thank you very much, guys. I've got some one new friend here on the couch. Mike's back.
And a correction, Spencer and the guys and the lady.
Well, yeah,
Yes.
Mark's very good at that. Sorry, guys. Yes, I'm still
Wherever
here.
I'm pointing.
So,
this
yeah,
one's
we're back.
at you, Brandon.
Just make sure you get it right, guys. We know, obviously, we've had some big results there. No more so than another win for Tex. This man cannot be stopped. Or can he?
Unless it's an E-World Cup final.
Oh, wow. Fighting words.
Ouch.
Hey, look, we've got to plant that seed, right, so that he can make the comeback story. But, yeah, big result for him early on, especially against a player like Goal Machine. You know, Goal Machine had a great finish at the E-World Cup final, and it was kind of like Tex was playing in a way that excites me moving forward because his chance creation was something that I think a lot of players are struggling with at the moment, but he seemed to be fairly comfortable. He was always finding that extra pass, always finding that little bit of space inside the box, and it was exciting to watch, and I think he started off in the right kind of form. He hasn't started the tournament slow, which he has done a few times last year on FIFA 19, so start off confidently here as you see the stats. I mean, you can't really fault it, can you?
So the big difference between the two players there on the head-to-head stats was the pass completion. You notice that 79% for Tex, 60% for Goal Machine. There's two things to look at there. Over the last few years, I've always thought you want to be getting like near the 90s. So maybe it's the guy's struggling a little bit with the passing in this game. And then secondly, the disparity between the two, 20% difference or 19%. That's where Goal Machine's lost the game, surely.
Well, it's worth mentioning. I feel like both players were authentic to their gameplay style. Obviously, Tex executed better. He got the result. But Goal Machine's not known as a possession player. He likes to often play narrow formations if we're going to go through history. He plays quickly. He has higher risk, higher reward types of passes. He's never going to be like the high completion guy like you're bringing up. And he's not going to be a big possession player, period, even if he's getting good results.
Some of the highlights here, that was the goal that put Tex in the lead. You maybe want better handing there from the keeper. Crisp packet hands, they call that usually, don't they?
Yeah, a little bit soft. But, you can see Goal Machine's reaction to that. He's a little bit disappointed in the goalkeeper. And I just wonder, as the tournament progresses a little bit and keeps rolling on, are we going to see those goalkeepers change up? Because we did throughout the entirety of FIFA 19 until people started to get a little bit more comfortable. But Goal Machine found his way back into the game, and you can see Zelonius behind him getting him hyped and getting him feeling good. And Tex a little bit disappointed there, but I think there's one particular goal that you'll see from Tex. I'm not sure if it was this one, but it was a lovely passing move where he just found the extra little bit of space. He had this patience in the build-up. I think it might actually be this one. No, it's the next one, but that near post finish we're going to see a lot as well. That driven near post finish, the finesse near post finish. It's a great way to finish off the chance if you get a little bit of space.
You see the smile. It's vintage Tex there. He had build up, he had skill moves. Once he got to that final area of the pitch, a little bit of a shimmy, and then bangs it on the near post.
Yeah, into the second leg now. You can see Goal Machine trying to make something happen here.
Route 1 football, as they say.
Yeah, he gets himself a goal there, makes it 2-2, so tighter. And yeah, the problem with the name Goal Machine is that you put yourself up for potential, criticism if you don't score a lot of goals. But up against Tex, everything kind of goes out the window. I do respect what you said, though. This is the goal you're talking about, Mark?
Yeah, this is the goal I was talking about. It's just that vision there. He had a little bit of space with Eusebio, and in a tight game, sometimes players will snatch at that chance when they haven't had many opportunities to strike on goal. But just the ability to thread that extra ball, find the higher percentage chance that we talk about so much with these pro players was so vital. And again there, just that extra little pass just to complete what was a fantastic move. That's the difference, and that comes out in the result.
So few people are going to see that because the angle of the guy's body, he wasn't even facing that player. So to pull that out there is sensational. Yeah, what you said, Mike, about Goal Machine still trying to play his own game, just unfortunately not working out for him.
Yeah, I mean, he went up against Tex as well. This is a good early test. Both these guys have deep history with matching up against each other. They're good friends. I don't know if I'd go as far as saying training partners, but they definitely have a relationship that's ongoing, and they know that they're going to meet at different portions of the tournament, whether it's the Swiss stage or it's in knockouts, and I still expect both of them to advance. I'd be surprised if we don't see Goal Machine or we don't see Tex, regardless of this result, advancing out of the Swiss stage.
Well, yeah, Goal Machine's now kind of betted himself against one of the best in the world, so he kind of knows where his game at now. Maybe every game going forward is going to get easier. Am I okay to say that? Maybe not everyone is as good as Tex, so it's good for him to go against Tex first, just see where he's at.
Yeah.
And you think maybe he now might go 4-1.
Much like Mo Alba, his next game now will be a 0-1 record, so yeah, he's got a chance. But we actually got a chance to talk to the man of the hour, Tex, on a little interview now, so great to hear from him. Fnatic Tex, I should use your full name. Welcome to the new club, I should say. Congratulations on the move.
Thank you.
How are you feeling coming into this tournament, first tournament as a Fnatic player?
Long time no speak. Yeah, it's good. I played well that game. The second half especially. Second game I scored some nice goals and I managed to get the win. But this year I haven't really played too much FIFA like the early weeks because I want to enjoy myself later on. And last year, towards the end of the season, I didn't enjoy myself and I felt out of love of competing. So I'm trying to get it back by not playing as much. And when I come to the event, it's like fresh.
And Tex, we know you love your skill moves as well. It's Rachel talking here. Last year, I think it was a flip-flap you loved. This year, what skill move are you going for? What are you enjoying using the most?
Nothing.
Nothing? Come on, don't lie to us.
Skill moves don't really work this year. Maybe a little drop back or ball roll, but like everyone knows how to do them. So nothing special, to be honest. I play quite basic. And hopefully that style gets me the win most games.
It seems to. 4-1 there.
And you talked about enjoying your gameplay, especially in the second matchup there against Goal Machine, the second leg. What shifted for you? Or you felt maybe more controlled, or what was going on the pitch?
I don't know, first game of the tournament, first game of the new FIFA, you always have nerves, so I was playing a bit nervous. You can see it in my defending in the first game. He cut onto his right foot, and I went for a tackle, but like, I clipped B too early, and he had an easy chance. So I just calmed down a little bit, had the ball, played slower, and managed to create better chances for myself.
I was going to ask you a question that you've pretty much answered, to be honest. What are you going to take away from last season and apply to this season to give you that success towards the end of the season? But you pretty much answered that. So my question is, in FIFA 20, is there anyone that you should be saying to people at home to watch out for that maybe didn't have a huge season in FIFA 19, but is a new player on the scene that you should be worried about a little bit?
I mean, Lyrics wants me to say him, so I'm not going to say him.
I mean, you kind of have now, by default. But
nah, but Diogo, some Portuguese, English. He's both. I don't know where he's from, but yeah, Diogo is a good kid, plays for Sporting, and I don't want to match him this tournament, to be fair.
Okay. Very good stuff. Thank you very much, Tex.
No
Great
dramas.
start to the tournament, and keep up the good work. See you in a
Thank
bit.
you. See you.
Yeah, he's a confident lad, isn't he? He's always feeling good, and he plays it down when he's doing well, but he has the confidence to pull out a win when he's not doing so well.
Well, you don't want to be so confident, do you, after just the first match? You know, you want to kind of just keep a few cards like close to your chest, really. Not give everything out there. He said the skill moves he's not really sure what he's going to use. Not everyone's using as many this season, maybe, but great start for him, 4-1. Did that kind of reflect the game, in your opinion, would you say?
The final scoreline? I felt like he was better in the second half, and also he handled those situations. He went for sure things. So when you're playing at a competitive tournament and there are nerves involved, looking for that extra pass, make sure you can walk it in. Like, anyone could finish those chances that Tex had for the last 2 goals. Now, I don't know if anybody could set him up, but it definitely builds your confidence. It gets off to kind of a good start for him in the tournament, and he's kind of coming off of like a negative ending. If you look at last year, he had an amazing year. He fell off towards maybe the very end. He didn't get the result he wanted at the World Cup, and now he's back into form. And you know what's interesting? He mentioned Diogo, and I talked to Nightwatch as well. I was behind there. I was like, hey, who do you think could win this tournament that maybe people aren't mentioning, aren't talking about? Who's you know, maybe not on the radar of everybody's like Diogo, I don't want to see him.
Yeah.
So it's just interesting now that 2 people haven't had that conversation together, obviously separate combos, have both said Diogo's the real deal.
I think that's true. I also am thoroughly impressed with what Tex just said there about, you know, about the season. He understands now that this is a marathon, not a sprint. And he's saying, I burnt myself out too early last year. I played so much FIFA that drive wasn't there at the end of the year when it, you know, the marbles, it was for all the marbles and, you know, the E-World Cup. And I just didn't have the motivation to play. He's seen that and he's come back this year and he's thought, okay, I'm going to pace myself through the season here. I'm not going to burn out. I'm going to be a bit more mature about it. And hopefully when he gets to that moment again, he's going to have that little bit of drive, that little bit of determination, and still something left in the tank for that finals, because I think there's a lot of people who want to see him, you know, succeed in that final. Even if it's not winning it, it's getting far in that tournament, because didn't qualify the first time. Super disappointing going out in the group stages this on FIFA 19. So FIFA 20, I think people just want to see him have some success.
Definitely. And he started off very well, of course, but we've got other games to look at. We can find out the results from the rest of the Xbox first round. Rachel, anything here jumping out at you?
Oh, let's go with the youngster as well, Dunham Mike, who loves Bucharest. He's obviously got a first win there, 2-1 over Senna, so that's a good start for him. Oh, the guy I was saying is his debut here, N8 Dylan, lost out to Megabit there, obviously well known in the FIFA scene. He did say it was going to be difficult. It was 3-0 in that game. Mike, what are you looking at?
Well, Rafsu, my guy Rafsu, scooted by Sakul. If you've been talking to people, Sakul's definitely up there as one of the top tier pros. A lot of people don't want to see him. And then it is worth mentioning, and I don't want to cast any negative light on Joey, but he's somebody that hasn't quite broken through. He was right on the cuff last year. He ended up being 17th, so just outside the top 16 for the E-World Cup. And he was up 2-0 against Lyrics, and Lyrics was able to make that comeback happen. And we've kind of been saying that mentally, Joey's maybe just missing that extra oomph to get himself over the hump. So hopefully that's not going to continue for him in this tournament. But I noticed that result because you can carry that type of energy. When you're losing a match, or when you're winning a match and you concede and you give up this comeback, that sometimes carries into the future of your tournament.
But mentally, Lyrics, I think, seems really good this year. I don't know if that's what you...
Yeah, I think he's got that drive, like I mentioned earlier, obviously missing out at the end of last season, but I just want to, you know, obvious result. We're talking about someone, Diogo, picked up another win there. So I know that we talk about him, but if he's not picking up the results, it's a different conversation, but you can see he's doing the business here.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing what matchups we're going to see in the next round. I can tell you the game we're going to watch next on stream. It's going to be a good one. We're going to see the new West Ham player, Yargo, going up against Uston. Could be a high scoring affair, this one. So that's going to come back. It's going to be the first game we watch after a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon.
Guys go through a lot to deal with shave irritation, so we built the new Gillette Skin Guard with a specialized guard designed to reduce it. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
The FUT Champions Cup is brought to you in part by Gillette.
Sound, the most important thing you'll ever hear. It doesn't matter if you've dropped in thousands of times. Are you still using the headset that came with the system? You need to upgrade to Turtle Beach. The Stealth 600, the #1 wireless gaming headset. With superhuman hearing, you'll become a Battle Royale demon. Now that's what I call an upgrade. Go!
The flow, I get high. More than I drop is the more I get low. The music is lifting me up against soul. Show me a tune I can nod to. Bro, I'm twisting the rules. For the fire and the fuel.
Es ist das Derby im deutschen Fußball.
Welcome back to the FUT Champions Cup Stage 1 here in Bucharest, Romania. We're through our first round of games on the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox. We've seen some big players in action. We've got a big commentator in action right now. The biggest, arguably, in terms of... you've been doing it a long time now, Richard.
I have to be fair, yeah. Me and Brandon, coming up on 3 years.
How you feeling? Ready for another year?
I am, yeah. I'll tell you as well, I'm also a big fan of that jingle to intro the show. Good vibe.
Okay.
I love that he's so casual as well, Spencer. He's not even got his shoes on.
To be fair, let's defend Richard here because there is a no-shoe policy in the studio.
I'm joking, okay. Just because he pointed out he's got pink toes.
You're the only one with shoes on.
So we were given special permission to wear them in this area. But Richard, fair.
Sorry, Rich. Just pushing into the table there.
Yeah, he's comfortable with his socks. Good socks as well. Snazzy. Big predictions from you early in the first round we saw. You went obviously with went against what everyone else was predicting. We're going to see that all weekend from you. You like to go up against the current, don't you?
Yeah, I don't like swimming against the current, but I like predicting against the current. I just feel as though everyone deserves a bit of love. So,
so there's no actual like tactics.
There's no logic there
you're
at all.
thinking, I actually think this person's going to win. You just predict it to be annoying, do you?
No, also as well, if I get it right, I get a point and no one else does. So it's a mental game.
Yeah, but I did that in round 1 and I lost as well. So
tactical.
It doesn't really work.
I mean.
Yeah.
Well, we're back. We've got some more games coming up, of course. So a quick reminder for you guys watching at home, though. Make sure you've got your EA and Twitch accounts linked. There's 3 days of action, obviously, here. If you're using the Twitch extension every single day, you massively increase your chances of getting some really good rewards, including Prime Gold Players Packs. Now, it may take some time to get your rewards. If you've done what you've been asked to do and you haven't got them straight away, don't obviously go straight in the chat and sort of ask about that. Make sure you wait. It could be as much as the end of the day, but we're doing them at the end of every single day, making sure people that need to get their drops are getting them. So make sure you interact with the Twitch extension, not just today, but each day you watch, to increase your chances massively. Things like the Prime Gold Players Packs, as much some other things as well coming up. We should talk about the kits going in the game as well. Everyone that interacts with the stream over the 3 days are going to get the kits and loads of cool stuff. So have you all linked your accounts?
I have, yeah. Hopefully that Sol Campbell comes my way a little bit later today.
Is that what you're hoping for?
Yeah.
Will you get your team? What's your team looking like?
I'm yet to build a team because, again, I'm going against the grain and I'm taking the icon pack from the swaps. So I'm going to pack Eusebio. Base icon Eusebio.
You're going to. He's so good.
And then I can build my team around him.
So you're taking the risk. You're going for the pack. What about you, Mike? You've been doing the icon swaps? Tokens?
Yeah, I've got a good collection of tokens. I'm waiting for I guess there's going to be an announcement for the new 12 that are going to be released, like token-wise.
Have you got your
we're almost done with the first season. Yeah, I'm going to go. I've got to get Rio Ferdinand. And I think I could team him up with, I think it's only Pep that fits.
Yeah, you can go Pep and Rio. It's a good combo.
Or Schmeichel. I might try out Schmeichel. We're seeing a couple different goalkeepers for the icons here. We've seen Yashin. We've obviously seen Van der Sar. So maybe Schmeichel's in the same category. And people aren't giving him the love that he deserves.
I've been surprised that people have been using Yashin actually in goal. But a lot of icons, as you say. And yeah, icon swaps. Get involved in them if you haven't already. You've missed a chance to get your first 12 tokens now pretty much. But there's more 12 on the way, I do believe. So we've got a game on the way as well for you. We mentioned it before the break. We've got Iago, new West Ham signing from Argentina, going up against Uston, who's probably the person most synonymous with just scoring loads of goals in the FIFA scene, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, and obviously they're both got one win, so that's why they're playing each other. This is going to be kind of an interesting matchup because Uston, he's been around for so long. Iago, I feel he has been around the scene, but just kind of this year is maybe stepping up a little bit more. Obviously got that new transfer to West Ham. So I don't know, I can't really pick this one at all. I don't know about you two.
I think the big tournament for Iago was the Nations Cup with Nicholas, made the final of that entire event, losing against France. But I think that was a big indication that people thought Nicholas was going to carry him, and if anything, Iago was the one pulling Nicholas across the line at some points in that event. He played well at FUT Champions Cup 2 as well, if memory serves me correctly. He's now got the move with West Ham, so maybe a little bit more pressure on his shoulders as well. You've got fans, you've got a club behind you who are wanting achievements. If he gets a win against Uston and goes 2-0, he's feeling very confident.
Yeah, it's a big step up from West Ham. Really trying to put their signal intent out. They've got a nice Argentinian spine as well on the playing side. You've got Lanzini, you've got the manager, of course Pellegrini. Now you've got Iago.
And we're also got to see Uston on the other end adapt because we've always seen him score goals on goals on goals. This game is not necessarily about being able to score 7, 8, 9, 10 goals and so forth and so on, or being a high pressure player. It's a lot about building up, making sure you're defensively solid, and then taking your chances, which is a little bit different than, I guess, what we're used to seeing with Uston's pedigree.
Yeah,
okay.
obviously. Yeah.
Sorry,
I was going to say, Uston got so far, didn't he, last year? Was it?
He did.
Champions Cup 5, maybe finalist?
Singapore, yeah.
Singapore. So, I don't know, is he as good as that?
We're going to find out.
It's the first tournament, Rachel. Come on.
Well, we're going to see, aren't we?
This is round 2,
want
of course.
predictions?
Well, not yet.
Oh.
First of all, I want to look at the other fixtures from round 2.
Okay.
Obviously, this is the one we're going to watch. But remember, you guys are in control at home. If you go to the website, watchfifaglobalseries.com, you can pick any one of these games to watch. It's an unbelievable feature. I'm very jealous of you guys, actually, because I haven't got a laptop in front of me right now. I can't do it. But you can do it on your phone as well. Check out, well, what these games would you be watching, Mike, if you were going to pick one of these that wasn't the game we're going to watch?
The one that jumps out right for me is going to be Dito versus Lost in the Wave. So you have arguably the most attacking player versus the most defensive player, the most possession player in the competition.
What will win?
Yeah, something has to happen here. It can't stay 0-0. There's no way. Lost in the Waves doesn't play that type of football.
Uston's got a new team, by the way. We should talk about that as well. He's gone to Future FC as well, so another new side. Any other games you like there, Richard?
Yeah, speaking of Future FC, they've also signed Roy Feldman as well, partner organisation with Astralis. He's taking on #Harry. Big game for both of those two players, 0-1.
Yeah.
If you go 0-2 in a format like this, it's pretty dire. Not often do you see people go 0-2 and then actually make it out. Usually they fall on Swiss, so I think that's a big game for both of those two.
It's worth noting, though, both qualifying for both FUT Champions Cups, which Harry's got through. He's lost both. The only games you can lose in the Swiss format, he's lost. So he's gone through the hardest way, so maybe he's trying to do that again. Should we have a quick predictions, guys? Uston versus Iago. Who are we going for?
Uston.
Uston for Rachel.
I'm going Uston.
Uston.
Oh, we know who Rich's going to go for.
Come on.
He's going to go Iago.
And I know you want to go Iago,
well, I'm
too.
going to go Iago just for the West Ham connection. Why not? But, of course, it's not just our predictions that matter. We want to see what the casters are saying about this one. So, guys, who have you got for this match?
You go first. Usually I jump in.
No, because usually you butt in and then I just go against you. I think I'll go for Uston. I think he was fantastic last year, had a good World Cup. Only lost out to Nicholas in the semi-finals. I think he's going to go strong into FIFA 20.
So you're going with Uston?
Yes.
I'm going with Uston as well. I think that goal scoring is a huge part of this game. So I think if you're a naturally gifted player going forward, you're going to have some success. So I'm going to go with Future FC's Uston.
Okay, well, if there's anything like Uston's games last year, it's going to be an absolute goal fest. Enjoy, guys.
Thank you very much, Spencer. Yes, time to get into our next game. 1-0, the record for both of these players, of course, already managed to get a win under the belt, Dan, and that's a huge thing, especially when you're at the first tournament of the year, just getting that little bit of confidence back, getting into the groove of things, and both these players with a good start.
Yeah, I think if you can start well, you can give yourself like a 2-0 or a 3-0, and you get yourself into knockouts, then you're going to be in a really good place, give you so much confidence going through to the rest of the tournament. We heard what they said on the couch. Yago is just one of these players who has a lot of passion. We saw how well he did in the E-Nations. We saw how well he did in the FUT Champions. And now we're going to see if he can carry that fine form into FIFA 20.
We are always having a little giggle here because we can hear Spencer giggling in the background as well on the couch.
I managed to keep a coherent sentence.
I know, you did really well, to be honest with you. But let's see if we can keep it together. Lots of coherent sentences coming your way as we get into our next game here at FUT Champions Cup number 1. We have future FC's Houston taking on West Ham United's new signing as well. Yago, it's the Argentine versus the Dane.
I will never forget that. It wasn't it in London where Yago were like celebrating after winning, and, like almost in tears. And I'm going to bring it up every time because it was like one of those pictures that will always stand out in my memory about Yago. And I'm sure he probably doesn't want that to be everyone to picture him crying, but you know, when you see natural passion like that, I think it's something to remember.
Well, there's a little bit of a misplaced pass there by Houston, and it's going to be Yago who picks the ball up here and moves forward. Pele. Johan Cruyff coming deep to pick the ball up, and now R9's going to scoop turn round the corner and find Pele, but Zambrotta in that left back there with a fairly comfortable tackle, and now Johan Cruyff can turn away. And I think we're going to see more and more of Cruyff, because obviously that 5-star weak foot, but maybe a player with those statistics which lends himself more to FIFA 20 than he did in 19.
Yeah, I mean, he's not necessarily the small, quick and nimble player that we're seeing be very popular, but because he's got that 5-star weak foot, he is going to be utilised quite a lot. Decent shooting statistics as well on the ball. His dribbling is very good. So it's quite right that he's found his way into so many teams here at this tournament.
Well, here's Ruud Gullit then. He had a little bit of space, and he's managed to get away from Zidane as well. This is Houston bursting inside the box, but Yago managed to defend well, but it will be a chance from the set piece here. Whipped in, and Zinedine Zidane just to get up there. With the iconic haircut, should we call it that? If Ruud Gullit's is iconic, I'm sure we've got to say that Zizou's is the same.
I mean, yeah, sure, we can go for that if you want. Certainly the bold spot was iconic for quite some time until he decided just to get rid of it all. I'm not going to make any more comments, but I think you know where I would be going with this one, Mark, but I'll leave it there. One thing that I've noticed about these players and the selection of players that we've seen as well is there is a lot of preference in terms of who they want defensively, but certainly going forward it seems to be very similar. We seem to be having the same core four because we know how good R9 is, we know how good Pele is, for example, but it's just those defensive options where we're really seeing the differences.
Yeah, the central midfield spot as well. It seems to be a toss-up at the moment between Zidane and Vieira in there. Interesting to see maybe some of the more aggressive attacking players that we have in FIFA 20 at the pro level, maybe opting for Zidane. Still a very well-rounded card, but a mistake here has allowed Houston to get in. Johan Cruyff here on that left foot. Blanc manages to somehow get him out of trouble there. That was the get-out-of-jail-free card there played.
Yeah, he felt like the fake stop shot, turning back, would have been a better percentage chance of scoring than maybe just going for the driven pass across goal. The goalkeeper probably would have got down to it, so I can understand why he went for it, but unfortunately just not quite enough.
Well, here's space for Eusebio inside the box here for Yago. First chance for him to come forward. And you can see R9 threw himself at the ball, however just out of his reach, and now Eusebio will go back to the fullback Carlos Alberto, but good pressure high up the pitch here from Yago.
We are seeing it a lot from Houston of just turning away from the defenders, and instead of like streaming forward like we saw in FIFA 19, he's passing it around, he's waiting, he's being patient, and I think that he's kind of forced to play that way because it's very difficult to break down opponents at this current state of the meta.
Well, here's some quick passing here from Yago. The Argentine trying to find a little bit of space to maybe look to release a finesse shot. And speaking of releasing, there was a ball over the top there, and the run from Johan Cruyff was good, but again, two big defensive plays, you'd have to say, coming in from Laurent Blanc there. And we've seen Maldini, we've seen Van Dijk, and we're seeing Blanc as well. And a good choice at the start of this game here from Yago.
Blanc is a fantastic substitution for Van Dijk. If you aren't going to be using Van Dijk and you want to get to Stegen in your squad, like just stick Blanc in. He's Fairly similar, I would say, in terms of how he plays. Just a very big, bulky defender that if you can get that tackle in, he gets in the way. Decent amount of pace about him. Not quite as much as the likes of Maldini, of course, but he can get the job done, and I think that it's a very scary force to be going up against when you have two solid defenders back there.
Well, here is Zinedine Zidane looking to craft a pass, and what a pass that was. Into the feet of Johan Cruyff. Unfortunately, maybe just a little bit too much venom on it there for the Dutchman to take under his spell. And now Jago can come away again. You have to say, under maybe a little bit of pressure there, the ball got away from Cruyff. You have to give credit as well to Jago for the way that he defended. Now Zidane's having to track back as Cruyff is inside the box, goes back to Ruud Gullit. Chance here for Jago. Goes out wide to Eusebio, and again it's Ruud Gullit with that long reach who wins the ball.
He had two choices there as well. He could have shot with Gullit and just gone for a potluck shot, maybe hit it bottom corner. Probably wouldn't go for a finesse with Gullit, but I think he realistically wanted to play it to R9, who was just stood there waiting. Instead, the ball went to Eusebio, and I think that just made the attack a bit lackluster.
Well, here's that driven pass again, and he's having success here, and there's the finesse shot. But Yashin, the choice in goal here for Jago. And his first test, he's passed with flying colours.
Will be interesting to see how it develops. Goalkeeper choice, it was very choppy, changey throughout FIFA 19, and I mean Yashin didn't really feature at all throughout FIFA 19, so it's a surprise to see him, but maybe there's something statistically which players think he is better this year. Of course, height maybe not as important. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, that's a great ball again, and a chance here for Johan Cruyff, but he was just offside. Did look like maybe he had a little bit too much space to have found it without breaking that defensive line. But you have to say that Houston is finding his way towards goal here. Those driven passes into the feet of the strikers seems to be the way that he's creating.
Something that Jago just has to keep an eye on. Try and get the CDMs in the way of it, intercept that pass, and that's how a lot of people are defending at the moment, is just kind of jockeying with those central defensive midfielders.
But loose pass there from Cruyff.
If you get
couldn't
past
find him.
the central defensive midfielders, that's when you can really start to dissect your opponent. When you know they have to control the centre-back, suddenly they're a little bit more vulnerable, and you can bust out a drag back, and then suddenly you've got so much space available. It's crazy, really, how much one drag back can give you just so many opportunities.
Yeah, especially with a five-star weak-footed player as well, because you're never sure what side he's going to be able to unleash the strike on, and maybe just before half-time we might see one more chance. Unfortunately, there won't be. And no real big chances outside of maybe that strike from Houston towards the end of that first half, but that pretty much was the only strike. You can see it there on goal. Possession pretty much split down the middle, and again, a pretty cagey affair here between the two players.
Nervous first legs. I mean, we saw them throughout FIFA 19, of players just kind of feeling each other out, working out how they're going to be attacking, where their weaknesses are. I wonder if Houston has noticed that driven pass through the middle is working out. If he can get a similar pass, but maybe not as driven, so that players aren't just getting it cannoned into their feet, and instead they could just take it gently and then they've got it on the turn, he might find more success.
Well, here comes Houston then, and it's R9 trying to burst past, and he almost bundles his way past after that little sprint boost after the double step over. Jago does well to defend it though, and Zambrotta now comes inside to his fellow Italian Maldini. All the way across now to that informed Kyle Walker in at fullback. Zidane comes across, and again, defensively, Zinedine Zidane has some decent stats about him as well. He's not the best in the game, however, he will get the job done. And that's a fantastic ball here from Jago. Zambrotta though, snaps into the tackle. Some good old-fashioned Italian defended, winning the ball back.
Yeah, Zidane at central midfield is an interesting one for me. I'm surprised that players are trying him out over Vieira, but at the same time I'm not surprised, because I think his statistics are too good. He's too good of an item not to be using in your team.
Well, here's Eusebio, and he's found one man who doesn't now hurt to miss from there, and that's R9 Ronaldo. Left foot or right foot, it does not matter, and the first chance that Jago has, he puts it away.
Just kind of dancing around with Eusebio, waiting for R9 to make that run. And that's where Van Dijk's pace will let him down. He just can't keep up with R9 in those kind of areas. And as soon as you see that gap appear and the sight on goal, first time finish with R9, job done, and now you've got the lead in a very closely contested game. You just need to hold on now, try and win this ball back from kickoff, and then regain possession, regain control of this game.
So Iago strikes first. As I say, it was his first chance of the game. However, Oostin's managed to squeeze that ball through to Pele. Kyle Walker wins the ball back, though, for him. And for Iago now, he can control the pace of this game. He can control how many times he wants to go forward, how many risks he wants to take. And maybe that was one too many, especially having just taken the lead now.
The fact we're seeing Kyle Walker being used, considering everything is unlocked in these esports accounts, that means I feel a little bit better about packing red Kyle Walker in my rewards.
You had to get that in there.
Had to get it in.
Had to get it in there. Zinedine Zidane then finds Johan Cruyff. Here comes Oostin once more. Great ball back into Cruyff. He wins the ball. He tries to turn away from Blanc, but again, the Frenchman is just snapping away and managed to get just enough of the ball there.
It's like a piranha, like a big French piranha just snapping at his heels, and all we needed to see from Oostin was just being able to turn away to get out of that range of those long dangly legs, but unfortunately Blanc was just too strong there and was just kind of latched onto him.
Well, here comes Oostin again, but Zinedine Zidane closes down that space incredibly well. And that's just showing a little bit too much of that to Zambrotta, who can quite comfortably pick that one up. And Iago now with the ball roll around the player trying to close him down. Eusebio stops up. You can see Oostin desperately trying to win the ball back, but that's leaving so much space. And a carbon copy finish from R9 Ronaldo doubles the lead here for Iago.
I think this is how we're going to see a lot of goals scored at this tournament. Sometimes when you get this situation where you get a standoff and it's quite a defensive game, you have to almost play like rugby. You have to just play it across the field until you find someone who's free, until you find someone who's made that space, who's beat that man. And it was just that fake stop shot which gave enough room for Iago to have a little look around, where Oostin began to panic a little bit defensively, player switching to try and get to the right player. If you can get in your opponent's head, if you can get them to panic and start switching and not really knowing where you're going to go or where they're going to go, you're going to find yourself in those scenarios where you're going to have men who are going to be free on the ball.
So a 2-goal lead here in FIFA 20 at this level. Even more valuable than it has been in previous years, with the ability to keep the ball, to play a possession-based game here in FIFA 20. So for Iago, he's probably thinking, keep a clean sheet here. This could be job done ahead of that second leg. But for Oostin, it's a switch of mentality now. It's not letting this first leg get out of hand. Maybe you can squeeze one goal back to get back into this game, but he's just giving the ball away fairly sloppily there. And Iago will quite happily pick up possession here and move forward.
What's important for Iago, though, is to remember this is a two-legged game. A 2-0 lead going into that second leg would be fantastic for him. He doesn't want to press too much to the point where he leaves himself vulnerable at the back and then suddenly Oostin gets a goal, because he knows what kind of a competitor Oostin is. If Oostin does grab that one goal and gets that little bit of confidence, he's going to come back. He's going to get back into games. So I would advise, if I could, for Iago just to keep this one quite slow-paced now, really dominate the game, frustrate Oostin, close it out with a 2-0. Maybe you might see a mistake from Oostin and you grab a third. But I'd be more than happy going into leg number 2 with a 2-goal advantage against Oostin.
Yeah, this is where a little bit of composure comes in. Understanding the game situation, understanding your opponent. You have to remember, Oostin's such a dangerous player going forward himself. So 2 goals against a lot of players might seem like a match-winning lead. However, against someone like Oostin, who knows how to score, with an elastico like that, he knows how to buy a little yard of space as well. Unfortunately, though, it wasn't enough to burst through and create a chance, and Iago again defends well.
And you felt like FIFA 19 was there for Oostin, like he wanted to just go into another skill move after that elastico. But of course, in FIFA 20, if you start linking too many skill moves together, there is a possibility of the player giving the ball away. So after 1, maybe even 2 skill moves, you really have to look at doing something else, just going for a natural dribble. Otherwise, you're going to struggle.
Here's Neymar. He finds R9. A goal at the end of this game would be huge for Oostin. But again, Laurent Blanc has been absolutely monstrous in that centre-back position here for Iago. And I think another thing is a few players who are maybe watching this game will be very interested in sliding Laurent Blanc, alongside Maldini into their teams moving forward.
And here we see just the game management now for Jago of saying, okay, I have my lead, I have possession. Oostin isn't pressing me that much, but now we start to see the press. Oostin starts to try and win the ball back, but for the same thing, even though Oostin wants to win the ball back, he wants to have a chance, he still has 90 minutes as well. So he doesn't want to overcommit.
Okay, he has committed forward here, and Eusebio's got inside the box, but Maldini comes across. Eusebio manages to win the ball back, and maybe a chance here for Neymar. Little flip-flap, big chance! Big goal! Oostin finds a way back, and he halves the deficit.
And it's just that little shake of the head there from Jago, where he knows if he had just played a little bit more safer, if he had kept the ball, restricted those chances from Oostin, he could have gone in with a 2-0 lead. But he's given that opportunity now, and that seed of doubt is planted into his mind. He's going to be going into that second leg thinking, oh, I shouldn't have conceded that goal. I should be 2-0 up. And just that slight distraction, that slight lack of focus when you're thinking about the wrong things is going to lead you to maybe some mistakes in leg number 2.
Of 2 minutes of added time.
Big goal then for Oostin in the complexion of this tie. However, maybe there might be one more chance for Jago to go into the second leg with a 2-goal lead intact. Here's Cruyff. Zidane will get another bite at the cherry. Heel to heel, turns back. Johan Cruyff goes all the way across here to Pele. The heel to heel again. R9 on a hat-trick, but Ruud Gullit will step in. And at the end of our first leg, that man on your screen, West Ham's Jago, will have a 1-goal advantage, 2-1 to him.
Yeah, he just needs to keep his head on now and not focus too much on the fact that he could have been going in with a 2-0 lead. Just needs his coach to just keep him calm and say, look, you've been playing really well, you've created some fantastic chances. If he can keep creating chances like that, he's going to be in a great place for leg number 2. Now, of course, one of our sponsors for this tournament are Turtle Beach, and throughout the tournament, there is going to be a chance for you guys to win an Elite Pro 2 headset. If you follow Turtle Beach on Twitter, you will find a hashtag at some point throughout this day, which will give you the opportunity to win that one. So make sure you follow them on Twitter and get that chance to get yourself a headset.
You saw it there on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, so make sure that you go ahead and follow that account, and of course, pick yourself up some awesome free stuff from Turtle Beach. Shout out to them for being a huge sponsor here of the FIFA Global Series. But Dan, let's talk about the second leg now, because it's set up beautifully. I always love it when there's one goal between the teams, because you're going to start off in a similar vein to what we saw in that first leg. However, at one point, one of those players has to make a change, because someone is always chasing the game. Oostin has goals in him. We've seen him at the end of that game finding that goal. Can Jago keep that game together that we saw in that first leg throughout another 90 minutes here at FIFA 20?
A lot of FIFA players are very good leg number 2 players, and I feel like Oostin is one of those. He is very good at reading the game and very good at reading his opponent. And if he has now analysed it to the point where he says, okay, these are the 2 goals that I've conceded, let's look at what I've done wrong, I think he's good at patching up those areas. I know there's so much talk about Oostin going forward and he's maybe not that good defensively, but realistically, in the grand scheme of things, he is a fantastic all-round player, and he knows the areas where he needs to improve, whether it be in general or whether it just be in one particular leg. The little shakes of the head is just enough to show, okay, I'm not happy with how I'm playing, let's improve, let's move on. As soon as he patches up those areas, puts a little band-aid on, he's going to be fine, because going forward, he's created enough chances. It's just been good defending from Jago, but Jago will make mistakes.
I think one thing that's impressed me as well is the way that Jago has crafted his chances as well. He's been very patient, been waiting for those runs, and there you see that passion that we were talking about from the Argentine, and it was almost a carbon copy to an extent of this goal. Again, it was Eusebio with the assist for that first goal, R9 with the finish. Again, Eusebio heavily involved. This time it's Johan Cruyff with that pass off to the goal scorer again for his second, R9 Ronaldo. But very similar goals, the little stop up and the little cutbacks. And here was the goal towards the end of the game here for Oostin that's just given him an opportunity to get back into this.
Well, I mean, the fake stop shot, pass across, is one of the most successful ways to score in FIFA because of all the bodies that are in the box. Like, if you're on the edge and you're twisting, you're turning, you're looking for that little bit of space, very rarely you're going to be able to get that shot away. And even now with the latest patch, with the finesse shots being nerfed ever so slightly by some people, you are going to struggle. So instead, you play it down the wing, you get the fake stop, then you play it back inside, little cut back. I'm making it sound easy. It's not as easy as it sounds, but these pros are better than me.
Especially at this level. Well, we're actually going to leave that game to one side right now, and we're going to go and join another game now, and I'm sure a lot of you are very, very excited to watch this one, because it is the newly signed Tundra Esports MS Dasari going to be taking on Megabit. What a game that is.
Of course, we don't need to say much about MS Dasari. Previous world champion, almost back-to-back world champion.
So close.
If it wasn't for Megabit's German counterpart Mo Alba, who is now the world champion. And of course, Megabit, who is in his own a German champion last season. And I'm sure he'll be looking to go from strength to strength into FIFA 20.
Well, the score update for you guys. We're into the second leg here. No goals to report in our first leg. But this is two of the behemoths of the FIFA 20 scene, Dan. And what a pleasure it is to see them both go up against each other so early on in the competitions, so early on in the season. We'll have to see how this one turns out. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of other players who are watching at the moment wondering how this one's going to turn out as well.
Yeah, we've had a couple of grudge matches already from the FIFA World Cup, and this is another. Dasari beating Megabit 4-3 in the quarterfinals of the E-World Cup just mere months ago in FIFA 19. So let's see whether Megabit can get a little bit of a revenge in this second round of Swiss.
So here is Dasari moving forward very deliberately on that left-hand side, and I always feel like FIFA 20, the way it plays is going to lend itself to Dasari's play style.
Oh yeah. I've heard that chatter around not just us as talent, but players as well, saying this is Dasari's game. One of the reasons why he struggled in the early stages of FIFA 19, because there were such major changes in the meta, in that like goalkeeper movement and the time shot. Whereas now this is just more of like a basic style of football. It's a pass and move, it's a watch, it's dissect your opponent, it's break them down. It's a grind at times, and I think Dasari is more than up for that grind.
Well, here's Patrick Vieira moving forward for Dasari. Ball inside here to R9. He'll drag back and exit it in the same direction that he entered it, trying to just maybe fool Megabit into thinking that was going to be a full 180 drag back. Well watched though by Megabit, defended it extremely well, and you can see he was just waiting to see if one of those strikers were going to peel wide there and give him an option to play that ball down the line, but now he's recycled back inside. You see again Laurent Blanc just coming out to snap into that tackle.
Can we call him the Piranha? Are we allowed? Is that a thing or no? I'm going to call him the Piranha anyway. The little French Piranha. Big French Piranha. Blanc is a large man.
Well, here is Lionel Messi. What a ball that is! And what a goal that is! 1-0 to Megabit. Beautiful football on the edge of the box. Eusebio linking up to find the finish at the end of the move as well. And that was almost a Dasari-esque goal there from Megabit.
Yeah, all the talk of piranhas. It was Megabit who starts sinking his teeth now into his opponent. Just noticed a little gap. He noticed that Dasari wasn't switching off his player. Instead, he was tracking the player who played the pass rather than the player that tracked the run. And that allowed Megabit just to play that 1-2 and get the shot on goal. And finally, after 17 minutes in the second leg, we get a breakthrough between these fantastic competitors.
Such a well-crafted move, that one. A lot of quality in the build-up play, a lot of quality in the passing and the exchanging to create the space for that strike on goal. And not only that, Dan, of course, taking the opportunity is so vital, and you can almost see that that's just breathing confidence here into Megabit. Eusebio for 2! This is how good Megabit can be.
It was the speed of these passes. It's so difficult to defend against when your player is pinging the passes around like that. Of course, the success rate sometimes is really going to struggle. Messi played the ball through the defender's legs there, so you could argue there was a little bit of fortune, but the whole play in general, you can tell how Megabit wants to approach this game. He wants to keep it at a speed where Dasari is going to struggle to switch his players, and then as soon as Dasari starts fumbling over himself, that's when Megabit is going to take advantage of it.
So bang bang then from Megabit. 2 goals inside around 5 to 10 in-game minutes. And that really is huge, especially in the second leg. That's going to completely change the mindset here of Dasari. So the Saudi's going to have to find something now, and you have to feel that he's going to have to score soon and reply as quickly as possible. And he almost so nearly found a decisive ball inside the 18-yard box there to get a strike away on goal.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you play a through ball like that in those kind of areas, sometimes the striker just doesn't quite lock onto it and they almost run past it. Probably needed to just hit the normal pass there. Might have had a better chance.
Well, here's Eusebio again inside the box. You can see him just lining up to lash a finesse up towards that far post and test the goalkeeper once more, looking for his third of the game. But look at the run through the middle here from Neymar. It was almost found, but Virgil van Dijk with that range, managed to just cut out that pass, pick up the interception.
And I don't know if it was intentional from Megabit, whether he baited that, but he almost encouraged the run from Neymar and then last minute switched onto Van Dijk just to step across and ensure there wasn't going to be a pass available. You have to be very careful with through balls when your player is running toe-to-toe with the likes of Van Dijk because of the strength they have, because they can just cut off your body. If your player gets past the man and they're still onside, that's when you're really going to find the through ball being successful against a slightly slower defender.
And here comes Megabit once more then. 2 goals to the good. 2 goals of high class as well. And once again, he's found a driven ball into Lionel Messi. Eusebio twisting and turning again, and Vieira had to get back there. And the offside flag, I think, was actually a free kick. Lionel Messi was the culprit. But again, you can see Megabit's game plan here is to just bait out those CDMs and then fire one of those balls into the strikers, those 2 agile strikers, get those interchanging passes going. Try and create the chances that way.
And when we think about the players that were given qualification to this event from the World Cup placing, of course, Dasari was one of those. Megabit wasn't. Megabit had to qualify himself here. Even though he was at the quarterfinals, he wasn't quite in the top 4 for the Xbox. So he qualified his way here, and now he can demonstrate what he's made of in FIFA 20. And I'll tell you what a statement this would be against Dasari.
I mean, Dasari really has not had anything in this first half, to be honest with you, this second leg. Really seems to be struggling a little bit. Megabit has completely controlled the tempo of the game, and maybe here Neymar can change that for MS Dasari. Well, fake shot around the corner, but Carlos Alberto just snaps into a tackle himself and sets up the counter-attack here. And look at this, Lionel Messi's gone past one. Eusebio will pick up the ball, maybe just waiting for that return run here of Lionel Messi. Eusebio instead smartly decides to recycle the ball as we are approaching that half-time whistle. Messi into Pele. Megabit looking dangerous. Megabit looking to make it 3 just before the break, but Dasari maybe with a chance to go forward himself here, Dan.
Unfortunately, just, again, it's that brain showing you that your player is going forward and you instantly want to get that ball up, you want to play the lob through ball, but it didn't quite work out for him. But Megabit going forward, and he's kept Dasari at bay. No shots at all for Dasari in 45 minutes. Of course, we didn't see the first leg, but it was 0-0 after the first leg. So defensively, Megabit has been on point, and then suddenly he just burst into life for those 2 quick goals within just, 5 minutes, as you said. So now it's just about seeing this game out for Megabit. Got 45 minutes, but some players, they don't like trying to see a game out. If you suddenly turtle up and you sit back, or you play drop back, you go to one depth, you do encourage that pressure from your opponent, and you don't want to encourage pressure against a player like Dasari.
It's difficult to switch back then to the game plan that you were using before, because everything's different. Your opponent's changed his custom tactics, so sometimes just sticking with what has got you to the dance, so to speak, is the best way to go about things and close out these kind of games. So Megabit could not have asked for a better first 45 minutes here against MS Dasari in this second leg. Absolute perfection from him. Dasari is the one who's going to answer some questions.
Does he have those answers, though? Because at the moment, hasn't really had much going forward. It's a bit about Megabit. Megabit on the ball has looked so dangerous, dribbling with Messi in particular, who we haven't really seen included for a lot of players, maybe on the bench. But he has been a big impact player.
And look at the space here for Eusebio in the middle as well. Eusebio tries to feed the ball out wide, but you are seeing Dasari maybe commit a few more players up the field, not coming back on their defensive duties. You can see him trying to use that offside trap that we know he's so devastatingly effective with defensively, but he does win the ball back here. And now Dasari can attack with Pele.
Is the offside trap worth using as much as he does in FIFA 20 will be the real question from me. Of course, it does help out and it can be fantastic when you get it right, but is it worth the risk? Because if you get it wrong, it can be so detrimental to you. So I'm a little bit concerned if Dasari overuses it, but he is Dasari. He was phenomenal with it in previous FIFAs, and I'm sure he's got it down to a T in FIFA 20 already as well.
Yeah, I feel like Dasari doesn't use it so much to catch players offside. It's more to squeeze his midfield up and put pressure on the ball. And that's where he kind of separates himself, I think, from a lot of players with the way that he uses it. But unfortunately, at the moment, he just looks a little bit lost going forward. And look at this ball in behind here. Having a look across to the linesman. His flag stays down, and Messi strikes the upright.
He delayed it, he wanted the shot. It was on Messi's right foot, so it's never going to be as good. But almost still connects with the back of the net. Just denied by the upright. Again, though, that's the vulnerability. At the back, Messi just darting in behind. And maybe this is an advertisement for maybe other players to be utilising Lionel Messi. I know that right at the start of FIFA 20, people were saying, right, is it going to be Messi this year? Is it going to be Ronaldo? And a lot of pros were leaning towards Messi because he was so quick, because his dribbling was so good. And people said that Ronaldo felt a little bit clunky this year.
And one player that certainly doesn't feel clunky on the ball is Neymar, trying to create here for Megabit. And another thing, going back to the Lionel Messi conversation you just brought up there, such a devastating finesse shot as well. If you get it on his left foot and you send it across goal, he's one of the best in the game at finishing off those chances. But here's Eusebio. Big tackle again. But it looks like a free kick might have been given. So maybe an opportunity here to get something going. But you're going to see changes now coming in from Megabit. It's going to be Lionel Messi leaving the pitch. Stamina may be an issue there. R9 Ronaldo coming in up top. Offer a little bit more of a physical presence.
Just R9 coming off on the bench. It's not so bad, is it? Just in time for the free kick as well, if you want to use R9 for free kicks. Of course, we've seen already in this tournament, and we've seen throughout FIFA 20, if you do move that goalkeeper ever so slightly towards the middle of the goal, then it's harder to score unless you completely bury it in the top corner. But even then, some of these keepers, the reach they have is insane. So we'll see whether we're going to have an opportunity on goal directly, or maybe just a little bit of a layoff, which I know you're.
I'm an advocate of the layoff.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Well, here's Roberto Carlos standing over it for Dasari. It looks like, judging by the free kick taker, this might be taken short.
See, the keeper is being moved there as well.
Carlos lays it off here to Hullet. One more across to Pele! Big block coming in from the defender, and now Pele can escape Roberto Carlos, and maybe a chance to counter-attack here for Megabit.
Clever, though, from Megabit, not committing to the counter-attack straight away because he could have lost the ball and then be counter-attacked himself. Instead, he recycled, and now he's rewarded for it.
Neymar turns back inside. Pele now looking for that ball into R9 Ronaldo. He gets onto his right foot, and a little bit of goalkeeper movement there just made that a little bit more comfortable for Yashin. But a big chance there to really finish this game off for Megabit.
Shot a little bit early with Ronaldo as well. On the twist. Instead, you just have to take that little bit of extra time to allow the composure from the player. But when you get into these situations, and because you sometimes do lack chances in FIFA 20 at the moment, you kind of snatch at it. When you see that chance on goal, you're like, yep, okay, I have to shoot, I've got R9. It didn't really get the power behind it needed.
Interested to see here that Dasari's brought on Scream Bobby Firmino in the midfield as well. Such a well-rounded foot item. And he's given the ball away here in midfield. And look at this, a 2v2 situation's just opened up. One player's fallen over, which makes it even easier. Was the offside trap effective? It looks like it wasn't. Megabit striding towards goal. Pele back to R9. Strikes a goal. Big save from the goalkeeper.
What's the keeper doing there, though? Yashin, come on, sort yourself out, son. Gotta be grabbing those.
Taken short here by Megabit. Has had the opportunity to close this game out. 77 minutes on the clock. Zambrotta steps in, and here comes Dasari.
These are always the dangerous situations from corners if you give the ball away, but thankfully Carlos Alberto was there. Playing with my heart at the moment, these goalkeepers, but Van der Sar does clear it in the end. But still possession for Dasari. Still time to get back into this.
Eusebio finds the ball into Mbappe, but Virgil van Dijk said, I will have a piece of that. And now again, on the counter-attack, you can see how open Dasari is. And Roberto Carlos looking to fire the ball down the line. It's just giving it away to Zambrotta. And one thing that Megabit was guilty of a few times last year was in these situations when he looked like he had everything wrapped up. He let a couple of sloppy goals go against him, and before you knew it, he found himself in trouble. But here comes Megabit, and here comes Neymar. Plays it inside. R9 can't get the shot on target.
I mean, Megabit is trying to kill this game off when a lot of players in this situation would kill it off in a different way. They would be holding possession. They would be restricting the chances for their opponent. But Megabit's still just going forward. He sees so much space at the back, so he said, well, I'll just go for goal then, Dasari. Cheers, mate. Thanks. Trouble is, if he had conceded on the counter-attack, it would have gone against him. I think he's going to be all right. I don't think there's time now for Dasari to get 2 back. Dasari hasn't had enough chances anyway. And Megabit is going to get a fantastic victory here in the second round of Swiss.
Just a few moments to see out here. Maybe an opportunity for 1 goal to really put the cherry on top of the cake, but Hullet now skipping away from the attentions. The referee will pull that one back for the free kick, having played the advantage, and this is all just seconds off the clock here for Megabit to go 2-0, I believe, in these Swiss rounds. R9 wins the header as well, a stooping header towards Patrick Vieira. The Frenchman stepping forward, stepping round 1, stepping round 2, and step 3 is to put the ball in the back of the net.
3 solid goals for Megabit. The third, of course, Dasari had committed men forward, had left gaps at the back, but still, this is a performance that we need to be looking at from both players. Dasari, has he created enough? Is this down to how Megabit's been defended, or has Dasari just not had enough flair going forward? Only time will tell, and of course, we still have plenty more games. Dasari will be on 1-1 in Swiss, so I wouldn't count him out just yet. I'm sure that he's going to be back and fighting. I expect to see him in the knockout stages.
So it will be Megabit then who picks up a huge win over MS Dasari there, 3-0, and you can see Megabit disappearing immediately, maybe just to take his mind off of FIFA for a few seconds, having just mentally exerted himself for so long in that particular game. But questions have to be asked of that man on your screen here, MS Dasari. Not the start that he would have wanted, Dan. And he is a little bit of a slow starter in the seasons, we have to say. Maybe doesn't come out of the gates with the same verve as some other players.
We've seen him lose Swiss rounds in tournaments before, and then he comes back and then he wins the tournament. So it's just a case of him warming up a little bit. He's just got one of those like pulley things on his back and just winding him up slowly. Is it a pulley thing? What's it called that you get?
You've got to work on these analogies today.
But what's the thing like on the back of a toy where you twist it? What's it actually called?
String pull.
A wind-up. I can even hear the desk saying it's a wind-up, so it's a wind-up.
Okay.
There we go. He's like a wind-up toy.
You're on a wind-up today.
I'm going to wind you up in a minute. No, I don't know. I can already hear the desk. Hi, by the way, guys.
We go back to the desk then.
Yeah, go on and bring it back here. You guys, they've had a obviously a stressful game.
They're winding each other up, aren't they?
Yeah,
really?
They need a break. Great game though. Obviously, Megabit coming out strong early doors.
I was just saying to the boys, I was like, is that the first time that Megabit has beaten Dasari? I was told no, but what a win for him. 3-0 over Dasari, and a last-minute goal as well. It was 2-0 for quite a lot of the game. Getting an extra goal in just to kind of seal the deal there. You like that?
Yeah, I'm with it. These are two of the giants in the FIFA community. And we did see MS Dasari last year start rather slow compared to his typical standards. So I feel like that's been maybe a trend for him. He's starting a little bit slow at the beginning of the year, and then he kind of builds into the season.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not just the nature of the fact that Megabit's won the game. We know there's plenty more games to come for Dasari. He's 1-1 now. But it's the fact that he's kept a clean sheet over 2 legs against a player of Dasari's quality. That's very rare.
And Megabit's not really known as a defensive player. He's typically someone who goes forward fast and often. He's looking to outscore you.
Yeah. Should we take a look at how he did it? Let's look at the highlights from that game. How did Megabit come out so convincingly 3-0 ahead of Dasari? We'll get him up in a second for you. But Megabit now is going to be feeling very confident. 2-0 going through. If you're beating Dasari, who's, let's not forget, we talk about Moal, but he just didn't do a double World Championship 2 in a row, which no one's ever done before. Would have been amazing. Would have been all we're talking about right now. To beat him 3-0 so early on is unbelievable for Megabit. He's got to feel like he can play anyone.
Yeah, you look at the way that he won as well. 3-0, I think the big thing that Mike alluded to, the clean sheet. Keeping a clean sheet against Dasari over 2 legs, that just doesn't happen. And Megabit has dispatched him. He's now moving on to that 2-0, that sort of sweet spot where you can drop a game and still go through with a reasonably decent seed, 3-1, 4-1. I think you're looking at Megabit as probable favourite now alongside Tex on this Xbox bracket.
I guess you're looking at Dasari as well, and the massive transfer that he's had as well, going to Rock Nation, which is such a great team to be joined, Jay-Z's team, of course, and what he's kind of got that comes with the whole package of all the celebrities, all the Premier League players, all the international footballers. He's got a lot to live up to as well with that transfer. Do you think that could be adding pressure? Yeah?
Yeah.
He's had a picture with Rihanna in the last week. Sorry, MS Azari. I
If
saw your
anything,
tweet.
Rihanna's had a picture of him.
Oh, okay.
I think-
Did she like it? I don't know. Anyway, sorry.
I think one of the big things what sort of pushed on Rogue last year was all three players were competing to be the #1 Rogue player. It was that constant competition. He won an event, he won an event. You're in the Savage 7, you're in Savage 7. That's the constant sort of battle to be #1. He is #1 right now. He's the best Saudi Arabian player. A lot of people regard him as the best FIFA player to ever play. Does he just kick back? I've made the money, I've made my name, I've made the fame.
No, he doesn't.
It's a lot of change for
Yeah.
Sorry though, because you mentioned Rock Nation there. That's his new management company. But he's got a team as well in Russia, so he's actually like got the two different parts of the world working with him now. And yeah, I think there's a lot of distractions in there. Something that might have distracted you guys, or will distract you if you've been lucky enough to receive one, is a Twitch drop, which is going to be happening right now. If you've been watching for the last half an hour, there's a very good chance. Well, I don't actually know the actual percentage chances, but there's a chance that you could be getting Bobby Firmino dropped into your account, which is lovely. So best of luck to you if you're lucky enough to have him. Obviously, lots more drops coming up throughout today and the next 2 days, as well as loads of other things you can pick up, such as the guaranteed Tifos. How good are they, by the way, the player Tifos?
Very good.
Some of the best players in the world have got their own in-stadium Tifo. I want one.
Are they going to be distracting? That's what we're saying. Are they going to be?
Who do I have to email about that?
I've got to get better at FIFA. I certainly have.
And if you're not one of them, do you use that and try and distract other players? I don't know. Would you use them?
Yes.
Yeah. If you're playing against someone like Tex, would you have his Tifo up?
I think
Sure.
Yes.
I like the addition. More customization in Ultimate Team is a good look.
Yeah,
I think we
I
could all
completely
agree on
agree.
that. I like that these have been introduced. I wouldn't mind having the Mo Alba.
Yeah,
sitting
great
there.
for them.
No,
Just a little
I'd use
reminder.
it. It's important to stress, by the way, guys, that Bobby Firmino item is the Halloween centre mid item, who's maybe one of the best centre mids in the game.
Yeah, he's unreal. If you look at his actual total in-game stats across the board, you can even play him CDM or striker.
Yeah.
He's honestly, I'm thinking about picking him up. We have about 650,000 coins on the market
He's
right
made
now.
an
as well.
item which previously wasn't as usable as you'd think he should be based on his real life ability. Very usable. Someone that he's got very good in real life ability is Megabit. He's just beaten Mr. Sorry. Let's have a little chat with the German. Megabit, well done, mate. How you feeling after that big victory?
First of all, I'm on the tifo of myself as well.
I'll start that campaign right now. Let's get Megabit a tifo.
Second of all, I'm really confident right now. From the last years, you know me as an offensive beast, but with the first 2 matchups, I haven't conceded a goal so far, so I feel really confident. And obviously, Dosseri had a few chances in the first leg, but he didn't score. And in the second leg, it was all my game. And with 2 goals within 5 minutes, I had all the confidence. And he rushed things a bit, so it was completely my game.
What do you think the key was then for not allowing MS Tasari to get a goal?
I think it's just the pressure. He actually kind of pressures the same way I do, and I had problems getting out of my own third. So he did, and that was the keys to always put pressure on him, to not just let him think about what he's gonna do next. And I think there were only 2 situations where he had more possibilities to play to. So I was really happy with my play style, and I hope I can keep up with that.
And I'm going to take this in a whole different direction. So if you were advising to somebody who wants to get into competitive gaming, you're advising somebody, what do they need to learn? What do they need to master in FIFA 20? Because you're obviously having success early on. Every year, you've been able to adapt and have different levels of success, regardless of the meta and the gameplay. So what's the key to this year's installment from Megabit?
This year, first it's the choke defending with L2. You have to get used to it. It's really, really nice. And if you master it, I think defending is actually easier than last year. So for me, it's good because my pressure now works even better. And second of all, it's all about composure. You have to think about your next step and the step after that and stay composed at the same time. You have to wait for the right opportunity. You have to always put your player into the right direction to make the right pass, to make the shot. So that's what it's all about. Especially with the game speed right now, it's slower than FIFA 19, so you have to really know when you're going forward.
You talked about the game speed being slower than 19. Also, you scoring 2 early goals against Dasari. How important is it to score early and see out the game with the sort of troubles with team pressing and being able to win the ball back? How important is it to get that first goal?
I would say this year it's even more important. Like, for example, last year I felt confident into a competitive game when I was leading by 3 goals. That's when I was in my comfort zone. But I think it's this year, if I lead by 1 or 2 goals, I already feel confident because I know if I put my pressure on, if I do the things right, I'm going to win.
Fantastic, Megabit. Great victory. Obviously, lots more games to come for you, but very good start, and best of luck in the future matches.
Thank you very much.
There he is then, Megabit, full of confidence as you'd expect. And he does tend to start, he's very good throughout the year, but he does tend to start the game particularly well. And it does strike me as quite an important attribute as a pro player to be able to adapt quickly. Some guys start, they miss out on crucial points.
Well, we were just talking earlier, weren't we, about consistency. So I think, you obviously got to start well and then just keep it going throughout the year. But I think in that interview there, it was quite interesting when he said, usually he liked to kind of get 3 solid goals and then he felt comfortable. But 1 or 2 goals maybe is the decider in this year's game. Does that surprise you guys as well, that you don't need to score as many goals?
I don't think so. I think with how the game is, with the defensive sort of prowess that you can have, I think a lot of people, especially when they're qualifying with the restrictions as well, they're not used to using a Maldini or a Carlos Alberto. So when you've actually got these defenders who are unbelievable, defending becomes a lot more easier. You're used to defending with Nelson Semedo and Phil and Mendy at the back. They're the players that you've got in your team. And now you've got sort of a full icon team pretty much. You can press with Ruud Gullit, you can press with Vieira, and you can just see games out. It becomes a lot easier to see out a 1-0. That's why I've seen so many sort of goal to goalless games, 1-0, 2-0, 3-0. In previous years, that would be an 8-5 or a 6-4.
And I think because in this year's title, there's not as many goals, that players are really focused on the defensive end and also holding the ball, making sure that they maximize their possession play, which is the best form of defense. I think we're all agree. If you have the ball, you're definitely not going to concede. And that's why we're seeing this battle almost, who's going to get the opener. And that's when you make adjustments. And you're also punished. If you overly press, there's going to be space in behind. And you don't want to leave those easy gaps, especially not at the professional level. All these guys, for the most part, have been here before. This is not their first tournament.
It's interesting what Megabit was saying about composure, which has always been an important attribute, but maybe more so than ever now, that fewer chances perhaps. But it's much like you see in traditional football. There's a big battle coming up in the Premier League this weekend between Liverpool and City. No doubt that will become a low-scoring affair. Often they are, because no one wants to lose, and they don't want to give anything away, do they? Yeah,
that game will probably be won either by VAR or a mistake, because these two sides are so evenly matched against each other. When you've got Desari and Megabit, he scored 2 early goals, put MS Desari on the back foot straight away. He had to change the way he wanted to play. Usually, I very much doubt that MS Desari in qualifying were ever losing a game. Usually you were the person who was seeing the game out, seeing out the results. It means that you've got to play completely different.
Okay, well, lots more chess match-like fixtures to come up after this break. We'll see you soon.
Last year I was very direct and very aggressive, but this year you have to be patient and not rush your chances, because it's all about position right now, and that's the meta. So just change a little bit. Yes, you need to have at least Gullit on the team, because he can shoot, he can hit, he can do everything. He can dribble, he can run, he can do everything. So he's the most the guy you want on the team. And my favorite player right now in FIFA must be Messi, because his shooting is phenomenal. There's nobody in the game who's shooting like him. So he also turns right and left very quickly. So he's the best for me. I have played Volta a few times. I think it's a little bit hard, but it's a new game in FIFA 20. So I just enjoy it right now. The favorite to win here in Bucharest must be Tex or Alba, but Maestro could also be a dark horse in the game, or me too, because I feel I'm playing very good in the moment. I don't really have a favorite one, but I know a guy called Pap City. He's qualified here. He's very good. I played against him in the qualifier. He was the toughest one. So Pap City could probably qualify for the World Cup this year. It feels very good to sign for Future FC. It's a Danish club, and I live in Denmark. So we are really close to each other. And they are very professional. I have my own office that I can go to every morning, and all the facilities and the staff behind the team, everybody's professional, so it's a very good move for me.
FUT Champions Cup is brought to you by Adidas.
Guys do whatever it takes to deal with shave irritation. So we reimagined the razor with the new Gillette Skin Guard. It has a unique guard between the blades that's designed to reduce irritation during a shave. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
Sound, the most important thing you'll ever hear. It doesn't matter if you've dropped in thousands of times. Are you still using the headset that came with the system? You need to upgrade to Turtle Beach, the Stealth 600, the #1 wireless gaming headset. With superhuman hearing, you'll become a Battle Royale demon. Now that's what I call an upgrade.
Nunca faria isto num jogo a sério. Isto é errado.
Wrong? What's wrong with wrong? I mean, is that the wrong place for a pitch? Hey, eu gosto da scam. Alright, let's talk about wrong. Is that the wrong kit? Delicious? I see you. Everyone's gonna want them, trust me. That's the wrong way to play. Alright, pack it up. Do you remember when Sancho was wrong to leave? You're killing it over there, my guy. Wait, AJ?
Wrong sport!
Megan Rapinoe.
She's the wrong influence. Yeah, but I think she's okay with that. Sterling? They say he's the wrong size, he runs wrong, he's got the wrong tattoo. That's just noise, man. Wrong's working for you. Wrong? Yeah, because wrong's the new right. Wrong breaks new ground. Yeah, that's wrong.
Yes, guys, we are the F2, and today we're at the Parc des Princes, home of PSG, to run some spot checks.
We're here with EA Sports for the FIFA 20 player ratings.
This is not so much about the finishing, this is not a shooting drill, this is a speed and dribbling drill. So we're looking at the speed at which they can get through the course. You're against the clock.
Vamos.
Ready? Let's go!
Nice, Eddie, nice. Keep going. Sharp, I love that.
This is fast. Great first touch.
Now finish.
Oh! Boom! Do you want to see the time?
What was it?
13.59. It's fast. Your speed of dribbling is one of the fastest in the world. We're grateful that you're here with us today. Go!
Nice, Angel. Keep going. Yeah, that's good. Excellent. 1, 2.
Good, good. Close control. Beautiful.
Quick shot, quick shot.
Yes! Well done.
That was fast, man. That was really fast. 13.44.
That's the quickest yet. These guys with a low centre of gravity seem to whip around them poles.
Go! Great feet through the ladder.
Yes. Good. 1, 2. Oh, good feet.
Great touch. Oh, great feet. And the finish. Oh, lucky. Oh, my goodness. That's the quickest yet.
12.22.
12.22.
I don't know if anyone who tries this is going to beat that.
Let it take over.
How do you feel? Feel good?
We already trained today, so if there's 1-2 seconds missing, it's because of the training.
Got his excuses in early. Let's do it.
Oh, nice, Julian.
That's fast.
That is fast. Watch, this is rapid.
When the beat start rocking, ain't nobody stopping. Let it take. When your soul starts stirring.
Oh, wow.
Let it take over you. Let me show you how fun your life can be.
Oh my God, cut it! Guys, cut it! I'll tell you what, you might have given Killian a problem.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. 11.82.
See you tomorrow.
I don't know if Killian would even beat that because it's about the sharp turns and everything. It's not just about raw straight line speed. How are you, bro?
I'm good, you?
Let it take over you. Go! When the beat start rocking, ain't nobody stopping. Let it take
This is
over
fast.
you.
This is the fastest yet.
Let it take over you. Let it take over.
Nice, Killian. Keep going, keep going.
Take over.
Great feet.
Love that. And what's the finish? Yes! Oh my! Yes, Killian!
11.05.
11.05.
That's good.
How'd you feel?
Feel proud.
Wow. I don't know about you guys, but I loved every single second of that. We witnessed some serious speed today.
Jez, we witnessed serious speed, agility, control, and some finishing off the chain. It was phenomenal.
My mind is blown. Guys, don't forget you can get involved in the conversation using the hashtag FIFA Ratings.
Until next time, love, peace, and seconds.
Welcome, Capella. Access granted. Please proceed.
I'm so bossy, get off me. It's a different jingle when you hear these car keys. Ballers, I put numbers on the boards.
Pace test recalibrated.
Whether rapping or I'm rapping, some rap or might reach back and read after wrapping up the draw. Givenchy fitting like the gym clothes. 88 Jordan leaping from the free throw.
7 seconds. Exercise reboot in T minus 5 seconds. Exercise reboot in T minus 3 seconds. Commencing exercise.
25 smooth work like chore. Hit Delaware twice, needed 25 more. I see flaw, cracks in your diamond. CB4, we rhyme from consignment. The sticker in the window, in case you wonder what it costs.
Welcome back to the FUT Champions Cup Stage 1 here in Bucharest, Romania. We've seen quite a few top quality fixtures already, but we've got more to come, guys. Are we excited? Dan Gaskin, welcome to the sofa, by the way.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. And I had all you guys in my ear making fun of me, so I thought I'd just come and join you just so you can make fun of me in person.
Just going to wind you up.
Yeah,
I thought it was Mark really that's making. We were just watching.
Mark always winds me up, let's be honest. I have to deal with him for like an entire year now, so it's going to be fun.
Yeah, up close and personal every single event. Yeah, how have you enjoyed the event so far? Good matches you've covered?
Yeah, well, I mean, some of the games that we've had is crazy. The fact we've had people that were in the top 4 last year going up against people who were also in the top 4 last year, like some of these mammoths going up against each other like crazy, like Maestro versus Mo Alba. Like, who would have thought that in the first round of Swiss? It's been mental.
Great to see. Let's take a look at the results that we're going to get up to date now with the PlayStation 4 first of all. So this was the second round on the PlayStation 4, as we know. For Filza, Wolves of Filza going 2-0, 6-2 victory there over Yimmy. Mike, what else you seen jumping off the page?
Well, remember I said I was going to be watching the Dido versus Lost in the Waves. Lost in the Waves got the better of that matchup, where I said someone's got to score goals or it's going to be really low scoring. We'll see if the battle is, and went for the offensive approach.
Tuga's got himself a win after losing the first game 5-0. He's won 1-0 against Mentz. Much more the Tuga we know and love. If you love tight scorelines, defensive football, Tuga's your man. 1-0 win.
Hashtag Harry also getting a very big victory.
Big, that puts him 1-1 going forward.
And a high-scoring game, which we haven't seen that many of. Nicholas Umit there, 6-5. We haven't seen many of them. We're saying maybe you don't need as many goals in FIFA 20, but that's saying otherwise.
Yeah, Nicholas, always good value, isn't he? Fantastic stuff. We can see the Xbox results as well now. Dax losing 3-1 to Minnow. What else we got over here? Lyrics, another win for him. Looking good, isn't he?
Lyrics looking very good. I think that the fact he was able to come back in that first round as well when he was 3-0 down shows great character for him, and I think he is someone we should be watching as a potential winner for this tournament. Dulla Mike also playing very well. Resende, of course, was fantastic in FIFA 19, so a big result for him there.
Diogo not living up to the hype. Can you see that down the bottom?
4-3 defeat against NR7. Rafsu 6-0 win as well. 8 goals for CEC Senna against Tigray. And Tex, as we know, gets another win, so he's 2-0 as well. So Tex doing what Tex does, particularly in these first tournaments, as we've seen before. Very good chance he could do it for the 3rd year in a row.
Tex has to love Bucharest.
He does. I think they give him the key to the city at this point.
He should get a second apartment here. He bought his mom a house in the UK. He should definitely get himself an apartment in Bucharest.
Right, do you want to know what game we're going to watch up on stream next up?
Tell
What
us.
game are we going to watch? We're going to watch Feldman versus Mentz. I believe, well, I know for a fact actually, this is a game where both guys are 0-2. So one of them's leaving the tournament. Just a fact.
Elimination game for 2 impressive players as well. I mean, Mentz, we always say, is Rafsu's brother. Why do we never say Rafsu is Mentz's brother? That's what I want to know.
Is he younger, I'm guessing?
Yes, he is.
That's why.
Yeah, that's why.
He's more established, isn't he?
The curse of the younger brother. Rory Feldman, someone who kind of burst onto the scene in Atlanta, I think, last year, where we saw him at his best. So this is going to be pretty nerve-wracking for both of these players, I'd say.
If Mentz wants to come out of the shadow of his brother, Rafsu, he needs to start going deep into tournaments. He had a really good run at the Champions League, didn't he? Champions League qualifier.
He beat Rafsu.
Yeah, it was a brother versus brother matchup, and you hate to be one of the parents for that one. But right now, the Rafsu camp will be very much supporting Mentz, I'm sure. Is he going to become victorious here against Feldman and knock him home? Send him home?
Is this a
gonna go
prediction that
first?
you're issuing right now?
for it.
It sounds like it. All right, I'm going with Feldman. I think Feldman's going to get the job done.
Oh, interesting.
This can go either way. I mean, I definitely prefer elimination matches, though, over when they're getting the advancement, because you can tell that there's some struggle in their gameplay.
It's always hard at the start of FIFA, any iteration of FIFA, to predict. But I've seen more of Feldman, so I'm going to predict Feldman, just because I haven't seen as much of Mentz, so I just have to go with someone who I've seen more of, and I know that Feldman can get the job done.
Okay, Rachel?
Well, I'm going to say, I was going to say Mentz before you even said Feldman, actually.
I'm sure you were.
I actually was, if you'd have gone to me first. Just because I think, having Rafsu as an older brother, I think there's probably something to be said there. I don't know for a fact, but I'm sure they still live at home. I'm sure they can help each other out with kind of gameplay and kind of choices of formation and players to pick. So I'm going to go with him just because his older brother's had quite a lot of success.
Yeah, that's fair. What I like about Feldman is that he, obviously representing Israel, he has an Israeli player on the bench as well, which is almost certainly going to be the only person in the tournament that's doing that. And he's probably got all of Israel behind him, supporting him as well. So I'm going to go for Feldman in this one, and we'll see what happens. But obviously we want to find out what our casters are thinking. So what have we got on your side, guys? What are you thinking?
I think for both of us, I'm looking at backing Rory Feldman. Obviously, as you know, this guy, he's on a bit of a slope at the moment. He's just going up it though. He's not going down it.
I mean, 0-2.
Yeah, 0-2.
Can you explain your slopes, please, Brendan? Let me know how these work. A slippery slope?
All right. I know what you mean. I can hear what you're saying. There's still a chance, all right?
He's still developing.
Yeah, he's still developing as a player, but he was at the playoffs last year. He made a few major events as well. Rory Feldman for me. What about you, Richard?
I'm going with Mentz. I don't know how he's going to win, but I think it's going to be tight.
Yes, Rich.
I think it's going to be by 1 goal. And it's going to come in extra time in the 114th minute.
That's very precise.
He said, I don't know how he's going to win, but here's exactly how it's going to happen. Lovely stuff, Richard and Brandon. Enjoy the game.
Thank you very much, Spencer. And yeah, we spoke about it there. We love an interesting prediction from you as well, Richard. Like the goal times, first goal scorers, everything's in there from Rich. But yeah, you might be thinking, Brandon, what are you going on about Roy Feldman? You know, big things. He's on this kind of...
You're on the Roy Feldman train.
I've got...
Where do I buy the ticket?
Yeah.
Tell me about Roy Feldman.
I'll tell you everything about Roy Feldman, Richard. Playoffs last year, was a free agent, played for, I believe it was NOM Esports for a period of time, played in a few events. The only real Israeli FIFA player that we have seen come onto the international circuit, Richard, and he picked himself up a huge move at the beginning of the year. Obviously, as you said, Astrala's partnered with their own FIFA esports team that they've created called Future FC. Houston plays for them as well. They just picked up a female FIFA player as well last week. Yes, it's not going to plan so far in Swiss for him, but he is a bright prospect currently, just in terms of FIFA esports. On the other side of that, for Mentz, he picked himself up a move as well. Iffy Esports now, I believe a big French YouTuber's created that organisation. Sneaky's part of it. His brother Rafsu is as well. And who has he got behind him, Richard Buckley?
Sir Alex is the man in his ear throughout the entire game. One of the new coaching rules for this year. You can have your coach behind you at all times. You see Roy Feldman there on your screen. I think for Mentz, the big thing for him is now he's officially on the same team as his brother. There's even more potential that people say you're in the limelight. But you are only here because of your brother. People will say that. People will make that argument. This is an unbelievable opportunity. If he goes 0-2 and now turns it around to go 3-2 in this format, you've got to hold your hands up and say, Mentz, he's arguably on par with his brother on FIFA 20.
I think it does say a lot as well, the same point, Richard, they've both joined, you know, the same team together. That, you know, they both want to play with each other this year. It's something they clearly do care about. They came up against each other in the E-Champions League last year in the group stage. If you have just joined us, this is round 3 of Swiss now. Both these players are 0-2, so whoever does lose at this stage in the competition will be knocked out of FUT Champions Cup Stage 1. It's Roy Feldman kicking from left to right in that white strip, and it is Mentz from right to left. First chance of the game for Mentz, and he will get himself a corner.
And how did these players both get into this situation when you are 0-2? Mentz lost 4-3 in his first game against Jeffrey, and then lost 1-0 against Tuga. Tuga had 67% possession and saw the game out with a 0-0 in the second leg to clutch up the 1-0 scoreline. Roy Feldman, it was a 2-1 loss against Jenna, and then the game that you were actually keeping a close eye on against #Harry, he went and lost 3-0 after tying the first game 0-0.
Yeah, he did indeed. So both said that saw the results for the first 2 matches on Swiss. Obviously, both players had an interesting start. Each player obviously played completely different. Obviously, some interesting games as well across the 2 legs. A massive win for Tuga that as well, because he lost his first game 5-0 at the beginning of play today here in Bucharest. Day 1 of 3 of the competition. We play 5 rounds of Swiss format today. Obviously, 3 wins will send you through, but you continue playing for seeding. If you do lose 3 games, you will be going out the competition. That's no more day 2, day 3 in the competition. You're out, and if anything, you're playing your weekend league or maybe getting an early flight home.
So a slight correction to some of the score lines. A number of those games actually were penalty shootouts as well. So neither of these 2 players have lost by that heavy of a scoreline. It was a penalty shootout in that last game for Roy Feldman against #Harry.
Yeah, and I was following the qualification stages for the next FUT Champions Cup, which is obviously approaching us not long after this one. Roy Feldman just falling a little bit short in regards to qualification there after a very strong start to the year, but you know, his fan base is incredible. Like the Israeli FIFA community, like they get so far behind him, and they're going to need to get behind him even more now, because he does find himself 1-0 down after an absolute unbelievable finish.
A rocket from Ronaldo right there. As you can see, Zidane as well involved in the celebration. Just smashed it in that near post. I would probably go out on a limb and say the most consistent way of scoring this year in FIFA at that near post. Just hit it as hard as you can and try and just rifle it past the goalkeeper. But you're talking about Roy Feldman not qualifying for FUT Champions Cup 2. Not necessarily out yet. He could finish top 4 in this event, and he would get one of the champions, the Masters players, spots to FUT Cup 2.
He would, but he needs to turn things around ASAP here because he's currently 1-0 down. And if anything, Iffy Mentz has actually looked unbelievably good so far in these first 23 minutes. Johan Cruyff picking up the ball a few times for him as well. Obviously, the likes of Carlos Alberto and Zambrotta, they're kind of the key players in at fullback, those two icons that were introduced for FIFA 20 that all the pros seem to be backing at the moment.
I'm intrigued by Mentz's team because it looks as though there's no Vieira in midfield for him. Looks like a
Cruyff taking that
midfield
role?
partnership of Zidane and Hullet.
As you can just see Cruyff there just next to R9, just pressuring the ball short. As Roy Feldman will bring us back into possession now. Quite a dangerous goal kick as well, and he is dispossessed just seconds after trying to get things going for himself.
It's a great pass, that. Just a little dink into the middle of the pitch. Opens up the pitch so much when you use that lobbed pass.
I don't understand kind of see the role of Cruyff currently so far. He looks a little bit deeper because you have got Eusebio in there as well. Unless he's rocking maybe a 4-2-3-1 maybe. I'm not too sure. If he was rocking a 4-2-3-1, he'd have Cruyff in that cam role.
Looks like a 4-2-3-1 with Cruyff on comeback on defence.
So you've got options as well. That might be Pele on the left-hand side. Finesse comes in. It just ricochets off the post. Van der Sar nearly gets stitched up as well. And you can just see his coach there just coming, just tapping Roy Feldman on the back, just saying, wow, that was close. And Mentz, he was even more composed there, just playing the ball back to Van der Sar and got away with that one.
You saw Mentz look to Sir Alex though as well, just to say, come on. Like, that was a close call right here. I think, is it a full icon team for Mentz in this game? I can see Laurent Blanc at centre-back.
I think Van Dijk just makes that a 10-man icon squad. If he is in position, I think he is at the back. I did see a very tall defender. As you said, that physique of Van Dijk. No other defender really does offer you it in competitive FIFA. You can see some results coming through from round 2. Talking about players, Richard, Crazy from Clash, the Italian player, is playing so well at the moment. He's 2-0 at the moment.
Also Lucas Rep as well, beat Pap City.
Dulstar picks up his first win in the tournament against Prime Turbo, the Danish player. Moalba bounces back, 5-4 win. He's 1-1 at the moment. For Fils, I think, goes 2-0 as well. 41 minutes into this first leg.
And
currently Mentz in front.
Houston there, Roy Feldman's teammate, losing 5-3 against Yago. That's a prediction correct on the board for Richard Buckley. And Maestro losing 4-0 against Murtal.
So the Turkish player obviously signed for Galatasaray. It's a completely change of a situation there for Maestro after playing against Moalba. He sits 1-1 at the moment. Senna, 8-2 win. Felipe Abt, obviously 3-0 win against Los Galil Razia.
Tex beating Phil SKS, who's had a fantastic run on weekend league and qualifying as of recently. Molna Garbo losing. He's in an elimination match right now at 0-2.
One man, great to see back on the scene. Spider Kong, 5-3 win in round 2 of Swiss for him. The Royals back as well. And he picks up an important win. Half-time in our first leg, though, in this match, Richard. The score does sit at 1-0 to Mentz. And it really could have been 1-1. Roy Feldman had one chance, hit the post, another day that goes in.
I've just seen potentially the scoreline and the performance of round 2. Pro Hunter 8-0 against Remy Martin. 8-0. Wow.
We don't normally see, those kind of huge scoring games.
You don't see clean sheets.
Yeah, let alone clean sheets. An 8-0 win is huge for Pro Hunter, the German. Also, everyone's in a different situation currently in this round 3 of Swiss. We are focusing on a game in which is an elimination match. Whoever loses this will be saying goodbye to the first FUT Champions Cup this year. And unfortunately, we'll be leaving the competition, Richard, with only 150 Global Series points.
And $500.
If they send themselves through to day 2, they're looking at that increase on prize pot, those Global Series points, which are really the huge factor that we need to be looking at here. Because you don't know if you're going to make another FUT Champions Cup. We know what qualification can be like. We know how difficult it can be.
We also know how one FUT Champions Cup could potentially see you through all the way to the grand final as well. If you look at Joksan.
Good Tuga last year as well.
Tuga, I think Tuga had a few good performances since.
But that one kind of standout one, it did really set him on his way, didn't it? Here's a chance now. Keeper comes out. Oh, it could have easily been a penalty for him, but he played on. And just like that, Johan Cruyff will send Rowie Feldman straight back into this tie. Even the deflection couldn't stop it.
Really unfortunate. See, he did get the deflection on that as well, and just not enough to send it wide of the post from the strike from Johan Cruyff. It will go down as a Cruyff goal. And after using that Johan Cruyff last year in my own team, the 91 Cruyff, I can only imagine what the prime Cruyff is going to feel like when he comes available throughout December, when prime icon variants do make their way into the game. Just think every single icon's going to have a moments as well. You're going to see a moments Rio Ferdinand.
That's going to be next year, isn't it? Towards the end of the playoffs.
A moments Garincha and all these players that are going to be so usable. And then they're competing with Team of the Year players to get a spot in these teams. Oh.
Expect teams to change every single major throughout the season, whether it's a FUT Champions Cup or not. And for a kind of scoop turn around his man, ball will fall back to Pele. That was for Mentz there, currently 1-1. It was an equaliser in the 53rd minute for Rowie Feldman to bring him straight back into this match. And you saw the goal, Richard. We said, you know, we're not really seeing crosses this year. It's a perfect example of why we're not seeing them. He kind of faked the cross, went inside, a few ball rolls just to get down the byline, and it was a simple one. Tease out the goalkeeper, play that one more pass, and next thing you know, he's straight back into the game at 1-1.
Just simple, couple of passes across the box. Open up the space for Rowie. And fires himself back into this game. A very tight and contested matchup between these two. Nothing to really shout about.
There you go, the man of the moment, it seems, Carlos Alberto. Fullback's always the big talking point when it comes to competitive FIFA, always changing as well last year when it got to a stage where Ramos was being pushed out to fullback just because of, you know, the foot item that he did have, that special item, that Team of the Year that everyone seemed to love and enjoy. And it was, you know, people were backing over the likes of Kyle Walker because the stats that he did possess, but what players were after. Now they've got an icon they can currently fall upon. Here's a chance for Mentz, back to goal on 9! And that'll be enough to send them in front in this tie. Just over 20 minutes left. He got into that perfect area that we've been talking about all game long, just outside that 6-yard box, Richard Buckley, and he just fired it straight into the back of the net.
Yeah, it's all about how you work your way into that space right there. Opened up the opportunity, smashed it home with R9. He's a player that, he's sort of a luxury player, you've got to say, right now for a number of these players, because he's not available for the guys to use at home. He's just too many coins. He's 5-6 million coins, so he's a luxury player.
And of course, you can just see that. Keep track of all the matches. Watch FIFAGlobalSeries.com, in which you can watch every single matchup. If you've got a pro player that you're following or a certain player from a certain nation, you can go over there and obviously follow all the action, Rich. And it's a fantastic feature that has been brought, obviously, into the Global Series for this year.
Yeah, if you're a text fan, if you're a hashtag fan, you might be a massive Desari supporter. If the players are accepting of their game being streamed on their own personal channel, I think you can definitely go ahead and watch your favourite participating and see how they get on.
Exactly that. You can follow them on their own personal channels or on that link down below that we did just mention. Just under 15 minutes left. Rowie Feldman chasing this game. There will be a second leg, as always, across the 3-day tournament. But we did say it's going to be an elimination matchup. There's still one more match to come, a second leg. But in just under, 30 minutes' time, we'll be finding out one name that will be leaving the competition, Richard, in day one.
Yeah, who will be one of the first players to be watching from the sidelines? Will it be Mentz cheering on his brother? Or will it be Rowie Feldman cheering on his teammate Houston in the latter stages of the tournament?
On top of that as well, obviously Sneaky's in this competition, Richard. Also another teammate of IFI Esports, this new organisation that was created just under 24 hours ago. Again, all these big moves timed really to perfection, aren't they? Just around the start of all the majors.
No coincidence, is it, that you sign your player just before the FUT Champions Cup, you get them in your team's jersey, you get the exposure of them being at the event. It's not a snap decision, it's not a knee-jerk reaction, is this? It's months of planning and coordination for this moment here in Bucharest.
There will be one more chance. There will fall to Mentz, in fact. Oh, no. Tackle was timed, though, from Van Dijk. Rowe would be happy to leave this game at 2-1. Ideal, obviously, would love to get himself a goal and an equaliser moving into that second game. But if he can't, keep the scoreline low. A 5-minute break in between the two games and just reset yourself mentally after losing your first two games. Both players have lost their first two rounds here in Bucharest. Both 0 and 2 have to win this round 3 Swiss matchup to have any chance of staying in the competition. And even if they do that, Richard, they've still got to go and win again. And then again on top of that for even have a chance in the knockouts.
Yeah, every single game right now is an elimination matchup. Maybe some players play better under that pressure of an elimination sort of danger being in the back of their head, as that does see us out for the first leg between Mentz and Roy Feldman. We actually stayed with Mentz when we went to London.
It's a great story.
It was
it's a great story.
Sir Alex and Mentz. We were going to commentate the Basset and Gold West Ham Esports Cup, and we didn't have anywhere to stay the night before because it was a super early start, like 7 a.m. start. We had to be at West Ham. So we asked around. We were like, "Is there anywhere
can
where
we just clarify this? All right, we weren't like." We did need somewhere to stay.
We did,
but we weren't going. Just to clarify, I went home. We weren't going. Please, can we just stay? Please, can we just stay?
No.
But the partnership.
We got asked.
Yeah, because Man City were partnered with Epsilon at the time.
Shout out Will Pithers.
Obviously, Man City had like a gaming house for the Elite Series on Gfinity, and it was Mentz and Sir Alex there, and we basically just got to stay. But we got an insight.
We got an insight, yeah, because
of how a coach and a pro live together.
They had a spare room because Dito weren't competing that week, so we was happy to stay there. So we spent pretty much majority of the evening watching Mentz, Sir Alex,
we did,
talking with each other. I think the main takeaway from this elongated story is it's more than just a coach-player partnership. They're friends. They actually get on.
Yeah.
They talk to each other. They spent a lot of time together. They spent a lot of time in England together, in a different country, in a foreign country. And I think that is something that's really big. When you see the best coaches and players, they have that further connection. They have that friendship.
And if you're wondering why he's called Sir Alex, I think it's obviously Sir Alex Ferguson is the kind of the meaning behind it. Obviously achieved some fantastic things with Manchester United. He kind of calls himself the Sir Alex of FIFA Esports. That is the kind of the reason behind it. But he's a great guy. You know, ever since we've been involved, he's been pretty much all the tournaments. But here's a reminder for you guys, as you know, you can earn some unbelievable rewards over the 3 days. So remember, of course, to link your Twitch account with your EA account over the weekend. You can earn Tifos, you can do, obviously, 21 kits, I believe there was, esports kits that were released into the game. There's so many nice kits, I think I tweeted out online. And you can also earn some decent items as well.
Yeah, all you've got to do is watch for any part of the stream over the 3 days. If you've got your EA account and your Twitch account linked, you'll be guaranteed to win not only the Tifos, and the ball,
the kit,
and the kits. So it's all going to be coming your way. The FIFA Global Series bundle of joy. You can annoy all your opponents with whatever Tifo you want to put up and get inside the head of your opponent.
Well, here's some highlights, Richard, from that game that we did just see. Obviously, it was a very close game, 19 minutes in. You said it perfectly. There you go. There's Sir Alex loving it behind him. Ray Feldman goes 1-0 down. You said about it perfectly, Richard. That's kind of quite an effective way of scoring this year.
Yeah, it is. The near post, it's very, very effective. You see the goal here that got Ray Feldman back into the game. Zambrotta down this near touchline, ball roll, escaped the challenge of the goalkeeper with Eusebio, and then a simple finish for Cruyff.
It's a perfect example as well of the goals we're going to see this year. In an example like that, maybe last year, you would look at a cross. It's just a simple ball roll now. And it's Zambrotta, of all people, as well, doing that, Richard. Straight back down the other end, obviously, in the second half now. This was Mentz who actually did go in front, and he did win the game overall. Lovely bit of build-up play. Cruyff and Hullet linking up a few times. A drop of the shoulder there from Johan Cruyff. Back into R9. And if you get him round that box, it's a guessing game with R9.
And that's what exactly it was right there. He could turn either side. Big reaction from Mens there. Not too sure about playing in jeans. Not for me personally, but each to their own. But you saw that finish on his left foot. Just cut it back. I'll probably sound like a broken record with R9, but that's the importance of 5-star weak foot players. Whether you can't afford R9, whether you've got to use Son at home, whether it's Ben Yedder, somebody who can go on the left or go on the right. It's so important, whether you're playing in weekend league, in qualifiers, or at the live events. So you're not predictable. You're not easy to read. You can go either side.
And that is why, of course, R9's fantastic, the stats he
That's
has.
why Cruyff's in the team.
But, as you said, Cruyff, another one of those players. Eusebio's got some fantastic stats onto him as well. But that weak foot ability, it's like that. In a match-winning situation, when you've got to go on a weak foot, that is why these players are there. That is the difference. And at pro tournaments like that is why you are not going to not use them. It should be a disadvantage. The same with players like Hullet and stuff. Like, they have such fantastic stats that if you don't use them, you are really missing out. Obviously, we're waiting for our second game now to get underway. And we're going to jump into it, literally, now. There you go, timed it perfectly. We are back underway then. Second leg, round 3 of Swiss. This is, of course, from the PlayStation side of things. It is 2-1. Mentz is in front, and it's an elimination game. Whoever does lose this will leave the competition with a 0-3 record in Swiss.
I'm sure to say my prediction is looking accurate-ish. I said 114th minute. Extra time winning goal. It's going to be a 1-goal deficit.
It is on. It's on at the moment.
That's what I'm going to say.
Did you back Mentz to win?
I did, yes.
Currently, that prediction is going well as well.
Do I get 2 points?
We could do an extra point system. As we know, Mentz did go 1-0 up in that last game, 19 minutes in. If you don't know Mentz, he's obviously kicking from left to right in that black strip. Is that an Arsenal away kit? I could be completely wrong. On the other side of that, Roy Feldman, obviously from Future FC, partnered with Astralis. So a huge Danish esports organisation over there that have jumped into FIFA esports, picking up a Dane as well in Houston, who, as we know, is competing in this event currently.
I think doing all right as well currently. Houston, former player for M10.
Obviously, M10 there's been a lot of move around with teams in FIFA esports. Resende's now moved on. He's a free agent at the moment.
Would you say half of all pro players who made events last year have moved teams? I'd say about...
Maybe half, maybe more.
A third, definitely, have moved. Approaching a half.
You could list them off, couldn't you? You could look at Desari.
I need a big list.
Goal Machine. I mean, there's so many players, obviously, that have moved teams. Some still free agents at the moment, waiting for that next big move. And some players here need a good FUT Champions Cup performance to go and get a contract or go and get a team pick them up. Like, that's what a lot of people don't see at home. They see this as a major tournament. Yes, it's huge in terms of Global Series points and prize money, but you perform well here. Remember Tech back in Barcelona? He had that huge FUT Champions Cup. Next thing you know, picked up that move to F2. Obviously, then the following year, continued to dominate as that ball comes across the box there. Huge save from Edwin van der Sar. But if you play well at a tournament, Richard, it can affect a lot more things.
It's all about backing yourself, isn't it? If you believe that you're going to play well at a tournament and you can go in with that free agent banner behind you almost, and then if you do place top 4, top 8 at a tournament, your price goes up. You can say, look, on FIFA 20, I've got a top 4 finish, I've got a top 8 finish, I'm making content, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. It all just rises your stock in the market. 20 minutes gone here. Currently goalless, 2-1 on aggregate.
And currently 2-1 to Mentz. See both players losing their first 2 matches here this afternoon in Bucharest. Still so much more action to come. We've still got round 4 and round 5 to come up to date before we do conclude day 1 of action. R9 just trying to push his way through. That was Paolo Maldini there. No chance of that happening. Ball just ricochets and bounces back off into the path of Roy Feldman, who has got a chance himself to drive forward. Is chasing this game as well. He's 2-1 down. And I'm sure, in his head, Richard, imagine being in a situation like this where you know you're going to get eliminated. Every single minute that just ticks past, that little bit more panic kind of arises within yourself.
You also know that the more opportunities that you squander, you're going to be more drastic in front of goal. You're going to be snapping shots like that one right there, because then you're going to go more attacking. You're going to put that depth up. You're going to go press on heavy touch or constant pressure. And then what happens? Sooner or later, your opponent gets in behind you, 3-1 down, and you're facing a flight back to Israel.
And of course, leave him with, you know, the minimum Global Series points you can pick up.
It feels like you failed.
It does, yeah, especially when you know how important a major is as well. Chance again. What tackle that is, huge tackle. He's still out of position though. Half turn from Johan Cruyff, just falls into a defender that actually falls back out to Johan Cruyff. Switcher plays Ambrotta into Zidane, and a chance for Roy Feldman to just take a breather.
That Van Dijk tackle right there, super risky, but he gave the ball away a couple of times and
Sadio's through,
opening the door to Mentz. He's not fully opened it, but he's just put a little wedge in. He's saying, look, there's a chance for you to come in. There's a chance for you to punish me right now.
Forget that, just lock the door and don't even let him come through. That's what Rowie needs to start doing. Especially when he's chasing this game, and before you know it, we are going to be at half time, so he's only got 45 minutes left to keep himself in the tournament. Otherwise, Mentz will be going through to another elimination game in which he will be 2-1. As you know, sorry, 1-2. As you know, 3 losses send you out, 3 wins will send you through. Something has to change. As we know, a number of games taken place as well in round 3 across both consoles. If you're looking at text, you're looking at any players like MS Dasari, obviously you can go and check them out. Every game you can watch online. And some of those big results coming in now. Megabit against Tex. Oh my God, 2-2 is the score. 2-2 is the scoreline. Other games as well. Goal Machine against Senna, 2-all in that one. Felipe Ab winning 5-2 against Pro Hunter. You got SCP Diogo leading against Dax, 3-2. So some incredible matches taking place as well. And as we said, a number of pros are streaming their own games on their own respective Twitch channels as well. So feel free to just keep a few tabs open, keep moving around all the action to keep yourself up to date. We were about to go into half-time. There's the half-time whistle. Still the slight advantage to Mentz in this game.
And his teammate, Roy Feldman, Houston, currently drawing 2 apiece with Tuga. What a game that is, Houston and Tuga. Nicholas 3-2 up against Pap City right now as well in round 3.
It's worth speaking about Nicholas as well, because I know we haven't really seen him too much. Dale spoke about him. Yes, he got the kind of Masters placing for this tournament and was a top 4 player last year as well at the E-World Cup final. You know, made a fantastic semi-final against Mo Alba, went all the way right down to the wire, didn't it? But he's struggling a little bit this year in FIFA 20. He hasn't qualified for the next FUT Champions Cup. I was looking at the brackets. Yeah, I should say that. I mean, on the qualification system, he didn't qualify.
He went 3-3.
He went out in Swiss, and so did Yago, who's here as well.
Would it not be the most Nicholas thing ever, though, to not qualify for FUT Champions Cup 2 and then finish top 4?
Yeah, that's so
and get an automatic spot. I feel like that just is something that Nicholas would do. And he would then just finish top 4 and be like, yeah, I'll do it at the events. I play better at events. He always says that he plays bad online. Always says it. He says he plays much better at events. Saw him and Yago walking home yesterday from the event, and they seemed in very good spirits.
Obviously teammates as well from the FIFA Nations Cup last year, and
both Argentine, yep.
In that same obviously region when it comes to qualification as well. I'm sure they've matched up against each other once or twice on Swiss.
Fighting for the same spots, yeah.
They really are at the end of the day. And although he is currently, as I said, in a difficult position, Nicholas, there's still a lot of time to pull it back. This is the big game that we are looking at, as we said. Both players are 0-2 at the moment. So whoever loses this in the next, 6 minutes of real life time, 45 minutes in-game time, will be leaving the competition in Bucharest literally just after a few hours after it started. Can Rowie Feldman bounce back? Can he get himself just that goal? He only needs his 1 goal and then to be able to hold on to send it to an extra time interval. What's that? A double tackle, referee. He's happy to play, and apparently he won the ball.
I think he took his own player out more than his opponent right there.
Switch a plate. Would you make a Zidane this year?
I
think he's a usable player in teams.
I think he is usable. I just wouldn't know where to use him because as a CDM, I'd prefer Vieira and Hullet. As a cam, I'd much rather have Pele, Cruyff, Eusebio. And as a striker, I'd rather have R9 or CR7. I think the only position he really fits is like a box-to-box centre mid in a 4-1-2-1-2 narrow. So I'm surprised to see him used as a DM here in this particular game for Roy Feldman.
Messi into R9. Just wanted the ball, didn't he? Just to shift onto his right foot there. Instead, looked to cut back inside on his left. Still in possession, though. He's the Israeli. Possession building up for him. Currently 2-1 down. Look for the through ball. It's going to be read in the end by Blanc.
Both players actually using Zinedine Zidane in this matchup. But I feel as though when he gets his prime, I think he'll force himself into teams. 5-star, 5-star. It's quite hard to leave him out, especially when he gets some moments as well. That card could be very special. The prime coming in at a 96 rated. His moments, if it'll be one rating higher, will be a 97. You're looking at some nutty stats for the prime and the moments Zidane. Even the 94 is pretty remarkable. He'd get into what, 99.9% of teams online as well. Just at events when everybody's available. Does he force himself in? I think if someone like a Frankie de Jong was to get into Team of the Year, he could potentially be knocking on the door to get into these event teams.
He's a player that I've seen a lot. Obviously, his one-to-watch item was one of the big players that everyone seemed to use and enjoy when it comes to
the box.
Playing weekend league at home. Corner. Played as far as the edge of the box. This is Mentz in possession. He's currently 28 minutes away from ensuring that he stays in the competition. We'll move into round 4 of the Swiss format. Still, though, with a huge job to do. And Roy Feldman will be leaving us 0-3 in matches. Fortunately, yet to win a game. Hasn't been able to really get himself going. So different, though, isn't it? From at home to online. Some players prefer online. Some people prefer it at LAN. Shot comes in. Another deflection again. Still, Roy just struggling to get out from the back.
You saw Mentz there that it didn't go all the way back to the goalkeeper. When you pass it all the way back to the goalkeeper and you're trying to hold the ball, it basically says to your opponent, press everyone up the pitch. Press the halfway line. Because everyone of your opponent's players will flood forward. And it just means you've got no room to then kick the ball out with your goalkeeper. I see Messi introduced there as well to try and be a saviour right now for Roy Feldman.
Be careful playing these risky balls across the box as Mentz.
You'll see pros very rarely go all the way back to the goalkeeper unless it's like 92 minutes and there's only 2 minutes added on and then you just boot it out of play. Very rarely will they ever go back, all the way back to the number 1 between the sticks.
Well, this is where the panic starts to settle in for Roy Feldman. He's got under 20 minutes to claw back something or even try and create an attack because we haven't seen enough from him. Got himself a goal in the last game, but other than that, had a kind of half-eyed finesse on the edge of the box. It did ricochet off the post.
He's done very well there. Mentz to play out of that space. You saw Roy Feldman squeeze his players high up the pitch. They blocked the switcher play. So he just dinked it back to Zambrotta, played a little 1-2, opened up the gap, and now the pitch, he looks so wide, he can just knock it from left to right. Roy Feldman, I'm not sure he'll be panicking yet, but he'll be constantly just glancing at that top left corner, looking at the clock, thinking maybe 1-2 more chances left, just keep my calm, I'll create an opportunity. But he's
naturally going to start forcing it now as well. And this is where Mentz needs to start controlling possession. There's those risky balls that...
Why has he not picked it up?
I was going to say, luckily, go back to the goalkeeper. I don't know why Van der Sar has just not automatically just collected that one for him and got him out of danger. Instead, it's put him back into danger. Heel to heel, Eusebio, chance for Roy Feldman, back inside to Messi! And that's come all from that mistake from Van der Sar.
Why has he not picked the ball up?
We said it a few times, Richard. I know you know, forgetting about the goalkeeper issue there. Those risky passes he's been playing across the back line.
The thing is as well, because he's headed the ball back, it won't have counted as a pass back. So even if he's not tried to do it, you can still put your foot on the ball, press R1 and pick the ball up manually. That is something that you can do. I believe it's R1, it might be L1. I think it is R1, and your goalkeeper will just pick the ball up if it's not a pass back. But he's panicked. That's not the reaction that he expected from Van der Sar to do.
Of course,
he
just tried to
expected
hoof the ball out and...
Yeah, because as soon as he's headed it back and he's not picked it up, he's thought, oh my God, what's happening? What's happening? What's happening? And his alarm bells are going in his head. And he just booted the ball out. It's come straight back at him. He's done well inside the box, Rory Feldman, little heel-to-heel flick.
I was worried the heel tilt was a little bit too heavy at one stage. It nearly went out of play from Eusebio there, from Rory Feldman. Did work out for him, though, an easy cutback in the end. And if you get it in the box and you get it on Messi's left foot, we know how dangerous that left foot can be. Just bent it into the top corner. There's a chance again. That touch as well, that little touch just to pull away from his man, pull away from, I think it was Laurent Blanc at the back there for Mentz. And Mentz probably will feel hard done by. He's minutes away from going through to the round 4, Richard.
Yeah, minutes away from dispatching his opponent right now as well. He saw the sub there, Vieira, coming on, it looks like. For Rory Feldman, it looks like extra time could potentially be looming in this matchup between these two.
It looks as if this elimination game is going to go on for an extra 30 in-game minutes with extra time. 180 minutes might not be enough to separate them. Zambrotta. Blanc that was involved in that. Interesting bit of defending there. Van der Sar was just not kind of clued up with what was going on. Back to goal. Little scoop turn away and
great tackle from Van Dijk. Great block.
Got to keep making shots like that.
Was the Arsenal
yeah,
like it?
Glad to say that. I did guess it right, thankfully.
Great shout from B. Smith.
Played short once again. We're not going to see a direct corner coming to the box, and that's possession given away. Needs to go forward.
Yeah, if you just looked at the minimap, he had nothing really attacking for him. He'd rather wait for his players to naturally push up the pitch than trying to force it up the pitch. Quite a mature play there from Roy Feldman. He'll probably wait for the last chance of the game as well. Right here.
So you can just see on the mini-map there, just try and follow the little white triangles, in which is Rory Feldman's players. Added time of 2 minutes. Are we going to see the ball go forward, or does Rory feel like he fancies extra time? By the way he's playing at the moment, it looks like he's happy to move into extra time. The ball has not moved forward yet. It's just gone side to side, and he's probably going to get punished for it now. Messi. Oof. Referee, I thought he was going to play on from that.
You saw the frustration from Mentz as well. Hitting his chair in annoyance that the referee not allowing it to play on. I think Sir Alex thought the game was wrapped up. He just brought his chair back. He's back in position.
I think he might have went away when the game was 2-1. About 7
minutes. Got to potentially have a look at Rafsu's game, or
have a look at one of the other guys' games. We'll see Sneaky's there. You've got Rafsu is Mentz's brother.
I think Sneaky were actually playing Maestro as well in an old French clash.
Wow,
yeah.
I'm sure they would have matched up before in the illegal one at some point. But if he has just come back, Mentz has probably just said to him, let's just not talk about what's happened. Keeper hasn't picked up the ball. I've panicked and just cleared the ball away. Next thing you know, Rowie came down the byline, cut it back inside, and Messi made it 2-2. Well, here we go. Extra time needed now, 30 minutes of it.
The prediction's looking on.
It could be on. 114th minute winner, you said.
114th minute for Mentz. That's what I said. I'm sure the beautiful people at PGL will go back and find the clip if I'm correct. And it will be made eternally forever on Twitter.
Eusebio from distance! What an unbelievable strike from the Portuguese icon.
I came 10 minutes early.
How was he just smashed that into the top corner? I've been asking for it for a while. A player's going to do anything a bit more adventurous?
It's a great strike, to be fair, from Eusebio. From the kickoff, he's just smashed that into the top left corner. An outpour of emotion from Mentz right there.
He needed that. 5 minutes into extra time. And he does lead 3-2. Rowie has to come out and chase this game again. I'm sure Mentz will be thinking, I'm not throwing away this game. Well, I'm not throwing away another 1-goal lead, as he did just 10 minutes ago in normal time.
Eusebio. What a player. Oh, the bounce. Oh.
He fell to R9 as well, Richard.
Woof. Entirety of the 6'4" frame from Van Dijk.
Just did everything it could to just to stretch across and just poke that ball away.
Playing in some volleys.
Able to keep it down eventually, though. There's that ball into R9. Van Dijk once again. You've got to be timing those tackles to perfection. He has done it once again for Mentz.
Just stepped out.
There's that through ball.
He's not going to rush. He's not going to rush anything going forward. Stepping out with Van Dijk, prodding the ball away, and more importantly, not only stopping the attack, but turning the possession in his favour. As we come to the conclusion here of the first half.
Eusebio back to Zidane now. It's going to be a very patient.
The referee has indicated there will be a minimum of 2 minutes.
Passage of play. Before we go into half-time and extra time, we'll get one more chance. Zidane, a few ball rolls there from him. Defending is on point at the moment from Rowie. Just doing enough. Van Dijk once again, just doing enough to clear the ball away. Half-time and extra time. 3-2 the scoreline. Mentz is in front still, and he will not be throwing this game away, I can assure you on that, Richard. He'll be looking after the ball as best as he can. Rowie's going to have to make a change. We can't see the change that Rowie's making right now, but we can guess it's definitely going to be an attacking change.
Well, it's going to be everything going forward, isn't it? It's going to be stay forward on his attacking players, probably overlap on his fullbacks. All of his cams, stay forward, striker getting behind. It's going to be a very much 15 minutes of pressure for Roy Feldman and for Mentz to try and withstand said pressure.
You can just see there, obviously, Mentz is waiting to get back into the game. Rowie still making changes. Just in the right top-hand corner of your screen. So he picks up, as we said, that move to Future FC right at the beginning of the season. The Israeli and FIFA player made the playoffs last year.
We're still in 4-2-3-1 here. We're just double-checking what Roy Feldman was doing right there.
There we go. Ready to jump back into it. 15 minutes of in-game FIFA time for Rowie to get himself back a goal, to send it to penalties, or to make an unbelievable comeback to keep him in the tournament. Or will Mentz move on to round 4 and another elimination time, which will have to win? Obviously, both these players have already lost 2 games, 2 rounds of Swiss. You know that 3 is that magic number, whether you're winning 3 games or you're losing 3 games for this from distance. And tell you what, he nearly caught him off his guard.
Audacity to hit that. With Messi on the edge of the box there, probably 30 yards out. Forcing the save from Edwin.
Finally, we see a corner. Just played directly into the box. Hasn't worked for him, though. He's straight up against losing possession.
You see that press right there. Look at the fullback switch. It's not going to be on again for him. Troy Feldman floods white shirts forward. Another pause cued there by Rowan. And again, a goalkeeper mistake.
Ooh, Zidane being the hero on this occasion. Another day. Rowie's able just to clear that one up, as we saw in normal time. Very risky ball again. Pause cued once again from Rowie. He wants to make another change. Messi's just going to try and peel off his man now.
You don't force it.
There's that through ball out to Kylian Mbappe now on this left-hand side. Tried to just brush past it. Defender did enough, and it will fall back to Van der Sar again. You can just see the pressure building.
And you see that pause cued in the top right corner. For Mentz, his main objective right now the ball's not going to go out of play unless it's from kickoff and I've scored a goal. I will not let this ball go out of play for my opponent to let him make changes and try and affect this game.
Pele there just trying to toy with 2 players, and he's still in possession somehow. Mentz just hanging on to this. We've got additional time coming in about 10 seconds. This is the last chance. This is it. Has to score, Roy Feldman, to send this to penalties. Has to go forward as well.
He just had nothing going forward, though. He had no runners.
The minute's gone. R9, every pass has to be right. Every pass has to be perfect. Every decision It's huge for him now. Eusebio, heel to heel, ball across the box. Carlos Alberto just getting in front of his man. And the ball ricochets back off to Van der Sar. And that will be enough to keep Mentz in the competition. And Rowie Feldman will unfortunately leave with a Swiss record of 0-3.
Some frantic last-ditch defending there from Mentz with Carlos Alberto just to get him across his man. I'm intrigued. I'm not too sure if Roy Feldman's attacking changes actually were affected right there in the final stage. I think he was trying to pause it to make the changes. We have got a penalty shootout. We're jumping games between Houston and Tuga. Both of these players 1-1. Let's check this out. 10 minutes left, so we're potentially in for penalties. 5-5.
Wow. Obviously, this is round 3 again. Both players have won a game and have lost a game. We're jumping over to the teammate as well of Rowie Feldman. I'm sure Houston has no idea on the situation of the game we've just watched. He'll be just looking forward to trying to get his game over with him to try and get 2 wins on the board. But his teammates out the tournament. Rowie Feldman does leave 0-3. This is a 5-5 scoreline, Richard. They couldn't be separated in game number 1 clearly. It was a 2-2 scoreline. Now this one, 3-3.
I got everything but the minute correct in that game. Mentz, extra time winner.
Chance for Tuga now. And who else would it be other than Cristiano Ronaldo, the actual Portuguese striker himself, who was so crucial for him and Rastaras all the way back at the FIFA Nations Cup last year, which feels like ages ago now. One more chance. Who will that chance fall to? At the moment, it looks like Tuga will be the man to build into it.
So just knocking the ball about here. The back 4, all 11 men inside his own half here for Houston. Everyone defending for the Dane. Will he get a counter-attack? Will he even get a touch of the ball before we potentially end up with the dreaded spot kicks?
You don't want to go to penalties again. Surely get that ball going forward now from Tuga. Here we go. Carlos Alberto driving it forward into Eusebio. Happy just to drop the shoulder, not once, twice, but 3 times in there. Pullet will get involved in the attack. It's rushed. Still in possession though for Tuga. He's rushed it again. It's read well by Van Dijk. Richard Buckley. We're into our first penalty shootout that we've been able to commentate on this year. Up steps Tuga first with Cristiano Ronaldo. It's a penalty shootout. Decide who will pick up another win. Huge save.
And the big thing with penalties, no target on. Neymar, you probably want Neymar to go first because of the janky run-up. You get this penalty out of the way. Watch for the head movement, straight down the middle, 1 apiece. I think we're going to see a lot of missed penalties this weekend.
Back to Tuga now. Both players obviously missing their first penalty. Messi steps up. That one's placed well. Tuga does lead.
Oh, actually a really good penalty as well. Kylian Mbappe stepping up to the spot here for Houston. Goes left and he's matched him. He's gone the exact same spot that Tuga went.
As you said, Richard, no real aimer on there, no cursor at all. You're kind of having to guess or go off muscle memory. Up steps Tuga now. Neymar, saved by Houston.
You saw the head movement. You saw with Neymar's run up. It's so blatant which way he's going to go. Vieira steps up and puts Houston into the lead, 2-1.
Saves this again. Houston will be in a fantastic position. Tuga must score. He will score. R9. Easy finish, right bottom corner.
Still, Houston, if he scores this, he's 1 away from winning the penalty shootout. I'm going 2-1, but it's saved, and we're into sudden death, Brandon Smith.
2 scored, 2 missed for each of these 2. Whoever wins will go 2-1 on their record on Swiss. Eusebio now, the Portuguese man, stepping up for Tuga. He's not going to miss. That's penalty number 5 done for Tuga.
Eusebio stepping up for Houston. Must score Houston, and he does score. This is where the nails get bitten.
Pull it now for Tuga. You see, he takes a few more seconds on this one. Needs to score. It will go down the middle, and it's saved. And if Houston can score this, it will be game over. Houston will go 2-1 into round 4 of Swiss. Up he steps with Pulley. Oh, it's saved again.
It's quite funny that arguably the best penalty taker in FIFA, because of the hairstyle, because you can't read the head movement, is Hulley, and both players missed with Hulley as Zambrotta steps up, puts it straight down the middle for Tuga, his namesake. Zambrotta up to the spot for Houston to score and to win. Houston 2-1 against Tuga.
Wow.
Woof. That's penalties in FIFA 20 for you. No cursor. You're going to see a lot of misses. It's whoever can keep your bottle.
Unpredictable stuff there right at the end there. Houston, as you said, Richard, picking up that all-important win. He will be 2-1 now. That's 2 wins, 1 defeat heading into round 4 of Swiss. You said it perfectly, Richard. There's going to be a lot of so-called favourites who are going to be in quite a difficult position when it comes to this tournament. Tuga is 1-2 now. He's in an elimination match.
Tuga's 1-2 and could potentially match up with Mentz, who is also 1-2. He keeps his
You're not getting an easy match.
Sort of story alive in Bucharest here, but Houston moves on to 2-1, and penalty shootout's been a deciding factor again.
They have indeed. Obviously, some fantastic matches there. Rory Feldman out the tournament. We've got more elimination matches coming up as we move on, obviously, to the latter stages in the Swiss format. So without further ado, I'm going to throw it back over to the couch with Spencer.
Thank you very much, guys. I actually love watching penalties in FIFA 20 because you just don't know what's going to happen. You don't know where they're going to go. Houston does not have a problem.
And I was going to say that's an unpopular opinion, I think, but I also enjoy watching penalty kicks because I do feel there's a lot of skill here because you can't see the indicators. And you can almost see the mental battle between the goalkeepers, between looking at the head movement going one way or the other way and then hoping you get to root hole it. Ironically missed in both cases there, but because you can't see any head movement because it's got hair everywhere.
There must be some like cheap players with similar hair styles that you could be, more usable for people at home.
Guendouzi.
Guendouzi, a little shout from Dan there.
David
Good to know.
Luiz.
David Luiz,
Oh, yeah, big hair.
also an option. But yeah, also a good result for Houston there. We got into that point in the competition though where we're losing people. We just saw the 0-2 game between Feldman and Mentz. Obviously, Mentz wins that one and Feldman goes home. Shame to lose him from the tournament.
Well, especially because I guess a lot of us were bigging him up. Brandon was as well, and Brandon was saying he was kind of an upward slope, upward curve, and definitely not. And Mentz going through. We're obviously watching this game now, but interestingly as well, Mentz doesn't want to go to penalties. He tweeted out saying, I'm really bad at penos, but I'm sure loads of the boys are, because it's obviously difficult now in FIFA 20 with not knowing where you're going to go.
Yeah, not just because it's FIFA 20, but also the tournament rules where you have the cursor turned off. It depends how much they've practiced coming into this tournament. But a lot of goals that Mentz was scoring, I mean, you can see that Rory Feldman, he has a very defensive line. He was very low on his depth, and he was struggling because of that. Mentz was taking advantage. He was almost saying, all right, you can have a low depth, but I'm just going to shoot from distance. He was going to shoot at the edge, and he was able to take advantage of that in several different situations.
Yeah, and obviously the game finished Mentz 3 and Rory Feldman 2, and that's kind of how it ended. That's obviously what made him go through to play another game. Obviously, he's going to have to keep going all the way through Swiss at the moment, but there's another goal for him right there. That meant Mentz goes 2-1 up. Pretty happy with that one.
Just to clarify my point about penalties, by the way, I like watching them. I don't like taking them.
Oh, no.
I'm not saying that people having to do a penalty shootout are going to enjoy it.
Read a
but
camera
to watch
on you.
as a neutral is great.
And in these elimination matches, I almost call it struggle-tainment because we see games where guys are having so much, I guess, they're just succeeding. Their gameplay looks good, it's smooth, it's clinical, there's no mistakes. However, in these types of games, guys have been on the other side of everything, so they're just hoping to get that friendly bounce, hoping to be able to put something away and really change their momentum in the tournament. It's just a different vibe, a different energy, and it's very intense.
You see, it obviously went to extra time in the end here, and Mentz on the ball now, looking to get an all-important goal at 2-2. What a tight angle that was. Eusebio to score there. Eusebio pretty prevalent in most people's teams. And big moment for the Frenchman. Obviously staying in the tournament means we could still see that brother matchup. We could see Rafsy versus Mentz, which would be fantastic. And it means we lose Feldman. Interesting, because last time I was here, I remember we did a bit of a predictions battle with all the guys on the show. And I'm pretty sure Brandon won. He did really well on the predictions. This time, he's backed Feldman early doors. He's out.
Some would say that maybe Brandon got very lucky with his original predictions, beating me who came second. I'm not bitter whatsoever. I just think that maybe he was lucky.
Yeah, well, we've got more predictions to come, more chance, of course, but Feldman has exited. Unfortunate for him, unfortunate for the Israel supporters watching as well, who he's representing, but plenty more opportunity. Mike, have you got some analysis for us?
I do indeed, and we're going to walk with me. So follow me over here. We're going to the breakdown board, not the analysis board, but that would also work. Welcome. Happy to have you. And we're looking at, I'm going to call it AOR. So we can coin this if it works. If it doesn't, okay, it's on me. We have advanced offensive recognition from Houston. We always talk about his offense. The fact that he scored 5 goals against against Tuga is pretty impressive. And in this sequence here, what you're going to see is a pass that looks really open. And you can see that the player, he's got an overlapping run, simple pass. Everybody at home's like, okay, make the pass. However, he knows at the competitive level that your opponent might anticipate that. So he's, when I say he, I'm looking at Oostin here. Oostin's thinking that Tuga's going to back off with this defender or try to shift over in order to defend this oncoming run. And instead, he's going to keep the ball with R9, finesse shot from outside the box. You're going to see it's time green. It's in the top corner. But being able to recognize these situations and anticipate what's going to happen and when it's going to happen in your favor is a really big advantage. And it's another reason that we always talked about Oostin being able to score goals and manufacture goals time and time again. I just realized I don't have any shoes on, by the way. Just on a side note, nobody has shoes on. I'm coming back to the couch. I'm rejoining the couch.
Question for you.
Yes,
obviously just watching that highlight there. How important this year is green timing your finishing? Is it as important as it is in previous games?
It's not as important as it was in FIFA 19, but it still has benefits in the game, especially with finesse shots. If you've noticed, if you guys have been watching the games, a lot of times finesse shots are getting caught by goalkeepers. They're getting saved at a much higher level of like percentage play here. Compared to last year especially, but if you're able to get a green time finish, you got the right player in the right situation, such as R9, it definitely increases your percentage of converting that opportunity.
At the moment, there's not enough reward comparative to the risk. I would say that if you hit that yellow, then there's no chance of it going in, whereas in FIFA 19 for a while, even if you yellowed it, there was going to be a possibility of it going in.
I'll add this. If you're inside the box, I wouldn't focus on timing finishing or any sort of thing.
But obviously, and that's I personally have it turned off. Because that risk versus reward you talk about, for me, I struggle to get it consistently. And what I also find is if you're a bit of a button basher and you just want to shoot sometimes, you accidentally badly time your shot. So yeah, for me, it's too much of a risk. But I understand why at the highest level, it's a margin that could be...
How do you find that in week? Because in Weekend League, I think it's automatically turned on, isn't it? I don't think you can, like...
I think you can turn it off.
Can you?
Yeah.
I know you can turn it off in like normal games, but I think in Weekend League, I thought it was just set to on. But I don't know. I'll check that later and I'll double check on it.
So, you ready for something big, guys?
Oh, what you got for us?
Something massive, I'm not going to lie. We talked about it earlier, the Champions League road to the final. We teased it with the Sancho item. We showed this earlier, and we're very excited about this. Obviously, 6 p.m. today, UK time, these guys are going to be available. 17 of them, I can reveal, will be available. Bang, there's your first name. N'Golo Kante from Chelsea, already boosted to 90 rated. Mane from Liverpool. 89 rated, again already boosted, but we probably know Liverpool are going to make it out the group stage. That is going to get improved further. Who else we got? Dybala. We know Juventus are definitely out the group stage, so that Dybala will get an increase, even more than it's already got once Juve... theoretically, they've already booked their spot, but once they officially get out the group. Handanovic, Inter Milan, Inter in a good little battle in their group at the moment, but he could potentially get boosted further. Great goalkeeper from the Serie A, of course. Son.
Oh, my.
Now, this is a great item, isn't it? Because everyone likes Son. I've been using him at home, the normal version. This is boosted already to 88. Look at those stats. High 80s, 5-star weak foot.
Shame Tottenham aren't going to get any further in the Champions League, but it's okay.
You don't think so?
No, they're not going to. Oh, my God, Alan. Oh, Alan is a beast in this game, by the way.
Yeah, a lot of people like him. Cheap beast.
Oh, my. Like, if Napoli can get anywhere in the Champions League, that is going to be a disgusting fight.
Look at the defensive stats on there. Coman and Bruno Bayern have booked their spot already. They're going through, so that 86 rated Coman will increase further. Remember, all these guys are in packs until a week today. You've got 1 week to get your hands on them in packs, guys. Dembele is another popular player this year. A lot of people using him. Mike, you used him?
Oh, yeah, one of my favorite players. Still in my starting 11 right now. He's not going anywhere.
Wow. Well, that's even better. You can improve it now, get him. So you've got the 8th of November to the 15th of November. All these guys, including their Jadon Sancho, already increased to 86 rated in packs. Batch 2 is going to be November 15th to November 18th. That's the Friday to the Monday. So a little bit less of a window to get your hands on the second batch of players.
Mahrez as well for Man City. I mean, I can already see the market fluctuating as we speak. Everyone panic buying these players as their normal gold items to see if they go up in price or whatnot. But honestly, some of these items are going to be like instant improvements on a lot of teams, especially the likes of Dembele, like meta players that are really working out in Weekend League.
So I had a bit of a shocker because earlier today, during one of the breaks, I did the unbelievable, by the way, SBC for Jamie Vardy, Player of the Month. Very, let's talk about these guys first.
Wait.
Yeah, Real Madrid looking good to get out the group potentially, and he's a very popular player this year, isn't he? Eder Militao is the centre-back. Look at those stats, going to get boosted probably further. But as I was saying, when I traded in my players for the Vardy Player of the Month, I traded in Mahrez.
Oh.
Yeah, oh well.
Probably would have gone up, sold a little bit more. Vast there as well.
all-round stats again, really solid centre midfielder, low rated from the La Liga, and you got Vendel as well. Vendel or Wendell? What we're going with? It's just in Germany they would say Vendel, but he's Brazilian, so maybe Wendell.
I would go with Vendel as well, naturally, but I think you might be right. It might be Wendell.
Good stats again.
Fullbacks though, and then of course there's not just the Champions League items.
Different decoration on this one, different design. These are the Europa League items. If you're a Wolves fan or you fancy Wolves to have a late run in the competition, this Jimenez item could be decent, could get upgraded further. Now, Dumfries got a team of the season last year, and a lot of people were using them at events towards the end. And the stats are very good already at 82.
You were a fan, weren't you? Massive fan of Dumfries.
Yep, I've used a lot of Dumfries last year. It teams up with Virgil van Dijk. That connection's not going anywhere. I'm just doing some math right now, too, of where these guys can potentially grow, like how far they go in the tournament with the teams. Well, after we see everybody, I'm going to show you my math.
This is the last of the 17 now. Juan Jesus, 79 pace, 82 defense, 83 physical. Pretty similar stats to the in-form Chris Smalling that came out this week, which you could partner him, obviously, because they're both Roma. So what do we like the most out of them? Obviously, we had the high-rated ones at the top, with the Kante and the Mane.
I made a list. I made a list during this. I can write really quickly.
Tell us.
All right, let me tell you. These are the Mike's keys of players that stick out. You ready? All right, so, and these, I hope I did the math right, so there's my disclaimer. Conte, if Chelsea were to go the whole way, he would max out at 96 overall. So that 90 Conte could get to a 96. And just knowing what Conte's about, I would love to see that. I mean, controllers might be broken, but I really rate Conte. He's in my starting 11 as well. Mane up to a 95. Son to a 94. Dembele to a 92. And I'm telling you, Dembele right now with the 5-star weak foot, 5-star skill moves, that's that good FIFA material. Premium.
So if you could have one, though, if you're backing, because you've got to think about what...
If I could have
got a few more on there.
I mean, Militao could get to a 91.
But
he already bumped 3
times.
Get to the final? But I'm saying he already bumped 3 points. That was a big bump, because he was at an 81 before. He's already up to an 84.
Who do we think
Chelsea's not going to get to the final either. Well, they could,
but
realistically...
listen here.
Sorry.
I'm not a Chelsea supporter. So you're saying I have to choose one?
Yeah, based on all the factors. The player
if I can get the max version.
Also, the club. Are you going to get? Is their club?
I'm asking you. This is a follow-up question to your question. Do I get the max variation of this foot item?
I'm saying, all those things considered, who's the best item? Because they've got a chance of getting to the final.
I think in competitive play, I think if we had a 96 overall Conte,
that's not what he's asking you.
No.
Mike.
All right, I want Son. I want
Okay.
Son. I know you don't. Tottenham won't get anywhere.
Well, that's just because I'm an Arsenal fan.
Guy, I got you. Look, I think 94 Son. That's my guy. I would roll with that all the way. I'd be very happy.
I think Chelsea got something special going this year. I know they're not. They had the transfer ban and
Champions
whatnot, but I
League,
think they're doing all right in it so far.
What about Mane? Liverpool go on a run again.
Can't
I
argue.
think that's a decent shout. Already his inform is amazing. I think if that Champions League item gets an upgrade, then he is going to be, as Mike would say, premium FIFA material.
Just like this.
There's going to be some very happy players tonight that get these guys in packs from 6 p.m. moving forwards from there until next week. Got a week to get them, and as I said, batch 2 of players is out from Friday next week to the Monday. It's the 8th to the it's the 15th to the 18th, I should say. Right. That's the Champions League excitement done for now, although I should mention later on in the show we're going to talk about season objectives and SBCs. There's more players we still haven't mentioned, don't go anywhere. Right now, though, we're going to look at the results from the last round. We've seen a few games, but let's get an overview of all the games. Now, look at these scores. Another win for Tex against Megabit, who beat Dasari. So Tex is just carrying on where he left off. And Lyrics, 6-0 against Rafsu, who won his previous game 6-0 himself.
So Tex and Lyrics through. Tex also getting revenge because remember Megabit was one of the players who beat him at the World Cup as well. So showing his fine form and getting through to knockout stages.
What else do we like in the look of in there? We've mentioned Lyrics, who's looking really solid. A lot of people tipping him for the top. But it's another loss for Diogo, although at the hands of PSG Dax, who we know is a fantastic player.
Dolomite was looking really strong. He was had 2 wins to his name, but just got a loss there. So he's obviously got to go another round now. Minok said. Didn't probably expect him to lose to him. But now going...
To see Dasari bounce back from his defeat, he won 8-1.
Great. That's a sign of a true champion, isn't it?
He's back.
PS4 side of things. Mo Alba coming back in strong form. I think he's now got 2 wins to 1. So again, one more round to go for him. Maestro, has he already gone through? I think he's gone through now, 3-0, which is good to see. A good name.
Maestro lost one of them. So I think Maestro might be 2-1 now.
Fulfills his defense must be magnificent. To concede no goals over 2 legs against Lost in the Waves.
Yeah.
Just as a side note, I just think we should talk about
Yeah, we know Lost in the Waves is attacking. Dangerous.
He makes a living scoring goals.
Yeah. As everyone in this event does. But he scores more.
He also all right, so Lost in the Wave scores more goals than almost everyone, but he also concedes more goals than almost everyone.
So what's he doing wrong?
I mean,
What's he doing right?
you could say he's doing offense right, defense wrong, if you want to make it like he's just going all-out attack at all times.
One thing's for sure, we've now got to the business end of the Swiss format. We're going to see players leave every single round now, and obviously people have already started to book their spot in the next round, but there's more spots available. Let's take a look at the next match we're going to have, which I believe is going to be Senna against Diogo. Now, I like this matchup because we've talked about Diogo quite a bit. He has definitely lost once, and we can see here he's actually lost twice. Only got the one win, so he's struggling a little bit considering we made him a bit of a favourite. He's up against Senna, quality Brazilian player.
Yeah, and he's just said as well that he's playing some of his worst FIFA. That's Diogo. He just tweeted it out, which I don't know if I'd potentially tweet out to let people know that he's having a bit of an off day. But yeah, we've all kind of backed him, and he's not really living up to any of our expectations right now. So obviously not doing something very well at this point.
I know you've got a point you want to make, Mike, but we're going to have a break first. When we come back, we'll talk more about that matchup. But after this quick break, we are going to have Diogo versus Senna. Don't go anywhere.
My mum is the one that got me into competitive FIFA. She was like, hey, why don't you play that? It's been a journey, but there's still a long way to go.
Everyone from my family plays football.
I'm now a full-time FIFA player.
The life I live now, it's surreal.
And after the earthquake, I moved to the States. The transition was pretty hard at first, but you just have to put the work in because this game can take your places.
I've taught FIFA all over the world. 3 simple rules for success. Dedication, passion, and hard work.
Who cares about the rules? At the end of the day, we all want to be champions. It's true.
The World Championship changed my life. When you're playing on the biggest stage with the greatest players, anything can happen.
This is the best of it. Can you believe it? You've just made some history.
Guys go through a lot to deal with shave irritation, so we built the new Gillette Skin Guard with a specialized guard designed to reduce it. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them, the best a man can get. Gillette.
Sound, the most important thing you'll ever hear. It doesn't matter if you've dropped in thousands of times. Are you still using the headset that came with the system? You need to upgrade to Turtle Beach, the Stealth 600, the #1 wireless gaming headset. With superhuman hearing, you'll become a Battle Royale demon. Now that's what I call an upgrade.
The FUT Champions Cup is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
I need to enjoy myself a lot more, so I think a lot of it will be getting back in a mental state to play the game as well as I can, and then hopefully when it comes to the bigger tournaments I can perform better. A lot of preparing for the new season is getting in your mind that you'll be better than last year. But when I first started, I came on the scene, was really good, and then I had like an off period, and I managed to regain my form for the last season, and hopefully I can do it again this season.
Step 2, Tex. You've just made some history. Another huge win at the first EA Major.
Another goal I have is to win the first tournament, because ever since I've started playing, I've always won the first tournament. So if I can win again, that'd be 3 in a row, so yeah, that'd be sick.
To equalise this game, Ronaldo, it's in! The new kid on the block, look at the passion there. Through to R9, on the finesse, back-to-back champions. Who is stopping this man? Tex will be top of the Xbox leaderboard.
I'm hoping this year I can do better at the World Cup and enjoy myself a lot more, because last year I got in a cycle of I stopped enjoying myself, so this year I can hopefully go in, play and be me. I've always played football, I still do now. It's probably my favourite thing to do in life is just play football with my mates. Anything that you're worrying about, just play football, mine's off it.
Welcome back to beautiful Bucharest here in Romania. That matchup you can see right there is going to be the next match we watch, which is Senna, the Brazilian, going up against Diogo, the English/Portuguese player, both Portuguese native speakers. It's going to be a great matchup, of course. We're looking forward to that. I'm joined by Rachel Stringer and Richard Buckley here on the sofa. Enjoying the day so far, guys?
Yeah, brilliant. Great start to, I guess, the new series. We've seen, I guess, the regular suspects, kind of usual suspects,
That's
going
it.
through, well, kind of, a few anomalies as well. I just wrote a few down. Lyrics, Tex, and Razik going through easily. 3 wins to their name there. For Filza, another one on PS4 side of things. So a few things that have not gone the same way, like MS Dasari kind of losing was a pretty big upset, wasn't it? But to Megabit, but yeah, great day. You enjoyed it, Rich?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
My socks, my feet apparel have been making the rounds on Twitter.
Oh, yeah. Positive or negative?
Any feedback's good feedback.
What are you saying about your socks? Come on.
You don't wear socks for feedback, do you?
Any feedback is good feedback.
And now he's putting it up so they can see him even more. All right.
All publicity is good publicity, especially when it comes to socks. You heard it from Richard Buckley first. Right, time for something a bit controversial, guys. We did this time last year here in Bucharest, actually, to kick off the new FIFA campaign. We've got another one, obviously, with FIFA 20, and we're going to do our team of the year of FIFA players. Now, many of them have been rewarded in-game with a TIFO. Some of them haven't. Let's take a look at it. We made this as a group. No one person is responsible for it. Playing a 4-4-2 formation, as is fairly popular this year in FIFA 20. We'll start off working our way through the team. So in goal, we've got NYC Chris. Richard, talk us through that one.
E-Champions League winner, multiple events. He won a major. I find it hard not to put him in the team.
Okay, decent. And the back four is solid. We've got Pinner at left back, not at this tournament, but had a great year last year. We've got MS Dasari, who's still with a chance to go through. I think he's currently sitting 2-1. Megabit. We know what Megabit, he's just beaten Dasari, his centre-back partner in this team, and he's looking good, or they just lost to Tex. Nicholas at right back. It's hard to get past that defence, Rachel.
Yeah, I mean, Nicholas, Mr. Consistent. Megabit, we've just seen him, obviously, like you just said, beating MS Dasari. Again, really consistent year, not kind of winning anything, but someone that's been around and been about. MS Dasari, King of the Jungle. We all know what he's about. Did he get three Champions Cups last year? 2 Champions Cups last year. 2 Champions Cups last year. Obviously, runner-up in the FIFA E-World Cup. So great there. And Pinner, like you said, again, someone that is always around and never out of the team, really. But yeah, then we've got Tex up front.
Well, we'll take a look at it again, because we'll look at the midfield next, because the midfield needs to be talked about. And the positions are fairly arbitrary in this team. Obviously not. Some of them might play that position in real life. I don't know. Some of them don't play real football. But in the midfield and centre mid, I believe we had Stokes with Dax. That's a ball-playing centre midfield partnership.
Yeah, Stokes. I feel as though the thought process behind it was everyone who's won a major has to be in the team.
Yeah.
And it was sort of the other positions, the utility positions. So the discussions, Lev Vinken, does he make his way in? Does Tuga get in? But I'm very confident with the 11 that we picked. They deserve to be in.
A lot of us wanted Lev in the team just because he is such a dominating centre-back in real life. He had a great year, of course, but he actually fills the role of a centre-back very well, doesn't he?
And we had obviously the question mark over, is Tuga going to be a centre-back position? Because obviously he was great last season, FIFA 19, in the defensive side of things, but we actually haven't seen that so far this tournament. So maybe we were right to leave him out. I think we may have put him on the bench. I can't quite remember. But it was quite conversational. Lev came over and joined in the conversation actually as well, didn't he? Had a little bit of an input. Can't actually remember if he made the team. He didn't make the starting.
Make it in the end.
He was waiting on the bench, I think.
No. And the strike force went with Tex and Mo Alba, 2 players who scored a lot of goals. And I mean this in the nicest possible way because we all love Mo Alba. But when we were actually making the team, he didn't make the original draft. That is not because any of us didn't think the world champion should be in there. Obviously, the world champion has to be in the team of the year. It was because he just didn't come to our head straight away. And I think part of the reason for that is because he had a great finale and a solid year. But before that finale, he hadn't won any huge major. I think he did well in the German Cup as well. But yeah, like that tells you a little bit about his year, doesn't it?
Yeah, if you look at the sort of, if his year was a line graph, it started really, really well. The Paris Games Week event, I think he finished top 4. And then, by all accounts, sort of January, February, March, he really slipped off. It weren't really... We were going like 2 and 3 in Swiss. We were making it through Swiss and then getting grouped to the first knockout game. And in the grand final, he turned into a different player. His defending was immaculate. Going forward, he seemed a lot more composed. He weren't rushing his attacks. And I think that just sort of shows, when we were on the couch earlier, we were talking about how some players start really strong and then end really strong. Some players start unreal. Aga springs to mind, picks up the game super quick and then drops off. And some players, they'll just peak at the right time. And Mo Alba, he's perfect. He's a good peaker.
Yeah, it's a great lesson for other people watching. Peak at the right time, choose your event, the one that's got the biggest prize money, the biggest kudos in the World Championship. Good one to do it at. Okay, so we've kind of drawn a line under FIFA 19 now. That's done. That's our team of the year. We're in FIFA 20. We've had a few games already today. Let's take a look at the standings as they currently are. Who's on what record? Who's already booked himself a spot in the knockout round? If you can see a 3 next to anyone in the win category, it means they're through. Even though they're going to keep playing for seeding, we see FUTWIZ Lyrics, we see Fnatic Tex, we see Mino, and we see NR7. 3-0, they are through on the Xbox side. Any surprises?
Not really. I think 3 of the 4 you would have predicted, being Razek, Tex, and Lyrics. Mino, a little bit of a surprise, but he's been playing really, really good FIFA. I think if you just look at the 2-1 category, the caliber player that we had 2-1, Dax, Megabit, Dasari, Dull and Mike, all 2-1. And these players right here, fighting for their lives. Pro Hunter, Big Predator, Senna, Dillafant, Sakul, all 1 and 2 elimination games. Yep.
And Joey, like again, we were talking about him. He finished 7th, didn't he? Before he couldn't quite make it. Sorry, to get into the FEWC, 17th at playoffs. I expected him actually to have a better season because he had such heartbreak. I think it was for the 2nd year running, and to be there, 2-1. Be nice to see him get the win to go through to the round of 16.
Obviously, the guys in 0 and 3 are done. They're out of the tournament. But back to the PlayStation side now. Again, 4 names with a 3-0 record already through. And yeah, I mean, Ramazan, Jeffrey, Lucas Rep. I think I'd be right in saying not many people would have put them to go 3-0. But for Filza, maybe less of a shock.
I think for Filza would have been the only one. Lucas Rep, the last time I saw Lucas Rep make an event with a FIFA 17 Grand Finals.
He's back.
We're now 3 games later, and he's gone 3-0. In this tournament. It just shows some games, some FIFA iterations favour one style of player, some really drop off. Dito last year, pretty poor by his own admission. He's made the first event of the year this term around and he's 2-1. Mo Alba 2-1, Maestro 2-1, lost in the waves. Yago picked up that victory, which I predicted, just letting it sit there, Foster on top of the soup.
I mean, so many big names there, aren't there, 2-1, and PS4 side of things is stacked this season as well.
Yeah, and you've got to say there's a few people teetering on the edge here on the 1 and 2. Obviously, Paps has qualified for both events already. He's 1 and 2, as has #Harry, both looking at potential elimination if they lose any of their remaining games. Can't afford to lose any more. And then you've lost some guys as well. Vega, we've lost, as we know, Ro from Israel. We've lost Agun, I think I'm saying that right, Agun, and Coco v Bastos. All gone, their tournament's done.
Yeah, Tuga as well, 1 and 2. I would not have predicted that, but he's had a tough few games of matchmaking, and in my opinion, a lot of the time actually getting to the events is harder than actually playing at the events, but it's just a different atmosphere. You play a lot more games online, you're more composed, you're in your own home, all these sort of effects calm you down. That's why some players are unreal qualifiers and then just sort of bottle it at events.
Yeah, and I guess it's just kind of building up to it. Like we keep saying, it's the first one. Some people have to get used to that atmosphere again. It takes maybe a couple of Champions Cups to feel comfortable playing with everyone watching, with the cameras on them, us going in there asking them different questions. I'd be intimidated.
Yeah, 100%. Very different indeed. We know then that's the lay of the land. That's the people that are in or are out and are shaking it all about. Who are they going to be playing in the next round? Because these next few fixtures are going to be massive. So we can see here the lineups and the games coming up.
Is there a brotherly match? Is there one?
We know
not
for
yet.
Phil's
It'll be knockouts, won't it?
So for Phil's a rep, they're already through. That's just a seeding game at this point.
Ooston Nicholas.
Ooston Nicholas.
Wow, big game that is, isn't it?
Ooston
Nicholas, fantastic matchup. Dito versus Ajit Power. Ajit Power just defeated #Harry in extra time, I believe.
Mentz and Dulster, that's quite a good one as well.
This is obviously the PS4 side, so some very important games here. But for Phil's, the Lucas rep is just for seeding. They're through already. On the Xbox side, what have we got to look at? I mean, NR7 versus Lyrics, again, for seeding, but a great matchup. Mino versus Tex, another seeding match. We know about Diogo Senna, that's going to be our streamed game. We haven't talked about the Royal much today, and he's doing well. He's sitting there on 2-1, he's playing Dylan Mike.
Yeah, he was another player as well that got banned last year. So this is sort of another redemption, very similar to what Lyrics, the sort of trials and tribulations he had to face. You're back competing, you want to make an impact straight away. You want to prove to people, look, if I would have competed, I would have been at these events. I would have been top 16 at the grand final. So I think both the Royal and Lyrics are both coming out making sort of an impact and wanting to prove a point.
Yeah, definitely. It's other great games we didn't even mention there, by the way. Rafsu, I think, is going up against Asari. Yeah. I mean, that's
Megabit Goal Machine.
Megabit Goal Machine, another great game. And then winners of those games will go to being 3-1, which means they book their spot. And it means the person they beat is 2-2 and an elimination matchup. So we can see potentially a Dasari and Megabit in an elimination match if they aren't victorious in their matches, which is crazy to think.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be exciting for us and exciting for the fans if they're going to watch one of maybe the big guys go out, stay in. It makes it more of an exciting tournament, no?
Oh, 100%. And this is why we love the Swiss format. This is why we get these elimination games, if you like, or progression games very early. And for many players now, from the rest of the tournament, every game is elimination.
Will that stress out someone like, if it happens, I'm just predicting the future here, if MS Dasari goes to that elimination match, somewhere where he isn't usually around, doesn't know that kind of feeling very much, will that kind of worry him more? Because he's usually just kind of sailing through.
I don't think so. I feel as though he's done enough in FIFA to be able to compose yourself and just take one game.
It's uncharted territory a little bit.
Yeah. I don't even think he worries about the game, to be honest. I feel as though he just comes into the tournament and plays the FIFA that he plays. If he wins, he wins. If he loses, he loses. He knows that he's going to get to another event. He knows that he's going to hit more events throughout the year. I remember an event back in Bucharest in January where he went 3-0 and then felt unwell and said, you know what, those last two games, I don't even want to play them. I'm going to give away my seeding because I want to go back and rest up at the hotel. He's so relaxed. I feel as though in a 2 versus 2 situation, when all the chips are on the table, I'd put money on him to clutch up a game.
Okay, nice to know. So before we get into our next game, we want to look at our dark horses for the tournament. These are players that we think are a little bit off the radar, maybe not off the radar, but maybe people aren't thinking they're going to win and they could come through. The horse masks have been removed. These, what is that? Their actual faces look like. #Harry, FUT Lyrics, Dylan Mike, Goal Machine, Dulster, Rafsu. Now these lists were made before the tournament started, and it's interesting now to reflect back on it. Lyrics a great shout for a dark horse because he's 3-0 and he's definitely going through. Dulster is 1-2. Harry is 1-2. Goal Machine I think is 2-1.
Dylan Mike is
2-1. Rafsu also 2-1.
Yeah.
So we've done all right on the dark horse picks there, and Dulster and #Harry need to lift it a little bit, but that's why they're dark horses. Yeah. They're not expected necessarily to win, but they've got a chance.
Yeah. Why is Lyrics doing so well this season? He's just great so far. 6-0 I think was his last game. Over Rafsu, was it over Rafsu?
Yeah, he beat Rafsu.
So. 6-0.
If you look back, even when he wasn't able to compete, he was always playing the game still. He didn't just go.
The scene.
Yeah, I'm not
coaching as well.
He would come into events, and I've heard it from a very reputable source that they said he's one of the top 5 players that they've ever played against in FIFA 19. They said if he were competing, he would have made top 8 at grand finals comfortably. He was coaching Nightwatch, and while Nightwatch were going off and getting food, he was playing against other players and beating them comfortably. So he never stepped away. He didn't sort of say, oh, you know what, I've been banned, I just don't fancy it anymore. If anything, it re-motivated him. He got the move to FUTWiz. It's a redemption storyline. If he goes on to win this event, it'll be one of the biggest sort of story arcs since Star Trek.
I had a question as well, on a bit off tangent. I read on Twitter that #Harry packed his wrong controller. Is there any truth in that? Does anyone know?
He forgot to bring it, but he's been, he got sorted out by Mr. West Ham, so sorted out.
Okay,
Yeah,
good. I was like, come on, Harry, what are you doing? I know he's gone to Canada and all this. I'm like, you got to pack the right controller.
Pretty basic, isn't it?
Got to pack the right controller if you're watching this.
Professional esports player, controller is quite important to remember.
Well, at least someone lent him one, which is great.
Yeah, I love that. So story arc from Star Trek, that cracked me up. I mean, with that though, because as this sport is progressing, as the esport is growing, there's going to be new rules brought into place. There's going to be people potentially trying to take advantage of those rules, and hence certain bannings. But I think what's really important is to see how people react to it. And you've touched on it there. You can go one or two ways, and Lyrics has bounced back really well, so good luck to him. Right, prediction time now for our next game. We've got Diogo versus Senna. How are you guys seeing this one?
I feel as though I think Senna will do it. I think Senna will beat him. I think the hype behind Diogo for this first event will come crumbling down.
I think maybe Diogo's lost it mentally because he's tweeted out saying he's not playing very good FIFA. So if you're going to write that on Twitter, something's not going to plan, or he can be doing a text and be like dumbing himself down, hoping that'll give him a bit of confidence, take a bit of pressure off into this next match.
Yeah, remember, if you lose this game, you're eliminated. It's a big game.
I'll be very intrigued to see if he's changed his team, because I know that Diogo were using Nelson Semedo and Ferland Mendy in the first couple of games. If he's changed that, you can see that his head's gone because he's not sticking by the players.
Or it could help him. You never know. It could go either way. I'm going to predict a Diogo win. I think he's going to pull it back to 2-2 and go into that final game. But what do our casters think? Let's find out what Dan and Mark are thinking for this game coming up. We're going to join them in a second. What their predictions are. What are you saying, guys?
I can't get over this Richard Buckley, like Star Trek.
Which generation,
whatever.
Richard? Which generation?
I mean, he's got like the maroon on. He's got a little bit of a Captain Kirk kind of thing going on. But I we'll leave that to one side. I think it's probably best for everyone's health. Prediction-wise, I'm going with Diogo. I think he's going to find his form a little bit here. I think he's just got to get comfortable. He's a young guy, you have to remember as well. So maybe just a little bit of jitters early. I can see him picking up a win here.
I'm going to go with Senna. I think he's had tough matchmaking so far against Dynamite and Goal Machine. I think that will give him a bit of a boost by saying, I had close games with some of the best players in the world. Now let's press on and get into the knockout stages.
Excellent stuff. Should be a great game. Enjoy it, guys.
Thank you very much, Spencer. And yeah, it's time to get into our next game, Dan. Obviously, a very big game for both of these players. Now, up against it completely, both players need a win to stay in the tournament. And Spencer, it looks like you're staying with us. There we go.
You can leave us. You can leave us. Yeah, this is always the roughest part of any tournament. When you get to that stage where you're at 2 losses and you know you have that possibility of getting eliminated, you have to really focus up. Because if you don't focus up, if you let your head slip, if your head's gone, if you're tweeting out saying, I'm not playing very well, then you're going home. And you don't want to come all this way. You don't want to play through all those qualifications just to go home at the first hurdle.
And he is one of those players, the man that you see on your screen right now, who we talked about coming into the tournament because all the talk before the tournament was about this man. We're always on the lookout and, listening in and looking on social media, etc., for the names that are popping up that we didn't see too much last season. And my lasting memory from FIFA 19 for Diogo was the way that he crashed out of the EPL, which was that huge last gasp header from F2 Tex at that point to win it for Liverpool. Now, obviously, Tex playing for Fnatic. Obviously, he's avoiding him at the moment, but that's certainly a learning curve for Diogo. And obviously, he's come back strong. But now he finds himself in that position again with his back against the wall. Does he have the experience to find the wins when it matters?
And those are the tiny margins, right? Like, if there wasn't that back post header, and if maybe something had gone a little bit right for Diogo in that game, he could have been moving on. He could have potentially been the E-Premier League champion. And then what would have that done for his career? You can be so close, and you can, just the smallest of things can be a make or break for your career. Right now, Diogo is playing fantastically. He's qualifying for the tournaments. That's step one. Now you have to perform well at these tournaments. So far, he has won 1 and he's lost 2. Both players coming off the back of a loss as well. We saw him lose to Dax 4-3, and we saw Senna lose to Goal Machine 3-2.
Well, let's talk about Senna a little bit. Obviously, the Brazilian. Talk us through, because he's on the same record, obviously, as all these players are who are playing through Swiss at the moment. He's lost to Dullum Mike, I believe, and then picked up a win against Tigray, and then Goal Machine just went down to. So 2 names there who you wouldn't be too disappointed to lose games against, two of the biggest names of the scene.
Absolutely. I think if you have put up close games against those people, then you're going to feel comfortable because you're going to say, look, I'm playing really well. Before we get for you fellas and ladies watching at home, if you link your EA and Twitch account and are watching the stream, you'll have the chance to receive packs. And I believe that looks like some sort of goal players pack, Mark, that you will have your chance to win.
And that is confirmed, Dan. You nailed it. Rare gold pack is what is available right now. So make sure, as Dan said, you link your EA and your Twitch accounts and you keep watching the broadcast and supporting these players who are grinding away at the moment, trying to make it through to those knockout rounds. You can see Diogo at the moment just chilling out. I've been checking, he's ready. Looks like we're ready to get in the game almost.
And if you are lucky enough to get one of those packs, don't open it until the road to the
6
final
p.m.
Items are out at 6 o'clock UK time. So wait a couple of hours if you do get one of the packs as one of the rewards for watching. Who do I want from the road to the final? Militao, I think, is going to be amazing. I'd love that Kante as well. Kante looks solid.
I want that human son, man. He has won me so many games. Last gasp goals in Weekend League. And if I get a little upgrade on him, that's going to be spicy. Anyway, speaking of spices, Dan, sorry to cut you off because the game is underway. You can see it here. Diogo going to be playing in the red here in the Portugal kit, going up against the Brazilian Senna. This is a knockout game in the Swiss format.
Semedo still playing for Diogo, though, is one thing that Richard Buckley was saying on the couch. Is he going to stick with those original picks of those fullbacks, the tried and trusted fullbacks that he used throughout qualification, and as many did use through the qualification because of the player restrictions?
Well, here comes Diogo then. Zidane early on. Beautiful fake shot and a beautiful start there from Diogo. That's the kind of thing you need just to restore that confidence in your own gameplay.
Yeah, how about that to get your engine going? Perfect fake shot. Blanc not able to get anywhere near it. And that means Eusebio can just slot it away. And that's what Eusebio has to offer. That's why he was used so much throughout FIFA 19 with the weak foot, with the ability just to smash it in on either side. And now, how can Diogo build from this? He has scored a decent amount of goals in this tournament. He hasn't been in the 0-0s and the 1-0s like we've seen throughout the rest of the players. Instead, it's been 6-4, 4-3, 4-3. So expect some goals from Diogo, but also we've got to be watching the other side. I'm sure Senna is more than capable of scoring goals as well.
I'm sure he is, but that's a little bit of a shell-shocking start, to be honest with you. It just really kind of takes you aback with the first attack that comes at you to concede. It completely changes the mentality, especially in a game like this where your tournament life is on the line and you need to pick up a big win. And the best way to answer back from that shell shock is to go up the other end and score almost immediately. It will be a corner here to Senna. Goes in towards that near post, and Manuel Neuer is going to be the man in between the sticks, and he does a good enough job to get that away.
From the corner, always. Do you cross it in? Do you play it short? I think a lot of people have decided that crossing it is pretty much a waste, so instead you play it short and then you try and go for something else. So Ronaldo on the turn is going to be offside, but a lot of players, I don't think, have found the perfect way to execute a corner just yet. Do you play it short? Do you drive it out to the edge of the box? It seems like anything that you try and do constantly just gets cut out by your opponent, so you almost have to be unpredictable and have 2 or 3 different ideas from corners.
And here is Semedo then, in that left-back position, that informed foot item. Certainly one of the more valuable ones at the start of FIFA 20. Zidane now, R9 onto that left foot! And you cannot give him that much room. R9 Ronaldo, one of the best finishers in the game, and Diogo put him to use.
Diogo just not scared to let rip at goal at the moment. As soon as he has any sort of sight, he's going to be taking those shots, and we have to see Senna close him down quicker. Maybe predict the turn a little bit better, but what a way to start this back-to-the-wall game, as you said. Loser of it will be going home. And at the moment, Diogo looks like he's finally found his form.
2 goals inside 15 minutes and 2 goals in FIFA 20. That is one heck of an uphill battle to try and come back from. Senna's going to have it all to do here, and I think you get the feeling he's going to have to answer back pretty quickly here, Dan, because 2 attacks so far. Both have resulted in goals. 2 goals to 0. That confidence is just going to keep growing here for Diogo.
It's funny, really, because in FIFA 19, we always said that 2-0 was just a horrible scoreline to be sat on, because it always seemed like you would try and hold on to the ball and then your opponent would get back into it. And the amount of times we saw a 2-0 shifted and overturned to a 3-2 to your opposition, whereas you're completely right. In FIFA 20, you can really hold on to a 2-0 lead. You can dominate the game. You can really strangle your opponent and reduce their chances, and it's so tough going up against someone.
Well, here's Diogo then, just examining the defence of Senna, tries to play the ball back there to Eusebio, but interception will come in from Patrick Vieira, but that's just given away there by Senna. You could see the idea behind it, trying to release Lionel Messi, I believe, is on that right-hand side there, in behind, but Eusebio tracked him back. Now it's going to be Pele. He'll get a little bit fortunate to find the ball back at his feet, and even more fortunate to find the ball at the feet of R9. And fortune favours the brave sometimes. 3-0 to Diogo. And this is a dream start for the young man.
Sometimes the game just doesn't go your way. Senna is going to be looking at that and saying, all right, well, I'm already 2-0 down. And then what's just happened? Twice he's made a tackle. Ball's just bobbled in the right way for Pele and for Ronaldo. It happens. And of course, Diogo is going to take that little bit of the rub of the green. And now he's going to have a 3-0 advantage. And already, Senna's probably thinking, can I even get back into this? Am I going to be able, like, what can I do differently? I've got to change my game plan completely, and we're only 25 minutes in.
It's a tough pill to swallow that for Diogo, especially after going 2-0 down early on. Alas, he has to keep his head up at this point. 3-0 down. I always think if my opponent can score 3 that quickly against me, the good thing is he's got time on his side here. We have the second leg, of course, ahead of us. It's only 27 minutes gone on the in-game clock, you can see as well. So lots of time left, and Senna just needs to make sure that if he gets those chances in front of goal, he is clinical. We can see Laurent Blanc used his arms inside the box there, but all deflected off of him towards Manuel Neuer. And now Diogo again can come forward, and quite a lot of space for him to attack in midfield here against Senna.
Well, Senna is going to be pushing men forward now, and there is going to be quite an opportunity for Diogo to absolutely hammer Senna in this game if Senna can't grab a goal sooner rather than later. If Senna gets one back, then I think Diogo will naturally turtle up a bit and be a little bit more cautious with his attack. But right now at 3-0, he's flowing well. He's going to be saying, look, let's close this out in the first leg. Let's get 4, let's get 5. He shouldn't throw away a game in this position. At 3-0 up in FIFA 20, regardless whether it's 1 leg or 2, you should be winning.
There's a little opportunity there for R9. He ball rolled past Manuel Neuer the first time, but the German managed to recover and get a piece of the ball the second time of asking to clear that danger. And now Diogo steps forward again, Hullet in midfield. You can see the 4-4-2 formation, the 2 strikers ahead, but he can't thread that ball through to R9, and that man has just been absolutely clinical in front of goal today.
That's a chance.
Just beaten the offside trap though, and Senna does have a chance. And you can see the frustration on the face of Diogo there. He kind of gave him that through ball, to be honest with you. It was found, and R9 again clinical in front of goal. But for Senna, that's a lifeline. He's found his way back into the game.
That is enough to rattle Diogo as well. There was no need for him to give away that goal, no need to give Senna that opportunity, but it was a mistake from him that allowed Senna now to get a goal back into this game and give him a little bit of a confidence booster going into the second half. As I said for Diogo, at 3-0, it was simple. You just play the same game, you just hold the ball, you keep the ball away from your opponent, and you wait until they attack you, wait until they leave space at the back. But instead, he tried to force the ball a little bit too much, and it's cost him a goal.
Well, maybe there might be a chance here from the restart for Diogo to compel the misery if he can reinstate that 3-goal lead. And how that might just take the sting out of that goal a little bit more. But on the other side of things, if Senna can get the next one, well, then it really is game on. What an action-packed first half this has been here. 3-1 to Diogo. 4 goals inside the first 45 minutes, and we've still got an attack to go down.
Scary thing is as well, when you look at some of the players who are at 2-1 at the moment, and they could quite easily drop to 2-2. Even if you win this game and you manage to survive for one other round, you could find yourself, I don't know, going up against the likes of Megabit or Dolomite, depending on their results. So you have to focus on the now, and you can't think about what might happen in the future, but it's not going to be an easy path from this point.
That's a beautiful ball there from Hullet. You can see players running either side of R9 here. Zinedine Zidane finds back to R9, and this man is just not missing. Diogo is showing us what we wanted to see.
I think Senna felt like he had made a decent challenge and he had tracked that run successfully, but the ball was just able to be slot through by Zidane. I don't know if it went underneath the defender's legs. Either way, Diogo had spotted it out, and he seems to be finding R9 every single time with his passes. And I mean, you can see what happens as the end result. R9 with his right foot or his left foot, he can bury him. And that 3-goal lead is reinstated, and now Diogo can just calm down once again.
So we've had a few quieter games at the start of this tournament, but 5 goals inside the first 45 minutes of the first leg here in this knockout game. That's the kind of action we want to see, Dan. We want to see chances. We want to see the the players going forward and being creative, and Diogo is showing exactly why everyone was talking about him before this tournament.
But he did tweet out himself, I'm not playing the best FIFA. And something Rachel said was, is that a bad idea as a player to tweet out when you're playing bad, because then other players might see that as a weakness and they might say, oh, he's playing bad. I mean, I'll easily going to beat him. But I actually think it's a good idea, because then people are saying, all right, well, he's not playing well and he's still 1-2. He's still winning the game and he's still having close games against some top players like Dax. Maybe what's going to happen if this kid suddenly turns on and suddenly starts playing
Where's that
well?
ceiling? Yeah, that's the thing you've got to be worried about. There's no point in looking at an opponent and thinking, hopefully I'll get him at his worst. You've got to expect him at his best. And Diogo is showing that. And for Senna, he needs to score early here in this second half. A little bit of a gap opened up there for Patrick Vieira. He couldn't get the strike away, and now Ruud Gullit will come away for Diogo. You saw R9 thinking about that run down the line. Instead, it will be Pele who collects here. Zambrotta in at right back, and Neymar will pick the ball up here, and Senna can come forward. Needs to score in this game, I feel. If he can take a 2-goal difference into the second leg, he might be able to create a comeback, and you can see him steaming forward here. Has a little pop shot there with Zidane, but didn't really sting the palms of Manuel Neuer.
Seems to be Pele everywhere at the moment as well. A little bit of the Pele just all around the pitch. Doesn't matter if it's on the left-hand side or if it's up front. He's always there waiting for that final ball. Equally as dangerous in front of goal as some of the other players that we see, like Eusebio and R9. It's such a scary strike force when you're at these tournaments.
Well, Senna is finding his way into space here, and Neymar's got it on that left foot, but it's side netting. Here for Senna, one Brazilian on the pitch, trying to create some magic for the Brazilian controlling him. Unfortunately, the difference between the two players at the moment has been who those chances have fallen to. This is the man that you want in front of goal. R9 across to Pele. And Senna's back in the game.
A little bit of the Pele. As I said, he's everywhere on the pitch. And Diogo, in his own head, he was shouting himself, saying, why am I giving chances? And then right from the goal kick, he makes a silly pass, gives it away to Senna. And now Senna, again, back into this tie. Just 2 goals behind, still another 90 minutes as well. If he can continue to get into Diogo's head like this, frustrate Diogo, Diogo might throw this one away himself.
Yeah, a little bit of frustration starts to creep in. And it's amazing how quickly the mentality of a player can change from, oh, I've got this in the bag and just need to see out this second leg, to, oh, don't throw this away, and you start doing things that you weren't doing a few minutes ago. But from the restart here, R9, couple of fake shots inside, with a little flip-flap, almost got round Laurent Blanc there, and Diogo showing he's got a few tricks up his sleeve himself.
But that will now leave him slightly vulnerable at the back, because he's given the ball away, and there's a lot of blue shirts streaming forward here as well. And now if Diogo's not switching properly, there's going to be a chance for Senna.
Well, here's Pele, and there's Gullit with lots of space here in the middle. Senna committing more players forward, and it's creating space, it's creating havoc, but the strength of Ruud Gullit there to win the ball back for Diogo just means that pressure will be relieved for just a few moments.
Diogo did really well defensively there, actually. He was left a little bit vulnerable, but he was able to stand up his man, force Senna to recycle play, and he was able to give him the numbers advantage in defense once again, rather than being in like a 2-on-2 or a 3v3. But these are the scary positions when he gets that ball back at the keeper, and these passes that he keeps making, he's giving Senna opportunities.
Here's Zambrotta has managed to pick the ball up. Pele gets it back. Beautiful stuff from Senna. Fortune favours him this time. And from what looked game, set and match, this is now game on.
That's maybe 1, 2, possibly even 3 mistakes from Diogo to give Senna these chances. And it's just about Diogo just trying to keep the ball and trying to play these passes down the wing or playing it short from the goalkeeper, rather than just kind of lumping it up the pitch, just getting rid, or turning around and just playing a little bit slower. Diogo just needs to focus up a bit. I feel like the fact he's 1-2 is probably in his head right now. He's thinking, I don't want to be eliminated from this tournament. I'm 3-0 up. Oh no, I've given a chance away. Okay, I'm 4-1 up. Oh no, I've given a chance away. You know when you are in that situation where your brain starts to think about what happens next? Who am I going to face next? What happens if I lose this game? What happens if I win this game? Those kind of thoughts distract you from, where should I be passing this ball? Should I be making this tackle? It's difficult to focus on the right things.
And that's why we talk about the mental side of FIFA esports so much. So much of it is in your head, and keeping concentration, keeping focus, and keeping your decision-making clear. And we have to give huge props here to Senna, the way that he didn't let his head drop. He was 3-0 down at one point in this game, and now he's just 1 goal behind. And I mean, what a first leg this has been. 7 goals already, and we've still got over 20 minutes to play.
Considering the amount of goals that these two have been scoring, I mean, I'd say I'm not surprised that we're having a little bit of a goal fest. In terms of like the goals that they've been conceding, I think both of them are lacking slightly defensively, but going forward, they both look so threatening. So we've got this just absolute mammoth of a game now where it's about who can score more or who can tighten up at the back.
We can see Garrincha's been brought on the pitch, another new icon introduced to FIFA 20. 92 rated Brazilian, and he's linking up the play here, and CR7 absolutely smashes it in the back of the net, and Diogo, it's now 5-3.
How about that for mentality and composure? That's what Cristiano Ronaldo does. There's all those questions, who's better Messi, who's better Ronaldo? Messi can't do that. He can't smash them home. He can't just break his way through a defence. Yes, he's got his fancy footwork, great with the finesse shot, arguably better dribbling. But Cristiano Ronaldo, year after year, just has a way of getting through a defence and smashing that ball bottom corner.
Brute force is what Cristiano Ronaldo brings sometimes in those situations. And that'll just take the pressure off of Diogo a little bit. However, Senna has shown that he can score goals here, and Zidane is trying to find the ball through there to the striker. Unfortunately, it's now going to leave space on the counter-attack, and you saw the little fake Rabona there coming in from Diogo, and it was almost a case of, I think he was expecting the player to stand off of him, but he actually played the offside trap. He would have just held forward and sprinted through, he might have had a chance through on goal.
Arguably could have been, but he does look very confident on the ball now with his ball rolls and his drag backs. Everything kind of connecting together, everything's starting to gel. All he needs to do is just keep his composure and not give the ball away in these dangerous areas.
And here's Ronaldo again. 180 drag back there, Vieira. And this is testing times here for Senna. Needs to keep his concentration, needs to play a switch effectively. Diogo is just toying with him right now, but just at the right second. Blanc comes in with a tackle, and now Senna can spring to life.
On the counter-attack, he has looked dangerous, and there's plenty of space available for him, but it's what do you do on the wing here? Do you go for a fake stop shot?
Oh, there's a man free at the back post. It's Eusebio! And it's the 9th goal of this game, Dan. It's a goal fest.
Back post, Diogo. We've seen it before, but this time it was composure. Eusebio just taking it down on his chest. Senna knowing headers are not effective in FIFA 20. If he'd gone for the header, that was probably going to go into row Z. Instead, he had time. He'd spotted Eusebio at back post, and he gets rewarded for his composure. And Diogo is just asking himself, well, what have I got to do? Like, what kind of a lead do I need to produce to get away from this man?
And the crazy thing is, this is essentially a 1-0 lead. We've had so many goals, but with the way that we play here in FIFA esports and the two-legged format, it's all on aggregate. So Diogo now, can he restore that 2-goal lead? But Senna, what resilience shown by the Brazilian. And what composure in front of goal there to put that chance away.
Some would call it Brazilians.
I'd agree with you.
And by some, I probably mean Richard Buckley.
He's giving it away there. Diogo, and maybe the pressure starting to toll. Here comes Senna once again. Space here for Pele. Goes for the finesse. Huge save from Manuel Neuer, but it is a corner here to the Brazilian.
What goalkeeper do you want in the sticks? Who is going to make those saves, those big moments for you? Neuer punches it away as well.
Will be recycled here. And it's Laurent Blanc who's inside the box. Maybe not the man that you want at the end of it, but he certainly will win the ball back for you.
What are you doing?
Diogo's holding on here. The nerves are starting to show. Hullet now, look at the space there for Zidane. Hullet instead turns back inside. Neymar tries to feed it through, and Diogo will send that out of play. What a first leg that was. 9-goal thriller. And Diogo takes a 5-4 lead into our second leg. I need a drink.
Diogo, I mean, put himself in bad situations at times. Just giving the ball away in areas where he didn't have to. Trying to play the ball out the back when there was a minute and a half left. Just get it up the pitch. Hoof it away. Needs to be more careful. I'd say that Diogo could have been 3-4 goals up in this tie if he had just shown a little bit more composure at the back.
I mean, the crazy thing is as well, you gotta feel for Senna as well, because if you think back on some of those goals that Diogo did score, fortune very much favoured him, you have to say, with some of those. So for Senna to go into that second leg with just a 1-goal disadvantage, I mean, some of the goals he scored were absolutely superb.
Yep, I mean, that's just one of the things you have to take out of your mind, though. It's very easy for you to just watch the replays at this moment and just look at what's gone wrong, when instead he needs to focus on the positives.
Well, something that we can focus on, which certainly is a positive, is, of course, thanks to our friends over at Turtle Beach. And we're going to reveal the wonderful hashtag that you can use, of course, to get involved with winning an amazing Turtle Beach headset. Obviously, you've got to go over and follow at Turtle Beach. And there is that hashtag, Turtle Beach FIFA 20. So head over to the Turtle Beach Twitter page there, and you'll see everything that you need to do, of course, to get involved with winning yourself a headset, Dan.
I mean, when they said it was going to be a secret hashtag, I had a good guess. I think I would have been pretty close.
When you had to guess a Wi-Fi password, that's usually what something like that, yeah.
I think I would have gone Turtle Beach FIFA, but they've added the 20. They've bamboozled me there. But either way, make sure you include that into your into your tweet, and you will have a chance to win one of the Elite Pro headsets. And honestly, it's a good chance to get yourself a proper gaming headset as well. I've seen some terrible headsets that some people wear, so get yourself a good one.
Well, you can see one of those beautiful ones there on the head of Diogo. We'll take a look at the highlights in the meantime, while we admire the beautiful white Elite Pro headset there. And there's going to be a lot of highlights, Dan, because there was a lot of goals, but this first goal here from Diogo, beautiful fake shot from Eusebio. And again, the benefit of that 5-star weak foot.
Yeah, 5-star weak foot is just massive in FIFA 20. I mean, it was big in FIFA 19 as well, but even more so, it seems, in this iteration of FIFA. And we're going to witness Diogo go 3 up. His third goal was a little bit fortunate, but I think Senna felt unfortunate in a lot of these goals because he feels like he did enough defensively, judging by his reactions. Like, he put the bodies in the right way, he put the players in the right places from what he felt, but he just wasn't able to get the results that maybe he's used to seeing. However, but it's very difficult playing here at the tournament and playing in qualifiers because you're going up against R9 and Pele and players you might not be seeing as much in those qualifications. That was the fortunate goal, and all Senna can do is laugh.
I mean, sometimes that's the best reaction, and you can see Diogo there. I think everybody who was involved in the game realised that that was a little bit of fortune favouring him. But there, you saw that player switch to Laurent Blanc and just didn't track that run and just left the space in behind for R9 to release that left-footed shot. And even then, you saw Diogo maybe getting a little bit too harsh on himself there and getting inside his own head. But 3-1 turned into 4-1 pretty quickly. This was a strong way of answering back here from Diogo.
And Zidane somehow putting that ball through Van Dijk's legs as well. So that's why, again, Senna felt like he had done enough. And at 4-1 down, and that just happening, Senna was probably thinking, all right, well, maybe the game's just going against me. I don't think I'm going to get back into things. But another mistake from Diogo allowed Senna back into the game. And honestly, Diogo almost beat himself at times. And I think that Senna, he has been gifted an opportunity back into this series.
You see that? A little bit of a exhale there from Senna, and that goal went in. Diogo, again, frustration on his face. And again, a loose pass, presenting possession back to Senna. And you have to say, Senna, having found himself in these areas, was very clinical when the chances did come.
He was. It helps when you have the best players in the world, but you've still got to know which is the best way to score. Like, are you going to go for the finesse shot? Are you going to drive it near post? And these are what the pros have been trying and testing for however long, practicing ready for this tournament. But here we go then. Second leg, almost ready. First of all, they've got to just double check their settings, it would seem. Where do you think this one's going, Mark? Because I would have thought this was definitely a Diogo win when he was 3-0 up, but it seems like he is giving too many opportunities to Senna.
It looks like the pressure's getting to him a little bit. I think the first goal was very important in this game because if Diogo, of course, gets it, then he goes up by 2, and that's going to force Senna to come out of his shell a little bit more, commit a few more players forward, and that's going to leave more space in behind for Diogo to potentially, get in and close this game out. The one thing he needs to do is just eliminate those mistakes. It's easier said than done, and when you're in this position here, where you're one loss away from being knocked out of the tournament, having had so many players and talent talking about how good you are coming into a tournament, you feel that pressure. It's different here than it is at home. We talk about it all the time, and I think a goal here would just settle those nerves, and then it's just concentration. Concentration and a good, solid mentality will see Diogo through. Senna, though, if he scores first, Dan, anything can happen.
The problem, I think, for Diogo is several times when we saw him verbally giving himself a beat down, saying like, why are you doing this? Why are you giving him chances? Almost instantly after that beat down, he is then giving another chance away. It's almost like he's trying to refocus himself, but it's not working. He's just demoralizing himself to the point where he makes more and more mistakes. He just needs to have a fresher mind here. I don't think he's got a coach there with him, and honestly, I think at this point, someone just to give him a little rub on the shoulders and say, mate, calm down, you're fine, you're playing really well.
Well, it will be Senna here that's attacking first up, and Laurent Blanc had to step in, as you saw. Ronaldo looking for a little shimmy and a shake round the corner to try and maybe just get an early shot off to really shake the nerves of Diogo here. One goal the difference between the two players, if you're just joining us, of course. This is a knockout game in the Swiss stage. If you lose, you're going home from the first FUT Champions Cup, and Diogo takes a strike from distance, however. He can catch it cleanly, and Yashin will quite comfortably gather that one in.
These are the areas where Diogo was struggling earlier, just passing it out from the back and then trying to play it down the wing and giving it away to his opposition's midfielder instead, whereas Senna showing a little bit more success getting into the final third. I think realistically, if you could at least get into the final third before you give possession away, then you can feel good about your attack. You've at least done part of the job, and you're not going to feel too bad about your opponent attacking you. Whereas if you give it away in these dangerous areas, you're always going to be vulnerable.
Here's R9 then coming forward for Diogo. Interesting to see him once again utilising Patrick Vieira in a centre-back position, and Zidane now really working over Senna defensively. Ronaldo, 5-star weak foot of R9 makes it so difficult to predict which way he's going to turn. Here's Cristiano Ronaldo. Again, just teasing the defence here. Zidane looking for the return pass, maybe. Beautiful footwork there. He's battled his way through, but he cannot beat the outstretched hand of Yashin.
Yeah, Yashin stepping up to the plate and showing why maybe he should be considered as the goalkeeper to be used in this tournament. It was a chance for Diogo. He somehow managed to break through the wall of Van Dijk. Unfortunately, just can't put it away. If he can get another lead, if he can get a couple of goals lead in this series and then just keep it calm, he should be able to close it out.
So now Senna still chasing the game, of course. Both players really committing players forward, which I would love to see here in FIFA 20. Trying to score goals, trying to entertain everyone who's watching at home. And of course, we thank you all for watching at home as well. And here's some quick interchanging passes. And it's always a surprise to see the ball fall onto the left foot of Messi on that finesse shot and not see that net being disturbed, should we say.
Again, slightly dangerous goal kicks from Diogo, but this time it does work out. And goal kicks are difficult in FIFA 20, I've got to say. Very easy to put your players in a position that makes it very awkward for your opponent.
Hullet tries to step out to put pressure on the ball here. Senna, good patience from him again, and here you're going to see that injection of pace. Passing just starting to quicken up, just waiting to see one player switch go wrong, one little bit of space open up, but Patrick Vieira in at centre-back. He did a good job there to actually win the ball back, but it fell to Senna's Patrick Vieira, maybe not the man you want in the middle. After another mistake, and he couldn't convert, the header comes in. And Diogo again, you can see him lambasting himself. You can see the pressure on him.
Got to make sure that you don't let your own nerves get to you. Don't let your own stresses affect you as well. Focus on your own game. Focus on the positive areas when you have been going forward. There is plenty of space for Pele out on the right. If he can take the ball down, there's going to be a chance here.
Pele inside the box. Ball roll here for Diogo. Can he find the ball across? Virgil van Dijk using every inch of his frame to cut out that cutback. And now you're going to see R9 twisting, turning. Zizou inside the box. Zidane back to R9. And oh, just wide of the upright. I think Yashin got a piece of it.
Did manage to just get a touch on it, which was enough. But pressure from Diogo now. Even from this corner, he's got Blanc, he's got Vieira. And finally, he gets someone who can actually shoot.
Heel to heel, shifts it into Zidane and just can't find the space for the finish.
How many times do you see that from corners where you get it in those dangerous areas and it's your centre-back and then it's your central defensive midfielder? And you're like, why can't I have Pele? Why can't I have R9?
Well, Senna has CR7. Teasing Zambrotta there, but couldn't get that ball into the box. Maybe just looking to dink it into the front post and get that ball back down on the ground. But look at the space here for Vieira, and look at the space for Neymar! Cannot beat Neuer!
Yeah, decent goalkeeper movement, just subtle enough to make sure Neuer stopped any sort of near post chance as Hullet almost scores the first corner of the tournament. Don't think we'll see many of them, but I'm sure they'll creep in every now and then.
So a lot of the time you see 0-0 and you're sort of concerned that we haven't had a lot of chances. It's been a bit of a grind of a game, but this has been back and forth between Senna and Diogo. Now Diogo picks the ball up once again.
And as a reminder, it's an elimination game as well. As it stands, Senna will be out of the tournament.
Pele inside the box.
What is
Looks
going
for
on?
that little left trigger stop up, and obviously shifting that ball left and right when you do stop up as well makes it a little bit more unpredictable what you're going to do, if you're going to cut back, if you're going to burst back down the line. A little tiny addition to the game that those pros know how to use effectively once again on display there from Diogo.
Arguably one of the most effective skill moves outside of the drag back and the ball roll is that fake stop shot.
Well, here's Eusebio, turns onto that left foot. Van Dijk just about gets enough of it and will win the ball back. And it spreads the play out to Zambrotta. Neymar making that run ahead of him. Instead he's called short, but he can't get that ball past it down, and now Eusebio can break away here, using his pace to attack the fullback. Smart play here from Diogo. We're into stoppage time at the end of the first half of our second leg. A goal here would be absolutely colossal for him moving forward. Zidane. Working with Hullet, just trying to stretch the defence. Tries that ball through, but Yashin was quickly off his line, and there is the half-time whistle.
And somewhat different in terms of scoreline from the first leg, but as you quite rightly alluded to, plenty of chances for both players. But Diogo will be the happier man as he still has that goal advantage. But how would he cope would be my biggest question if Senna gets an equaliser. He's been leading the entire game, and I'm slightly worried that maybe, just maybe, if Senna does get an equaliser, Diogo might just crumble at the final hurdle here.
You really can kind of feel the tension just by, I'm just sitting here looking at those player cams at the moment, and it looks like both players just want to get into this second half. I think Senna's making some changes. Diogo, he's very animated, isn't he, Diogo, in the way that he approaches the game. You're kind of looking at him here and he's shaking his head and he's having a think. And for Senna, this is the last 45 minutes he has to keep his tournament hopes alive, to keep those Brazilian fans happy and make it through to Saturday. Such a long process here in these FUT Champions Cups. There's so much talent here. Just to make it to the Saturday is enough for some of these players.
Well, of course, it's the Global Series ranking points, which is what everyone wants from these tournaments. And if you get through to the knockout stages, you are going to secure yourself more. And, of course, prize money is going to make the difference as well. You want to get out of these Swiss stages, and you want to get yourself a chance to march on to those latter knockout stages where you can really pick up the big bucks and pick up a large amount of Global Series points.
So Diogo then, I think he's just, you can see already from the way that he's just moving this ball around, I think he wants to just slow the game down a little bit. Maybe bait out Senna, who's going to have to increase his pressure a little bit, try and win the ball higher up the pitch to create a chance. Van Dijk does well there against R9. A little hill to hill to try and burst away from the Liverpool centre-back, not quite enough. Oh, and now you're seeing the pressure actually quite hard up the pitch up here from Diogo, sticking to his original game plan. Trying to put the pressure onto Senna.
I mean, especially with those fullbacks, he's really bringing them into the fray and getting involved with, and even throw a couple of slide tackles in there as well. Of course, very risky if it goes wrong. He's got a chance of giving away a card or your opponent just getting a chance through on goal. The player switch does ensure that R9's not through though.
Patrick Vieira again in at centre-back, and you can see why players are using him, and I just worry there that Semedo might not be able to quite keep that in play.
I mean, he's quick.
And it's another example there, Dan, of a little unnecessary mistake coming in from Diogo that's just allowed a little opening here for Senna to get back in the game.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because maybe 6 times out of 10 you play that pass and it's fine. But there's always that chance with balance, and depending on which foot you're using of which player as well, there's always that element of possibility of it going wrong. And so you have to ensure that you put all of the situations in your favour. You have to make sure you're using the right foot, that your player is balanced, that he is composed, that he's not doing it first time. And I think Diogo had more time than he thought there. Didn't have to play that ball that quickly.
Well, a little change there coming in from Senna. I think Cristiano Ronaldo just left the pitch. So not surprising to see an aggressive attacking change. Carlos Alberto then, the right back. Spreads it out wide to Zambrotta. Invites the Italian to get forward. Neymar. R9 comes back to collect it. A little bit of space for him to attack. Zidane's trying to get there. Ball falls into Pele though. Big chance here. Goes across goal. And the linesman's flag has gone up.
I think Diogo will be happy with that as well. Restricting Senna to those kind of passes, those kind of last-ditch attempts to try and get a ball through, even when the player is offside. And maybe something here right from this goal kick, actually. But Diogo instead just slowing it down and waiting. Wants to get the perfect opportunity.
A little bit of skill there just to try and bait a player out. Semedo goes back inside here to Hullet. You can see the pressure being applied here by Senna. Needs to win this ball back. Only 25 minutes to keep his tournament life on the line. You can see Cristiano Ronaldo there with a little fake shot to try and get it back onto his strong foot, that right side, to unleash another strike. But Senna paid attention, defended it well, and now Pele bursts into space. Here's R9. Look at the players streaming forward. So much from here for Neymar! And you asked the question, Dan, who is going to make big saves at big moments? And in this case, it was Manuel Neuer. Hullet comes forward again, though. Zidane, big interception from him.
It's Neuer, and it's the subtle movement of the goalkeeper for Diogo to frustrate Senna, who made a fantastic chance. It really should have been an equaliser with Neymar. You'd expect him to bury it there. He had several different opportunities, several different choices to make. Do you just finesse it around the keeper? Do you drive it near post? But in the end, he just made the wrong one. Not able to get that equaliser he's so desperately searching for. But how is Diogo going to react to that? He gave the ball almost instantly away after it, but now has regained possession, has the chance to control the game here.
Oh, there's loads of space back for R9. This could be the game! And the celebration from Diogo. I think it's more a release of pressure, to be honest with you. A smile on his face for the first time in this leg. A 2-goal lead re-established here for the man in the bottom of your screen. And I think that you can just see it in his eyes. A little bit of relief. I think he knows that this is now in his hands once again.
I don't know if was it Super Bock that is on the back of the t-shirt. Maybe it should say Super Block, because it was Neuer who has kept Diogo ahead and then given the opportunity for him to take the lead here. And you just saw the amount of energy that erupted out of Diogo, because he knows now, only 10 minutes remaining in game, it's going to be so difficult for Senna to get back into things. If he doesn't get a goal from kickoff here and Diogo manages to win the ball back, that's going to be game, and that's going to be Senna out of the tournament.
Still work to do, of course, for Diogo. He'll just be sat at 2-2, so still has to win another game to get through to tomorrow, but we have to give him credit there. Worked that opportunity absolutely beautifully and took the chance again. Diogo has shown in this game that he is clinical when those chances come to him, Dan.
And there was goalkeeper movement from Senna, but he predicted the ball was going to go to the far post. I don't know whether Diogo saw that, then he just tried to drive it to the right of the keeper. It actually went quite central, and the keeper was pretty close. It was touch and go, but he'd done enough to direct it away from where the goalkeeper was movement. So a good spot from Diogo, if he did see that. Sometimes in those high-pressure situations, it's difficult to focus on the goalkeeper movement and the defenders and think about where you're going to put the ball at all the same time. But that's what makes the pro players the best FIFA players in the world.
So then Senna's already shown that he can come back, though. That's one thing that we need to give huge credit to the Brazilian for, the way that he fought his way back in that first leg. And maybe he's looking to do it again, but Manuel Neuer showing why he's in between the sticks here for Diogo. And the German comes out and clears his lines with a punch. And not only that, he finds the feet of Pele as well.
Always frustrating as well from the corner when your opponent gets possession straight away after that ball is punched out. And this is going to be a chance through on goal now for Pele if he can find it on the left. Instead, just slows it down, doesn't go for the risky, heavy touch to try and take it around the defender. And probably a wise move, considering everything involved in this matchup and how things have gone for him previously.
Yeah, if Senna doesn't give the ball away, then he wins this game. Excuse me, Diogo wins this game, but a little mistake might cause problems. And Senna's in here with Ronaldo! Has fluffed these lines.
I can count 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4 chances for Senna in this series where if the ball has just gone an inch to the right or left, he's found a goal. He could find himself ahead, but now this is where it gets painful.
Pele back inside, sends the ball out wide to a fresh-legged Garrincha. Couple of step-overs, just teasing Senna at this point. 87 minutes left on the clock. Make that 88 a goal here, and this is game, set, and match, and Diogo will stay alive in the tournament.
At this point, you don't even need the goal. You can tell by the body language of Senna that it's already game over. The keeper makes a save, Yashin, but unfortunately, just too late. Diogo has been through one hell of a roller coaster throughout this game. He's gone through all the emotions, but it's very difficult in these knockout games to try and keep composed, especially when you're going up against other incredible FIFA players. But he has done the job. He stays alive. Senna goes home. And can Diogo get himself into the knockout stages? He still needs one more victory, and we'll find out who he's playing a little bit later.
Yeah, still needs to get that victory under his belt, of course, but certainly signs of why people were talking about him so much coming into the tournament. Of course, commiserations there to Senna. I think it will look back on that game and maybe feel a little bit hard done by some of the situations that happened, especially in that first leg, if we were to take a look back at those highlights. But an incredible fight there from the Brazilian to send it right down to those last few minutes. But for Diogo, I say, a lot of talent. We can see it here, but there's a few things that you just feel need tightening up if he wants to go deep in this tournament.
If he hasn't got a coach, I really feel like he could excel with a coach, just someone to just calm him down. There are certain areas where he's just verbally abusing himself. Like I can't lip read all the time, but he's just saying like, what are you doing? Why are you giving the ball away in these areas? He just needs to focus up and he can be one of the best players.
And what do you think? That is just focus? Do you think that's just the thing? Or do you think it's maybe just not recognising that game situation where he needs to slow things down a little bit, be a little bit more deliberate and almost wait on his opposition making a mistake and putting a little bit too much pressure on him?
He's too busy thinking about the mistake he's just made and saying, why are you making these mistakes? You shouldn't be doing that, rather than just saying, oh, well, you made a mistake. Ignore it. Let's start thinking about the game. He's just thinking about the mistake. And then if you start thinking about the mistake, you're not thinking about the pass you're going to make, and then you make another mistake.
Yeah, well, he can't make that many more mistakes because he's obviously already lost two games in this tournament and one more and he's out of the tournament. However, now he's in, I said it was backs against the wall, do or die. Now it literally is do or die. Win the next game and he's through to tomorrow. And of course, if he does not manage to win that game, then he will be going home. I think we're going to move over to another game pretty soon. I think we're going to see a little bit of #Harry.
A little bit of the Harry.
A little bit of the Harry.
Okay, well, more FIFA action. I'm being told that it's 1-1 at the moment. So we'll move into that one as soon as we are ready to. But #Harry, who has had some very close games thus far in this tournament. A penalty shootout victory, an extra time loss as well. He's also got #Tom here coaching him. He's going up against Bundled Julian. And they are tied up 1-1. We'll see whether #Harry can stay alive in this tournament or whether he is going to be going home as well as Senna.
So they're both at 1 and 2, I believe, at the moment in this game. I believe the game is tied up at 1-1 as well, like you said. So obviously a very tight game, as you would expect. Harry's had a pretty decent qualification process as well. He's had good weekend leagues. He's looked in good form coming into this tournament. So maybe a little bit surprised to see him where he is at the moment, but never surprised to see a smile on his face. I don't know what's happening here. I mean, how can you not love him?
The perfect time to switch over. And that's just Harry in a nutshell, is that image of just uncontrolled laughter. And you can see how close these two competitors are sat next to each other as well. I always think that adds an extra dynamic to a game because they are in quite a large room. There's a chance that you play someone who's very close to you. There's a chance you play someone who's very far away from you. But it's 1-1 in aggregate, and it's 0-0 in the second leg in the 82nd minute.
Well, it's a corner here for the restart, and no surprise to see #Harry playing in that new hashtag kit, which is, of course, just been added to the game. If you're watching at the moment, you link your Twitch and your EA accounts, then obviously you can be eligible and pick up yourself not only the esports kits that are added, but the amazing tifos that have been added for the esports players as well.
Yeah, you are guaranteed those. If you are watching the stream and you link your EA and Twitch account, you will get the esports kits and the esports tifos as well. So watch out for those being added to your account at some point throughout today or tomorrow.
But it's going to be bundled Julian here, who's maybe going to have the last attack of this game in regulation time. It looks like we might be going to another extra time game, unless we do see a last gasp winner here. Of course, whoever loses this game will be out of the tournament. We will not make it through to those knockout stages. Hullet makes an interception, but it's going to be Julian's version of Hullet who comes in, but Garincha pinches the ball back. And now Harry can come forward, and it will be the last attack of the game here for the Englishman.
Always dangerous when you have the final attack before going into extra time, because your opponent starts to sweat a little bit. That would have been offside anyway.
Sabio has managed to bundle the ball back. Patrick Vieira again in that centre-back position, this time for Julian winning the ball back, and what I thought was going to be the last attack might not be. Blanc has to deal with that, and we are going into extra time. #Harry has probably played more minutes in this tournament than anyone else.
That'll be his third extra time in a row, I believe. And you can see the possession there for both players, and not many shots to scream about either. 0-0 going into extra time, and this is where things start to get a little bit nervy. I'm banning the word bundled as well when we go into this one, because he's called Bundled Julian. So we're not allowed to say that. We're not allowed to say the word hashtag either. That's the rule. As soon as it's a
Harry and
team
Julian. Okay, fair enough.
Yep.
Fair enough. I like a little bit of alliteration with the #Harry, but you know, it's all fine. It's all good. You make the rules here, apparently.
You can say it when you're saying them as a person. You're allowed to say #Harry and Bundle Julian. But like in game, you're not allowed to say he bundled the ball, because I get confused now.
Okay, I'm not listening to your rules. I'm going to live by my own rules. I live and die by the sword. Anyway, we go into extra time now. And could it be another penalty shootout for #Harry to deal with? Will there be a goal to separate these two players? Virgil van Dijk wins the ball back with the player cams as well. You can see focus on the face of both of these players. Not surprising to see with tournament life on the line.
You were talking about it briefly, Harry's qualification process. He's qualified for both of the first FUT Champions Cups. Of course, playing from America now. He's got family over in Canada, so he is eligible to compete from there, and that was the decision that he made. He made the move, and it has been successful for him. He's been able to dominate the North American qualifiers.
Not being able to create too much going forward at the moment. And this has been a little bit of a cagey game. I know we only sort of can paint so much of the picture from what we've seen so far, but looking at the chances created and the score, of course, across the aggregate, score from across the two legs, excuse me, it doesn't look like there's been too many chances to write home about. Here's Zambrotta then. I'm going to be spread across the pitch here to Carlos Alberto. Neymar finds R9 Ronaldo. Beautiful little roulette to get some space, but again, Virgil van Dijk is just so good in those 1v1 situations. It's so difficult to beat a man now with that L2 jockey and the ability to jump into those tackles. If you master it, it's such a difficult skill to beat as an attacker.
I wonder whether more players should take risks with their skill moves. I know a lot of people are saying skill moves aren't as good in FIFA 20, and of course they aren't, because of the link-up and the possibility of you giving the ball away if you link up too many in a row. There's the higher percentage depending on how many you chain together. So usually if you don't beat the man with the first skill move, you don't try and do another one in case of the ability to give it away. So then you just suffer a tackle. Maybe we should start to see players trying to string together 2 or 3 in hope that you don't give the ball away, but you're able to beat the man. I'm sure these are all things that players have tried and tested, and they've come to the conclusion that it's just not good enough, and that's why we don't see as many skill moves. We even heard Tech saying in an interview earlier that he doesn't feel like skill moves are as important anymore, which I think is a massive loss to his game. I said that I thought he was going to be very successful at this tournament because he is one of the best at skill moves. And yes, okay, he's still got his drag back and he's still got his ball roll, which he just synchronizes so well together, which is why he is one of the best. But I think he lost an element of flair with the fact that the skill moves aren't as powerful.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. It's one of his, one of many weapons that he had in the arsenal going forward. But now it's a case of, will there be a chance, one chance for either of these players to steal away a win before we have to go to the spot once again? We've already called one penalty shootout in this tournament.
We saw one as well. Brandon and Richard got to talk over one. Penalties very interesting at this tournament with the reticule now turned off. As Spencer was saying, very fun to watch, but not particularly fun to take part in. How much have you practiced on those penalties would be my biggest question to these players. Because at the moment, it looks like it's where it's going to go.
Here's Mbappe turning back here for Julian. 120 minutes plus stoppage time before we go to that penalty shootout. Carlos Alberto gets closed down by Garincha on that left-hand side. So 9 minutes of regulation plus stoppage time until we go to the spot. With tournament life on the line here for both Julian and Harry. Here is Julian though. Cristiano Ronaldo, ball into the box. Neymar just about gets away from Van Dijk. And the ball dribbles away towards Mbappe, but he's in an offside position. And Harry survives.
Will Harry now just bide his time and wait? Go for one last attack before penalties, and looks like he's being offered the space with Hullet, so he's just going to march on.
Maestro to get a little bit more space as well, and he's got the ball inside the box. Oh. It sat up just a little bit there after the scoop turn, but again, the defender was able to close down the space and just get a little piece of that. As Ter Stegen looks to release Kylian Mbappe, but is that a little mistake there from Julian? A little too eager to get his attack going. Thought he might have seen an opportunity to get Mbappe in behind, but that's just gifted the ball back to Harry here.
Harry lost his first game against Verfilzer, then went on to beat Rory Feldman in penalties, then lost to Ajit Power most recently. We'll go to 2-2 if he can win this game, either in these final moments or by the looks of it. Penalties if he doesn't score with this final chance. He's already won one shootout.
2 minutes.
So surely that gives you a little bit of confidence, right?
You would have to think so. However, you'd rather not go there. However, this is going to be the last time that this ball will be moving forward. It could be a last gasp goal here for Julian. Harry intercepts, and we are going to penalties. Harry will be up first. Eusebio is going to be the man to strike the first penalty towards goal. And he strokes it in that bottom left-hand corner.
And you saw how close they're sitting together as well. Harry just edging over and covering his screen. And he also covers the ball with his goalkeeper. And he has a 1-goal lead. Makes that 2 by going down the middle. Very calm and composed.
So pressure now onto Julian. A save here for Harry. And he is very much in the box seat. Neymar steps up. Straight down the middle. And he stays in this. Ronaldo now, saved! Oh. And Julian's back in.
It was almost enough, but can he score to tie it up? He can, he goes down the middle, and pressure back onto Harry now.
So all tied up, it's Pele versus Ter Stegen. He goes just to the left there, it just faded away to the left-hand side.
Maybe Eusebio can score, it does go down the middle, but just to the right does Harry, as now Hullet will step up for him. Again, easy, calm penalty.
So Julian has to score here. A miss and he's out, and Harry will go through! And Harry makes the save! And Harry stays alive!
2 wins, 2 losses, 2 penalty victories for Harry. It's one thing he does pride himself on, is penalty shootouts. But what a terrible way to go out on a penalty loss. Commiserations to the man on your screen, but still alive is #Harry. I remember when we saw Shuri at the Draft Story Cup with terrible at penalties. Harry was saying, come on, Shuri, I've taught you better than that. Well, it seems like Shuri can now watch on and see how Harry does it.
Yeah, heartbreak, as you say. Unfortunate for Julian there to go out in such circumstances. However, penalty shootout is a cruel mistress, and #Harry will stay alive in the tournament. He now needs one more win to find his way into tomorrow's tournament. But so we had Diogo managing to scrape through himself. Performance from him, a lot of goals in that one. And then not so many chances in that second game. But #Harry manages to find his way through, as we just saw there. And one man I'm sure is very happy about that is Spencer Owen. So over to you.
Why does he keep doing it to me?
I can say we're all very happy, actually, guys. Us Rich over here, we were pretty stressed out. You were as well. I mean, what is he doing?
Well, that's his third of his 4 games that have gone to at least extra time, 2 to penalties. He's won both the shootouts, but he lost the game in extra time.
What's he doing wrong, though?
Well, I think he's struggling to score, to be honest.
He's attacking.
He's struggling to score.
Very poor right now. And he'll know that. He'll not need us to tell him that he's not playing well going forward. Defensively, Virgil van Dijk looked unreal in what we saw from him then. But going forward, you've got to see some of this creative flow that he's been playing with online. It may be, I don't know, you can make excuses for it, but in this 5th game right now, this is where he has to perform.
And we said that practice is going to make perfect on penalties, and he's getting all the practice in the penalties, so no one's going to want to come up against him in penalties. But he looked quite good there in the away #kit as well. It looked pretty nice, the purple and the dark colours. I'm not really sure what colours you're going for, but it looked good. He looked stressed out.
Very nice of you to say,
word on Julian, though, going out in penalties.
Yeah, we should say commiserations to Julian, of course.
Second ever FUT Champions Cup as well.
Exactly. It's a good experience for him, and going out on penalties is pretty painful. It's very tight margins, as we know. Harry's got one more game left. He needs to win that to go through. There's still a chance that he might not progress. But generally, that's not the first shootout we've seen. We've seen quite a few shootouts. What do you put that down to, Buckley? Why have we seen so many games go that distance?
Defending's easier than attacking. People are struggling to score. Shooting on the edge of the box in previous years where you time it green, where you'd finesse it in the top bins. That's sort of being taken out of the game. People are sitting deep. People are also thinking as well, if I'm backing myself at penalties, a lot of people are pretty poor at penalties without the reticle. This was the first game that we saw Spen, Diogo and Senna, and goals galore in this match.
Yeah, you were just saying it's difficult to score, but not this. This ended up 6-4, so 10 goals in this game. Obviously, Diogo going through. Good to see he's living up to the standards everyone set for him, actually.
You can see how much it means to him as well, the celebration there as he goes 2-0 up. I think he's going to get a third here, going forward with Pele to Ronaldo. A bit of luck on that one. A decent finish at the near post. We're seeing more of them this year as well, aren't we, Richard?
Yeah, near post, just put your power on it, hope for the best, really. At the near post, you see shake of the head there. He knows that quite a fortunate goal there, but Senna did bring it back in this first leg, and lovely scooped in there on the edge of the box. Again, nothing special about it, not a finesse shot, not a green timed, just get your laces through it like you get taught when you're younger. Just make contact.
Powerful strike. That was 5-3. This is still the first leg here, I believe. Ball comes in. Decent control on chest and composure in the box as well. Many people, including myself, would have probably panicked there and tried to volley or head it. But he's trusted Eusebio there and he's been paid back in dividend, makes it 5-4. The lads are kind of joking and laughing because they can't believe what they're seeing. So many goals going in. And teeing up an amazing second leg, of course. So it's 5-4 at the end of the first leg. Diogo on the attack here. Ronaldo, little shot dummy. Again, he's got that bounce, which you know Senna's not going to be happy about.
Yeah, quite fortunate for that to go wide.
Yeah.
Talk about a game completely different. 5-4 in the first leg. The second leg, 1-0 victory.
Both just shut down.
Literally.
But I was going to make a point as well that Diogo, he had quite a difficult run so far in the competition. I think he had Dax and Enrazic, so 2 top players. So we were kind of looking at his form and saying, oh, you know, he was not doing as well as we expected him to. But if you look at the kind of players he did have to face, then, you know, not bad to go through after a loss as well.
We say at every event, don't we? It doesn't really matter how you get through. It doesn't matter who you lose to, who you beat. You just want to get out of the Swiss format, and then it's a whole new day, whole new conversation to be had.
Oh, that was the last goal.
And yeah, another goal there for Diogo. 6 goals against a player of Senna's quality. He's starting to send a message now and live up to a bit of the hype, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. I think if you look, a lot of people, he was sort of the new kid on the block. People were saying he's qualified for both events. He's feeling confident. People are pretty worried about playing him. If you look at the games that he's already beaten, you said he's beaten Senna, he's played against Dax. All these people right now, when he gets to 2-2, he gets to avoid them. So arguably, he's already played the tougher matches at this 2-2 bracket right now, he could get a favourable, no tie is favourable, but a more favourable tie at 2-2. No one wants to face him.
No.
No one at 2-2 is thinking, yeah, give me Diogo. Go on, yeah, I fancy Diogo.
When Tex says he doesn't want to play against Diogo, you know he's doing something right.
Yeah, exactly. We've actually talked a little bit about Diogo now, but we can hear from the man himself. We've got him for an interview. Thank you for joining us, Diogo. First question, how are you feeling? Because you've made it a little bit hard for yourself for your first few results, but some people have been tipping you before the tournament. Are you going to live up to the hype?
Yeah, thanks, Spencer. How am I feeling? To be honest, I think I'm playing my worst FIFA ever, but we somehow managed to get to 2-2. We lost to 2 top players, Razek and Dax. Dax was actually in the last minute as well, so that loss kind of put me down a little bit. I was 1-2. Thought I was like, oh, you know, it's tournament's over for me. We go again in 2 weeks, but we get that win there against a very good player in Senna, and yeah, 2-2. Anything can happen. I hope. I mean, I don't know. Everyone's good at this event, so I don't know who I'm going to get. You know, we'll see who we get, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, Diogo, Rachel here. Just a quick word as well on the fact that Tex said that, you know, he was looking at you as one to watch. How does that make you feel?
Well, me and Tex, we played like, you know, 10 times at home. He's won more than I've won, but we're good mates. But I don't know. I think he doesn't want to play me because we're mates as well.
He knows your game better, maybe because you play each other a lot.
Yeah, maybe.
And I was speaking to you earlier. I came out in the players area, and you're bigging up Ferland Mendy and Semedo. Are they still in your team now after the shaky start?
No, actually, Richard. My team weren't fighting for the badge, so I got FUT Dan to build me a team. I have Vieira starting. Actually, I have Pele starting centre back, like in starting formation. Vieira up top, then I swap him over in game. So Vieira plays centre back for me. You know, shout out to FUT Dan for getting me through that game with the team change.
Very interesting. Fighting for the badge, an important stat. They obviously did it for you last game, Diogo. What a match it was. Well done staying alive in the tournament. And we'll speak to you soon, but keep up the good work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, it's hard, isn't it, when you're... I mean, he's been around for a little bit, Diogo. We saw a great performance from him at the EPL last year.
You're laughing at
I just Vieira, Pele starting centre back.
Well, yes, that's interesting, isn't it? Because he's obviously doing that for chemistry reasons, but then he's still going to be off chemistry.
It's going to be starting on 7 max. I don't know.
But you said
Dan doing what he wants.
But you said that, didn't you, beforehand? You were like, I want to see if he changed his team, because you said if he's changed his team, it means he's not very confident. He's done it. What's he going to do now going forward? Will he keep with that bit of a rogue team, or is he going to go back to what he's practiced with in the qualifiers?
I think you've got to stick with what you're winning with. Now, you've changed it, so you've made the change. You've got to stick by it. If you go back, you're just a bottle job and you're not doing what you're... Like.
Well, maybe for one more game. Maybe not in the knockouts tomorrow. Maybe he'll revert.
No, if I made a change, if I'm playing Pele at centre-back now, swapping him in game, and I've got through, I'm sticking with that the entire year.
It's amazing, like, to have to do that.
Whoa.
Oh, hang on. That's
strong words there.
Listen, if he's playing with players that he maybe hasn't played much with before in different positions, perhaps like Vieira at centre-back, but it's worked for him, so we may see it continue. Looking forward to seeing what Diogo does in his future games. Let's take a look at the rest of the results, starting off with the PS4 round. So these are all the results from that 4th round tie. Now you've got Fafilza picking up another win. He is now 4-0. And speaking of 4-0s, Alba's lost 0-4, 4-0 to Villamore. That's a huge result.
Also looking there as well, Nicholas beating Houston 2-1. So I believe Houston now at 2-2 going into that final round.
Look at that though, lost in the waves. 6-10. Is that Clash Crazy? Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. I think I was just speaking to Ivan out there, Nightwatch. He was saying that he's kind of got him on his radar as well. I mean, that goal line there, that goal score was ridiculous.
Mensa as well. It was 0-2, about to leave the competition. He's now back to 2-2. We said it on commentary, some people just play better under pressure.
And he's knocked Ulster out. Yep. Ulster's left. It's one of the big EMLS players there. Also saw a cheeky 7-0 win for Tuga in there as well. What else we got here on the Xbox?
Nicholas Razek, 3-0 victory over Lyrics. Everyone's saying Lyrics is the man to beat. I was talking to Dan when I was picking up a little bit of catering earlier on. And he was saying, I said, pretty confident now. And I was like, you know what, Dan? I think sometimes a loss is good. I think if you go 5-0, very rarely, unless you call Tex, do you go on and actually win an event. Sometimes a loss is good to sort of ground you a little bit. I'm not invincible. I do suffer defeat on this game. So Nicholas Razek, 3-0 victory against Lyrics.
Some other huge results in there. Don Mike 6-5 against the Royal. Joey losing 9-2. Megabit beating Goal Machine 3-2.
Emma Sassari there. Did you see that? Beating Rafsu 6-2, I think it was.
Big result.
That was a big game we're looking out for. Which I was talking to you, thinking about it, and said, Is it going to worry MS Dasari that he hasn't played well? Clearly not. 6-2 over Rafsu, who's also got great pedigree in the game.
Rafsu's an interesting player. This is not a new thing for FIFA 20. We've seen this a lot. In this Swiss format just here, he's won a game 6-0. I think he's lost 2 games where he's conceded 6. And this is a trait I've seen of him before. You never know what Rafsu you're going to get. He's either unbelievable or unbelievably bad.
Yeah, hot and cold.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at the grand final. He made the final against MS Dasari on the Xbox and then lost. And then if he'd have won that game, he's in the cross-console final to be the world champion. No one would have predicted that. The year before that, he didn't win a game. He went 0-7 in groups. He's the most hot and cold player ever. But if he's on his day, he could get through today, could scrape through, and then tomorrow smash everybody, Rafsu.
Looking forward to seeing what happens. When we come back, we've got another big game coming for you guys. This is a matchup of 2 goal scorers. It's going to be Uston versus Lost in the Waves. Okay, this one, I'm pretty confident saying it won't be 0-0. I don't think it's going to happen. This is the game we're going to be showing on stream, guys. Remember, though, we have the difficult job of trying to choose the game for the main stream. We've got some very talented people helping us choose. But you can't complain because you have the right to choose any game you want to watch. You just need to go to watchfifaglobalseries.com and you can literally pick the game. So you've got that freedom now. We're going to be watching Uston versus Lost in the Waves. We'll get some predictions from you guys after the break. When we come back, that's the game you're going to be seeing. See you in a bit.
If I have to describe my career in one word, it's development. My motto is something like, how much work is still missing? My playstyle has changed from FIFA 19 to FIFA 20 in terms of how fast I play, especially in terms of playing forward. Dribbling and passing this year is more difficult, so you always have to search for safe opportunities to make the next pass or next turn. So it's all about the speed of my game. For me, the best player, non-icon, is Messi. For the first time, he's actually better than Ronaldo. Aside from that, icons, Gullit has to be the team, but that's the same as every year. My favorite player in defense is Van Dijk. In midfield, it's Gullit, and then a striker, Messi. And next to Messi, I would say Neymar because he can do everything. Obviously, I support some clubs in Germany. Right now, it's obviously Werder Bremen. I really like their playstyle since I'm 10 years old, around that, because they actually always play fast forward, try to score more goals, no matter how many they concede, and that actually suits my playstyle as well. Apart from that, I played for Bochum, so I really like them, and from the childhood, it's Bayern Munich. My personal goals for this season are first to actually qualify for the World Cup. This is probably, in terms of single player, the thing you want the most, because after that you can always say it's a good season because you play consistent throughout the whole season. Next to that, I want to perform on the national stage. I really would like to win the Virtual Bundesliga Club Championship back-to-back, and at the same time, I'm right now the current champion of the single player Virtual Bundesliga, so I want to perform there as well. Aside from that, I just want to play as consistent as the last years, and my next dream is to stay and continue representing Germany, so the Nations Cup is always a big goal, especially after Mo and me didn't perform that well last season.
Guys do whatever it takes to deal with shave irritation. So we reimagined the razor with the new Gillette Skin Guard. It has a unique guard between the blades that's designed to reduce irritation during the shave. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
The FUT Champions Cup is brought to you in part by Gillette.
Sound, the most important thing you'll ever hear. It doesn't matter if you've dropped in thousands of times. Are you still using the headset that came with the system? You need to upgrade to Turtle Beach, the Stealth 600, the #1 wireless gaming headset. With superhuman hearing, you'll become a Battle Royale demon. Now that's what I call an upgrade.
My playstyle has changed a lot. Last year I was very direct and very aggressive, but this year you have to be patient and not rush your chances because it's all about position right now and that's the meta. So just change a little bit, yes. You need to have at least Gullit on the team because he can shoot, he can hit, he can do everything. He can dribble, he can run, he can do everything. So he's the most the guy you want on the team. And my favorite player right now in FIFA must be Messi. Because his shooting is phenomenal. There's nobody in the game who's shooting like him. So he also turns right and left very quickly. So he's the best for me. I have played Volta a few times. I think it's a little bit hard, but it's a new game in FIFA 20. So I just enjoy it right now. The favorite to win here in Bucharest must be Tex or Alba, but Maestro could also be a dark horse in the game, or me too, because I feel I'm playing very good in the moment. I don't really have a favorite one, but I know a guy called Pap City. He's qualified here. He's very good. I played against him in the qualifier. He was the toughest one. So Pap City could probably qualify for the World Cup this year. It feels very good to sign for Future FC. It's a Danish club, and I live in Denmark. So we are really close to each other. And they are very professional. I have my own office that I can go to every morning and all the facilities and the staff behind the team, everybody's professional, so it's a very good move for me.
Welcome back, guys, to Bucharest here for the FUT Champions Cup Stage 1, and we're at the final stage of the Swiss format. This is where, if you haven't already booked your spot in the final stage, the knockout stage, or you haven't already been eliminated, we're going to find out what's happening. A lot of guys playing at 2-2. The game we're going to be watching on stream is a 2-2 matchup, and it's going to be a goal fest, I think. Uston versus Lost in the Waves. Looking forward to this one, Dan?
Always. Lost in the Waves provides a lot of entertainment. I don't know if you remember Bucharest last year where he beat Verfils or something like 12-11 or something stupid. It was ridiculous. Just goals everywhere. I'd like to see something similar, maybe not that many goals, but I think that Uston and Lost in Waves are two of our best attacking players that we see in FIFA. So it'll be interesting to see how they match up or whether they're just going to cancel each other out here.
Yeah, we've talked about it year on year on year, particularly with Uston, that he scores a lot of goals, but he can't really defend. Is this just a character trait of Uston that we should expect to stay around, or is it a weakness that game on game on game he's not improving it?
It's a trade-off. He's choosing to score more goals at the risk of conceding more goals. Both these guys play that way. I'm actually predicting early 13 goals between the two of them.
Yeah,
I don't know how that's going to swing, but I think it's going to have 13 goals and 2 legs in FIFA 20, which is rare. It's very out of the ordinary if you're looking at score lines.
Do you see that as a weakness, though, Rachel, that they don't develop the other side of their game?
Well, obviously, you want to be able to do both. So, yeah, it's clearly a weakness. If you can't defend, you've got to be the best in the world. you have to be able to do both equally as well.
We've never seen a world champ that we talk about in that way. They've always been a balanced all-round player, haven't they?
Yeah, at the FEWC, you don't see MS Cesario or Tex kind of going 11-0 or something, do you? You kind of, they're scoring goals and they're obviously saving the goals. So, yeah, I think so. But I just think it's really interesting that you're going to lose one of these big guys so early on in the competition.
Yeah, I mean, arguably, Houston is the bigger guy.
Yeah.
Maybe not by body shape, but certainly is like the bigger player.
Yeah.
But Lost in the Waves has shown in qualifiers, and in fact he's qualified for both FCCs, is looking to be a very scary player. And I think Houston will be somewhat worried about that fact. He'll be worried about the aggression that he's going to see from Lost in the Waves, and this is not going to be an easy matchup for him whatsoever.
Yeah, and obviously he's playing for a new team, Houston, the future FC guys. It kind of links into my point earlier that can he change his play in the future, though? Is he going to be the same Houston over and over again? Even if he gets through the group stage, it wouldn't necessarily be improvement for him. We've often seen him get out the group stage. It's the latter part of the tournament that's the real decision maker, isn't it?
Maybe he can shift his gameplay style, but in this matchup, it's not going to happen. No. That's where I fall on this. Maybe I have a bias, too, where I just, as a consumer, want to see goals. I like goals. I like attacking football. When you watch Houston play, when you watch Lost in the Waves play, both of them play FIFA in a way that I've never played FIFA. Of how they go forward, how they commit bodies, the creativity, the dynamic play, how they read situations, all of the above. So I just want that back and forth.
But obviously they've got their coaches with them. Surely the coaches would try and help them become better defensively as well. They're sitting behind them. I know it's obviously hard when they're in-game, but surely that's something they need to work on going forward into knockouts.
These coaches to help them with defense.
They're not.
They need to help them in the whole
They're not
their
bad
games.
at defending. I was going to point out they're not bad at defending. They just choose to go offensively instead. They play attacking formation, so they leave themselves vulnerable naturally. But what Mike's saying is, this isn't the game where you change that. You don't say, well, because I'm going up against another attacking player, I'm going to start playing defensively. You don't. You say, well, I've got more chance to score, and I'm just going to outscore this
If anything,
guy.
like, don't you feel it with your ego? I think I'm a better attacker than you. Today I'm going to show you.
We're going to find out. This is why we've chosen this game as our main game on stream, because it's a great game for the neutral. There's going to be goals. I'm glad you mentioned coaches, Rachel, because we just got a tweet, actually, that Houston's coach is actually a legendary Danish handball player who's won, I believe, an Olympic gold medal, or certainly
European,
a medal.
I think it was.
European gold medal and Olympic medal as well. So, yeah, that's the
handball. That's why I thought defence as well, maybe handball.
Handball players help with defending.
Maybe he's an attacking handball player. He needs a handball goalkeeper.
Plays an attacking formation, doesn't
He's good at defence. See, I knew I was getting somewhere. We were trying to figure it out between us.
Anyway, it's an interesting thing to know that he's got this legendary Danish handball player in his corner. Let's take a look at the other games that we're going to be looking at, or you guys are going to have the choice of going to. If you don't want to watch this game for some reason, you disagree with our choice, you are in control. As you know, watch FIFAGlobalSeries.com puts it in your hands. You can choose any of these games to watch. So same question I always ask you guys. If you can't watch our game, Lost in the Waves versus Houston, what other game would you choose, Mike?
#Harry, I want to see that game. I don't know much about his opponent, actually, Raja.
Where is he?
But Harry's had multiple penalty kick situations already. Why not do another penalty kick bout? I think it's going to be entertaining. Maestro and Nicholas, like, how do you not tune in for a game like that?
Rafsu Resende, that's a big game down there as well.
Razik and Tex as well, big game at the top there.
Yeah, of course, that one just for seeding for tomorrow.
But Pride as well, Dan. Pride as well at stake.
Of course. Diogo versus Rezaya. That's an elimination game as well, which all of these are at this point.
FIFA Pico going up against Roma Goal Machine, both players at 2-2. So
Big
of
game.
course, like you said, elimination game. And I feel like when you join a new organization, you're at your first event, you really want to represent them well, and you want to start off with some really positive momentum. Just signed for Roma. We had Tex with Fnatic. You know, you're kind of competing there in a way, right? Because they've separated in some degree. So it's kind of like maybe there's a rivalry there. I don't know.
We'll see, won't we? It's time to put your money where your mouth is, though, guys. Prediction time. Rachel, starting with you. Lost in the Waves or FIFA Houston? Or should I say future Houston?
I'm looking to the future. He's going to be better at defending, but right now he's going to score loads of goals. It's going to be Houston.
Okay.
Sorry, you're going to hate me saying that.
I predicted Lost in the Waves as one of my tournament potential winners, so I'm going to have to stick with him here. Have to.
Spencer?
Oh.
You're flipping on me.
I see how this goes every time.
I'm going to say Houston. I think he's going to do it.
I can't get away from going for Houston, but I think this match could go either way. I really do. But I got Houston, so that was a politically correct choice of Houston.
So it's 3-1, Houston versus Lost in the Waves. We've got two more predictions to come, though. Our casters for this next match, Richard and Brandon. What are you guys thinking? Who have you got for this one?
I think I'm going to have to join the Houston train. For me, it's going to be a Houston win, which probably means that Richard will go against me.
Come on, Richard.
Do you know what?
Go on.
Join us.
I think Lost in the waves.
Yes, Richard! That's what we like to
Lost
hear.
in the waves. He's going to win. I don't think the handball World Cup winner is enough.
Hey, I think it was European Cup, wasn't it?
Yeah, I
So
think
he's
so.
not, he's not that
We're
good.
just- we're giving him better accolades, but-
The thing you missed, Spencer, he was queuing that line up about the coach, had it ready, written it down.
Oh,
World Cup winner.
you saw the tweet as well, did you?
Yeah, I got tagged.
Yeah. Yeah, all right, well done, guys. I look forward to the game. Enjoy it, and we'll see who gets it. Lost in the Waves or Houston. Hope it's a good one.
Thank you very much, guys. And yes, here we go then. Round 5 of Swiss format. My favourite round, really, when it comes to FUT Champions Cups. I love this round. There's all the drama here, isn't there? People go home. Some people, of course, will ensure they get through to day 2 of the competition. And you've just been listing me off the names that are in this round, Rich. I know the guys have just spoken about on the couch as well. Yes, we've got this big game, Lost in the Waves, Houston, but Dax is in here. A list of players are in this round 5.
Puts into perspective, at 2-2 right now on PlayStation, Ajit Power, Yago, Tugo, Neza, Umut, Sneaky, Mens, #Harry, some of the biggest names. On Xbox, get ready for this. Royal, Phil SKS, Rafsu, Dax, Resende, Diogo, Sakul.
You can hear it, but he drops his pen there. That's how
stacked this 2-2
it
bracket
really
is.
is stacked, and hopefully we are going to see some emotion just come out of these guys as well, because round 5 of Swiss is really make or break, as the guys said on the couch as well, that this is the first event of the year. Mike said it as well. You want to make an impact for your organisation, especially for Houston, who is part of this future FC team that got picked up against Rowie Feldman. Rowie couldn't do it. Rowie went 0-3 out the tournament. Houston, on the other side of that, he has got something to show, not just his coach, but his team as well. You know, why have they invested that money into him? Why have they invested that contract into him?
Show them what he's worth. Show him that you can make it through day 1. You can make it into day 2 and make a run at day 3. Houston last year, you're looking at Singapore, was his real standout performance. FUT Champs Cup 5 to Tex. What was the main difference in that tournament? He improved defensively on FIFA 19, a very attacking iteration of FIFA, which it was. You could score in a number of different ways, whether that be a first-time volley, a green-time shot, a back post cross, an El Tornado volley, loads of different ways of scoring. This year, I feel as though there's a lot less ways that you can score goals. So defensively, you have to be so good. Lost in the Waves, like 10-6, the scoreline in that last game. 10-6. This game, in my opinion, it's either going to be a game like that, where it's going to be double figures, there's going to be 15+ goals over 2 legs, or it's going to go the complete opposite way. And it's going to be really, really nip and tuck.
And my question to you is, Richard, is that, you know, a lot of people at home might not understand how, you know, the mind of a pro player will work in some ways. Like, Lost in the Waves has been a free agent for a very long time. But you ask him, why has he been a free agent for so long? He's probably had offers. Of course he's had offers. But a lot of these guys will wait until they get to a major like this, have a performance that they can earn a contract off. For example, you know, if you make the knockout, so you make the cross-console final or your console final, then your price goes up. Then you're suddenly worth something.
It's very much the sort of a prize fighting sort of thing, where, for example, a boxer or a mixed martial artist, they'll see out the contract with a company, they'll do all their fights, they'll fight on their last fight, and then that last fight they'll put on an unbelievable performance. So then their stock rises dramatically. The company can either re-sign them, or they can go to a different brand, a different organisation, and go, look what I just did in my last outing, look what I just performed in FIFA. Very similar. Lost in the Waves leaves this tournament. Say he gets a top 4 finish, a top 8 finish, he goes to somewhere else, he goes to an org, he goes to a club, he goes to an agency and says, look what I just accomplished in Bucharest. This is what I'm hitting on social media. These are my event successes. This is my FIFA CV. And it boosts his revenue so much more.
It really does indeed, but we are finally underway in this game. As we know, 2 legs as always, an aggregate scoreline, but this is round 5 of Swiss now. It's Future FC Houston up against Lost in the Waves. Obviously, the German pro up against the Danish one. Both have won 2 games. Both have dropped 2 games as well. First attack as well going to come in for Houston. Here's Johan Cruyff as well. Not once but twice. Tried to get a shot away and it's been matched up.
I think right there as well, that was his first time shot that I've seen all day. I don't know if you saw it on the edge of the box. He did time it white in the end, so the timing of the shot coming in wasn't affected by the time finishing mechanic. However, the first time I've seen, certainly on stream, a timed shot coming in.
going to say as well, it wouldn't be Houston without seeing an Elastico in there or a mixture of skill moves. We know how good he is when he likes to just use those combinations of skill moves. Last year it was, of course, La Croqueta. Oh, here we go again. We're seeing even more out of him, and there's the first goal in this game. They said expect goals. They said expect an attacking performance from both of these two. 7 minutes in, we've already had our first goal.
Lovely Elastico in the edge of the box, and then just inside the box when he got it, stopped dead, moved it onto his left foot. First time shot, R9. He's making me want to buy him online. He's making me want to save up all those coins and purchase him. Just looks so clinical inside the box, and this is only the 94 R9. Wait till we get the moments. Wait till we get the prime. He's going to be so special going forward.
Can't imagine as well how many goals he scored, let alone today. You know, thinking about the weekend as well, he's obviously going to come out as probably the top goal scorer. He's so just clinical around the box. We know he's got that 5-star weak foot as well. We know he's got unbelievable stats as well. Speaking of that, man, does he want a second? Ball roll into the finesse. That has to go in. On the rebound, it will. It's not going to matter for Houston. He finds himself 2-0 up in 12 minutes. And he can continue to keep singing R9's praises, Richard.
Finesse shot after the ball roll there for Houston. A straight pause cued there instantaneously after the ball. Nestled in the back of the net by Lost in the Waves. He will be changing up some of his tactics, I imagine. Maybe even matching up his formation of his opponent. Last year, he was a big advocate for the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow. Wouldn't be surprised to see him match up with the 4-4-2. Both goals pretty much coming straight down the middle of the pitch, where if he is playing that 4-1-2-1-2, only one midfielder really going to be helping out.
Van Dijk was very close to getting something on that shot from R9, but right place, right time from the Brazilian icon. And it was an easy finish in the end to put himself 2-0 up. This is a huge game for both of these two. It's an elimination match. It's round 5. You can't have any more second chances now. It really is win this game, go through, or you lose, and that's it for you. Tournament status, and you will be going home looking forward to whichever tournament comes up next for you. Neymar, is that an equaliser, or at least something back for him?
Here we go. Strap yourself in, because we're about to see a lot of goals. Brandon Smith, have you got your voice prepared?
I don't think I have. 15 minutes in, we've just seen a third. Straight down the other end, a little cheeky little pass from Eusebio. Played into Ronaldo, and it's going to be an open goal, an easy finish. It's like a flashback Ronaldo, that. He's in his Real Madrid kit.
There's, yeah, a little throwback there. I think he's just a big Real Madrid fan, Lost in the Waves. I think badge and kit.
We've been speaking a lot about R9 today. What's your thoughts on Cristiano Ronaldo?
I'm a massive advocate for him. I'm a big fan of Cristiano Ronaldo this year in FIFA. I feel as though
it's a little downgrade or not? That you can notice.
I mean, the only downgrade really would be you can't really head the ball this year in FIFA, so he's not that impactful as Cruyff there. Straight from kick-off, firing Houston back into that 2-goal advantage. But
4 goals in 20 minutes.
It is, yeah. With Ronaldo, I feel as though if you're playing online and you potentially might get a laggier game or not as responsive potentially in weekend league, I feel as though he's a better suit for you rather than Messi. I feel like a Messi or a Neymar sometimes feels a little bit sluggish, a little bit slow. Ronaldo always gets it done. He always just gets the little bounce. The bubble inside the box always just seems to go his way.
On top of that as well, he's just got that height as well. Ball around the goalie.
Offside.
Oh, he was just offside as well. That could have been 4-1 for Houston, but you can just see him flowing through the gears at the moment. 3-1 up. We're not even in our second leg yet. We've seen 4 goals already. Everyone said they were going to expect to see goals in it. He's really living up to that expectation at the moment. And for the through ball, just forced it there. Cristiano Ronaldo looking to find Messi. First for a time, we've seen both of them actually squeezed into the same team. More it's kind of choose one and then surround him, around icons. R9, Cruyff, scoop turn, and it's the finish as well. Didn't time it green, but still pulled out a big save from the goalkeeper.
Yeah, the 2 times that he has actually tried to time that shot, it's been a low-driven shot that he's performed. It's been a low-driven, timed shot.
Do you feel like with both of these two players, of course, they're fantastic at attacking, but defensively, it's at the back of their mind? Are they always a player that looks to outscore their opponent compared to see out a 1-0?
I feel as though it's just not in their DNA. They want to keep on attacking. They want to play very aggressive. That's a red card. That's an absolute...
Please don't be it. If this is a red card, this game changes completely. It's going to get waved away.
It were a rugby tackle. That's what it were.
20 minutes in, saved us to the goal. 5 goals. 5 goals in 30 minutes.
Shake of the head from Houston. He dove the right way, but
you've got to be asking questions there of Edmund van der Sar. He's got both hands on the ball, but where's the strength behind the wrist?
Whenever I were used to be a big player of football rounders back in the day. Don't know if you ever played it.
Is it when it goes in the goal you?
No, it's rounders.
Yeah.
But instead of
how
using a bat, you use a football and you volley it. So that's
so someone catches it, you're out.
Yeah.
Do you do the head roll as well?
No head roll. But they always said if you get happening. They always said if you get one hand to it, you should get 2 hands to it because one hand is the same distance as both hands.
True.
If you get both hands to it, that's your fault. You got no excuse.
He just really looked at me there and just gave me that statement in my face. One rule we used to play when we did the football rounders, if you had a team, right, if you headed it and then caught it, your whole team would go back to 0 runs.
Ooh.
So, we added a little extra onto the game. I'm sure this rule won't apply into competitive FIFA. Here's Eusebio now, one-on-one, saved away.
It's another problem with football rounders up north. We didn't get that much sunlight, so we had to just snappy games. You got 2 hours of sunlight, get it in.
5 goals already seen in this game. Carlos Alberto trying to get it amongst all the goals as well.
Look for that one more. I think it's Cruyff potentially going forward. I've seen more Zidane than I thought I would in this tournament so far.
Definitely.
He seems to be potentially edging Vieira out of a few teams.
We've seen the mixture, haven't we? We saw, obviously we've seen Vieira or Zidane seems to be the main two. Hullit's of course going to be in every single team as Houston will come forward now. Pele, inside it goes, fakes to go one way. He's done so well there to be able to get the finish off as well. 6 goals in 40 minutes and we haven't even left the first half of the first leg.
He looked to open it up with his body to the right hand side of the goalkeeper with a finesse shot and then just tucked it into his left foot. Again, sound like a broken record. 5-star weak foot, arguably one of the most important factors to an attacking player this year. Why is Neymar so good? Why is Son so good? Ben Yedder, why are people raving about the Frenchman? 5-star weak foot.
They've just got that capability, haven't they, of just jumping onto their weak foot and just being able to get the shot away. Speaking about being unpredictable, lost in the waves, you never know what this man could do. It seems like every time he goes forward, he's going to get himself a goal as well. Will win a free kick. He's going to take this one directly and try and get the shot in. 23 metres out. It's going to be Neymar over it. Played short. Then it will come direct. No. Played short. There's the ball into Ronaldo. He's going to go as far as Messi. Watch that left foot. Tried to just bend in off the post. Knew exactly what he wanted to do there. I don't know how many people ran over the ball and dummied it, but the shot came in at the end.
I like the short free kick as well, just laying it then off to Messi. Very unfortunate not to nestle in the bottom left corner with that one, but we could be looking at a 5th potentially for Houston. Just quite a bad pass there in the final third, and it probably will take us into half-time. 4-2, the scoreline. What a crazy first half.
What an absolute incredible first half that is, Richard. 6 goals in 45 minutes. Probably the most goals I've seen within a half of competitive FIFA this year so far. Of course, we're only in the first major, but even back at the Draft Story Cup, we never saw a half like this. And obviously, there's reasons why. Obviously, both very attacking players. They've got some unbelievable players as well in their arsenal. Some of the best icons, some of the best finishers in the game. We know how good R9 is as well.
We've seen more goals in 45 minutes of FIFA than we did in the entirety of Maestro against Mo Alba. That was 3-2 overall. First round of Swiss, if you've been watching all day. If you've been watching as well, let us know. Did you get anything from the Twitch drops, which have been happening throughout the day?
Did you get a cheeky Sol Campbell?
We'll score a scream. Roberto Firmino as well.
Also, obviously, want everyone getting the 21 esports kits in the game, the Adidas ball.
And the T4s as well.
Of course, yeah, tweet the pros as well if you're using them during your weekend league, or which kits you are using as well over the weekend. Remember, we've still got 2 more days of competitive FIFA action in Bucharest. This is only day number 1 of Swiss to find out who will be going into the knockout stages tomorrow. Messi will drive forward now. This is lost in the waves. He's trailing by 2 goals, 4-2 down at the moment. Into Ronaldo. Is that going to close the deficit once again? He is, and he's so composed in that area. Could have easily taken the finesse on the first time of asking. Cut back inside, and that's what we talk about pros, Richard. Getting into those areas and making it look so easy and simple.
I love that finish as well. A lot of people there probably wouldn't have trusted Ronaldo on his left foot, but lost in the waves. Cutting back on his left-hand side. Again, the unpredictability, the surprise of Ronaldo coming back on his left foot. And then just a simple finesse into the left corner. 4-3 now here in the first leg. This is your round 5 of Swiss, the final round of fixtures.
Carlos Alberto now, obviously, he's been a huge player. Made a big impact as well. Zambrotta even getting involved in a few attacks we've seen earlier today. Both those fullbacks just seem like the complete players at the moment. As we wait until Team of the Year comes into play, and will we see any movements of people being pushed out of teams? I'm sure that'll be more towards when, you know, FUT Champions Cup Stage 4. He's gone for the dink, and Van der Sar probably asking questions of himself there. Was he going to be able to reach it? Just did enough to tip it over the bar. Corner comes in straight away. Ronaldo will try and open up his body. Will be a free kick though for him.
I think Lost in the Waves also probably using the most amount of gold players that I've actually seen. Messi, Neymar, CR7, all featuring.
Played short, Ronaldo, ball roll. There's the finish.
For the German.
It seems like as well, Richard, that he uses every single set piece to his best ability. He's got it kind of like locked down, that little dribble inside with Messi, and then on the edge of the box, there's either someone there always. So it didn't work out on that occasion for him. So R9 just dropping back and doing enough to get possession back for Houston. As we said, a top 4 player last year at the FIFA World Cup. It was a very interesting year for him. We saw him kind of at his peak in Singapore. We saw a great performance from him there. He was involved in the Superliga a little bit last year as well. There's the ding. It's going to fall back to Van der Sar, and then he actually played it straight back to Johan Cruyff. But at the World Cup, I think he surprised quite a few people. The way he just, we know he's a great player, but he really just pushed himself on. He was with M10 last year and got himself a top 4 finish.
I think for Houston, a lot of people didn't fancy him to be able to defend at a level at the grand finals where he could see out games, but he just outscored teams. I remember specifically the game against Marco, where I think he scored double digits. It were either 9-1 or it were double digits against Marco, and in the end that was the unfortunate result that sent FUT Marco out of the competition on goal difference. So if he's watching, I'm sorry to bring that back up, but he can just turn this goal scoring ability on when he needs to.
I'll tell you now, it's an equaliser in this Lost in the Waves. It's coming soon. He's got a pause cued as well. If he scores and goes into that pause, I'm sure he's going to have a completely different mindset. Off the post, it will ricochet. That was Eusebio there. That's 2 chances now in quick succession for Lost in the Waves. And Houston's one of those players that if he has a lot of pressure on him, sometimes he can often crack. We've seen that before. We've seen it back in Singapore last year. We had loads of questions asked of him. Against, obviously, Tex was incredible at the same time as well.
Yeah, 100%. I think the thing is with Houston, if you let him into a comfortable position,
he'll just flow. He'll just score and score and score.
6, 7, 8 goals past you. But Lost in the Waves, he's done a really good job of always keeping him in touching distance. He's always kept 1 or 2 goals.
Surely a finish R9.
Between them.
Such a simple mistake from Lost in the Waves there. Pulled out his defenders. The space then became available on the right-hand side. He was able just to cut it back inside. I think Lost in the Waves was calling for some sort of offside, but that was never going to happen with the pass being played back across behind him. And it was quite a simple finish in the end, which, to be fair, you know, comes up against the momentum that Lost in the Waves was creating for himself. Chance after chance. He looked like he was going to be back in the game at 4-4. Now obviously Houston able to just extend that back to a 2-goal advantage.
I'm interested to see the substitutes as well coming on here. It's Messi, Mbappe, the informed version, and Neymar all coming on here for Houston. No Cristiano Ronaldo. Love a little, just an extra touch there past the goalkeeper. Flying out of the goal. Can't use his hands outside the box, mate.
And just under 15 minutes left. There is a 2-goal advantage to Houston so far in this match. He's still got a second leg in front of him, though. Remember, this is an elimination match, so whoever does lose, they will be leaving the competition.
And this is Lost in the Waves, looking to get straight back in this game, forcing a save at the near post.
And just over 10 minutes left. He's had, what, 2, 3, 4 chances lost in the Waves. He should have probably scored them. There was the through ball there if he wanted to try and find Neymar. Didn't want to play it, though.
It's been a yellow card.
Mbappe into the referee's book.
Yeah, just on as well.
Being used as well for Houston on the other side of things. Just that injection of pace. Neymar's fresh as well. There's Neymar.
Maybe just fake shot the wrong way there as well, did Neymar. Feels though if he could have gone the opposite way and been potentially another goal scoring opportunity. I love that turn.
Pull it. Back to Pele again. Oh, this is beautiful from Lost in the Waves, and it's a great finish as well. We could honestly see this as a 5-5.
Lovely play in around the box there. One-touch football. Knocked it into R9. I thought the pass one more was potentially 1-2 extra. But R9 kept it close to his body and just smashed it into that bottom left corner. And 5-4. Unbelievable game right here for the neutral. If you're an Houston fan or if you're Lost in the Waves fan, it's a roller coaster of emotions.
And we're going straight back down the other end now, Richard. Maldini back to Zidane. He had the shot this time. Maldini on the opposite end that was able just to block that one. I said there could be a 5-5. Look at that run from Ronaldo in the box as well. It's R9 trying to drive forward, expecting to play it towards the back post. Doesn't even need it. And it is going to be 5-5. 10 goals within this first leg.
What a game we're seeing right here. Just smashed in at that near post from Lost in the Waves. And again, the magic man, R9. He's been pivotal for this comeback for Lost in the Waves. Can Houston answer back with, what, 3-4 minutes left to play here?
I think you can look at the expression of Houston. You can see he hasn't really got too much to say. He was leading once or twice, 2 goals in front, but we know Lost in the Waves is a play you can never write off. Remember that game as Dan was saying about he played for Filza last year and it was like 12-11. The scoreline was crazy. It was an aggregate scoreline, of course. We might be in for another game on a similar scoreline in this round 5 of Swiss. You win, you go through to tomorrow. You lose, it's the end of the competition for you at day 1. Lost in the Waves can get one more chance here and actually turn this game around to 6-5. It would be incredible.
You see Lost in the Waves. Both players very, very different emotionally as well. Lost in the Waves, very, very emotive. The way that chances go against him, he gets quite annoyed, quite aggravated. Uso, on the other hand, I think he sort of just accepts a lot of what he sees. He accepts it for what he is and he tries moving forward. He tries moving on. Lost in the Waves, sort of a player who's more likely to sit on those errors and those mistakes and rue those mistakes.
I think the big difference is that he's got that mentality, Richard, that he's able just to move on because he knows he can't change anything. If something's happened, he's missed a chance, you'll have players out there that could sit and moan and say, you know, this hasn't worked for me or this is the reason why something's not working for me. Houston's had that experience, you know, whether it's in his own country or whether it's in international events all around the world, World Cup finals. He's had that experience. He's back up against the wall, and it's the players that kind of hold on to those excuses that it does affect them mentally.
Yeah, 100%. If you are watching right now on Twitch, you are eligible to be able to access the FIFA Global Series kits, the Tifos, the FIFA Global Series Adidas ball, and also the FEWC Stadium. The only thing you've got to do is link your Twitch and EA accounts, and you're guaranteed to receive the Global Series pack.
Guaranteed. It's not even a. It's not a raffle.
No
nothing
tombola.
like that. Nothing like that. It's not. It is literally a prize every time.
Yep.
And it's the same prize every time. Regarding the kits, any ones that you would look to use? Obviously, there's 21 kits. Last year I was rocking #/Vitality. That was my 2 last year. But there's some new ones added for this year.
I really like the SK kit.
Yeah, that's nice.
What about the Tifo? Who would you use for the Tifo?
I think the Mo Alba World Champion one is always good. E-World Cup Champion. Did Maestro have one?
Maestro and Dax together.
Was it an Mbappe as well? Is it?
Was, I think.
That one might have to be the one to look at. Right, well, if you are just joining us now and you've missed the action, this is round 5 of a Swiss format for day number 1, and this is the highlights from only leg number 1, not 2 legs. There was 10 goals in this game, wasn't there, Rich? And it really was just end to end.
Yeah, it were all one-way traffic, really. In the first 10-15 minutes, it was all Houston. As he went 2-0 up there with quite a fortunate rebound, lost in the waves. Answered back straight away, one more pass to CR7. And then it was the R9 show, as I like to call it. He was the catalyst for this amazing, amazing game. Little assist there to Johan Cruyff, cutting it through the defence of Lost in the Waves.
I think the key thing is that you can see how just annoyed Lost in the Waves is getting at times there, but he still had the ability to bounce back, and the game finished 5-5. So it really is never over until it's over in competitive FIFA, like some of the games.
You saw the penalty there. If that would have been on the opposite hand, you've got to think Lost in the Waves would have reacted more and more negatively if he would have conceded that penalty than Houston did, with the goalkeeper sort of palming it into the back of the net.
On top of that as well, he would have been 3 goals down at that point in aggregate. We are back into our second leg now. It is 5-5. You're not dreaming, that is the score. 5-5, 10 goals have been scored. Whoever loses this will leave the competition in Bucharest. Whoever does, of course, win on the aggregate scoreline will just about do enough to send them into the knockouts tomorrow. It's Lost in the Waves in that Real Madrid white strip from left to right. And obviously, Future FC Houston from right to left.
I'm a big fan of that Zambrotta down this left-back position. I've seen a lot of him used, and the 5-star weak foot, the good pace, dribbling, passing. I think the only thing lacking maybe is a little bit of defensive awareness and defensive stats, but apart from that, looks a very, very good fit for FIFA 20 competitive year, you'd say, at left-back. On the other side, Carlos Alberto seems to have sort of cemented that role at right-back.
The question is, though, Richard, is how long for?
Probably Team of the Year, I'd say. I think one of them will get switched out for Team of the Year. Whether that's a Team of the Year Trent, Alexander-Arnold, who gets voted in, whether that's a Team of the Year Robertson, potentially. A lot of options. Maybe a prime Roberto Carlos. Maybe a prime moments Roberto Carlos in at left back. There's so many usable players right now.
And of course, it depends on how certain FIFA players will be playing as well at that point. Will we see the return of the standard cross, and that's when you change your fullbacks again because you want them to be able to compete against the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo in the air, like R9 in the air. That's why we had all these changes and these players just constantly adapting throughout the year. There was even a time when N'Golo Kante was just running up and down box-to-box midfielder. That was back at Gfinity, like FUT Champions Cup. I think it might have been FUT Champions Cup 6 in April, or it might have been an LQE before that.
Also, you've got to say, if heading does become more prevalent in the game, Cristiano Ronaldo, who's seemingly left out on a lot of the benches, would instantly come back in the team. He would instantly come back into the team if heading did become a goal-scoring sort of asset. Because you don't want Pele in the team, because Ronaldo offers pretty much everything that Pele offers, you'd say, minus a little bit of agility and balance. But 5-star weak foot, 4-star skill moves, good pace, good dribbling, good shooting. But Ronaldo offers the jumping, the physical attributes, the heading.
It's just the build of Ronaldo, isn't it, as well? As you said about Van Dijk defensively. Ronaldo, he's an outlet from goal kicks, he's an outlet from corners, crosses. He's fantastic at finishing. We know how good he is, whether it's a half volley or a finesse.
Could also be the final year that Ronaldo's very usable at events, given his age. He's getting slower, so as soon as he sort of deteriorates, his pace will struggle.
As he just runs past his man and puts that one wide, unfortunately. Lost in the waves. He knows what a big chance it was as well. Speaking of, both games being different, at this stage, Richard, we had 3 or 4 goals in our last game. In this one, it's 0-0, nearly 25, 30 minutes into it. Houston straight down the other end. Back to goal. Cruyff, there's the finish, and I've just maybe called for a goal. Eusebio will score it, and Houston will go 6 goals to 5 up. That's goal number 11 scored across these 2 legs.
Perfect use of the 4-4-2 right there as well. Played it down the left-hand side, played all the way across the box. Eusebio coming in, smashes it past the goalkeeper. And I'm telling you, that Eusebio is special.
There's a reason why he's back in everyone's team again, isn't he? Beginning of the year.
It's the base icon as well, the base Eusebio.
It's just that player that a lot of people seem to fall on. As you said, when he got the prime icon moment last year and he kind of just came back into the teams again. We saw some icons naturally get pushed out, and you obviously can see what we're all playing for here. We're looking at the Global Series points. Points will, of course, move you up those rankings. If you remember the rankings from last year, the top 64 make the playoffs. When we get to June, that will be. It's a very long, long time away.
He's in.
Chance for Cristiano now to drive forward. He missed that chance a second ago. Eusebio, has he got an equaliser in his locker? And the side's got an even better save, though.
You saw the points, and there's the prize money for this event here in Bucharest. First prize taking home $50,000.
Cut back inside.
Oh, Van der Sar.
Van der Sar. Fantastic save again. That's 2 in about 2 minutes. Has he got a third in his locker, though? Played short this time. Messi. Just to move it in and out on from his left foot to his right foot. Shot comes in again. There's your third save.
Van der Sar.
He's earning his money.
Holding strong right now for Houston between the sticks.
Non-stop pressure, though.
It's counter.
Could be a chance. Look at that run on the far-hand side. You've got to be able to find him. Eusebio. He's off now. Cruyff is in space as well. Went for the dink to Cruyff. Cruyff will get through. Can he get past the goalie? No, he can't. Van der Sar straight down the other end was just in the way.
That touch, that heavy touch from Cruyff, just took it away from him. If he manages to control that a tiny bit better, this game is riddled with mistakes right now. You saw Houston panicking there, chipping the ball straight back to Lost in the Waves.
Neymar back to Messi. Ronaldo.
That shot.
Scuffed that completely. I think it's one of them. He did it back to goal, though, as well. Tried to move too fast. Then Ronaldo actually could. With his button configuration that said they just scuffed the ground, and it was a great chance wasted. Only 1 goal scored, though, a little bit different from what we saw in our first game. Saw 10 goals in it by half-time. We saw about 7 of them. Goals galore. I think that's the case, though, when Houston is up against Lost in the Waves. He'll have those moments where it's just pressure, pressure, pressure from Lost in the Waves. 2, 3, 4 chances. If he can just do enough to get in the way, to make the blocks, he can get a little bit of fortune with a save or 2 from Van der Sar as well. Go down the other end, then take his chance. That's what's going to slowly wear down Lost in the Waves.
And you see how aggressive Lost in the Waves is defensively. Very jumpy in his tackle right there. He's pressing circle to try and prod the ball away. A lot of players won't even do that. They'll jockey, they'll hold both L2 and R2 together and start a strafe jockey and just try and intercept rather than tackle. Lost in the Waves, completely opposite. And that's probably why you do see such entertaining games from Waves.
Yeah, we've said it already, like how good he is as a competitive FIFA player. We've seen him at the playoffs last year. He was one of those outsiders. Obviously, we tried to follow as many stories as we could last year about players that could they do enough to jump in? Could they, get enough Global Series ranking points just to move inside those top 16 areas? Unfortunately, there wasn't really any movements there for any pros. As we said, a number of other games currently taking place, some big names as well currently in the round 5, the knockout stages. Those include Dax. He's in the knockout stage, or it's not knockout stage, sorry, he's in an elimination match. So these players aren't guaranteed to go through yet.
Yeah, looking at the PlayStation, a number of these elimination games, West Ham, Yago versus Mens.
Chance for Lost in the Waves here. He's going to score it. And we're back all square again. 6-6 in this game. 12 goals have been scored. Any other updates, Richard, from the other round 5 matches?
Currently 1 apiece. Hashtag Harry and Kinyip currently 1 apiece as well. Ajit Power beating Mo Alba 2-1. Tuga drawing 0-0.
Of course, as we know, everybody else already through. You've got the likes of Lucas Rep, who's back again for the FIFA 20 year. For Filza, he's already through as well. We know that a number of players did go 3-0.
Over on the Xbox, Dax 1 apiece versus Sakul. Diogo beating Raizaya 2-1. Phil SKS beating Felipe Abdi 2-1. Pro Hunter and the Royal 2 apiece. Rafsu beating Resende 1-0. And Goal Machine trailing 3-1 versus FIFA Eco.
There you go. That's an unbelievable result, that one at the bottom. FIFA Ficho is still a free agent from Croatia, I believe. Up against Goal Machine from AS Roma, their newest signing. Lots of movements in the competitive FIFA world of players coming into organisations. Hullet on the edge of the box, back to R9. Which way is he going to go? Tried to get the shot in, but unfortunately, that shot didn't work out for him. I really can't call this game.
It's so
Has it got penalties all over it?
I think there will be a winner. I think there's too much talent, both on the pitch and in those fingers, for this to go to a potential penalty shootout. There's too much attacking talent.
Nasty tackle there, Hullet on Hullet. Ronaldo's got to be able to time his run. He's just offside there, needs to time it better. There's the high through ball. Messi's not the tallest of players to get onto that one. The ball was a little bit too heavy as well.
So many players at 2-2 right now, and
just pulling them out.
Just shows how competitive and how stacked of an event we have here.
Cruyff. Back to Hullet. Eusebio, he has to be patient. This is a chance for Houston. He will strike. And you can just see, it wasn't even a celebration. It was just pain in his eyes for Houston there. It's a 13-goal game, Richard, and it's still only separated by 1 goal.
The perfect words that you said in that sentence right there. The patience from Houston to wait and fashion the opportunity that came to him. R9 yet again, smashing it into that near post. Nothing fancy about that one.
But is this where someone has to change the way they play? For example, Houston, does he try and see a game out now?
I think he'll try to. You can see him there in the bottom left corner. He's gone ultra defensive for the final 25 minutes. I imagine that striker drop back, probably quite a low depth as well. Because Lost in the Waves will attack now. He'll pull players out of position. You see Virgil van Dijk. He ran up to like CDM there when he was trying to close the ball down. It's quite unfortunate, that slide tackle there, bouncing away, but Lost in the Waves did pick up the loose ball.
20 minutes left. If that, Lost in the Waves, there's the frustration coming out from him as well. We said quite an emotional player, the German is. Whoever loses this game on the aggregate scoreline will leave the FUT Champions Cup here in Bucharest only after day 1. They will not be in the tournament anymore. And if it stays like this, it will be Houston that will go into the knockout stages. 7-6 up in front of you at the moment. Looking for an 8th just to try and give them a bit of a gap or something to hold on to, but we're going straight back down the other end now. If you notice that a few times, just the way he's just changing players, Houston, to follow that last runner, to follow that last man that's trying to just pull away.
And it was the sort of block from Maldini across Eusebio that opened up.
Oh, here we go. Talk about opening up, Richard. This defence has opened up massively. Surely going to finish it. Is that enough to finish this game?
2-goal cushion with 17 minutes left. But you talk about how defence can turn into attack so quickly. Switch player to Maldini to block off the run. Played it to the goalkeeper. Pretty much one through ball straight over the top, over the defence. Opened up the space, and you see the formation change here that the ultra defensive does possess for Houston. It is a change from 4-4-2 to 4-2-3-1. Patrick Vieira, Mbappe and Leo Messi being the 3 substitutions coming on here. Vieira in at CDM to freshen up that midfield.
And as you said, Richard, some incredible other games taking place at this moment in time, which haven't concluded just as of yet. Including some of the big names. Harry's still in this knockout round at the moment, Richard, of round 5 of Swiss. We don't know if he is going to do enough to send himself through. Mo Alba in a very tough game against Ajit Power. Tuga in a very difficult position. You've got West Ham Iago as well. Mentz, we've seen him a few times on stream today.
Yeah, Mentz at 0-2. He's now 2-2 and fighting for his life to go through in Swiss.
Again, it's one of those incredible stories, though, isn't it, Richard, that you are from 0-2. He was up against Rory Feldman, wasn't he, in that elimination round for him. That tackle could have won him the match.
Yeah, right there. If Lost in the Waves would have scored straight away.
Look at the press as well from Lost in the Waves. It's ruthless.
You got to think he could have scored and maybe nicked the ball back off of Houston, but that block opens up another attacking opportunity for Houston, and a smart bit of play from Houston there. Didn't rush it, didn't force the pass, he went backwards, he's going sideways, he's waiting for that opportunity to open up where he can take the guaranteed goal and seal the game with 3-goal advantage.
Oh, wow, this could be it now. The touch was just not good enough from Neymar. He's in a very tight area as well. Still got time as Lost in the Waves. We know how good he is in the attacking third. He does not waste chances. And Houston knows it's going to be squeaky bum time in these last 8 minutes.
Houston knows that he's got a massive task of defending this lead right now as his head in hands. Focus up. 8 minutes to defend a 1-goal lead. And Lost in the Waves will be coming at you like a steam train with no brakes.
Just attack, attack, attack. He'll be pressing you in packs. Just hunting for the ball just to turn it around, and Houston really needs to switch on that. Every pass has to be perfect. If you can get a goal, that would be the ideal scenario. But of course, there's the risk of that, of giving away possession. R9 into Mbappe. Oh, he's offside, and that's where possession changes hands.
Oh, that's a mistake.
That's the mistake. This could be the match winner. Neymar, ball around the goalie. Surely that's enough.
All from a mistake.
Such a simple mistake as well. Lost in the Waves. Just got back possession after an offside. He was potentially going to go through and find himself an equaliser.
I have to admit, I've done that quite a few times this year as well. With
it's just lazy, isn't it? It's just one of them.
With how free kicks have been changed, you can't actually see up the pitch where you're passing it to. You can't actually change the camera angle to stand behind the player to see the entire pitch in front of you. So you've either got to kick it into no man's land and hope that your player wins it, or you've got to risk it playing short.
Lucky enough for Houston, he was just switched onto it and he was able to press the ball, and it worked out really, really well for him. I think you can see Lost in the Waves has given up as well.
Yeah, he's put the controller down. He's out of the competition. He's lost 9-7. Houston goes on by the skin of his teeth in Swiss to round 3. I should say to tomorrow with a 3-2 record.
Yeah, and it's safe to say that Lost in the Waves out the tournament.
Did not disappoint though, did it? 9-7.
And lost, of course, after 5 rounds of Swiss. He had an up-and-down performance, Richard. He got 2 wins and 2 defeats coming into this final match up against a very, very good player in Houston. Houston was able to do enough. We saw enough goals. 15-plus goals in that game. We saw so many goals in it. Houston remains in the competition, and he goes through to tomorrow, Richard.
Houston remains in, but you've got to say the game was decided on mistakes. The mistakes in the game cost the match in the end for Lost in the Waves. Houston goes through with a 3-2 record. He will probably be facing one of the top seeds, potentially for Filzer. That could be. I'm sure we'll see the rest of the matches from the round when Spencer and the guys talk us through the entirety of round 5. But there's some massive names. I've been looking forward to seeing the implications of round 5 of Swiss.
Yeah, as you said, Richard, we had the likes of Dax involved in round 5. #Harry was there as well. Other players have had a fantastic day today. We have to talk about Tex, obviously at Fnatic now. He's flying. The Brazilians are playing really, really well as well. For Filzer and Lucas Rep. Lyrics is playing really well too. I'm just trying to think on the top of my head any other names that kind of come to mind. We know Maestro's got the job done. Nicholas has got the job done. These players have, though, picked up a loss along the journey today. But unfortunately, some players have left us. Roy Feldman's out the competition. There'll be a handful more, including, obviously, the man we just saw there crash out the tournament.
That was Dan Gaskin's pick, actually, for Lost in the Waves. And we have jumped into Villamore versus Dito. This is a penalty shootout. The loser goes home, I'm pretty sure.
Dito, back to another penalty shootout. Please don't say it was a 0-0. Please don't say it was a 0-0 across 2 legs of FIFA. Here we go, though. It's Villamore.
Ronaldinho!
The Mexican FIFA player who's just scored that one. Ronaldinho stepping up again, apparently, Richard. Dito will score that one.
It's got the hair. I wonder if that's been a specific substitution for the hair right there. As Villamore steps up there, 2-1 with Zidane.
Dito with R9 down the middle. Advantage back to Villamore.
R9 stepping up, 2-1 to extend his lead to 3-1. It's off the post!
No one can take penalties. Eusebio now for Dito to get him back into the game. Down the middle. Easy as you like.
2-2. Johan Cruyff steps up for Villamore. Straight down the middle. Dito will score.
Dito has to score to stay in this. He misses. He's out the tournament. He goes left and scores. Sudden death, Richard Buckley.
Sudden death. Here we go. Patrick Vieira stepping up to the spot. Goes down the middle. Great penalty.
And again, it's all down to Dito, Richard. Patrick Vieira must score to keep him in. He does.
Wherever Villamore goes, Dito is following him. Zambrotta up to the spot here. Straight down the middle again. He's holding his nerve.
Once again. All on Dito. Zambrotta goes wide, and unfortunately, he is out the tournament. Dito will crash out of the FUT Champions Cup.
Villamore with the penalty
We're finding
shootout
out
win.
if that was an elimination game, because it might have still been for seeding. We don't know if that is categorically an elimination matchup. It did go to penalties, though. We don't know the original score on it as well, but we saw a Dito game earlier. It was 0-0 across 2 legs. And a penalty shootout on top, which Dito was able to go and win. Even with that extra experience for Dito, he's still putting them wide. 2-1 first leg we've just heard there, so goals were scored. Apologies to Dito. But as soon as I heard about FIFA this year and how it's a little bit more slower, I knew that we were going to see Dito. I knew we were going to see him. We saw him at the first event. Has he done enough to send himself through? I'm not too sure as of yet.
Yeah, you saw a penalty shootout there. High drama in the commentary booth. That is all for today from the casting desk. Back over to Spencer, Rachel, Mike, and whoever else is on the couch. Take it away.
Dan's the guy on the couch with us, but thank you, Richie. Thank you, Brandon. Great work today. As usual, I don't know if you guys can hear it at home, but we can actually hear screams of joy, excitement, anger going on around here because it is crunch time. As you know, the results are coming in. Some people are leaving the tournament. Some people are going through to tomorrow, which is where it gets really exciting, of course. Rachel and Dan are with me here on the sofa, and we're going to look at the highlights now. And there's a lot of them from the Lost in the Waves Uston game. It was maybe the best bang for buck game we've seen today so far.
9-7. Mike was close with his prediction of how many goals it was going to be. Actually, how many?
13, he said.
13, he said.
16,
so,
right? No, you didn't.
This was a low prediction
He's over
in the
there.
end. Also, because Mike's left, now there's a
Sorry,
big gap.
we do like each other.
We could just close this a little bit.
No, crazy game, wasn't it?
Like, we were just watching it. Like, it was a fantastic spectacle, but at the same time, so many mistakes that just shouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
And again, both of those players, if they tighten up a little bit at the back, they could be incredible. I mean, they already are, but like they could just be even better if they could just work on those little areas that just aren't quite working for them.
So we can't show you all the goals, guys. We haven't got that long. We'll be here till tomorrow. The stream wouldn't end. But we're picking up it was 3-2, now 4-2 here to us, to Lost in the Wave shaking his head there. Just a little bit of confirmation for you guys as well, because there was some doubt from the casters. That Dito game was not an elimination game. Dito was 3-1, so they're both good. Okay, so it's another goal here for Lost in the Waves, and it was very much back and forth this match, wasn't it? And it's attack versus attack. We said it was going to be one of the best games, that's why we chose it on stream. We do get some of them right. I think we got this one right, didn't we?
Well, a couple of times Houston went 2 goals up as well, and I thought, all right, this is it. He's going to put the nail in the coffin now. He's going to close this one out, and then Lost in the Waves would just come back again. But Lost in the Waves wasn't able to ever get his own advantage and then play from that. Instead, he was always coming from behind. And then in the last chances of the second leg, when he finally got it within 1 goal again, he had a goal kick and he passed the ball away. What Richard Buckley said was it was risk and reward. If he'd been able to get that pass, he had the last chance. Otherwise, he had to just hoof it up the pitch and he might have lost the ball anyway. So I was sat here cursing and saying, why have you made that pass? But then you can understand in hindsight, he's just trying to give himself the best opportunity to get an attack in those final moments.
And I guess Ooston with Van der Sar, we were saying as well, was making some great saves as well to deny Lost in the Waves. So great use of the goalkeeper movement being used there by Houston.
Yep.
Crazy first leg, wasn't it? 5 all.
And then, this half, I mean, there was only 1 goal in the first half of the second leg, but it could have been 3 or 4 for Lost in the Waves if it wasn't for Van der Sar. You're completely right. When we talk about which goalkeeper should players be using, well, Van der Sar certainly put up some big numbers in terms of shots stopped in that one.
And you know these guys, the goalkeeper's going to be an important player.
Definitely is. But obviously, bad stats for whatever goalkeeper these guys are going to both use, because they conceded a lot in this game as well.
Yeah, you'd be pretty devastated letting this many in. So it's 6-all at this point. Slowed down a little bit the goal scoring rate in the second leg as the players kind of got used to each other's styles a little bit. But Uston just continuously kept taking the lead. And it's amazing from Lost in the Waves' perspective that he kept getting back in it. It's also quite surprising or impressive from Uston that he was able to give up the lead and get it again. And this time he started to pull away. He makes it 8-6 here. And yeah, that's something that he could maybe improve in the future, playing for Future FC. He's just shutting games out.
Yeah, he just needs be a little bit better at closing games out, cut out opportunities like this. It was too easy for Lost in the Waves to play through balls to the likes of Eusebio. Houston just wasn't able to mark them successfully. But on the other side, for Lost in the Waves, it was just a couple of mistakes when he was stepping up to try and speed up the play a little bit. And then it was this. It wasn't a goal kick, excuse me, it was actually a free kick he's gone for. I still think it's unnecessary looking at it again. I still thought you could have been a little bit more patient as there was 4 minutes left.
Well, he could have pulled someone closer as well, couldn't he?
Yep, just pressed R1, brought a player closer, but he's gone for the quick one. Maybe just frustration kicking in there, just like... That says everything about his game, though. Just wanted to speed it up, get it faster, and get into the attack.
Slight panic there, but so Lost in the Waves does leave us, but Uston goes through, so we'll be seeing him tomorrow, and we actually can chat to him now with a little interview. So we've got Future FC Uston with us. New team, new year, Uston, same result, you're getting out the Swiss format, feeling good?
Yeah, I'm feeling very good. That game was a horror show. That was not even football. But yeah, I love to play against it. It was enjoyable. That's why I didn't rage that much. But yeah, from 2-1 to 3-2, not the best start in my opinion. But yeah, new day is a new day tomorrow.
How can you build on what you have learnt then from this Swiss round and going into tomorrow's knockouts?
Yeah, I've played against Nicolas and Tuga, and yeah, they played very good. So yeah, and they play very slow. So and I didn't play that slow. So yeah, maybe I can inspire from them and play like they do, because yeah, they are one of the best in the world. But yeah, just reset the mentality, and yeah, tomorrow smashing hopefully.
And it was always going to be a bit of a goal fest between you two, but would you say that's down to Lost in the Waves just being an amazing attacker, or do you think that you didn't defend that well in that series?
I mean, I think he's like the best attacker in the world. He's probably better than me. Every time he had the ball with his center back, he just passed it to Messi, and yeah, there was 2 guys running in front. I didn't know which one to stop, because yeah, they just ran like horses. But yeah, he was a very good player. GG to him.
Yeah, you've done well, mate. You've managed to stop, in your words, the best attacker in the world and a load of horses. So well done. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, great player, Uston. You can always rely on him for goals, as we talked about. Entertainment all the way. And Lost in the Waves is another player that comes in that bracket, but we do lose him from this tournament. But I'm sure we'll see him again very soon.
I love seeing Uston at tournaments, because ever since that Uston we have a problem line that I did when he got knocked out, he always has something where he'll just walk past me, and I can tell he thinks of that line. He thinks, I'm going to prove you wrong.
Yeah.
And there's just that little glimmer in his eye, and he's honestly such a fantastic competitor. Great to see him proceed. And we'll see now how he can build on that into
do you think he can build on that, Rachel? Do you think he can go deep into this tournament?
I mean, you just said there he's going to have a look at what the likes of Nicolas are doing. I don't know if he can change it up, like we were saying a little bit earlier. now in the game, in the tournament. Maybe he needs to go home and have a little bit more of a look on the Champions Channel and what other players are doing in qualifiers, because once you're in the game, surely it's pretty hard to change what you're doing. Yeah, I don't know. From his mindset in the interview there as well, I'm not sure he completely believes right now that he can go all the way, but he's through to another day, and we all know what happens. Anything can happen on the second day of a tournament.
This is the thing. I actually think if you were to put like statistics on it, I think generally people that go 3-2 or maybe 4-1 do better.
Momentum's built a bit more.
The 5-0 guys, because you're playing two games that they're not dead rubbers. The game still counts for seeding, but your mentality cannot be the same. You can't have that same pressure in your head, and I think it helps sometimes. Whether the player going through it feels the same way, there might be it's more stress. They're going under ultimately for 5 games.
Like, I don't know why that is the case, but it's true. Like, I mean, results speak for themselves. We saw that so many times last season where like Megabit would go like 5-0 in Swiss and then just go out in the first round of knockout stages, like time and time again. And what is that down to? Like, I don't think any of us know. I don't even think the players know. It's just one of those things that happens to be a regular occurrence.
Okay, well, that was the result from, as we know, the Houston lost in the Waves game. Let's take a look at the other results. We've got plenty of others to review for you guys. PS4 and Xbox side by side. So, Wolf Safilza, what a day he's had. What else? We've got Tuga gets an important win. That sees him go through. West Ham Yargo does the same. Dito, Villamore, that scoreline is with the penalties added on, so it wasn't quite as action-packed. Dito hasn't changed his strategy that drastically. Nicholas loses to Maestro. Big game there. Mo Alba, I believe that's an elimination game. I think we have lost the world champion.
He's gone.
Big.
No one predicted that.
No one saw it coming, did they?
Then on the other side, I think Rafsu there just squeezing past Fresende. I think that was a pretty big result as well. You've got Goal Machine. I think that means he goes out as well. He's gone out of there to FIFA. Fico.
So two players that were invited in the top 4.
Yeah.
The Masters, yeah.
Gone.
There you go. Well, the thing, the Masters thing is going to be really interesting moving forward throughout the year. By the way, Megabit lost 5-1 as well. That's pretty huge. The Masters thing is going to be really interesting because I think this will be the one that we had the most chance for change when they consider they've actually got it from another game. Going forward, the 4 best from this event are going to get through to the next event. You'd expect there to be a little bit more correlation in performances, but it just shows you how hard it is to maintain levels, not just if you're the world champ. We always know the world champ finds it hard to do the same again, but Goal Machine had a great year and he's out.
Game to game, FIFA changes, playstyles change. It's going to suit some players rather than others, but Goal Machine was like, what, 1 game away from potentially being in the next round, and then who knows what might have happened if he got to the knockout stages. Such tiny margins in FIFA, competitive FIFA.
Sorry, there at the bottom of the page he went through, we were saying, can he do it? Of course he can do it. He's one of the best in the world, so nice to see him survive for tomorrow.
Yeah, the only game I think he lost was the Megabit game, which was fairly convincing, but just, like we always say, just got to get yourself through. And now it's time for our Gillette Precision Play of the Day. We had to choose a moment that we thought was amazing. We're going to get some analysis on this in a minute from our own Mike LaBelle, but let's take a look at the Precision Play of the Day first of all. So it's Diogo on the ball in one of our mainstream games against Senna. He's just taking his time, building it up. Patrick Vieira here. Obviously in the red, Diogo. Great passing. Oh, gosh. We like that. Very precise. In fact, so precise, it's got the Gillette Precision Play of the Day. So very much a fan of that goal. But Mike LaBelle is going to talk us through it a bit more and tell us exactly why it's so good. So, Mike, what you got for us?
Let me take it away. I appreciate you guys sending me this very precise play. And like we said, Diogo versus Senna. And in FIFA 20 in particular, you have to be able to open up space. And it's not easy to do it. If you see this freeze frame, he's trying to get into this bread and butter zone. A lot of good things are going to happen in this area, but there's bodies on bodies on bodies. I call it unlocking the midfield or unlocking the defense. It's kind of a combination of both. We see drag backs, we see intricacies, we see details, and all those details create skill gaps. And the last one is just beautiful. You have Cristiano Ronaldo, edge of the box, scoop turn, top corner, which is, of course, the best corner, and that's going to be a GG's. Congrats to Diogo on that match and also having, of course, Gillette's Precision Play of the Day.
Yeah, fantastic. He did have a bit of pressure on him, Diogo, because a lot of people were tipping him early doors, and he didn't start great, but he finished well enough to go through. So we're going to see him tomorrow, see what he can do. Well done to you, Diogo. Very precise. Gillette Precision Play of the Day secured. Obviously, we'll have another one of them for you guys tomorrow. Now it's time for something else. You guys can get a Twitch drop. Those of you that have been watching with us on Twitch, and if you've linked your accounts, if you haven't, make sure you do it for tomorrow. Okay, I can't stress that enough. Twitch and EA, combine them. It's a rare Electrum Players pack. We're going to drop a load of these guys. and check your accounts later on. Go into whether it's the mobile app or what have you, or get on the console, see if you've got one of these bad boys, as well as all the other things we've been dropping today, including the packs, the kits, I should say, the Tifo. Love the Tifo. Make sure you let us know if you've got any, what players you've got in the packs, what Tifo you're representing in the stadium, and what kit you're wearing of the new kits that have been available. So many drops today.
Many stuff. And what time is it now? It's probably time where you can actually open the packs and you'll get those road to the final players. So.
We have, of course, got that.
And
it's funny you mentioned that. Mike, do you want to join us, by the way? Do you want to get on the sofa?
Oh, am I invited?
You can come in.
Come along.
All right, please. Have
You
me.
thought you finished for the day, didn't you?
I didn't know. I didn't know what the deal was.
Yeah,
thanks.
No, Dan's just actually set us up perfectly
looks
because
uncomfortable in here. You
we
know,
were
you said you had
talking-
this big gap for me. Look, oh yeah.
You ready?
Why does he do this to me?
He's ready.
Welcome back. We were talking about, you were saying it, obviously time for those packs to be open because, as we've mentioned multiple times today, the Champions League road to the final items are getting dropped at 6 p.m, which I think, it's happened.
Yep.
It's actually 8:24 in Romania, which means it's 6:24 in the UK. So we talked about it a few times today. We've already talked about Sancho and how his stats are going to get improved throughout the tournament if Dortmund progress. We've also talked about the other 17 or 16 players that have been put into packs, but we've also got some objectives for you guys and some SBCs. Starting off with Mbabu. Now, this is a player a lot of people are using. Why are they using him?
Look at that pace. Any sort of pace like that on one of your fullbacks, he's going to put himself in a decent position. Bang a shadow on him, and he is going to be an incredible fullback. Decent defensive statistics, great physicality. Mike LaBelle, does he get your seal of approval?
Absolutely gets my seal of approval, and I don't use my fullbacks to score goals, so 55 shooting does not matter to me whatsoever. Defense first, baby.
Yeah, you've got your fullbacks on stay back while attacking?
Both of my fullbacks are staying back.
Defensive. So this is already boosted, as we know. This has already got a little bit of a boost. That's Europa League player, of course, but if his team does well, he's going to get further boosts. Speaking of boosts, squad building challenge, Joe Gomez from Liverpool. I think this is going to be very popular. 83 pace, 82 defence, 79 physical, already with a cheeky boost. But Liverpool have got to the final 2 years in a row. They do it again, he's going to end up very high rated.
And arguably the most overpowered center back in the Premier League for what you get, even his baseline foot item. That value that what you're paying and what you're receiving. I mean, he's already weekend league approved. He could run everywhere on the pitch. But please, by all means, let's get some more upgrades.
Yeah, it was something I think it was Nightwatch I was talking to. It's just the physicality and the body type of Gomez that just makes him a good player. His presence on the pitch, his build, his frame just makes him difficult to play against. It's crazy.
And that's an SBC, of course, so you guys can complete that SBC, get Gomez in your squad, and he might get even better. But we've got a vote for you guys to do as well. A player vote. This is in-game. You're going to get the choice to vote for one of these guys, Willian or Vinicius Jr. Once you've got that vote, you'll get that player on a loan item, but it's also going to influence another road to the final item. Now, what are we thinking, guys? What are you going to vote for, Willian or Vinicius? Give me your reasons why.
I think I'd go Vinicius just because I think Real Madrid are more likely to get further in the Champions League, and I'd like to see more upgrades. That's my main reason. I don't think Chelsea will get as far as Real Madrid.
I'm just gonna go against him this time. I'd like to have a once in a Willian. I see Junior used all the time. Willian doesn't get any love this year, so I'm just gonna appreciate him.
Well, that Chelsea Ajax game that we had, was it last week? I can't even remember what week we're on now. Was amazing. So, yeah, I think if that's anything to go by as well, you said they might not get that far. Well, they might get that far if they play like they did then.
If they keep drawing against 9 men, yeah, they might get that far.
Okay, they beat them obviously in the time of...
Hey, look, I'm here
anyway,
too.
Sorry, we're just having a little bar. He obviously is a Spurs fan, so that's why he's not Chelsea.
Well, I'm going.
He's an Arsenal.
How do I get out of here? Someone unlock with me.
For what it's worth, I think Vinicius, because I think he's a little bit more usable in game right now as well with the pace, and maybe not as technically gifted as Willian, but yeah, could go quite far. Although I think Chelsea will match Real Madrid in the competition this year. I think they'll go as far as each other. Don't know how far that is, of course. We haven't got a crystal ball. But what we're going to look at now is the brackets for tomorrow, going into knockout rounds. This is where it gets really exciting. Who's playing who as we go into the round of 16? What matches are jumping out at you guys?
Ooh, let's pick one.
Philza played amazing today. Harry squeaked by, but tomorrow's a new day. It's a new way. It could be a new Harry. I think that's a very interesting matchup.
I would say Harry vs. Philza is probably one of the most interesting. Like, that's pretty good seeding.
It's
in
a
terms
rematch
of,
as
like,
well, isn't it, from the
top
first game?
players. Yeah, it is. Like, Harry, of course, lost to Philza early in the Swiss. But, like, that's good seeding in terms of, like, top players versus newer players at the tournament.
So you had Jeffrey up there as well, Tuga, someone we haven't heard that much about. He went, I think, 3 games undefeated, didn't he? Has been playing really well, so went through quite safely. So it'd be interesting to see someone like Tuga go up against someone like Jeffrey.
You got a South American matchup as well. Lucas Rep up against Nicholas. They might have some history playing. That could be a nice little derby right there. You got the Argentinian versus the Brazilian.
Big game. That's the PlayStation side. And we'll see who goes through in those games tomorrow. On the Xbox side, these are our fixtures. So we've got Tex versus Sakal. Dullen Mike versus Diogo. That's a decent one.
Dullen Mike Diogo, probably one of the better. I mean, that
Megabit Rafsu, look at that one.
again,
That's a tasty one.
The matchmaking and the seeding working quite appropriately here. The close games would be Megabit Rafsu, Tex, Sakal, and Dullen Mike Diogo. Some tough matchups though for the likes of Nicholas Razek. I think Pro Hunter's been performing pretty well, so that's going to be a tough one for him. FUT Lyrics against Nico AT. Honestly, all these games setting up for a really interesting round of 16, Spencer.
It's worth pointing out, if Tex wins and Diogo wins, that's the fixture Tex didn't want. He didn't want to play Diogo. They would meet in the quarter-final if they both get past their respective opponents, Sakal and Dullen Mike.
Or maybe Tex could face Dullen Mike and we could have a face-off of the Bucharest champions from last year.
The teenage battle.
Yeah.
Like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, teenage battle.
Teenage
I don't know if that was a real stretch.
humans.
Yeah, but I used to get those like action figures for Christmas.
We know what they are.
All right, all right.
They've both got something to defend, haven't they?
I still get them for Christmas.
They've both got something to defend because you've got Tex who wants to go for the three-peat, we could call it, of the the early event, winning it 2 years in a row, making it 3. And we've got Dullen Mike trying to win again in Bucharest. Dullen Mike kind of nicked the title of the promising youngster / rookie last year. Did he do a Tex-like arrival? You'd probably say, based on Tex's first year, it was pretty similar. Only the one major win.
One major win and became the youngest ever FUT champion. So he did steal that title from him. He made history in FIFA and he will forever hold that over Tex until we get a 16-year-old that comes in and takes it off him. We may never. That could have been FIFA history just put into the book for life.
Interesting.
And I guess no pressure here, but for Dullen Mike to match up then with the Tex progression this year, for Dullen Mike needs to look like Tex last year.
Yeah.
In theory here.
And he's got to get past Diogo first, who a lot of people have been tipping. So loads of good games to look forward to. What are your main takeaways from today? Starting with you, Rachel. What have we learned from the action?
Well, I love that actually every game was on stream. I think that was actually a great thing. And a lot of people have been tweeting about that and saying, great coverage because you can watch everything. So I know that's not kind of game side of thing, but I think it's a great thing that we've implemented for this season. So I'm going to say that on that side of thing. And I'm going to go with a negative, the fact that Mo Alba's gone out.
Yeah,
so
shame.
Kind of contrasting there, guys. Sorry. But
I will not be buying a corduroy jacket for this winter season. It's a takeaway of mine. After seeing Mark's jacket for the day.
Yeah.
I wondered where you were going
Usually
with
you
that.
guys get on me about the clothes.
I know,
so
but mine
like,
was quite relevant, but
Well,
what about the FIFA, Mike? What about the FIFA?
I think Mo Alba going out, it says a lot, right? And then I'm really interested for tomorrow to see if somebody that has a very attacking style or even a very passive style, because we've seen two different, usually we say, oh, these guys with the best balance win. But I feel like in the group, both PlayStation and Xbox, I'll take this a lot more serious, but both PlayStation and and on the Xbox, you have that play very passively where they sit back and they play a lot of possession, and you have other guys that are super aggressive start to finish. And then you have your balance mix. And I want to know, can a passive player or can a super aggressive player be able to win an entire event? Because that's what we've always said, is they're going to run into a hurdle, someone's going to beat them that's a little more consistent, a little more reliable, has that balance, has that mix.
Okay.
So that's like the question that I kind of throwing it out there to the universe or the FIFA community.
Well, that's out there in the universe now.
That's
Fantastic. Dan, what do you want to throw out into the universe?
Mike, just throw him out.
what are you going to wear
Into the
tomorrow?
universe.
That's the question.
You want me to get on you? I'll get on you too.
No, please don't.
All
Please,
right.
please leave me alone. Don't get on me. Stay firmly away.
Don't push it my way.
Tex and
Keep 'em there.
Dasari. That's what I'm going to take
Yeah.
from today. Both of them still showing that they have what it takes in FIFA 20 as well as FIFA 19. We've got the likes of Maestro, Nicholas performing well. So like most of the big players and most of our Masters invitees are doing well. Of course, there were a couple of dropouts, but the majority still being strong.
Definitely, class is permanent. Thanks to you guys and everyone else on the team, I should say, being really good today. Fantastic action. Hopefully more tomorrow as we move into the knockout round and edge closer to finding out who's going to lift that trophy, who's going to take home 2,000 Global Series points and $50,000. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Don't go anywhere.